I do feel like there's this sense that they think they're going to get this figured out, and I just don't know if it's there. It was another game, by the way, in which Jokic is dropping a 41 point, 15 rebound, 13 assist triple-double, and it doesn't matter because the Pacers win by 5. It almost feels like if Jokic is going to score 40, then the Nuggets are going to lose for whatever reason. It's stupid. But there's one of two things that are going to happen. To me, this is very simple. The Nuggets will either turn this thing around once the postseason hits, show that with the best player in the world on their team, they're going to take off. Jamal's going to start playing better. Porter's going to knock down shots consistently, like all these different things. And they're going to be a viable contender in the Western Conference. That's one. Or here's the other option. It's going to look bad, and they're going to lose, and there's going to be massive changes in the offseason. Like, either way, it feels like there needs to be massive changes in the offseason. It wasn't last night. It was the game that they played on Friday when they lost to the Warriors. And there was a cut to Jokic on the bench. It's the first time I've seen Jokic, really incredibly frustrated, and it seems like by the help that's around him. He more than anybody knows the urgency of their situation. But for him, think about how frustrating this would be. I don't know if you can really play better than what Jokic has played over the last 4 games. Can I give you just a quick recap? Or the last 3 in which he's played? Because remember, he missed 1. Nelly Joker's had 61, 10, and 10, 33, 12, and 9, 41, 15, and 13. Did all of that on 62% from the field and 45% from 3 in those games. So his averages through a 3-game stretch are 45 points, 12 boards, and 11 assists on 62 and 45. They've lost all 3.
You what?
And I would love to see, by the way, can anybody give me a 3-game stretch in which a player has produced better numbers than that in losses? So, yeah, of course he's frustrated right now, as he should be. Best season of his career, and one of the most disappointing team feels right now. Their season's not over, but disappointing feelings about this team that I've had since the squad got together. There are excuses that could have been and should have been had in the years that they really disappointed in the postseason. I don't even know if it's disappointing. When they lost in 5 to Golden State in the first round, but they didn't have Jamal or Porter, you're like, well, yeah, what are you going to do? It's Facu Campazzo and stuff like that, running the point. Or was it the year prior? Anyway. When they got swept by the Phoenix Suns in the second round, same sort of feeling. I was surprised they even won a series that postseason. This one's different, though. I know guys have been in and out of the lineup, and now the story surrounding Jamal Murray, if you heard Michael Malone yesterday, is we're hoping to have him by the playoffs. This was a day-to-day injury where he was supposed to miss a couple of games that has now turned into you hope he can come back. And by the way, if this is if Jamal misses time in the postseason, which I don't think he can afford to. The team can't afford to not have him. Or else you're going to get bounced early. And I don't really care who the opponent is. If Jokic is putting up 45-point triple-doubles in the last 3 games, that's his average, and you're losing 3 straight, then you need him. But this would be the 4th postseason in 5 years that Jamal has either straight up missed or been hobbled during. Now, there's one exception. It was 2 years ago when Jamal was healthy, and you won the entire damn thing. But there is a real, distinct feeling that this is not good enough.
There's a tweet from Nate Kreckman over the weekend that I think sums up the vibes in Nuggets country, Nuggets territory, Nuggets nation, I guess. Sure. He said, this was during the Warriors game, the Nuggets-Warriors game on Friday night. He said, I'm well aware that this is some hippie BS way to talk about basketball, but the Warriors-Nuggets game is a good vibes team exposing and embarrassing a bad vibes team. And that's what it felt like. The Warriors are firing on all cylinders. They've found second life with Jimmy Butler. And watching the Nuggets play basketball, sometimes it's just like Jokic is who's the guy that has to push the boulder up the hill every day?
Yeah.
Sisyphus.
Yep.
Jokic is Sisyphus. He's pushing this team up a hill every single day, and then they slide back down to the bottom. And then he pushes them up the next day, and they slide back down to the bottom. That's his job. That's what he does.
You're starting to see some cracks, by the way. There was a little moment, if you guys missed it, between Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon on the bench. Now, it wasn't like they got in each other's face, but there was some real barking, and it was kind of like P-Watt was shooed away by DeAndre Jordan. To me, not a huge deal. Teammates argue. That happens. But it doesn't happen often for this team, which makes me think that they kind of understand that something about this doesn't feel right. It's tough. I don't know what they do. You know, they tried to bring Julian Strawther back for a few minutes. He played all right in the game yesterday. But Strawther does not fix what ails you. Strawther is an additive to something that you already do well, which is score. The Nuggets might have problems shooting the basketball consistently. They don't have problems scoring, though. They can score with anybody in the league. And I've been saying this for months. Even without Jamal, the team puts up 120 a night. The question is, can you win 4 out of 7 games 129 to 127? That's a big ask. You know, can your quarterback put up 450 passing yards a game? Because that's what you're going to need if your defense stinks. I don't know. Ask Joe Burrow. The answer is no. Can your starting lineup put together an 8-run game every single night because your pitching staff can't? The answer is always no. Defense is the one thing that is almost absolutely necessary to win a championship. If you want to be in that conversation, you cannot be a lazy defensive team. You can find a few throughout history of really any sport, but they are the exception, not the rule. I can find you bad offenses that made it. Those are pretty easy. You get points when you have to, but you pretty much consistently have defensive effort that makes it difficult for your opponent. You're going to be a good team with a chance to win. But you leave way too much up to, we have to be perfect on one side of the basketball in order to win. That's where it gets tough. Because you know what happened last night? You were chugging along pretty good. You were making plays. You're scoring points. And then, with 5 minutes left in the game, Jokic made a bucket that cut it 118 to 115. And he scored 5 points the rest of the way. It's too difficult. You know, to execute perfectly on every possession because you can't get a stop. It's too hard. Like, what did we see at the end of the game yesterday? Like, you had an opportunity to push the ball down the floor, and it was a 122 to 120 game. Miles Turner misses a 3. You get the board with 26 seconds left, so you're down 2. A bucket ties it, a three-pointer could give you the win. And because it couldn't go Jokic-Murray two-man game, Jokic, of all people, miscommunication with Jalen Pickett. Christian Brown doesn't go grab the ball, turns it over, throws it away. And that's ball game. So, I don't know, guys. You tell me. Is this the is my tone this morning the proper tone to take? Or am I over panicking? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You tell me. Because I've felt this for a while. That it just doesn't feel right. And it's only continuing to accentuate that. And the only other possibility that I would leave open is maybe you think the second Jamal comes back, then this thing looks better. Maybe. But still, it doesn't fix what I think the ailment is, which is bad defense. So we'll get back to this in just a little bit. Whole bunch to get to over the weekend. Stick around.
guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're coming?
I don't know. I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't.
Westbrook was not available in the postgame the last couple of games, and the NBA's basically said, hey, dude, you can't keep avoiding the media. And so nice and short answers there. Not sure I'm too big of a fan of that. I'll tell you, though, I'm looking at some of these texts coming through here. Some saying the tone has been like this all season. You can blame injuries, but it seems like a lack of effort. Defense allows players to lay up and no offensive boards. Everyone stands around. This is the first game I sat and watched all the way and disappointed from the start. All right. I don't win a championship. I don't know if it's just. I don't know if it's effort. I'll tell you why. We've used that quite a bit because everybody talks about, what is defense? Defense is effort. Well, it's not totally that. Defense is effort. It's also you're good at it or you're not. I mean, Draymond Green has not been, one of the best defenders in the league his entire career because he just tries hard. He's good at it. Some guys are good at it, some guys aren't. And I think it's a cope to say, well, the Nuggets are only bad at defense because they don't put enough effort together. Maybe they're just bad. I've talked about this. We've kind of ignored it because it's been long enough now. But if you want to do comparing, the Nuggets were one of the better defensive teams in the league for the last couple of years. And I think that losing KCP is a huge reason why you aren't. You had one guy who was really, really good. He was adept at working around screens, getting a hand in somebody's face, sticking on people on the perimeter, and not allowing blow-bys. There is a skill to that. And not having him is very obviously painful. Christian Brown does a lot of great things, and I think he gives effort on defense. He is not near the defender that KCP is. It's not a knock on him. Brown's probably one of your better ones. But he just couldn't do what KCP did. I just don't think they're very good on defense. And they can have all the effort and try hard that you want to, but over a 48-minute game, you're going to have a couple of lapses where, you can't give 100% effort. You're going to have a couple of moments where you just get beat and somebody's wide open, but it just happens far too often, and I don't think that's an effort thing. So, I don't know. Jokic is a better defender than it looks. But Jokic, when he gets beat at the rim for a layup, I don't think that's a lack of effort. I think that's a lack of the ability to jump. And then if you can't do that, then you don't want to foul. I think it's little stuff like that. But I don't think this gets fixed. You had a whole bunch of guys a couple years ago that were better defenders, and then it feels like you've kind of shifted over to a more offensive-minded thing, and it can work, but you need a balance of both. Again, Julian Strother being back in the lineup last night, I thought it was great. I think that he is a big piece of what the Nuggets do. He also is not going to help you in the defensive department. He's going to help you with the ability to score. So, like, I don't know what to do, guys, because it feels like this team is on a track to play in the play-in, and then you're putting yourself in one-game samples of potentially missing the postseason altogether, and that would be a disaster. Considering where they were and where you thought that they could be. I'll tell you one thing, though. Unless what feels like right now impossible happens, which is they just completely turn it around out of nowhere and become a viable championship contending team, which is hard to see right now. Unless that happens, it might force the hand of Calvin Booth to stop with the, hey, 6-year plan nonsense. It's like, nope, you got to fix this now, right now. There is no time to waste. He said it before. I think he used the words, I am the steward of Nikola Jokic's prime. Well, this can't happen again if this continues the way that it has been. I can't have Jokic frustrated on the bench. I can't have him without this much help. Or let me give you guys the numbers one more time in case you missed it. I think this is incredible. I don't think this has ever happened in NBA history before. Maybe it has, but I'd be hard-pressed to find it. So if Dan Hyatt, stats man, is up this early listening to this show, help me. Jokic over his last 3 games has averaged 45, 12, and 11 on 62% from the field and 45% from 3. All of those games are losses. Somebody tell me when that's ever happened in NBA history before this.
Well, let's see. At the trade deadline, you remember Calvin Booth said into a microphone, we wanted to trade Zeke Naji and Dario Saric, and there were no suitors for him, so I guess we're stuck with them. I'm maybe filling in some of the blanks. I guess he just needs to say that about the rest of the roster. Say that Jamal Murray's knee sucks and he needs a new one. Maybe that'll heal it. I mean, it worked for Zeke Naji. I don't have any other solutions in the quiver because this is what we got. With 3 games left, this is what we got. And I'm looking at the schedule. They play on the road against the Sacramento Kings on Wednesday, and then they come home to play the Grizzlies and Finger Guns McGee, John Morant on Friday. And then they go back on the road for a matinee to finish the season against the Rockets on Sunday afternoon. Of those 3 games, at the Kings, home against the Grizzlies, at the Rockets, which ones do you think they absolutely can win?
They can win any of those games.
I mean, yes, in theory, I could be the starting point guard for the Nuggets. But I mean, in reality, how many of those do you think they're going to win?
No, Nelly, I'm being honest with you. Like, I have no idea how to predict this team right now. I have 0. Here's the thing, and maybe this is my mind just not being able to let this go yet. I think God, man, I don't know. I think they should be properly motivated to win all 3 of these. Here's the situation they face, and there is nothing like desperation, okay? So you're given one of 2 options. The Nuggets right now are 47-32. The Clippers, Warriors, T-Wolves, Grizzlies, who are the 5, 6, 7, and 8 seeds, are a half game back of them at 46-32. If the Nuggets don't win out, there's a very good shot they're in the play-in. Because I think there's a great chance that if the Nuggets go 2-1, they finish with 49 wins, that at least a couple of these teams are going to jump up into 49, at least. And now you're staring down the barrel of being a 7 or 8 seed. I can't find a more motivating factor than doing that. But I don't know. I don't know. Part of me, seeing this would be wild to me. If they don't win at least 2 of their last 3, but I would say win out, get themselves to 50 wins. If they don't, then part of me thinks that they're, like, as a team, just giving up. And I don't know how in the world that's possible for this team. And if that does happen, you know what? Change out everything. If that's the case, then do it. But for this team at this stage, with what's on the line for them right now, to lose 4 consecutive games and do it in a way that Joker is putting up a 45-point triple-double over his last 3, averaging that, I don't know what else you can do. So we'll jump back to this in a bit. The Avs, by the way, didn't make it any better over the weekend. The Avs, they lose 5-4 to St. Louis. It was not that close of a game. It just, from the very beginning, things that felt out of whack with them. Now, way less frustrated with the Avs because, okay, they had a bad game. Don't want to have those late in the season. The Avs feel fine. I mean, they got a game tomorrow against Vegas that I don't think there's any question that anybody has about that team and their motivation level heading into it. They'll be just fine. But the game itself was pretty nasty. I mean, you go down 4-0 in the middle of the second period. You try and battle your way back a little bit. You get it to 4-3 in the third after you pull your goalie. But too little, too late. That was just kind of one of those games, a mess from the beginning. Okay, fine. Move on. Good news for the Avs is that you continue to get these little updates of Gabe. Gabe was skating with the Eagles. I don't think that anybody's questioning now whether he's returning or not. The only question really is, from what I read over the weekend, is that he has a 3-game stint he can play with the Eagles that would not count against the salary cap, which would make it available for him to get some playing time beforehand. I don't know if he's going to do that or not. I hope he does. I think it would be great just to get a couple of games under your belt, even at a lower level competition, than just jumping into the postseason dry. And just being like, all right, let's just see in the middle of where every second matters if this is going to work or not. But that is available. And I think that if he is progressing the way that it sounds like he is, maybe it would be a really good thing for him to go out there and just give it a go and see how it feels, at least initially, with a team like the Eagles. The Avs, by the way, their standings watch game is way less nerve-wracking than it is for the Nuggets because they're pretty much locked in to the 3 seed in the Central. The only question now is who you're going to play, and Dallas has Winnipeg this Thursday as they're 3 points back of Winnipeg, so very much could catch them. By the end of the year, it's 4 games left for the Avs. The only team that's going to catch them is St. Louis, who's at 93 points, so they're 5 back of you with 4 games left to go. It just feels like it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to do any moving between those two. So it's all about who you're going to play and if Dallas can catch Winnipeg by the end of the season. But it's why, do you wish you just beat St. Louis and then that would have been like a permanent boot to the face for them staying behind you in the standings? Yes, but they're going to be fine. Totally fine. Just a bad game, which even in the games that they've lost recently, like Calgary and St. Louis, it's not like it didn't look like that. They were in the game the entire time. It was just a matter of finding the finishing touch that they didn't have, but they certainly got that in the games afterwards, especially against Columbus. So they're okay. But I can't wait to see what the next steps are going to be, especially for a guy like Gabe. Because it feels like we are, after a 3-year wait, right there on the cusp of that guy coming back into the fold and being a part of this team again. Texture says this. So what you're saying, Brett, is that it's not a lack of trying, but that we just suck in talking about the Nuggets. Not that harshly, but yeah, kind of. Suck is the wrong word. They don't suck. They've been a top 4 team in the Western Conference for the entire year. It's just in comparison to where you want them to be. And this is like the big difference maker to me. You judge everybody differently. If you're a straight A student and you get a C on a paper, it feels like you got an F. If you're a guy who's just trying to breeze by with his 2.0 GPA and graduate and you get a C on a paper, then, or how about a C+? You're like, hey, you know what? Did all right. It's a different level of expectation. Like where we think the Nuggets are with the best player in the world, a 4-game losing streak at this stage of the season is unacceptable. It cannot happen. And yes, you have Jamal Murray out of the lineup. I think that Jokic averaging a 45-point triple-double over 3 games more than makes up for it. You got to help yourself. And if that can't get fixed, like I don't think it's a schematic thing. I don't think it's an effort thing. Just maybe you weren't good enough this year. Maybe. And remember, this isn't just like a bad stretch of games.
Schematically.
This isn't a bad stretch of games. This is a 4-game losing streak, but it's a 4-game losing streak in the middle of a post-All-Star break in which you're 11-13. So anything else that I tell you about, hey, don't worry about it, they're going to be okay, that sounds like cope. Again, do I leave the possibility that they can turn something on in the postseason and they can finally, maybe take advantage of some other teams feeling pressure and not making as many shots? Like maybe they could. But I don't know what else to tell you. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line's open for you. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of this discussion with the Nuggets today, just about like where do you go from here? So, get back to that in a bit. Reminder to you guys, we're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. We got another keyword today. I'll give you the keyword for this hour on the other side. Stick
back into his own zone there. But no, look, he's just trying to find a seam and know that, hey, I'm going to try to force it to him if he's open.
Here is Ovechkin. Shoots! He scores! He scores! Number 895!
That's the record breaker. Gosh, it's crazy to think about. 39 years old. And Alex Ovechkin just put his 42nd goal of the season on the board to break the all-time record set by Wayne Gretzky. And now you have a brand new goal-scoring champion. Ovi, in that moment, you know, I was really hoping he'd get it before the end of the year, and it felt like it was going to be really difficult. You had a handful of games left. I think there was he needed something, wasn't it like 15 goals in 29 games or something like that? And he breezed by it.
And he was hurt, right? In the middle of the season.
Yeah.
How many games did he miss?
So he's played so far this year 61. So if 3 or 4 games left, let's just call it. Yeah, he's missed, at least 15 this year. Couple, give or take a couple. So he's missed a significant amount of time and still able to throw 42 up there on the board. It's impressive. The fact that he's never really had, a drop-off like that. That even since 2021, he's had a 50-goal season, a 42-goal season. He had 31 last year, and that's where you feel like, all right, maybe he's tapering down, and then jumps right back up to 42 again. So shout out to Ovechkin. By the way, I find this really funny. This from a guy named Aaron, who's a Buffalo Sabres fan. The last time the Sabres made the playoffs, Alexander Ovechkin was 594 goals away from breaking the record. 594. Keyword today, by the way, if you want a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas, as each one of them is built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation throughout, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat longer. You can also go inside your home. The keyword for today is sauna. Wow, really difficult. Sauna in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
That is incorrect. That is an old
wait
sheet.
a minute. That's an old one.
That is an old one. I gave you the
Hold,
updated
please.
one, I believe. I printed it for you. It should be
It's
on your
relax. Is that right?
Yeah, no, look, didn't I print you the current version that says that it's relax?
Yes, sorry. Yes, you did. I was looking on my email. My fault. The keyword today is relax. I'm sorry. Relax.
RELAX. Relax.
Send that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is 303-504-0925. And if you want to check out more of these incredible saunas, you go to getabettershed.com and check out the pictures. But today, it's relax.
That right there was a perfect segue after our Nuggets segment because like Jokic, I lobbed you the pass, just a no-look sheet with the right keyword right to you, and then you just bricked it.
So I got this other sheet that's always here that was laying on top of it, and I thought because we're having computer problems today that you weren't able to print this out. So that's my bad.
We gotta get Mike on the line. Where's Mike from computers when you need him?
Yeah, no kidding.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Just quickly here. So the Rockies get their second win of the season yesterday. Finally, the bats show up. Brenton Doyle with a homer. Zeke Tovar with, I believe, a 4-hit night. Chase Dollander gets his first start and his first win. He was okay. Gave up a couple of bombs, but as a guy making his debut, to get the win, especially with this team, very nice. And he got some run support, which always helps. The big news from the Rocks, though, is that I don't know why it took them, 2 weeks into the season to make this call, but I'm glad they're doing it. Zach Veen has gotten the call up. So he is now on his way to the big league roster, which should have happened at the beginning of the season. They optioned down Jordan Beck, so they traded a younger prospect for a really, really, really promising younger prospect. And it's just about making room out there in the outfield. So the outfield, at least for the rest of this season, barring injury, should look 2/3 of it like Zach Veen and Brenton Doyle. And then however else they want to do the other rotation, maybe Nick Martini, who's been hitting the ball okay to start the year, can stay out there. Maybe you throw Bouchard, whoever. Giving the call up to Zach Veen should make this exciting. And hopefully with how well he's played, even in his short stint in AAA so far this year, that can continue at the big league level because they need all the help they can at the plate with the sticks. Again, finally got a good game yesterday. If you were at Coors Field, nicer day outside. You got some fireworks. And Nelly, I believe you were there, right?
I was there. That was one heck of an 8th inning. I felt so bad for that, for the Oakland, Sacramento, Vegas Athletics left fielder. They were really making him earn his paycheck. All game, it was just singles, doubles to left field. That's all it was. And no, it was amazing. Not only did the Rockies win an American baseball game, Chris Bryant had an RBI. He batted in a run. Yeah, that's the best birthday present I could have asked for.
Did I think everybody had a hit yesterday, right? I think by the end of that game.
The only thing that bummed me out is I was looking around the stadium and I was thinking, this is opening weekend. It's a good day. It's mid-50s.
Yeah.
The sky's clear. There's no snow anymore. That place was half full at best. That was a pretty pathetic showing for opening weekend. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was a little disappointed.
First game didn't help either, with it being 35 degrees. I think this week you'll see the attendance kind of ratchet up. They got the Brewers tomorrow, so they got today off, and then they got a 3-game stint with the Brewers Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which all of those days I think are like mid-70s to 80 degrees. That should be all right. But good to see him get a win on the board. 2-7 now on the year, hopefully. Because it's not like they've been getting crushed. That's the thing. Hopefully that now provides a better on-ramp to some better hitting and giving your bullpen / starting rotation, which has been good this year, some wiggle room. So they don't have to be so perfect by putting up some runs. But we'll see.
By the way, I could feel the trauma of Rockies fans just from what the bullpen's done to them over the years. Because if you watch the top of the 9th, Rockies are up 12-4, right?
Yeah.
And then A's bat in a run. Now it's 5 on the board to 12. And then the umpire started getting really ticky-tack with his ball calls. And I don't remember who was on the mound, but I think they walked like 2 or 3 batters, and you could just feel the stadium being like, "Come on, dude, just end it. Just give us some strike calls and end the game." And my girlfriend, she was next to me. She was going, "No, it's fine. Look at the score. The Rockies won." And I said, "Tell me you don't watch the Rockies without telling me you don't watch the Rockies."
It was Vodnik who was trying to just get the hell out of there at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But again, Rockies are going to have, I think, an opportunity to extend on this sort of offensive output that they had the final game against the A's and hopefully do that against the Brewers. So today is mostly going to be about the Nuggets and what to do with this team. That's what today's going to be. I can feel it. I know it. It's brutal. Because I don't know what you do. I think there's a part of you that accepts kind of what they are. I'll give you guys sort of a reminder on this. With where they're at in the standings, they're a half game up on 4 teams behind them, which takes them all the way to the 8th seed. If the Nuggets don't go undefeated to close out the year, there's a very good chance they're playing team. They have to, at minimum, go 2-1. And I still think there's a chance they're a play-in team. This is the precarious position that they have found themselves with 3 games left in the season. So the question is this. Do you still believe they have something there that is just waiting to be unleashed? or are they who they are? And I fall more into that camp. If you're hoping that after 79 games of evidence that the final 3/postseason that's left is going to show you something different than what you've been noticing all year long, I think that's really difficult. The only argument I think you can make about this is that Jamal being infused back into the lineup is going to change things, which it should. He's your second best player. But is it going to be enough? The issues that you have, the things that ail you when it comes to defense don't get fixed with Jamal. He's not going to be a magic elixir that makes that better. He's going to add to offense, but offense doesn't seem to be a problem. And that's the thing. If you think that Jamal being missing in these last couple of games is sort of the missing piece, I would say Jokic is averaging 45 points in the last 3 losses. That feels like if he put up his normal 25-point night and Jamal put together another 20, that feels pretty normal to me. It's about the defense, and it's about getting stops. Maybe late in that game, like yesterday, where it was, hey, we need to get a bucket. Let's run 2-man game. He wasn't available to do so, and then you throw the ball out of bounds. Maybe he helps there. But make no mistake, this is a litmus test for what your team's going to look like in the offseason. We can talk about championship windows and stuff like that, and do they have enough to get back to there? It's also about how you're setting up yourself for when the offseason comes. So we'll get to all that in just a couple of minutes.
I don't look at windows.
Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Can also watch on YouTube. We're live every weekday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., including the Altitude Daily. Just search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
you guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're coming?
I don't know. I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't. Yeah.
What's frustrating you the most right now?
Probably just losing.
Russell Westbrook, after the game yesterday, there's a big problem. Huge. And I'm sure this is going to take up most of the conversation today because, guys, the Nuggets are in a lot of trouble. They are currently a half game up on 4 teams behind them, the 5 through 8 seeds. If you remember, 7 and 8 are in play-in positions. If the Nuggets don't win out, I think there's a very good shot they play in that play-in situation. And can I say one thing, Vic, before I let you go on this? It's 4 straight losses. Can't remember the last time that's happened. It's been at least a couple years. Over the last 3 that Jokic has played in. So during this 4-game losing streak, Jokic has played in 3 of these games. He scored 61, 33, and 41 points. He has averaged 45, 12, and 11 on 62% from the field and 45% from 3. And all 3 games have been losses. And I'm trying to find another 3-game stretch in history where a player puts up those numbers and loses all 3 games. I think it's got to be borderline impossible. But go ahead.
Quicksand. You ever been in quicksand?
No, I hope.
Mose, you know what does quicksand do?
Sucks you down and buries you and suffocates you.
And the more you struggle, what happens?
Well, the harder you struggle, the faster you sink.
They're in quicksand right now. And I'm not going to play that game of, well, they'll just turn it on. Nope.
It's game 79.
Yeah. No, man, it's a free fall. The Minnesota loss broke them. The Minnesota loss broke them. Broke their confidence, broke anything they had. It broke them. And they're going to have to dig real deep, deeper than I could, to fix it. And they don't even know if Jamal Murray's going to be 100% for the playoffs. I mean, here I am thinking, well, Jamal's certainly going to come back this week. Certainly was going to be available for Golden State. Nope. Certainly available for Indiana. Nope. According to Coach Malone, he may not be available for the playoffs. He's hoping he's back for the playoffs. And if he is, will he be 100%? But when you pin your hopes on one guy and say, okay, well, this will make everything right again, will it make the defense right again? Because it's been abhorrent. Mm-hmm. It's the same theme. Nice start, just like the Golden State game. Nice start, early lead. Joker goes to the bench. Things fall apart. They lose confidence. They can't play defense. They run out of gas. They can't defend at all. And they lose the game. What is wrong with their throat?
I don't know. It's probably...
I mean, this entire 10-minute run, you've been...
It's okay, Moj. The Nuggets lost. He's angry.
Is it me, or has he been doing that for 10 minutes straight?
I think he's kept it off mic, though. It's been fine.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
I got my phone at home.
You mentioned something, though, Vic, and this is, to me, the main thing. Let's say Jamal comes back, and it would help.
That's on purpose. Go ahead.
Jamal does not help you in the defensive department.
No.
And here's what I said in the appetizer, Mose. You tell me if I'm wrong. Anything that anybody tries to tell me this morning about, well, in the postseason, they'll turn this on and they'll do this better and all this. This all sounds like cope for one thing that
their best player told you that's not an option.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic has gone on the record already and said this turning on stuff that ain't gonna work.
We would have seen it already.
That was over a month
happened
ago.
already.
That was over a month ago that he came out and said that we should have taken him at his word at that particular time.
Guys, we've missed the warning signs when you think about it.
We haven't missed them. We've chose to brush them off. Well, not even ignore them. I haven't ignored them. They've always been there. I've seen them. I was just holding out hope. Vic, let me tell you where I'm at.
Yeah.
I was holding out hope that they would get it together. I was holding out hope that this veteran group, these guys, a lot of them have won, that they're going to figure out exactly what they need to do. A sense of seriousness will take over and permeate through that locker room, and they'll give it the good old college try and be okay.
They can't get a complete game
They
from
can't.
everybody.
And this is the way you described it, the way they start, the way they play with their food at times. And they cannot defend, Brett. I was thinking about this last night, and I thought about it all the entire way in. They either can't or they won't. And either one means doom.
See, no, this is what I wanted to talk about the most. With the won't thing, this is what I kept hearing in the appetizers, that they show no effort on defense. And I get it that defense to a certain extent is effort. I don't think it's all effort. I don't think that Draymond Green is a really good defender because he tries hard. He's probably just good at it, too.
He's smart.
I mean, he's good. To say that this is an effort thing with them defensively is, I think, giving you an out to just saying that they aren't very good at it. Like, you can't tell me that it's been a full season of nobody trying on defense.
That's why I'm saying that they can't.
You can't tell me that.
It depends on the possession, to be honest with you. It depends on the possession.
We've missed the warning signs, and the warning signs are threefold. The defensive warnings have not gone away. They get worse. Defense has been a problem all season. A couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Nikola Jokic was asked after the loss to Washington, can you turn it on? He said no. He told us. He said, no, you can't turn it on. This is who you are. This is what they are. And then 2 weeks ago, Michael Malone, after a game, said, we're in danger of the play-in tournament. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are. Everything that was said seems to be coming true. And the fact that this team, this is insane to me. This blows me away. 10 days ago, this team was the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. And now they're looking at a possible play-in situation if they can't find a way to win one of these 3 remaining games. Or at least, well, they have to win all 3 to secure a 4 seed. If they go 2-1, they'll probably go to 5 or 6. If they go 1-2, you're looking at play-in.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, 2-1 might even not be enough. Who knows? You got 4 teams behind you that are all like a half game back.
2-1
you have the
47th
win.
Golden State lost.
You have the 47th win, and they've got 46. So what you need to do, if you went out and get to 50, they're not going to be able to really, well.
Now, let me tell you why. If they win 2 out of 3, they will avoid the play-in simply because they're a half game ahead of Golden State.
But we're talking about avoiding the play-in?
Well,
we're not even talking about a home court advantage? I know it's beyond silly. Agreed.
Mark, why do you care about the home court? What have they done?
It doesn't.
At home?
You're right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hey, listeners, and loyal listeners, Nuggets fans, what have the Nuggets done on their home court to tell you it's vital that they have home court? They've lost 15 games this year. That's the most home losses they've had since the 2016-17 season. Think about that for a second. Think about how long it's been since they've lost that many games at home. So why is everybody enamored we got to have home court? Why?
Well, I think to Moser's point, if you don't retain home court, it just is a further indicator of how much you have just been in free fall for the last to go from the position of you were the 2 seed 10 days ago to now we're talking about play-in spots and forget home court. It's not so much about home court as it is like, what the hell happened to you? Like the Nuggets since the break, if I have this right, Vic, are they 11-13 since the All-Star break?
I don't know.
I think they are, if I did the math right.
That sounds about right.
They have not put together a consistent stretch of good basketball since the All-Star break this year, and I don't know what more people want to expect out of this team than what we've gotten over the last couple of months.
Listen, all you listeners out there, and viewers and everybody else, I apologize. We don't like this. This feels an awful lot like last Monday. These post-mortem Mondays are not enjoyable for anybody, but we have to do it. And I apologize if it's going to be tough on you. Vic, who's Andrew
Nembhard?
Andrew
Nembhard. He hit a turnaround jump shot to put him up by 4 over Aaron Gordon.
Who is that guy?
What do you mean he's good?
I know he's good now. I didn't know who he was before.
He's been
there for a while.
Known in the league for a while.
Yeah, I know.
I could tell you this. Whose phone's going nuts?
Are you distracted by everything today?
I am.
I'm conversating with our producer right now.
Every night, it seems like somebody doesn't bring it. They have yet to have a game where everybody brings it. It's always somebody, right? It's always a lack. It's always who doesn't have it tonight.
Right. It's not who brought. It's an excellent point.
It's somebody.
They're losing, and so rather than hey, who brought it and put them over the top, it's who's not bringing it and why are they losing these games because of that person. I've got to talk about Jamal Murray. I don't know what his issue is with his body.
It's his hamstring.
Understood, but I don't know overall why it can't be fixed and why rest won't fix it. I don't know what the issue is.
This will be the 4 out of 5 years now.
I mean, he's really breaking down a lot in his mid and late 20s.
Finish what you're going to say.
4 out of 5 years now where he's gone into the playoffs injured.
I don't want to jump on him for an injured body because bodies are bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact is he's unavailable. And, Brett, I would argue to you, and I can't believe I'm saying this, there's a certain sense around this. Maybe they know that they can't do it, and this is the result we're getting. It has to be some sort of a factor.
When you lose your belief, you lose the rope.
You lose. It's exactly correct.
And that's what I've seen.
That's exactly right.
I'm not going to be gloom and doom, but I hope the Nuggets prove me wrong. They're done.
It certainly feels that way, Vic. It feels like they know that they don't have enough to do it, and so we're riding the storm out, waiting for the fallout.
Well, listen.
Of a full moon night in a Rocky Mountain winter.
Give me, how about this? Shot Mazda text line 303-504-0925.
The thaw out, whatever it is.
Refute what Vic said. I've been here for a minute. It hasn't looked right for a while. If anything that I thought for reasons why the Nuggets
Brett,
would have success.
Enough of this. You've been here over 6 years. There's no new guy on the block.
No. I'm saying I've been here mentally with this team for a minute talking about
because you've seen a lot.
No. What I'm saying is I've been here for a minute thinking this doesn't look right. There's something about this team that just it doesn't look like it's a contending type of team. Mm-hmm. I said this like a month and a half ago, and I said, look, is it impossible that they make some run to the Western Conference Finals? No, but I just don't see it as likely. And I'll give you a big reason as to why. Everything as far as reinforcements coming back to this team. So, like, Julian Strother gets back in the lineup last night for a few minutes, which is great. Julian has helped this team. Julian does not help where you need help, which is defense. He only adds on to, for as much as people complain about the lack of consistent shooting, this team does not struggle to score. They score. Better than almost anybody in the league, they score. They can't get stops. And so here's what happens. Late in the game, you can't get a stop. If you weren't perfect on offense, like they weren't late in the game yesterday.
6 turnovers in the fourth quarter. They had 5 the entire first half.
That results in a loss. And it's just way too much pressure on one side of the basketball. Not to mention, you guys have said it. Like, there is something to, you can just kind of see it within the team. Like, the belief doesn't feel like it's there.
You can see it on their faces.
Yeah. And I saw Jokic's face during that Golden State game on Friday. He was sitting on the bench. It was getting towards the end of the game. It's, I think, as visibly frustrated I've seen Jokic in a long time.
I would completely agree. I haven't seen. You're exactly right. Boy, this season, Vic, you have to look pretty far and wide to find any joy consistently.
It's like they're
out of the entire team.
There's nobody having fun.
No, there's zero fun.
There's no fun. There's no fun playing the game. It's a labor.
When people are having fun, it's at the most inappropriate time.
Yeah. I mean,
if you want me to explain, I'll tell you what. When we come back, Vic, I'll explain. And it should probably tell you just maybe what the belief is.
If you get a 37-point triple-double and you get a career night out of your two guard, career night, 30 points, 8 rebounds, career night, you shouldn't lose that game. You shouldn't lose that game.
We'll get back to this in just a second. Broadcasting from the Backes and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. This is bad.
This is going to be a bad day. He's driving me. We're 15 minutes in.
I know it's
nobody's happy. You know what it felt like though when you walked in, Vic? No offense to you, and I love you, man. I really do. Brett, did you ever eat dinner as a family? You and your mom and dad and Nolan, like just all sit around?
It's actually very rare that we were all together at the table
because
at once.
the boy, you're always doing something. You always have
Yeah.
practice, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like if you ever have family dinners and dad had a bad day,
yeah,
there ain't a whole lot of talking going on around that dinner table, is there?
Mm-hmm.
So
There's just a lot of forks clinking against plates.
Correct. There's eye contact. It's stop eating so loud, that kind of thing, right? What do you mean you need more salt? You just had salt. It's that. That's what it feels like when
little
he walked
things
in.
that
He walked in.
me.
Yeah, he walked in. First of all, he had to take care of the dogs this morning, and that's a chore in itself.
Threw me completely off my routine.
Oh, you had to do the dog routine when those stink. Like when my wife's out of town, and I gotta get up extra early to make sure the dogs are outside, get them.
And one won't go outside. I had to carry it, and then you try to pick it up, and it tries to nip at you. And I'm like, I don't have time for this crap.
So that's how it starts.
Nuggets just lost their fourth straight.
So in order to pick up the little one that's going blind and is angry and likes to bite,
I mean, what are we doing?
He's got to put his phone down in a place that he is not used to putting his phone down.
And then what happens?
Then he leaves the house without his phone because he's grabbing his backpack. Now he's running late. He's PO'd about what happened last night with the Nuggets at home against Indiana. And then he gets here, and I went
like 40 times during the first segment.
And then
How many times
throat.
did he clear his throat in the first segment?
I was trying to read some post-game audio quotes, and all I got is Moser during the break. He's yelling about something he's hearing on a commercial that's bothering him. And I can feel the bubbling from Vic because I don't know what he's doing, but I feel it. And then he finally goes, Moser, you're driving me nuts.
So
you gotta stop.
So that's where we're at right now, and we're all panicking. Vic, I saw some things. Here's what I'd prefer. I don't know when Tyrese Halliburton is making free throws to seal the game, and it was already over, but with 4.4 seconds left. What I don't want, as you watch your grip on home court advantage slip away in the Western Conference, I don't want any smiling and giggling from anybody.
I could not agree with you more.
And so here's the
Drives
thing.
me nuts.
Here's the thing. If you're going to smile or giggle for whatever reason in that situation, then excuse yourself from the bench and go to the locker room, okay? Because this is not a situation.
Just say who it is. It was Jamal. Jamal was smiling and giggling as the Nuggets were losing their fourth straight game.
And he's on the
that
bench.
bothered you. And it should. It bothered me.
It should bother you.
Yeah.
I just think, and listen, maybe he's going to be back and the Nuggets can turn it on and all this kind of thing. Maybe. But I just think the optics of the situation don't call for yucking it up.
Especially if you're not playing.
Especially if you're not playing when your team is getting bounced right now by Indiana. An Indiana team that is a pretty good basketball team in the Eastern Conference, but not great, right? I mean, I guess they're about where you are, to be honest with you.
Fourth spot right now.
Yeah, they're you, but they come into your joint and they come back on you when you had a first quarter and then a halftime lead. And it just, the whole thing, and again, he's not a bad person or anything. I'm just saying, do you want it or do you don't want it as a club? And maybe that is an example, and maybe that is a tell of where there's really kind of a lack of belief right now.
Here's what I'm not going to tolerate this morning, Nuggets fans. I'm not going to hear, if only the Nuggets had Jamal. Pacers played their game without their leading scorer.
Do you know how many teams the Nuggets
Pacers
have played?
played without their leading scorer, and it didn't bother them one bit. They came in here and beat the Nuggets.
How many games have the Nuggets played with key players on the opposition out down the stretch?
It's an excuse.
Right.
It's not a valid reason why they lost.
They were 3-7 in their last 10 basketball games. By far the worst of anybody in the top 8. Well, tied with Memphis, I guess, because we've talked about how Memphis has been steady struggling. The Nuggets have been just as bad the last 10 games. Everybody else in the top 6 is kicking butt, essentially. Lakers are kind of bouncing around, but everybody else is kicking butt, and the Nuggets are on the elevator going down, not up.
Yeah, I want to repeat something just to make sure that you guys heard it. That over the last 3 games in which Nikola Jokic has played, he's averaged 45, 12, and 11 on 62% from the field and 45% from 3, and the Nuggets have lost 3 straight games. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how you don't have enough support outside of those numbers to get wins in moments like this. And this is where I get really scared. Like, when you have the best player in the world putting up numbers like that, it's very clearly not an effort problem from Jokic. Mm-hmm. He is doing whatever he can to help this basketball team win. If that means that he needs to put up 61 points in 53 minutes in a double overtime game, he does it. If that means he needs 41, 15, and 13 like last night, he does it. And it's still not enough. And you can tell me, hey, Jamal's not playing. I don't care. I don't care. Like, these should be enough for whoever is on the floor surrounding him right now. And it's not. And the very specific reasons for it are that you can't get a stop when a stop matters. They can't. Late in that game, the Nuggets with 5 minutes left, and this is where I'm talking about Moser, the offense needing to be perfect at all times for you to come away with wins. You know, I think this dates back to, remember when they beat OKC? So it was a back-to-back. They got smoked in that first game, right? And then they won the second game. And I said, it's great that they beat OKC. Here's the concern that I have when the postseason starts is that they needed 128 points to win that game, 129?
Right. Yeah.
And I go, can you do that 4 times in 7 games against the best defense in the league?
Doesn't feel like you can.
Well, last night, with 5 minutes left, the Nuggets had 115 points. They finished with 120. It's really hard to continuously get a bucket when you can't get a stop. It's what happened at the end of the game. You need to execute perfectly. They ended up with 5 points in the final 5 minutes, and they were down 2 with 25 seconds left and threw the ball away. And that's ball game.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's something that I was kind of shocked in saying. Did you see when that happened, the Nuggets missed a shot shortly afterwards, and there was 12 seconds left or something. Jokic actually bent down to start taking his ring off his shoe, and the Nuggets continued to foul, and he kind of looked up like,
yeah, what are we doing?
Guys, what are we doing here?
He's not a dummy.
Now you guys want to fight?
He's not a dummy. Vic, it felt like coming down the stretch yesterday, and I don't know how many times I felt like this during the course of the season, but I'm sure you did as well. Or you have as well. I'm hoping for misses from the opposition. I'm not looking for defensive stops. Yeah. I'm hoping and begging for misses. I'm like, so when guys are taking shots, I'm like this. I let out that sort of scream.
I get it.
It's
frustrating.
I'm hoping for misses in the fourth quarter as opposed to, hey, man, just go get yourself a stop. That's all. Like Miles Turner took a big three-pointer last night, and it missed. I'm like, whew. Because these are buckets that can put the Pacers up by 2, 3, and then it just gets away from the lane.
This is not the team that won an NBA championship 2 seasons ago. And if you're thinking that they're going to transform into that team here in the next 2 weeks, you're high.
What do you think's the biggest difference between the two? Championship team and this one. What's the biggest difference?
They're missing a couple key perimeter players. I think the defense starts on the perimeter. The defense starts at the point of attack. And, Coach Malone said after the game last night, his biggest disappointment this season has been his defense. It's gone backwards. And I think it starts there. When you allow people to drive right past you, it breaks everybody down.
Does KCP make that much of a difference?
Yeah, and so does Bruce Brown. And when you're allowing guys to drive past you and they find those creases and those cracks, and then everybody's got to rotate, and they're not rotating properly, the rotation is terrible. So it's not just that perimeter defense, it's the lack of communication. It's the rotational issues they have. It's not, no team in NBA history has had a defense this bad that's contended for a championship. You can't.
It's hard to find teams in any sport.
You can't.
With defense this bad that
That's
wins
not possible. You can't. It's a complete almost cursed. It's a crap show. It's hard to watch at times because you play your butt off on offense. I mean, you score 120 points. You play your butt off on offense. And Indiana was happy to exchange baskets.
Yeah, but Vic, everybody likes to score.
I have a comparison.
Everybody likes to throw the ball in the bucket. Everybody does. Does everybody like to defend? It's hard to defend.
It's a complete crap.
And if they don't address this in the offseason, Yeah, I'm already talking
Yeah.
about the offseason, and I don't care what anybody says. I'm already there. If you don't address this in the offseason, you're going to get more of the same.
Well, let me bring up something on top of that. There's a comparison I made this morning where I was talking about in any sport, if you need your offense to be that good in order to win games, you tell me the champions you've seen with that. It's few and far between. And I said, there's a team that kind of reminds me of the Nuggets that played in the NFL last year, and it was Cincinnati. Cincinnati could put up 35 a night or 35 a week, but they were a non-playoff team because they couldn't get a stop. And the question becomes this. There's one of two things that's going to happen here. There's 3 regular season games left, and then there's wherever you fit into postseason seeding, whether that's play-in or not. One of two things is going to happen. The less likely option in my head is the Nuggets just find it, and they play basketball that resembles the team that we've seen over the past couple of years. I suppose that's possible. But here, to me, is the more likely option, Vic. They play poorly, they get bounced early, and you're going to have some major changes this offseason. Because that's how it feels. You cannot, there is no option that results in early playoff round or early playoff exit turns into, yeah, I think we give this one more year. There's no one more year. I mean, Calvin Booth has said it. He said he is responsible as being, is this the quote, Vic? The steward of Nikola Jokic's prime? Isn't that what he said when he took over?
Yeah.
Well, after seeing this year, there is no, well, let's give it one more shot. You have to do some major shakeups if that happens.
In fact, the issue is when you talk about one more year and all that, you can't treat these windows like they're going to remain open for a long time because too many things can happen. Too many injuries can happen. And I think the team psychologically went into this thinking,
I so agree with this, yeah.
We'll have an ability to turn it on when we need to. What you're not taking into account is the Oklahoma Cities of the world, the Houstons of the world, Luka going to L.A. You're not taking what other teams are doing into account. And you have to be able to measure that and understand that. And I think, for example, OKC yesterday, you see him get blitzed by the Lakers? Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if OKC is looking at the Lakers saying, we want them in the 3 seed so we can avoid them in the second round.
Could be.
Could be. When's the last time you saw OKC get blitzed like that?
See, but that's the thing, though. To me, it's why I kind of cringed when I saw the quote from Calvin Booth. Was it this offseason or the one before? Where he said, I want to take the Spurs model, which is, 3 and 6 as opposed to back-to-back. Right. And I'm like, that is assuming a lot of things that cannot be assumed. That's assuming health for everybody on your roster. That's assuming that nobody drops off. That's assuming that the rest of the league, the rest of the conference doesn't get better around you. It's a lot of assumptions that I don't like making 6 years down the road.
Well, I think everybody wants long-term sustainability, though. I mean, as bad as the Blackhawks have been, they won 3 cups in 6 years. Would you take it? Yeah. I mean, listen.
But I don't know if you can plan for that, Moj. I think you just got to build the best version of yourself every year and then ride with it.
I would say, Vic, yeah, you're right. You're right. Vic, I would say this. It's hard enough to win as it is. It's hard enough to win when all your guys are healthy and things are going pretty good.
Yeah.
And you feel good about it. It's hard, Vic. It's hard enough to win when you believe that you can win. All right?
Yeah, they don't believe right now.
Then when you have all these other factors working against you, and I don't want to pick on anybody or anything like that. Just things rub me the wrong way. Brett, you weren't here yet, but Vic recalls this. This is my example. The Avalanche were out of it. Patrick Waugh's last year here. They had bumbled down the stretch. They were out of it. They weren't going to make the postseason. And what did Matt Duchene do? Vic?
Started grumbling. He wanted out of here.
No. He scored his 30th goal of the year.
And then he celebrated.
And he went against the glass and bam, and da-da-da. In a game that you're losing to the Blues and you're knocked out of the postseason.
You should be on... Listen, it's one of those things where You just don't do certain
And by the way,
things.
Dutchie listen, he's matured a lot. He's a different guy than he was then. That was a young player moment. But the optics of it were really bad, and the coach called him out for it. The optics that I saw last night on the bench as your season is frittering away, as Halliburton's making free throws to end the game, you can't show that, man. You got to show some fight and some oomph. And listen, maybe the bigger thing, you're a professional, you're all professionals, and you're going to overcome this. And maybe I'm worrying too much.
What do you mean you're worrying too much?
I don't think you can worry too much.
There's no worrying too much. They've lost 4 in a row. This is their first 4-game losing streak of the season.
Then they know they can't win.
And it came at the most important juncture of the season.
That's the thing. That's what I can't get over. This isn't in the middle of January where maybe you're like, oh, man, I want to get to a break. I want to get to the All-Star break. This is for you to stay out of play-in spots and potentially fight for like a 2 seed.
Yeah. I believe Vic, real quick, I believe I said like 3 weeks ago, I don't need to see, long stretches of this and that. I just need to see evidence in the last couple of weeks of the regular season, in let's say 3 or 4 straight games, see evidence that you can be that team.
What evidence?
And there has been no evidence whatsoever.
What evidence did you see last night from the team? I like to do this. I like to do these gut checks after games. Who showed you that they care last night?
Well, certainly the big fella always shows me he cares.
CB.
I thought that Christian Brown played his butt off last night.
Christian Brown does not like to lose.
He had a terrific game.
After the game, Joker was asked about that mix-up with Christian.
Yeah.
That possession that resulted in a turnover. And he said, yeah, we both messed it up.
I think they all care, Vic. I think they all care.
He said, I don't get mad at Christian. He plays hard. He's a winner.
Yeah, I think they all care. I do. It's just, do you care enough to...
Caring is one thing, doing is another.
See, yeah, I would agree with that, yes.
Get back to this in a little bit. I do want to talk about some other things from over the weekend, including the Avs game. So the Avs, equally as disappointing of a game, but not the same type of feeling exiting that. I'll explain why next.
We know where we're at. The coaches do a really good job of, telling us where we're at. They have all year. Like I said, I think that a few games ago we would have looked and been like, man, we're in a great spot. Before the game today, we're like we control our own destiny, to get to where we want to be, where we've kind of fought all year to be. And the coaches, like I said, have told us that all year. They've done a really good job of putting emphasis on, hey, this matters, and this is where we need to be. These are the games we need to win. So the locker room knows. And that's on me to make sure that we're ready, before we run out, that we're ready when we step on the court, that throughout the game somebody's got to talk to them, and that's got to be me.
Christian Brown after the game. We'll get back to the Nuggets in just a little bit. If you guys want the keyword for today for that brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas, the keyword today is relax. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We got a keyword every day through this Friday where we're giving this sauna away. But again, the keyword for today, relax.
RELAX. Is that relax? That's Aaron, right?
Correct.
Hey Vic, what did Frankie say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Frankie says relax. That's an old thing from the 80s. I thought he would get it, but
we're just not on the same. We're not on the same.
Not on the same wavelength.
You got to understand.
We're just not. We're not there today.
You're talking to an angry corpse this morning. Yeah. You cannot be throwing these things at him. Now, by the way, Moj, Saturday wasn't any better. I mean, the Avs played an awful game. They're down 4-0 midway through the second. They tried to battle their way back, and the final score doesn't indicate how the game went. But
who's the guy on 9 News that does the weather on Sunday nights? It looks kind of like you with a beard.
I have no idea.
Anyway, I'm watching that guy, and he's like, hey, tomorrow, man, this stuff's clearing out. It's going to be end to end, beginning to end, sunny day. I'm like, yes, give me some vitamin D. Saturday sucked, for a couple of different reasons. Let me say this: we left, was it Tuesday, to go to Chicago? Never saw the sun the entire time.
I knew there was going to be a problem, by the way, Vic. So Saturday, I'm at dinner with a few family friends of ours, and I get a phone call from Moser, and they got the game on inside there. So this is like 10 minutes before the puck drops, and I go, "Hello?" He goes, "Hey, what you doing?" Just having dinner, Moj.
Having dinner? What are you doing exactly?
I said, that's what I said. I said, what are you doing? He goes, just at the game. Just seeing what you're up to. All right, see ya. And they said, who was that? And I go, it was Moser. And everybody looked at the TV. They're like, the game's going to start in like 5 minutes. And I was like,
I had time to talk to our boy.
But I knew it was going to be weird because your head wasn't in the game either.
So here's how it started out, Vic.
Where in that? Anything surprise you there?
Kind of. I thought he'd be doing something. At all. Kind of. But here's the difference. They had a stinker of a game. They just played bad.
St. Louis can't lose.
Can't lose.
Yeah,
but here's what you did do. You beat up Bennington a little bit, and you solved him so that, he won the game, but you got to him pretty good. And you figured out a way to do it. So that's a positive. But listen, leading up to that game, it rained in Chicago. The Avs couldn't fly out after the game because the line of storms and tornadoes all the way through Indiana going to die, right? You can't go through that.
Yeah.
So you got to fly out game day. You get it to Columbus, blah, blah, blah. Raining in Columbus, raining in St. Louis. And so, Vic, you've been to these arenas, and you could tell the people who are running the inside of the arena can be jerks. Every single song from the time we step foot in the arena and they actually start playing music, it's probably 3 hours before game time. Every song was a rain song.
They just leaned into
Riders on the Storm. I love a rainy night. Africa. They pulled out Blame It on the Rain by Milli Vanilli. I was highly depressed by the time the puck dropped. I'm like, it's all just about rain. And
yeah, with rain.
There's a difference, though.
It's like rain on your wedding day. Everything made me mad.
Okay.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
Here's the difference, though. They played poorly, don't have nearly the same feeling as I do after the Nuggets, right? It's just like, all right, they had a stinker of a game. It happens occasionally. And with where the Avs are at, would it have been nice to beat St. Louis, throw a boot right into their teeth and say you're staying in the wild card? They're going to stay there, okay? They aren't jumping the Avs for that 3 seed in the Central. So none of that matters. It's just You played a poor game. The difference is you have this, you have a confidence with the Avs right now that just doesn't exist with the Nuggets. So the difference in the games, both of them stink. One of them you're able to kind of write off.
Yeah, for sure. And you solve Benny, let's you down 4-0. Here's what the Avs get into right now. Coming down this situation where you're not locked into the 3, but you're essentially locked into the 3. All you have to do, Vic, is win 2 out of your last 4 games, and St. Louis cannot catch you, even if they win out.
Right.
So if you go 2-2 in your last 4 games, with Vegas coming to town tomorrow night, then Vancouver on Thursday. Vancouver's going to be out of it by then, so they're already out of it, so they're not going to have anything to play for. And then you go to LA and then to Anaheim. So as long as you pull 4 points out, period, you're going to be the number 3 team. Now, if St. Louis should actually lose a friggin' game, it makes it even easier for you. You can't manufacture that emotion. That being said, here's what the Avs have been doing. You get portions of daydreaming, is what I call it. There are little portions, little shifts, or any given shift. You're sort of daydreaming a little bit, right? You're tooling around in your own end. Oh, God, a 3-on-2. You're not playing bad hockey. You're daydreaming.
Is that for them, they feel, again, we know Moj, they aren't locked into the 3, but they're locked into 3. Is the daydreaming moments just them being like, all right,
Come
let's
on.
go. We're
Let's go.
Postseason.
Yes.
Come on.
100%. 1,000%.
Baby Billy. He's on CBS this morning.
That's because of the season finale of White Lotus, which I thoroughly enjoyed last night. And I know you guys didn't watch it because you're cretins.
What is the show about?
It's an outstanding program.
Okay. I'll have to jump in.
It's about a hotel, and it's a murder mystery.
I guess, so my brother-in-law and my sister were over for dinner last night.
I mean, seriously, the fact you guys don't partake
and they do
in
this.
is...
They go, oh, God, we got to go. What?
Yeah.
What? Because White Lotus is about to start.
Most of the country shares that sentiment.
Wait, so what, did they go back-to-back with Walton Goggins of Righteous Gemstones followed by White Lotus?
Pretty
they
much.
Just go back-to-back
Yeah.
on Sundays?
Yeah, he's in everything, this guy.
He's better than White Lotus. He's better.
Don't you disrespect Baby Billy that way.
Baby Billy.
Don't you do it. By the way, Moj, another thing.
So anyway,
just to mention.
So they daydream a little bit. They get caught with their pants down a little bit. It happens. But they know, look, they know they're a good club, and everything that goes wrong for the Avs right now. And I don't want to get into any bad habits with this team. I'm sure the coach doesn't want them to have any bad habits. Bolduc scores 2 power play goals. He's left alone in this the slot twice. He has all day to settle the puck down, and bam, right? The Buchnevich goal where he basically gets the puck at the top of the crease, and he's got all day. He's able to actually make a move and deke Blackwood down to the ice and put it in with a back. There's nobody on him. These are things that are incredibly fixable. These are daydream moments, okay?
That if the intensity of the postseason's here, they aren't allowed.
That is absolutely correct.
Can I mention one other thing?
That doesn't mean I have to like it or they have to like it, but you see the reasons, and it's incredibly fixable.
Read something over the weekend that I think is very interesting. So Gabe, to continue skating, throws on the Eagles jersey and starts rolling around with them for a little bit. What I heard was, I don't know if the ass have been granted or if it's just within the rule book or whatever, he is allowed a 3-game stint with the Eagles without that counting against the cap.
Bednar said it on this show a month ago.
I don't,
Yeah, he's
I didn't
allowed
know if it's
to.
the exact details.
But he said on the show a month
Yeah.
ago that he'd be able to play for the Eagles.
I think they should.
Well, why wouldn't you give him some game time?
How many games are left with the Eagles, by the way?
They're in the postseason.
So he would just jump in during the postseason
Why
with them
wouldn't you give
and play
him
out.
some time if he can do it?
Sure.
It'd be foolish not to.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine, listen, those guys at the Colorado Eagles, a lot of them have played in the National Hockey League, continue to. They got some great, Jason Megnas of the world and Jacob McDonald's. These are great dudes, right, who have played plenty of games in the NHL. But for some of the younger guys, right, some of the pups, even for Taylor McCarr, right, first game the other day, you see old 92 roll into the rink, you're like, whoa.
That's cool.
Whoa. Hey, Gabe Landeskog is here. It's pretty cool.
I would love to see this. Use this as your opportunity so it's not just you head into the postseason assuming you're playing totally dry. You just kind of go out there and like, hey, here's your first game action. Every minute matters. Go make the most of it. Like,
Right.
that's pretty tough.
They don't get to the postseason for a while, That's gonna be not till Friday the 18th. So they've got no. What's today? Today's the 7th. Yeah, they've got April 11th against the Henderson Silver Knights. That's Vegas' team. 12th against Henderson Silver Knights. They go on the road at Ontario on the 16th.
Can I tell you how fun it was to watch?
Maybe it's the 19th is the last game. Yeah,
how fun it was to watch history made yesterday with Ovechkin. I turned the game on because I knew it was they were down 2-0. I said, well, let me turn this on just in case it happens. So I turned it on, and literally 30 seconds after I turned the game on, power play, bam! I mean, what a shot. What a way to score. What a way to get the record. What a celebration. What a moment. I mean, what is it, a 30-minute award afterwards? I mean, it was like an award show, like I'm watching the Oscars. They stopped the game for a full 30.
You know what's especially amazing about that is he's 39, and that Moj was his 42nd goal of the season at 39 years old.
Crazy.
He hasn't had like a drop-off.
And he missed like, what, 12,
production.
15 games?
Yeah, he's only played 61 this year. He's got 42 goals. But you even look over Gretzky's numbers. As he starts to age, everything kind of is taking a dip. There's no dips with Ovechkin. He's still sitting there like 3 or 4 years ago, 50-goal season, 42-goal season. This is where maybe you thought it was starting to drop because he had 31 last year, but to throw 42 back on the board is insane, like crazy.
I want to find the interview that Riker did with him this year when the Caps were in town. And Riker had never done a one-on-one interview with anybody at all. And producer goes, hey, you're doing this. He's like, okay. And so his first interview is with Alexander Ovechkin, who's in pursuit of Wayne Gretzky. Vic, you'll appreciate this. First question out of Riker's mouth, and he soft pedals it a little bit. It's about, hey, what's this chase been like? And Ovechkin gives him one of these. And he's like, oh, God, I just ruined everything. And Ovechkin was great in the interview. But he said, listen, that the halves of your career are virtually identical. How's that possible? And he says, well, I get good sleep. I rest, I recover, I eat well, I train. He goes, and then there's some other stuff that I can't talk about. I'm not going to talk about. I'm like, well, what's that other stuff? I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know. Like, it's remarkable because whatever
it is, he and LeBron are using the same other stuff.
Well, they've got their gene pool must be incredible.
I forgot about that, by the way. He didn't just get injured this year. He broke his leg.
He missed 6 weeks.
He broke his leg.
Dude, he missed 6 weeks and he scored 42 goals. With out 6 weeks with a broken leg.
Yeah, that's insane.
My favorite part, after he hits the record, everybody's congratulating him, and then he goes to the goalie on which he scored, pats him on the pad and says, hey, man, sorry. And the goalie's, imagine what, the goalie's name, who was it? Who gave up that goal?
It was their number one there. What's his face?
His name is going to be tied to that forever.
Well, so are Tom Wilson and Dylan Strome. They're both going to be tied to it because it's what's his face? Sorokin. Golly, I want to keep on to say Shesterkin. It's Sorokin is the goalie. And by the way, he went to Sorokin, who's also Russian, and said, give me your goal stick. And he did.
He did.
He wanted the stick that he scored.
Give me your wallet, too. Give me this.
Give me your 401k.
But I mean, listen, this is for him. He's a Russian guy from Moscow. It's huge for him in his country and for all the Russian players, too. This is a huge, huge thing. Obviously, it should be. It's the greatest goal scorer in the history of the game.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. A whole bunch to get to this morning. Stick around.
Would it shock you? Would it shock you if I told you that Mark Rycroft can sing? Yes. Would that shock you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he can sing. He's just like, well, my wife can play the piano, right?
Mm-hmm.
And paint and do all this stuff. She can also sing really well. And you can tell it's effortless with these people because they hit the exact note at the proper time. They can climb up and down the octave. And Nelly, you know what I'm talking about. When somebody can sing, even if it's just on the side, you're like, they can sing.
Oh, yeah. When you hear it, you know.
Inside the arenas we go to, and they play the music and blah, you cannot believe how many notes that Riker can hit. And it really blows my mind. Anyway, I just thought I'd offer that up because he was singing Blame It on the Rain in St. Louis getting ready for the game because they're playing all those stupid rain songs there.
It's a gift.
I'm one of those good weather man.
Hey, we just heard from Prime, and I know that on Friday they had the big workout, the pro workout.
Did you see him get after that scout?
No.
Oh, yeah.
So from what I could gather in the video that I saw, there was a scout, and I think they're about to run their 40 times, and he was kind of showing the players, like, hey, I want you to line up like this. And Dion basically puts a hand kind of in his chest and goes, you guys do it the way that you guys want to do it. Don't listen to him. He was saying that to the scout, yeah. It's like, don't listen to him. You guys run the way that you guys want to run. To a certain extent, I had respect for Dion. It's like, hey, this is my 40 time.
Yeah.
If I feel more comfortable doing it this way, then let me run it that way.
Nothing against what they did up there because it was awesome. It's one of the greatest collections of talent and people that we've seen in these pro workouts all year, right? For a quarterback and for a receiver, and what a complete waste of time. What on earth do you learn from a pro day that the film doesn't already show you?
I have no idea.
What are we doing here?
Other than getting your hands on the player and be able to talk to him, I have no clue.
Oh, look at that. 15. I was reading Twitter. He just completed 15 in a row. Oh, my God. Really?
Against air.
Oh, my God.
Against air.
Are you serious? He completed 15 in a row? Yeah. What have we gotten to here?
The defensive back was air. So if you're going against air and you're going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft, you should complete 15 in a row against air. You should.
We're at that point now before the draft where we are micromanaging these players to the point every little thing they do, say, every move, every habit, every reflex, it is beyond ridiculous now. The tape speaks volumes. You shouldn't need more than that.
Yeah, I think it's what Moser said. Maybe it's just a chance, another opportunity to talk to him would be my guess. Probably, but yeah. We're 2.5 weeks away from the draft kicking off, so hopefully it'll be done here soon. Now, I want to go back to something, and I just want to reemphasize kind of where we're at as a fan base, as people who care about the Denver Nuggets.
By the way, not everybody has your cynicism. There are some people that think they will be able to turn it on.
Well, God bless them.
Make the case. Because I don't think if you're one of the people that does not share the cynicism that I hold right now, as Vic would call it, and I am.
I too share your cynicism. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean,
I'm borderline sinister with the way that I feel.
I'm at the
feel
point
right now.
I'm at the point now.
So he went from the cynicism, Vic. Now but those are two different words, by the way.
I know they are. I'm trying to emphasize sinister. I'm like evil in the way that I'm thinking about them.
But the root of both of those words is one starts. They're different roots, yet it feels like they should be connected.
But hang on. What I'm getting at is this. If you aren't where I am right now with the Nuggets, and I hate being here, by the way. I take no joy. I'm not one of these guys like, you go to some markets around the country, like New York's one of them, where it's like, or Boston or Philly, like they thrive on the negativity part. Like, I'm not one of those people. I hate being in this headspace.
No, we have our
can't
best
stand
time
it.
when the teams are succeeding, man.
Yeah,
But
totally.
Here's what I'd love to hear. If you don't share the same sort of cynicism that I have, and you think that there is a silver lining or a more optimistic path to take with this team that I am not saying, I want you to make the case. But here's going to be my guess. The only case you can make is nothing tangible. It's all going to be about hopes. It's just going to be like, well, when they hit the postseason, Jamal will be a lot better.
How do you know he's going to play?
I don't think you can give me a tangible piece of evidence that you can point to and say, this is what you're missing and this is what's going to show itself. I don't think that exists.
And I keep hearing, well, the starting five hasn't played together enough. I'm the one, I use that stat. I think they've got 22 games with the original starting five under their belt this year, 22.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those 22 games.
If they were 18-4, then maybe I'd buy in. But they're not.
They're like 12-10.
Brett raises a very good point, though, Vic. Typically, it's us that are doing the explaining and the turning of the outlook, right, on people. If you want to present a case where you think the Nuggets are going to because I think we're all in agreement on this show how we feel today, and we haven't felt this way in a long time. Even last year when they lose to Minnesota, I'm like, okay, look, they just got pooped out. They've played a lot of meaningful basketball. Hey, blowing a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home stinks because I'm convinced they would have beaten the Mavericks and taken their shot against the Celtics. Maybe not won, but they would have been in the NBA Final. But to get here to watch them leaking water, a leaky little boat here at the end of
it's not a leak. They're capsizing.
Okay, capsizing this boat right now and dropping out of the 2-3 down to maybe down to the play-in. I could never have predicted they'd be in this situation. And what I see is not good. I don't see them recovering from this right this second. So that being said, if you want to lay out some sort of PowerPoint presentation, I'm all ears and I'm all eyes. I will listen to what you have to say. It's going to have to be incredibly compelling to drive me off the rock that I'm on right now.
Here's my thing about the Nuggets. They don't make sense. If I told you, just wipe the canvas here. Hey, you've got a home game on Sunday that is critical to your playoff chase. In that game, your three-time MVP is going to go for 41, 15, and 13 with 2 steals. Your two-guard is going to give you a career day, 30 points, 8 rebounds. He's going to score 7 straight on his own at some point in the fourth quarter. You're going to get those 2 performances. You think you win or lose the game?
You think you win the game.
How do you lose?
I don't know, Vic. You still can't shoot. You still can't shoot the 3 ball anywhere above 30%.
And I'm not done yet. And you shoot better than 54% from the field as a team. You shoot better. Do you understand how hard it is to lose with all those things happening? You shoot as a team better than 54% from the field. You get a 41-point triple-double from your MVP in a career game out of your other guard, and you lose at home.
I watched.
I don't know what to say.
I watched Michael Malone last night. I thought he was remarkably composed. I would love to get Michael Malone alone and just get some truth serum in him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
But there's only so many times. What game was it where he lost it? He used that card. And
it worked. It worked.
It worked for a game or two. What game?
It was the loss in Portland.
That's right.
A few weeks ago.
The loss in Portland where he just went, a little bonkers, talked about the play-in, talked about all that stuff, and they came back, and after that game, they looked pretty decent.
Well, they went to Houston and won.
Yes.
I mean,
and that's when they were the 2 seed.
Yeah.
They climbed all the way to the 2 seed, and that pep talk worked. But let me tell you, there's only so many times you can provide that. At some point, it's on the players. Not some point. It always is on the players.
Vic,
listen to me. It's on the players. I'm going to say it 50 times today. It's on the players. It's on them. The players. They're professionals. They've all been to the mountaintop. If a coach has to motivate you to play defense, there's something wrong.
But is it motivation? Is it effort? Or are they just not good at defense? Like, that's what I've been trying to figure
They're
out.
playing the same defense that won them a championship.
They aren't the same defense, though. KCP, I think, made up for a lot of problems that they had defensively. He was able to stick with people on the perimeter. He was able to work through screens. He didn't switch everything that came his way. Like, he is a very good individual defender.
And he was a great communicator.
And I think when we just go to the well of they aren't trying hard enough, I think that's a cope. I think that's a cope for just like they might not be good at it. Here's the thing, man. If they were capable of playing good defense, 79 games into the season, how often have we seen a good defensive performance? Very rarely.
Well,
it can't just be every night they aren't giving effort. Can't be that every night.
For the first half of the season, this was something they could lean on because it was true. They had one of the best clutch defenses in the league, fourth quarter defenses, right?
Yeah.
They leaned on that. Well, that went away too.
Right.
Look at what they did in the clutch last night. And that's what makes this so hard to stomach is that the Denver Nuggets over the course of the last 3 years have been one of the most clutch teams. When it gets down to crunch time,
Absolutely.
they execute.
Yes.
They execute you into oblivion.
Yes.
What happened last night when things got tight? It's a 2-point game.
They gave it all away.
Turnover. I mean, oh my God, with the turnovers.
Brett, I would much rather buy into what you're saying is that, you know what? They just don't have good enough personnel. They're just not good enough. Right? You don't have enough defensive talent.
Well, I think that's the
Hang
only
on.
thing that, okay.
I would much rather believe that than you've got guys in that room who've got torn rotator cuffs.
I wouldn't, because at least that gives me hope that they could turn it around
Actually,
when the postseason
what does
starts.
Riker call it? A motivator cuff. Do you have any torn motivator cuffs inside that room? Listen, once you win it all, and you realize how hard it is to win it all, a lot of guys in all sports, whew, we did it. It's not the motivation factor, even if it dips by 2%. Can be an issue. Even on the very best teams in every sport, which is why when teams are able to sustain, like what Kansas City Chiefs are doing, having won as much as they've won, and they still going out there and slobber knock it and try to get another Super Bowl, that's pretty damn amazing.
Let me take it a step further. And this is going to sound unfair. And I probably shouldn't even say this, but I don't care. If they were, which I don't think they can, if they were to suddenly turn it on in the postseason and we see some amazing march, like a completely different show. Like, oh my God, where was it? That'll make me even more angry.
Me too, actually.
If you hit a button and suddenly they do defend, everybody does play, everybody is in on it. If they suddenly get, that's unacceptable. That's unprofessional.
I agree with you.
Which is why I don't think they can.
Let me go back here.
Do you agree with me, Moshe?
Yeah, let me go back here.
You tell me.
I'm going to click on this team, and I'm going to click on the schedule, and I'm going to click on that last part of it. You guys recall coming down the stretch in 21-22 for the Colorado Avalanche? Jared Bednar even talked about it on the show.
I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
I mean,
either.
you're just...
Well, the Avalanche coming down the stretch in 21-22, the year they won the Stanley Cup. How did they finish up that regular season? They were junk. Were they not?
Well, they were like resting, weren't they?
Pretty much, but they lost they lost 6 out of 7 games coming down the stretch. But did we have any panic whatsoever?
No, because they had a huge lead.
Right.
No, but here's the thing. When
we
they wanted to do it, they would do it.
We knew what they were doing.
Right, so what I don't want to do is be hypocritical because that team.
But you know the difference. The Nuggets did the same thing. When the Nuggets won a championship, they took it easy, took the foot off the gas. We know the difference, Moshe. We're not dumb. We know the difference between taking your foot off the gas and having no gas.
But beyond that, Moshe, if they had the ability to turn it on, we would have seen it.
It would have been turned on by now.
You tell me. Like, is there any moment this year in which you would say, like, oh, the Nuggets, they were just messing around, and then they turn it on, and then that's what they look like? I haven't seen that once this year.
This is the exact point. Vic, when I said earlier today, that doesn't seem like there's any joy there, right? There's no joy happening.
It's joyless basketball they're playing.
In the last several years, I can point to 8 wins during the course of the regular season where I go, that was badass. And you know what? They were badass, and they knew they were badass.
Yeah.
And they played and they won and they expressed emotions like they were badass. I haven't seen that one time all season long this year.
Well, we can get back to that a little bit
In
later.
47 wins.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Shut up, Nelly. Nobody's relaxing here.
Yeah, you know what? Well, he's doing that because we do have a keyword for our sauna today, custom-built sauna. That keyword is relax.
Relax.
So text that in your first and last name to
Dude, that was a
303-504-0925. That is a custom-built, brand-new sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. You can check out more from their whole collection at getabettershed.com. But the keyword, relax, in your first and last name.
Who's more ticked off today, Nuggets fans or Duke Blue Devil fans?
That's brutal.
Did you see the way they fell apart down the stretch of that game?
That foul call on Cooper Flag was a pretty tough
That
one.
was suspect. But
pretty tough.
You have
They were
to
up
be
like
able
14.
Guys, you have to be able to inbound the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, give Houston credit. By the way, Calvin Sampson,
Tell
he
that to
coached
AC.
Calvin Sampson can coach my team any day. What a great coach he is.
Yep.
What a hunger that Houston displayed. They're down 6. What was it? 6 in the final minute. The announcers say, well, they're going to foul now. They didn't foul. They decided not to foul. They're down 6. This game's over. They're down 6 with a minute to play.
Hell of an impressive
And they won
win.
the game.
So who's it going to be? I mean, they're both 35-4 now. Who's it going to be tonight? Hell,
You know
what's
what?
the line on that game?
You know what? If you could give me some of that Walter Clayton Jr., if you can give me that guy, and if you say to me he's available right now for your team,
1.5 Florida, by the way.
I would take him up. Dude, that dude, I'm never going to compare him to Steph, okay? And there's never going to be another Steph. But he displays certain mannerisms, fearlessness, shot-making ability.
Yep.
I love him.
He flurries.
And
his
I
shot,
looked it
in his
up.
shot
Like
making,
crazy,
like
yeah.
he's a flurry kind of guy.
Moser, I took some time to look at this. Do you know where he's projected to go in the draft? We're talking about the Florida guard, 6'3". He's a 4-year player.
What did he
played
score in
at
the semi?
Iona.
What did he score in the semi?
34?
Yeah. I mean, he shot the ball excellent.
Do you know where he's expected to go in the draft?
Top 10?
Late first, second round.
You're kidding.
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he's old.
So what?
I would take him right now.
If you want to give me some of that shooting, I want it, Brett.
Right now.
I like shooting. I like 3-point range.
Fun.
The kid can fill it up. Now, again, I don't want to get into that Steph kind of thing, but the kid can fill it up, man.
You guys want Houston or Florida tonight?
I want Kelvin Sampson to win.
I want Houston.
So do I.
Yeah, I want Houston.
I do too. Did you guys see that Hakeem wasn't allowed on the court after Houston won?
Why?
Hakeem Olajuwon was trying to go on the court, see his boys.
Hard to believe that those 5 Slamma-Jamma teams, the Houston Olajuwon teams, Clyde Drexler, and that, they never won a national title.
No.
Security wouldn't allow him on the court.
Why not?
There's people surrounding him being like, this is the dream.
This is the dream.
You let him on the court.
The dream changed his
and
name.
they wouldn't let him on.
By the way, he's getting.
Some
You
of
see
the
the gray beard and stuff. I'm like, dream.
Older.
Dude, this is a dream. He should have dream shook that.
He should have.
That security guard.
Absolutely. You know what? He had, and you guys are going to kill me for this. I don't care. Greatest baseline drop step in the history of basketball.
It's the dream shake.
It was so good.
You want me to hit you with the dream shake?
No, you've hit me with one before, and I'm still not recovered. So please don't. And what about?
What did you do?
Name. All right, ready? This is why 80s sports, when you're a child of the 80s, you just remember things. How many starting 5 members can you name from that Houston team? Ready?
Yeah.
Clyde Drexler.
Well, that's easy one.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Okay.
Benny Anders. Is that his name?
I don't.
I think that's his name.
Benny Anders. That's correct.
Yes. Reed Geddes.
Reed Geddes?
Yes. He was on that team. Who
I
was the other guy that was a stud? There was another
I'd have to look it
forward
up,
that was
Vic.
a stud.
I'd have to
That's
look it up.
Larry Mishaw. Thank you very much, Harm. Larry Mishaw.
Oh,
Remember that name?
Was he the French guy? Like he had a
French? Not French.
No, but his name was like a.
The French didn't invade college basketball back then. They stayed
Did
away.
his name end with an X or not?
Larry Mishaw. I just told you.
Did it end with an X?
Yes.
Then he's
E-A-U-X.
French. Then shut it.
Are you talking about Benny the Bomber from Bernice Anders?
That's the guy.
Benny
Yeah,
Anders.
that's
dude.
the guy, yeah.
Dude, that team was chock full.
They were so good. And by the way, who did they lose to?
Well, they lost to NC State.
They lost to NC State in the famous Lorenzo Charles dunk game.
Thurl Bailey, Lorenzo Charles, Derek Witherspoon, Sidney Lowe. Terry Gannon. You want more of this?
Hey, you know Terry Gannon?
You want more of this?
Hey, Brett.
Hey, look at me. Do you want more of this?
No, not
We'll
really.
go up and down the 80s.
Not really.
I'll go up and down the 80s on you.
Brett, Terry Gannon, for all you people out there, Terry Gannon, who does the PGA Tour.
I know, dude. The dude's a great announcer.
He does the PGA Tour. Is it on NBC?
I forgot what network he works for, but
Terry Gannon won a national title as a player on NC State.
And now he's a play-by-play
Now
guy.
he's the play-by-play guy for NBC Golf.
And he does cycling. He does a little bit of everything. Dude, what have you done with your life? That guy won a national title.
He's on, let's see, NBC Sports and the Golf Channel and Peacock. And that guy won a natty under Valvano at NC State.
You know what's crazy? I'll remember these teams, and you ask me a year from now who won the NCAA tournament last year, and I won't remember.
That's true. That's correct.
I mean, seriously.
Well, this is also.
Hey,
are you allowed? Can I ask you a question? Are you allowed to brag about your bracket if you are one of the I had 4 1 seeds in the Final Four guy? If you're that one.
I don't know because
you're technically right.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's been difficult to get 4 1 seeds to get there. So, yeah, you have a right to brag. Sure.
I don't know.
It does feel easy, though.
Dude, every time I've ever taken chalk, like 3 of them get wiped out. I'm like, oh, crap. Well, this is chalk walking. So here's when Vic is in his coffin, he's sleeping, just thinking, wait.
I'll still be able to give you NC State and Houston rosters.
You're going to hear from the ground. What's that coming from Vic's grave? No, when you're thinking, and the youngins of today, all you youngins out there, are they going to be going, if Florida wins tonight, yeah, Walter Clayton Jr. and Will Richard and
well, the reason is
they're not going to be doing that.
See, the difference between Houston and Florida, for the most part, these schools, everybody's a transfer, right? Yeah. Walter Clayton came from Iona. Everybody's from a different spot.
He's a Florida kid.
I know, but I mean, everybody moves around. That's why it's much more difficult to place a team in that same state. It's not the same. Because everybody moves around.
Yeah.
You're playing for different squads.
I'm trying to find. Here we go. I got it.
Wait a minute. We should go get him.
Here is the current roster of the Kansas Jayhawk basketball team.
All right.
They're all leaving.
They have, coming back to the roster next year, they have El Marco and another guy named Jamari. And that's their roster.
Everybody's
heading into
leaving.
Next season. They have 5 graduates and then 7 transfer portals.
Hey, pick any team.
That's Kansas Jayhawk basketball.
That's incredible.
By the way, the youth of Duke is a big reason why they fell apart. You know, because they're so talented, but they're so young. They got lost in the moment. They failed to execute just basic plays. They're gonna that loss is gonna sting for a long, long time for those kids.
How can you begin as a fan to keep track of your team if you have 2 carryovers from the year before?
You can't. That's why today's era, I feel bad for people who want to remember these teams because there's nothing to remember. It was Jim Nantz, who's an ardent Houston fan, an alum. Jim Nantz said that in 15 years, college basketball may not be it may go away, and I thought that was a bit of a stretch, but. Tell me.
He was on the court crying, too, because this is probably, if Houston wins tonight, he'll probably never see another Houston championship again with the way things go. I mean, that's why you got to take advantage of it.
By the way, the Rocks get a win yesterday as their bats finally come alive. The big news, though, is one of your 2 wins this year features the MLB debut of Chase Dollander, who got the win yesterday. It wasn't great, gave up a couple of bombs, but
he's got it.
He's got stuff. Yeah. It's very obvious. He has things.
He was high 90s.
Yes,
it was beautiful.
Well, he almost hit 100. I mean, he was throwing hard.
Ain't nothing like seeing that, right? When you see the speed ball go by you.
Okay, I almost got in a fight because Riker was singing "Glory Days" on the bus. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I think you guys do it probably just to annoy me, and it works. You know that it pushes my buttons.
Mm-hmm.
But his fastball, and I'm sure that not even at altitude, it's probably going to dance pretty damn good. It's probably going to dance.
And Zach Veen's coming up today.
And that's the other thing. So they option Jordan Beck to AAA. They bring up Zach Veen, which good. I mean, it's what I wanted from the beginning of the season. I don't know what 9 MLB games that he's missed out on has done for his contractual
service
situation.
Time, some service time thing. I have no idea.
I don't know.
You don't start the season on the MLB roster. It's a service time thing.
But thank God, because outside of yesterday, they need some sort of infusion of some energy within that starting lineup because they just haven't put things together consistently up until yesterday. Now, hopefully, warmer weather turning, you start to catch a little bit of a rhythm now, and that's the hope, especially with they take on Milwaukee, I think. Is a 3-game stand at home tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that happens. But what you're getting now is finally star pitching prospect called up to the majors. He gets a win in his debut, and now you got Zach Veen. So a couple things to look forward to.
What happens after Milwaukee?
I think it's like the Padres and then the Dodgers, right? On the road?
Hey, Vic. After Milwaukee, you're going to go on the road to the Dodgers and the Padres, who are combined 17-4 to start the year. Dude.
Yeah.
Dude,
what?
I don't know, dude. I'm hopeful. That's all.
I've been trying to tell you guys, don't stop focusing on the Dodgers and the Padres. It doesn't matter. You aren't competing with them this year.
Nelly was talking about the attendance issues yesterday. Nelly celebrated his birthday at the Rockies game. And Nelly, as I was listening to you say that to Brett, I said, what did you expect? They're playing the Athletics.
Yeah, I know it's not the most marquee opponent, but I was thinking there was a time, and you can go to any other city as well, any more like dyed-in-the-wool baseball city. I don't care who the opponent is. I don't care what the weather is. If it's opening weekend, you're going to have butts in the seats. And I'm looking around a half-empty stadium.
Your team's won 2 games.
But the point is, it's baseball back in your city.
But
people would go out for that in other places.
You're right. I guess you're right.
It's cold.
They're going to be
cold.
fun, yeah.
They're not very, very
Look
good
at
right
it,
now.
this series against Milwaukee, when it's 75 degrees when first pitch is out, like, I'm sure they'll have more than a few people in the stands. By the way, did you guys see the...
Well, hold on. Can I say one more thing about that series against the A's? When the A's wear their yellow tops with the no sleet, that's a really good look.
I like it.
That yellow top A's. Nelly, how good did that look on the field yesterday?
Oh, yeah. I love those A's throwback yellow jerseys with the green sleeves under.
Doesn't it look good?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's very classic.
Visions of Reggie Jackson.
Absolutely.
Did you guys see, by the way, there was a contract given out in the MLB of a 14-year, $500 million deal. Did you see who did it? It's the Blue Jays. They gave that to Vlad Jr.
They got money.
They do. Are you happy that somebody who drafted a player, cultivated that player's talent, and now locked him down to a long-term deal worth $500 million is a team like Toronto and not the others?
Am I happy? I mean, doesn't move the needle for me. I'm not.
Well,
okay.
Here's what I do know.
I
didn't
call
my
wife this morning and say, "Hey, do you know what happened?"
What? I'm saying if that was the Dodgers, I'm pretty sure you guys would be pissed right now, wouldn't you? That was the Cubs. If that was the Yankees, if it was Red Sox, I mean, I'm sure you guys would have a different feeling towards it.
I consider Toronto a big market team.
Dude, do you have... See, here's what Brett doesn't understand.
The Yankees.
Do you know how many people live in Toronto?
Yeah, so what? It's a big town. So what?
But we're not talking like Cleveland, bro.
He's making it sound like, hey, did you see the Rays signed this guy for 10? It's Toronto, dude.
No, noted baseball powerhouse Toronto Blue Jays. You're right about that. I'm sorry.
Their population is 6.5 million.
So what?
But they've got money. I mean, it's the biggest city in Canada.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not.
Do you know they're owned by a television conglomerate?
Uh-huh. They haven't been spending money like the others.
Well, they are. They finally did because they've got a generational player.
Well, there you go. That's all I'm saying. You guys are acting like I'm crazy by thinking like the Blue Jays haven't been.
Dude, Toronto ain't Cincinnati.
You guys are pissy this morning.
They got 7 million. They got 7 million people there. I don't know what to tell you, bro. They got a lot of bread.
Why are you so pissy?
They should be able to sign guys like that in the crazy baseball spectrum.
All right. Anyway, that's fine. whatever. Moving on. Again.
Now, if there was a major league team like in Lyman and they signed Vlad to a $500 million deal, or Goodland, Kansas, now you've got my attention, bro.
What's your problem?
Who are you talking to?
You.
I'm trying to remember this world in which the Toronto Blue Jays were part of the haves in baseball and not the have-nots. I'm sorry. Maybe I must have been sleepwalking the last 25 years. I forgot about their multiple World Series runs that they've made by spending a ton of money. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. Because
and your response is they have a lot of people there. So what?
Because
they're in the toughest division in baseball.
Because they're in the same division as the Yankees and the Red Sox.
They have to spend.
They have to.
Says who? The Orioles don't. The Rays don't.
And they're
suck,
in the same they suck.
What are you talking? All right, see, now you just don't know anything because the Orioles just made the postseason last year.
They have spike years and then they're gone.
Noted.
They draft well. They get young studs. They spike and then they're gone.
I'm done with you.
Be done with me. Sounds good.
Because, all right, fine.
I want to be done with.
Okay. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
This is why Moser can never be trusted.
Yeah.
We've had this dinner on the books, a certain dinner, and I just reminded him of this dinner, and he goes, "That's tonight?" How could you ever trust him with anything on a schedule? You're untrustworthy, Moser.
Whenever there is something that, like, there's a scheduled thing,
No.
your response is always, wait,
Oh,
that's
wait,
now?
that's now?
Oh, that's today?
I'm surprised it doesn't work with games. Oh, wait, the Avs play tonight?
The reason I suppose that I'm like that sometimes. And by
Not
the way,
sometimes.
you're not much better. The boss had to remind you.
Who told you that?
No, I've known all along.
Oh, yeah. The reason is, Brett, because when you get into the season and you're just the season
I'll give
is
you
the
that.
season.
I'll give you that.
You're
You're
here, you're there, you're everywhere.
You're
You're being
suffocated.
followed down by rain
Yeah.
and tornadoes
Yeah.
from Chicago to St. Louis.
Yeah.
And then
You
you're
don't
in
have time to take the
Montreal.
dog out in the morning. You just don't have
Yeah,
time.
the dog can't see, and it won't go out on its own, so you got to pick it up. Then it wants to bite
And then
you
it wants
when you
to
pick
bite.
it up. Who has time to
know what?
remember?
You know what? You're right. Who has time to remember the dog walking around you as you're living your life? Totally forgot.
See, you have such an easy life. You have nothing.
I got a tea time today. What are you talking about? I
Did
have to
you
remember
really?
that? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Things I need to remember.
Hey guys, you know what week this is?
Masters week.
I'm not going to be insufferable this week.
Oh God, this is going to be bad. You're going to take the joy out of this from me, aren't you?
Probably.
Every time we talk about something that resembles Augusta, he's going to have
Yeah.
to tell me about. Actually, when you go over in this spot of it, there's actually it was a table was built in
100%.
1947.
And if you don't want that, don't listen to the show this week
Well, I can't
because
not
you're going to get
listen.
a lot of it.
I can't not listen either. You know what? Actually, Vic, I loved living vicariously through you on your little.
I didn't.
Well, I mean, when he brags, that's
I'm
one
not
thing.
bragging. There's no braggadocious nature to that. It's just giving you a factual encounter. I mean, I saw it. I felt it.
I'm going to start telling you about all the ins and outs at Murphy Creek and kind of what they're working
I
with.
played there. Saw the biggest snake of my life at Murphy Creek.
Yeah,
about
I almost
they're
got
10
nailed.
years
They're
ago.
ugly over there. Yeah.
Dude, I saw the biggest
Yeah.
snake of my life.
You put that into that little weedy area.
Dude,
you
they have
leave
an
that.
anaconda there. I guarantee it.
Okay, Brett, well, you're going up. I guess it's 6, 7 up the left side, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's probably 7. I put it left into that long stuff one time. This
Don't
is
do
years
that.
ago.
Don't
Dude,
do that.
I almost got nailed by a rattler.
Yep.
I mean,
Don't
I'm
do
walking
it.
up on him and I hear I hear that. I'm like, oh my God, he's here. Then I see him about 5 feet away. I'm looking for my ball. I'm like, dude, I could have easily got by a snake, man.
Manning is looking good. Oh my God.
We'll get back into the Nuggets in a second and kind of where they're at. But as far as the Avs, Moj, you said it earlier. I totally understand this from them, especially in a game like that. Saturday wasn't a great game, and I just kind of shrugged my shoulders at it because they are essentially locked in to their positioning. The question for them is just who are they going to play now, because Dallas still has an outside shot to jump Winnipeg.
I'm just thankful they don't have to play St. Louis.
They feel like I'm done with the regular season. I'm over this. Just get me out of here.
Sort of like playing out the string.
Yeah, just like whatever I got to do to just get me to this finish line so that the postseason can start. That's what Saturday felt like to me anyway.
Pretty much. Yeah, and again, but you want to keep the habits going good. You don't want to daydream. I think daydreaming at this point in the season during the course of any game is inevitable. That's what I think. I mean, look back to the Columbus game, right? You're trailing 3-2 to Columbus. And by the way, they had something to play for, don't get me wrong. And then you say, all right, enough. Enough is enough. You score 5 unanswered, you win 7-3, you move on. Chicago game, you had to come back. You're down 2-0, come back, you tie it, very last second, 10 seconds to go.
Yep.
You win in a shootout. But that's part of that is, again, you're daydreaming through the course of this last stretch of the regular season. You're not playing with all your guys. Good news is that Marty Necas and Jonathan Drouin are both day to day.
Sounds precautionary more than anything.
Precautionary.
Yeah.
Well, you guys saw, we talked about it last week. So Marty Nate just slides into Frank Nazar.
Frank Nazar, the strong ass.
You're such children. Let me put this delicately. He's sliding down the slot.
For those who don't know, by the way, it's the man's name. The man's name is Frank Nazar, and Netch's face went right into his ass.
We dubbed him the strong ass.
Yes.
So he goes face first into his butt, okay? And then his head snaps back. He hears a pop, and then Nazar essentially sits on his neck, right? On his head.
Right.
Bent backwards.
As he would to any opposing attorney in the courtroom.
He lays the guy in his butt.
So he gets rammed, and then he comes back, scores the game-tying goal. But precautionary-wise, I'm sure his neck is completely locked up or was locked up after that game. You sleep on it, you're going to wake up in the morning, you can't turn your head. So, I mean, and Manson's still out, Gerard is out, and again, can you drop to the first wild card? Yeah, you could, but the odds of that happening are not good. Not likely. If the Blues win out, the most they can get to is 101 points, which means you have to win 2 games, you're to 102, and they're not going to catch you.
Right.
Now, and the Blues got to play at Winnipeg, at Edmonton, the next 2 games. Then they're at Seattle and home against the Utah Hockey Club to round things out. But the odds of them sweeping the rest of these 4 games,
Are we sure Manson's going to be ready for the playoffs?
I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready. Yeah. I mean, Coach Bednar has not indicated that. Actually, you know what, Vic? Let me take that back. The playoffs start 2 weeks from, okay, so we're looking at basically at 12 days from now.
It's the 19th,
We're looking at the 19th. Today's the 12 days from now.
Is that late?
That feels late.
Well, the regular season,
or does this season just feel long?
The regular season used to end before COVID. Like the first game would be like October 3rd, and then the regular season would end like April 8th.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a week later. I mean, it ends, the Avs are done on the 13th. Then the league finishes up on the 17th, and then the postseason will begin that weekend. So that's where you are. You're going to have plenty of time to heal up. I don't know that Manson's skating yet. I haven't heard that he is, but I'm expecting him to be back for the postseason, me personally.
Can I ask you guys a question, by the way, regarding the draft that's coming up around
Just
the
one.
same time?
Just one. Yeah.
Fine. Do you think this is weird? That Jalen Milroe, Alabama's quarterback, just accepted an invitation to go to the draft in Green Bay?
Yeah.
What's going on there? He's not a first-round pick, is he?
I don't understand that. And it's sort of odd that is Shedeur still not going? Travis, are they not going?
I don't think they are.
Isn't that part of the deal, though? I mean, you want your notable players there? Isn't that like the allure of the draft? Isn't that why we make such a big deal of it? They come out in their suits and the hugs and the kisses.
Do you think that that's maybe because a team has expressed interest in him and said, you know what, you should be there, and they don't want to give away? Yeah.
Well, he better be right. That's going to be a long wait.
Well, he's going to have to wait till the second day if he's not a first-round pick. Has somebody said to him, you know what?
You might want to be there.
You might want to be there.
You better really trust that.
Maybe he wants free food.
Dude, I would go for the free food.
Vic said, "Why isn't Shedeur going to the draft? There's free food." Like Shedeur was just sitting there at home like, I wonder where my next meal is coming from.
Free food is free food, though, dude. I mean, come on,
dude.
man.
When I worked in Phoenix, spring training would come around, and you know how big spring training is there. Every team offers lunch. So every day I would go to a spring training game, not to watch spring training.
Yeah,
for the free food.
Of course.
We were over the weekend talking about.
Do you eat before Nuggets games?
Yeah, there's free food.
I know there is. Every time?
Yeah, there's free food.
Here's us idiots. Vic, here's
you
us.
You understand how this works?
What's your favorite free food pre-meal?
All of it.
Like, what is the pregame meal?
Whatever
I'm
it is.
the least picky eater in the world.
That's a lie. You are now. You didn't used to be, but you are now.
Well, I'm never going to complain about free food.
We were talking about
what if they had the Trump lineup? Remember when that team won the national title?
I think that was Clemson football, right?
Clemson football, and he had just the
cheeseburgers or
lineup of
something?
like Big Macs and double cheeseburgers and McDonald's stuff.
Fine with me.
Would you participate in that?
Well, let me ask you this. Our boss sometimes brings in McDonald's.
Breakfast, though, it does have a different sort of connotation than it does if you're eating a Big Mac. If you have an egg McMuffin, people feel like that's not nearly as bad.
That's true. It does go down differently.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, we're talking about which team we want to see in the postseason. Teams on who has the best morning skate, like muffin and bagel.
Oh, the spreads?
A little. Well, it's not necessarily a spread, but yeah, a little offering. Just a little offering. Some teams are better than others. You know how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
A little offering. A little. Is there a toaster involved?
Mm-hmm.
Is there not a toaster involved? Like, is the bagel, can you toast it and then get your stuff on it? Or is it just all natural? You slice it open and you smear. These are big topics, bro.
I wouldn't, you know what? If I owned a team, you guys aren't getting any food.
Used to be that way.
Unless you say something nice about me. If you say something nice, I'll take somebody over the side. I'll be like, here, have a couple of burgers. Have a hot dog. Then the other people see it. They're like, why'd you get that? I wrote a nice article about Mr. Kane the other day. That's all I did.
Hey,
make you earn it.
Back to Milroe real quick. I think the fact that he's this dual threat kind of guy, I think that he's shown enough dynamic offensive play that somebody might reach for him.
I didn't think he was that good.
I wouldn't go, and but again, I wouldn't go unless somebody had gone, hey, you might want to be there. We like you. Then I'd go.
It's 16 touchdowns and 11 picks last year. It's not.
Yeah, but he can run. You know, he can do. He's not a little guy.
No, he's a big dude and he's super athletic.
Yeah.
What did he run, like a 4.32 or something like that? Like, he's super athletic.
Some offensive coordinators go, you know what? Let me get my hands on him. I will make him into an NFL stud.
Want to get back to the Nuggets here and just kind of do vibe checks with Nuggets fans after the first. I think this is their first 4-game losing streak since 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. The difference is this. They needed these wins. That wasn't like, hey, you know what? End of the year. We're already in the postseason. Don't really care. They wanted these and have lost 4 straight. We'll get to it next.
Listen, I have a ton of responsibilities in the morning. Getting those dogs out, it's not easy. It's not for everyone. So if something goes wrong at home, I don't have time and I don't have the resources. That's why I go to AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Heating's not working. AC's on the fritz. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window. And get this, right now, before the summer hits, it's supposed to heat up this week. They got a deal right now, $49 to get that AC going. $49. Do it before it's too late. Leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment today. AAAtoday.com. Schedule a service. That's AAAtoday.com.
Got bad news, man. My penny stocks are all in the red this morning. All of them.
They've gone the way of the Nuggets late in the season.
Yes,
right
they have. Yes, they have.
Can I lay out the situation for you guys? Make it as easy as I possibly can. Western Conference playoff scenario with 3 games to go for the Denver Nuggets. Number 1 seed's going to be OKC. They laid down against the Lakers. Nobody can tell me any different. They play the Lakers again tomorrow, by the way. Rockets have the 2 seed. Theirs. Nuggets were in the 2 seed just 12 days ago. Now it's Houston's. The Lakers now have a 1.5 lead over the Nuggets with the tiebreaker. Barring some crazy breakdown, I think the Lakers are the 3 seed. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
All right. The Nuggets currently have a half-game lead over 4 teams. Half-game lead over the Clippers, who are in 5th, the Warriors, who are in 6th. One thing about that situation, both the Clippers and the Warriors, the Nuggets own the tiebreaker over both of those teams. Golden State because of head-to-head, Clippers because of conference record.
Yeah, but it's the way, Vic, it's Golden State has done this.
I know, but let me finish.
They were crap and they went this way.
Understood. I'm just saying if things end up tied between, by the way, thank you, Golden State, for losing to Houston. That was a gift yesterday. Thank you. In that game, Steph Curry, 3 points, 4 turnovers. Crazy. Minnesota is right there. They're a half game behind the Nuggets. We know who owns that tiebreaker. Memphis is right there. Half game back. Tiebreaker to be determined Friday night at Ball Arena. Sacramento is the 9 seed. Dallas is the 10 seed. Now, if you look at the 3 games the Nuggets have left, starting with Sacramento Wednesday night, do the Kings have something to play for? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They're only a half game ahead of the Mavericks. They want to hold on to home court for that play-in. They have a ton to play for. Do the Memphis Grizzlies have anything to play for? Yes, they do. They're in the same boat you're in. Do the Houston Rockets in the season finale have anything to play for? Not really. That is the only gift the Nuggets have right now. The Rockets in the finale may say, you know what? Let's chill. So if you get into that game on Sunday, and that game still scares me whether or not they play or not. It's still scary. If you win, I'll make this prediction. If you win against Sacramento Wednesday night, you will not fall to the play-in.
So everybody chill.
Yeah,
if you win Wednesday
but that means you're going on the road, perhaps.
Well, I told you, home versus road. What tells you that the Nuggets are better off being at home right now, given their home record?
Nothing tells me that. I prefer to be at home than on the road.
You
That's
always
all.
prefer it, but the Nuggets have lost 15 home games this year. They're 22-15, 25-15. It's the most home games they've lost since the 2016-17 season. I'm more concerned about the matchup more so than home and road. Right now, the matchup would be Nuggets-Clippers. I would take that.
Yeah.
I would take that. What matchup would you not take?
Every other one.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Every other.
So let me give you some worst-case scenarios. They fall to 6th. Do you know who they play if they fall to 6th?
Yeah, if they fall to 6th, they're going to L.A.
On the road to play the Lakers.
Yeah.
Is that a favorable matchup?
No, it is not.
Let's say they stay at 4, and Minnesota has got a breezy schedule down the stretch. Let's say they match up against the T-Wolves, 4-5. Is that favorable?
No.
That's why I would rather almost have them go, hell, drop to 5 and play Memphis. I don't know. It's so close. It's so ridiculously tight in the West. It's impossible to manipulate these standings.
Why would they play Memphis if they're in the 5? What do you mean?
If Memphis were to move to 4.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to predict. Like, no matter where they fall in the standings, you don't know what the matchup is going to be.
They're a half game. I mean, all these teams, you've got 4 teams that are a half game behind you.
Memphis, I'm not too worried about. Let me tell you why.
This is insanity.
I'm not too worried about Memphis because, well, first of all, they haven't been
playing. They're
well.
not playing well.
They're very much like the Nuggets. And they play Minnesota Thursday, first game of a back-to-back before they travel to Denver on Friday. So they got an easy one, Charlotte, tomorrow. But they've got Minnesota, Denver in back-to-back outings. So Memphis doesn't worry me as much.
What do you think happens if the Nuggets can't stop this?
Can't stop what?
this slide. Let's say that they enter the postseason. I don't know whether it's playing spot or not or whatever, and they lose in the first round, and it's a quick exit to the postseason. Like, what happens? Are there like major discussions happening in the post or the off season?
I think there are already major discussions happening.
Yeah.
I think the big concern here is they're trending in the complete opposite direction of what we want them to be and where they should be.
The big concern for me is everybody talks about just being whole, being healthy, being whole. Well, you heard Michael Malone yesterday in pregame saying Jamal Murray is not injured. He's hurt.
Yeah.
He's got a hamstring. He's not even sure if he's going to be 100% for the playoffs, which would mean 4 of the last 5 playoff runs, he has not been healthy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The one time he was healthy, they won an NBA championship.
That's a major problem, though, is we talk about this a lot for Joker, that he's got a whole bunch of amazing attributes that you can throw on his resume, which is, he's consistent, he's incredibly talented, he's super smart. He's always available. He's always there, too. Every night, Joker's there. Jamal hasn't been in the most critical of situations, and this is what I think makes it really difficult to try and get your head wrapped around with Jamal. Healthy Jamal playing in the postseason, you're a contender. It feels that simple, like a 1-to-1. Jamal healthy, plays well in the postseason, you're capable of doing pretty much anything that you want.
Well, I could tell you this. Some of the late-game foibles we saw last night,
they don't happen
the
with
turnovers.
Jamal.
You have Jamal Murray in the game, and that 2-man game goes to work. You know what we haven't seen a lot of this season? We saw it once in Golden State. When's the last time you remember seeing the old pick and roll ends up in an alley-oop to Aaron Gordon?
It's been quite a while.
What happened to that?
Vic, I don't know what happened to that. But I'm not even worried about that side of things. I think that side of things would be okay.
I think AG is kind of fancying himself a shooter right now.
But see, that side of things is even more important because, the other side doesn't produce. You can't play defense. So every possession is even more important.
But, yeah, Vic, it's the other side of the basketball that concerns me the most.
That's not going to change. What makes you think they're going to start playing defense?
Let's stop then. Okay. Nothing makes me think they're going to start playing defense. But riddle me this. What would it because they're the second highest scoring team in the West. They're the third worst defensive team in the West. What would it take, from your expert opinion, Vic, what would it take for them to start locking it up more, not totally, but locking it up more defensively and getting stops? What would that take?
I don't have the answer.
Players?
I don't have the
effort?
answer. I don't have the answer.
Have your head screwed on straight? Proper rotation?
Somebody tell me if you have the answer, because I don't have it, and I don't think they have it.
Hang on, Moj. Just to clarify something. In the Western Conference, the Nuggets' opposing points per game that they allowed, you said it, it's third worst. The only teams that give up more points per game in the Western Conference are the 16-win Utah Jazz and the 21-win New Orleans Pelicans.
And Memphis is right there with them. Memphis is right there with the Nuggets. Nuggets and Memphis are essentially the same dang basketball team right now in terms of what they've done in the last 10 games, how many they score per game, how many they give up per game, how they can't shut people down late in games. I mean, they are Memphis. Memphis is them.
Do you think the Nuggets are feared, Vic?
No.
They aren't by Minnesota, but do you think the Lakers would still have some sort of feeling about facing off against them in the postseason?
Maybe there's some scarring there, but I don't think that fear is. I mean, it's not what it was a year ago. Certainly, fear is something that. Again, the Nuggets don't seem to be playing with that flair and that fun. You could sense it. It feels like work. It feels and looks like work, right? And when you lose that, other teams sense it. Other teams know it. Other teams feel it. And I don't know how you get that back. Listening to Christian Brown last night after the game, take full ownership, by the way, he said, man, that was my fault. That play at the end, that turnover was my fault. He said he's got to be better. He's got to set the table. He's got to use his physicality.
He's not wrong. He also went for 30 points.
This is a guy that went for 30 and 8. That accountability, I think, throughout the locker room is lacking. If you want the truth.
Sure.
They had a gleam.
Like people don't think it's their problem or what? Lacking in what way?
More people take ownership of what's happening rather than, oh, well, clearly this guy or that guy. No, it starts with me.
There was an interesting interaction, by the way. It's not abnormal in sports to have this happen, but it's the first time I noticed it in a while because you were talking about joy and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
AG and P-Watt got after it a little bit on the bench. You see that?
I did not. When did that happen?
I think it was sometime in the second or third quarter.
I did see, the bench reaction from Nikola in Golden State when that's about as animated as he gets.
They kind of, not in each other's face, but you could tell they were having a lively discussion, and P-Watt was basically shooed away by DeAndre Jordan.
Probably a defensive,
it's my guess,
communication issue.
Yeah.
This team had, when they're really going good, Vic, even before they won the title, they had a gleam about them. They had a kismet. They had a joy of playing with each other and playing for each other. They had a feeling that it's building and you know it's coming and you can just sense it. I'm sure they could sense it the entire time. Once you lose that, it is so difficult to get back. And you don't have to have it like going into the postseason like, oh, we fully believe we're going to kick some major. But teams find it. I don't know how this team finds that again. I don't know how you do it.
Last night, DMac.
Because I look at their body language, Vic, and I look at the expressions on their faces, and I look at just the human side of things. They don't got it. They just don't got it, and they know they don't got it.
Last night, DMac asked Nikola Jokic, the razor's edge, what is the difference between winning and losing this time of year? And we all have an opinion on that. Here's what Nikola had to say.
Nikola, when games are close, what do you think is the difference between winning and losing?
Definitely to take a shot. Turnovers cannot happen. Even they miss, but they at least take a shot. So it's a better, it's a higher percentage that you're gonna maybe make it if you throw it to the basket. It was just. I'm not gonna say focus or it was just mistakes that we made.
When the book is written on the Denver Nuggets of 2024-25, the first chapter will be they could not protect the rock in crucial periods of the game. In Golden State, they had 26 turnovers. 26.
Yeah.
And I asked AG, I asked Joker about it. What's going on? What is going on here? Joker said, we've been doing it for a while now. It's what we are. AG said it's also a function of the way we played, a lot of assists. But yesterday, you watched that game, they only had 5 turnovers in the first half, and lo and behold, they're winning the game, right? In the fourth quarter, they had 6, and they had 3 devastating turnovers down the stretch.
I think how about this? They aren't good enough to make those mistakes anymore.
Well, they can't especially
on defense.
Because the defense is not solid. And when the defense is not solid, you have to be perfect on the other side. And perfection cannot be attained when you're giving up the rock.
Yeah.
What did Vic? You're well known in the worlds of philosophy and all that kind of thing.
What?
Yeah, he's right.
He studied philosophy.
Yeah.
What did Socrates eat? What did he take to kill? What was that?
Creatine.
So he got all buffed.
Yeah.
Started wiping out all the other. Like, Plato, you say something? Bam! I thought it was hemlock.
Yes.
Okay, so he ate hemlock.
Not sure what that is. You ever had any?
It's a poisonous plant. I know that. But all this, I'm getting depressed talking about the Nuggets, man. Listen, man.
It's acknowledging a reality, okay? And here's the
Yeah,
reality.
but reality stinks on this Monday morning. I'm tired of Monday
They
morning
want that-
postmortems.
Hey, they want that narrative to change. They're the only ones
You're right.
responsible. They're the
You're
only
right.
one that can do it.
I learned a long time ago, Brett, in the world of sports, fans, listen up. You can't want it more than they do.
Well, we'll get back to this in just a second. Again, one more time, we'll give away that keyword if you guys are looking to win that brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. Remind you of the keyword in just a second. Stick around. Whether it's the NBA postseason, the NHL postseason, the MLB regular season, or the national championship game tonight in college basketball, you can find it all in the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app. They have the best odds in the game. I've done comparing. There's no better numbers than what Circus Sports has to offer with their tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Find everything that you want, whether it's live odds or game props on the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, I don't know if we're off the air. I don't know if we're on other things. I don't know if we're on.
We're dead
streaming.
we're dead on the FM signal, but that's it.
Okay,
you should be getting us on the app, Twitch, YouTube, but not on your radio right now. We're working on it.
We're working on it.
So does that
We'll
mean
get back
we have
to
no
it.
FCC restrictions?
I mean, technically, that is what that means. Well, except for television.
Mother.
Yeah, television.
Mother.
We could make the TV people mad. I mean, it is an option.
We do that all the time anyway.
You guys have dropped your fair share of F-bombs.
No, we have not.
You absolutely have.
Absolutely not. We are completely in control.
Nope. You've definitely done it before. Absolutely.
Folks on
Okay.
folks on the commentary section here have suggested that we do our own Masters type of bracket. Are you guys interested in doing anything of that nature? Some sort of Masters
bracket.
Like a contest, pick 3 players you think will win.
Yeah.
That's too much work.
Sounds
Now that I
really
think about it.
stupid.
People do that all the time.
It's a lot
It's
of
just-
work.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think we have anybody that's willing to do the work.
Brett, do you get jacked up about the Masters?
Yeah.
But not like we do, right? Not like that.
Well, I'm not. No, you guys are kind of. I think you're kind of crazy. But I watch. I watch it. I am.
Oh, good to know you watch.
He asked me a question.
Hey, Mo, she watches.
Who do you watch? Oh, that's great.
No, I don't get in my car Thursday after the show gets done and start playing the Masters music and just listen to that all the way home. I don't do that.
What I want to do.
I love the idea of a bracket contest for the Masters. I'm just not the one putting it together. I don't like work.
Agreed. Lee Blair, get on it. What I want to do is I want to pick guys who I know are not going to make the cut. That would be a lot easier.
That's more fun, like a survivor pool.
But somebody chucks a dart and you're like, no!
I got one for you. Max Homa. Guy hasn't made a cut this year.
Yeah, he hadn't played well. Is he in the field?
Yeah. Guy has not made a cut this entire season. Last cut he made was in December. At least I don't think he has. I know he's missed 5 cuts in a row. And I don't take great pleasure in that. I'm just saying it'd be a lot easier for me to pick guys who I... Mike Weir, former champion. Hey, when should a former champion... Like Vijay Singh just pulled out. He's 62.
Okay.
He won the Masters in 2000. He's 62 years old. He's got an injury. He pulled out.
Gary Player will not make the cut. He's teeing off on Thursday.
If you win the Masters, you're welcome to play until the day you die. But they start to give you the old Spanish Archer after a while. Like Jack Nicklaus, I think, technically could play if he wanted to. But you're taking the spot of somebody who can really play. So when do you bow out? When Tom Watson almost won the British Open, how old was he? 59?
He's either 59 or 60. And if he doesn't hit that approach shot over the green, he wins the British
Dude,
Open.
that approach shot.
You remember that?
That 8-iron, it was a perfect shot, and it just bounced on him for
By the
God
way,
knows what reason.
My answer's never. What are you talking about? I've earned the right to be here. If I'm 94, can barely walk, doesn't matter. I get the invitation.
What are they strap you to a donkey and have him pull you around Augusta?
What are they going to tell me I can't?
Drag you on the ground all around?
They're going to tell me I can't?
Well, if you've ever been there, it's worth it.
See, you said you were going to like it.
You're right. I was living, but now it's just going to be so obnoxious. This whole week is going to be... And he's going to relive every blade of grass that he sees on television. He's going to be reliving, you know what? I walked by that plant, and that plant smelled like springtime in the South. You know, it just smelled like the most beautiful lilac jasmine scent. This kind of crap.
Yeah.
Yep.
I told you, and you said, no, he's going to be fine. I can't wait to hear
I
it.
putted from the back of that green and went to the left, and it was double cut, so it was really fast.
All I'm going to do is offer perspective. That's my role.
Oh, you're the only one here who can, so I would probably advise you to do so. But doggone it, man, I'm so dang jealous.
By the way,
so jealous.
Just in advance promotion, remember that Chauncey Billups documentary that we've been working on for months? It's finally done. I saw the final version. It's going to be released here soon. You don't want to miss this. It is really good. An hour on his career, his life. I cannot wait for you guys to see it.
Well, the ones that have been done before have been excellent.
I cannot
The
wait.
Doug Moe one was very good.
Yeah, this one is, again, a labor of love, but to see this come to fruition, pretty cool.
So there's only a few games left for both the Avs and the Nuggets. And both feel in different places right now. One, trending down. The other, it's not like the Avs have played great as of late, Moj, but it's, I think, unconcerned is the way I would put it with the Avs. Unconcerned.
Here's what you're waiting for. Get your full team ready for the postseason and then go.
All right,
let the chips fall where they may, because you're going to be playing another awesome team in the first round, whoever it is.
Here's how I'd put it. You know, we were talking about with the Nuggets, like, do they have the ability just to turn it on? And I go, I don't think so. The Avs do. That's how I feel about them. I feel like if they really wanted to, they could just kick it in high gear and then start smoking people again.
I'd like to see McKenzie come up with just a couple of saves. That's all.
He's been a little leaky.
He's not been bad.
No.
Here's me. I'm a pig, and I fully admit it.
Wedgwood's been playing better. How about that?
Wedgie's been very good too, and Blackwood's been pretty damn good. I love when Coach comes on here and says saves above expected.
Yeah,
I'm a pig. I love saves above expected. I can't get enough of saves above expected. You know what I mean? Just to get a couple punches out of there when maybe you make a couple brilliant saves to save your bacon, that kind of thing. That's all. Guy's a great goalie.
I feel like they have the ability to kick it on when they want to. And I am fascinated by the Landeskog part of this. He was skating with the Eagles just to kind of stay in shape, but there is an availability if they want to where he can play. I think the number's 3 games that are counting against the cap. And is there 4 games left in the regular season for the Eagles? Is there 4?
I think there's more than that. I think there's like 6.
6?
Something like that, yeah.
So he could potentially play some games with them, and if that is the case, probably the most anticipated Eagles games that have ever been played, if that's what we're talking about here.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that he's going to, but I'm assuming he probably would want to. If I'm Gabe Landeskog and I'm getting ready for the postseason with the Avalanche, and I think that I can play hockey at an effective level, I definitely would like to play a little bit before I step foot in game 1 of the postseason.
Yeah. Get a tune-up, or 2, or 3.
I did see online, somebody sent it to me, that apparently tickets for the Eagles this coming weekend are out of control.
People are anticipating as much.
It's like, I don't know, $80 $80 to get in the building.
Really?
Thinking that perhaps he's going to play one of these 2 games.
I'll tell you what, the Eagles' Twitter account's feeding into it. They're sending out a whole bunch of cryptic sort of things.
I would too.
Are they really? What are they saying? What are they saying?
Oh, they just had, one of them was the eyes emoji. Another one was, very, very nothing.
If they were smart, you know what they would be tweeting out right now? Milkshake brings all the girls to the yard. Is that what I said?
I said Landeskog brings all the milkshakes to the yard.
That's right. Start sending out milkshake. Is there
milkshake
emoji?
Emoji.
Is there a milkshake
Eagles,
emoji?
If you're listening, just start sending out milkshake emojis.
He said it.
He did. Yes, he did.
EJ was talking the other day. Where was it? Chicago? EJ was, I think it was Chicago. And EJ said it's not a question of if, but when. And that was very buoying for me. Here's my position. I'm sitting here with my teeth in my mouth, waiting and watching. And I want to see what he looks like. I want to see.
That's a strong position.
It's a good position to be in. I got my teeth in my mouth, and I'm waiting and I'm watching to see what he looks like and how it goes. I'm always holding my breath. Brett, he had his leg taken apart.
Yeah, we know that whole story.
Cleaned out, dead guy in. Then you zap the dead guy's thing, and it comes to life. It's got blood going to it, and so now the dead guy's in you, but now he's alive again.
Let me be
and
real.
now you're trying to play hockey.
Let me be real. Just ignore what he's saying. At this point, you'd be shocked if he didn't play.
Here's my problem.
Right?
Yeah,
yes.
but at what level, Vic? Where could he get to?
I don't know. That's not the question. The question is, will he make an appearance? And I think he will. I expect him to.
Here's our situation, okay? My situation. I convinced myself that he was never coming back, that this was done, that it's over, and anybody trying to talk themselves into something different are fooling themselves. It's been 3 years, all that different stuff, right? Now that there's a very, very realistic possibility that it could come back, that he could come back, I've gotten very excited about this. And I'm almost nervous that, let's say that he does, that I'm going to talk myself too much into the idea of the impact he's going to have. Because here's another step to this. If you get the all systems go for Landeskog that he'll be back in the postseason, right? Mm-hmm. Which we all would love. I don't know what I'm expecting to see.
I don't think anybody does,
and so,
dude.
But here's what I'm getting at, Moj. You could be working yourself into this excitement for a guy who's just not.
Yeah, but
not
you know,
the same anymore.
But this is the story of sport, though, man. You want to see that return. You want to see that climb back. I mean, he's done the documentary, for crying out loud.
The story alone is
miniseries.
amazing.
Yeah, it's the story. You're in it for the story. I don't think anybody in their rightful mind would expect him to play at the level he played before. That'd be silly.
But it's to what extent? What extent?
And give the Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard.
This is a great question from a texter because every time Moser talks about his knee, he brings up the dead guy that was put in there. Do you need to have an athletic dead person to be put in there?
I would request one. I don't want any nerds in my body.
Or is a tendon a tendon?
It's not a tendon.
You know what I'm talking about, though. Like, if you take a cadaver's body part
is it a ligament?
Insert it into an athlete's
body. It's all the cartilage between where the femur comes down and meets the tibia and fibula. It's all that in there.
I want a stud.
They had to
wait. Listen. Here's my question: if they showed you a picture, if I'm Landeskog, they showed me a picture. This is actually the body that we took it from,
and it looks like Nelly.
And it's Nelly, or like it's a guy who
like Brandon. God. If Gabe starts going, I'm fixing to score some goals here in a comeback.
But you view whoever that is in your head.
I want some pop.
You view the person, and it looks like Big Macs were a steady part of the diet and all these different things. You'd be like, I don't want that one.
I want Michael Jackson.
Wait, you do that one?
Fast
break. He could dance.
Break dance.
Could you specifically request like 4x100 multi-time champ in college and high school?
So
could you pick one of them?
I've learned more about this. It's got to be the right dead guy. The contours of the dead guy have to match you. Okay. Now, I don't know if that means that guy was athletic. I don't know what it means. But at the same time, I also realized that I don't want to get too graphic here, but they harvest the dead guys, right? They get the stuff out of the dead guy. And then they can hang on to it for a while and wait to put it into somebody. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. To me, it's absolutely mind-boggling. But have you ever heard the stories, like people who get like a lung transplant or a heart transplant? They take on certain characteristics of the transplant person that they don't even know. Have you ever heard about that? Like all of a sudden you get a new heart, but you didn't like fish before, but now you love fish.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So is there something in... Don't look at me like that.
I'm sorry.
Am I wrong about this or am I right about this?
Nelly, we got to play a bit here, okay? I just thought about something.
What? I think, I wonder, if this guy was a total stud athlete, maybe Gabe's like, yeah, man, this guy was great. This guy's a water skier or something. I don't know.
I want Evel Knievel.
Well, his stuff was old when he passed it.
Yeah, but I mean, you never
like
told
fearless.
Me how
like
old
fearless?
Yeah, I want that fearlessness.
Okay.
Nelly, I just sent you a website. I need you to go to this website and pull it up on the board behind us, and we're going to play a game.
Is it dead people whose body parts we want?
No, it's a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com.
Oh.
So AI is going to generate a random face.
Oh, geez.
And we're going to decide if this person feels athletic enough for their dead body part to be inserted inside of...
Just based on their face?
Just based on their face. Is this somebody... Like the doctor said here, I got this guy's.
Yeah.
So, Nelly, there's a couple of things here. Just they need to match, so make the gender man, and anything else doesn't matter.
I was gonna say because we got gender, we have age, we have ethnicity.
Age, ethnicity does not matter, just gender. Just go, men, pull it up behind us. We're going to do a couple of these refreshed images. This will work really great because we're off the air over radio right now, and we're only on sites that have...
We're not a television show.
All right, so if this man was donating you a body part...
I don't think I'd take it.
And let's try and do some describing of the people that are popping up.
This guy
kind of
a blue-eyed guy.
He's too happy for me.
Yeah.
All right, Nelly, go
he
ahead.
looks like a banker.
He's too happy.
Let's refresh that image. Let's get somebody else in
Banker.
here. 3, 2, 1. I would take this
I
guy.
might
Looks
take
athletic.
this guy.
That guy
Yeah,
looks
I
like
might take this guy.
You know what? This guy looks like a long jumper.
No, you know what he looks like? He looks like a college soccer player to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Like a college soccer
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy that just hustles and doesn't stop.
Yeah, that guy's
He's
got
relentless.
cardio. That guy's. I want the body
I
parts.
want some cardio. Yeah,
I want.
yeah.
Just say I want the body parts, or I don't want the body.
I
parts.
want his body parts,
I want
yes.
the body parts.
I
yes.
want him.
All right, next face.
No.
This is old man.
No, that's-
looks like he works with
No.
computers.
Yeah, but you got to take.
That's a pharmacist.
But back in his day,
Pharmacist is a great call
but
for
back
this
in
guy.
his day, was he a baller? You got to sort of.
No way. That guy.
You say, was he like a Jack Golke type who just drained threes in the March Madness?
He looks sweet. This is the guy that
Here.
ran the March Madness pool.
I got you guys. This man bikes on the weekend and clogs traffic on the bike.
Yeah, gets in
100%.
fights.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Let's do a few more here, Nelly. Don't want the body parts. Not on that one.
No.
See, this guy,
no.
he's similar to the last guy,
Doing
No,
Nelly.
that guy's corporate lawyer.
except looks
Corporate
way
lawyer.
less
Yeah.
athletic somehow.
Corporate lawyer.
Corporate lawyer. This guy gives parking tickets downtown.
Like that guy's, he's a rich man who doesn't even have a golf swing. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
even do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He's got an awkward
All right,
golf
two
swing.
more. I want to find one more of these guys. One more of these body parts that I would use. Go ahead, Nelly. Refresh.
So far, it's only the soccer kid.
Only the soccer kid has gotten the yes.
Yeah, that guy looks like
Yeah,
an MMA
he looks.
guy.
You know what? He looks tough.
Yeah, MMA.
I'll tell you exactly what's going on with this guy. This guy was a really good high school athlete, and he's just given up.
He tore up his knee.
There's a lot of boozing on the weekends with this guy. There's a lot of partying with this guy. But when back in the day,
He was in Friday Night Lights.
oh yeah, totally.
And then what? He's in a drug deal gone bad. He gets popped
Yeah.
and you get his knee.
He's got a little bit.
That's
What's
morbid.
Taylor?
That's a real morbid thought.
What's Taylor Kitsch's character in Friday Night Lights? Riggins.
I don't know.
Riggins, that guy. He gives me those vibes.
He's now working at a cemetery, but he has some athleticism.
All right, last one, Nelly. No, we are going to break. I want one more.
Come on, Nelly.
Give me one more of these. Do I want the body parts or?
Oh, it's a
well,
kid.
this is a
That's a little
5-year-old.
kid.
I'm not doing. No,
Well,
next.
that could be the next. That could be the next Luka Doncic.
Oh, see this guy.
This guy with the bucket hat.
Hey, can I
We're
make?
not doing bucket
Can I
hats.
make one? Can I make one argument for this guy? This guy crushes slow pitch softball, and you know it. That guy's the cleanup hitter, the ringer on that team. Long hair, bucket hat.
Hat choice eliminates. I want no ligaments or cartilage from that man.
All right. So there you go. 303-504-0925. We found a couple. Found a couple of guys that we
Is
would
it true,
trust.
though?
That's
Is it-
Moser's kind of guy. Though.
is it
You
true, though,
know
that people-
he and Moser are like
Oh, Moser
kindred
parties
spirits?
with him. Yeah.
Is it true that people who get a body part can take on some sort of characteristic of the person who donated? Is that true?
I don't know. I guess. Like
Somebody help me with that, please.
Here, I'll bite off one of my fingernails. Swallow it. Tell me if you feel like.
yeah, I got something. I can
Yeah, I'm
give
gonna
you.
become a real Esweepe, and my hair's gonna turn red. Yeah, okay, great.
All right. Fact checker next.
Got home yesterday, gave myself a testosterone shot. That's right, I'm doing that. It's great. Right on time, perfect. And the treatment has been good for me from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It might be good for you. How are you feeling here in the new year? You tired? You feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns off, not seeing the gains in the gyms anymore? Well, maybe you're suffering from low testosterone. Guys in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Before you know it, you're just not feeling like the same guy. Do yourself a favor. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical providers going over everything with you, your options. Whether or not you have low T, maybe you do have low T. What do you want to do? What do you not want to do? They're going to go over it all with you. Again, $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, well, then your visit's absolutely free. It's been great for me. It'll be great for you as well. Get yourself checked out. No need to wait because most guys wait a year or longer. 5 locations in Colorado from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Give them a call. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
One more time, if you want one of these brand new custom-built saunas by Better Sheds and Saunas, well, guess what? The keyword for today is relax. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is relax in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got keywords throughout the week, and then we'll draw a winner. You can check out more pictures and more information of these incredible saunas at getabettershed.com. Just quickly here. So yesterday, the Rockies win, and they do so on the debut of Chase Dollander, who, again, was okay. Gave up a couple of bombs early, but you know what? With run support, you can make your way through that, which they didn't have early in the year.
Yeah, they put up 12 for you because they chased the other guy out. Estes got bombed by the Rocks. But when I saw the kid give up that 2-run shot in the first, I'm like, "Guh, guh."
Yep. He battled back though.
He did.
Worked his way through
He did.
it.
I saw his family in the stands, and it was pretty cool.
Did you
Pretty
guys
cool.
see how he initially found out that he was getting the call up?
Yeah, it was weird. They issued a video of him being told by his manager,
Pitching
or
coach, I
pitching
think.
coach.
Yeah.
But turns out he got a call from the hotel to confirm that he was coming to Denver. So it was already cat was out of the bag before that video happened.
So here's the quote from Dolander. Right before I got called in the office, I got a text from a hotel saying, "Hey, we're looking forward to welcoming your stay." So this is a similar story. If you guys remember a few years back, manager of the Atlanta Braves, Freddie Gonzalez was his name. Braves were having a bad year.
Hey, I hear your house is on the market.
What? Well, here's what happened to him. Freddie Gonzalez found out that he was getting fired because he got an email from Delta confirming his flight back to Atlanta. They had 3 more days in Pittsburgh.
That's so cold-blooded.
And I don't know how this stuff works.
Do you remember when Gerard Gallant got fired on the road for the Florida Panthers, and he's out on the curb waiting for an Uber with his Florida Panthers bag? That's cold-blooded, man. But again,
wait. Was it Lane Kiffin who got left at the airport at USC? Isn't that what happened to him?
No, it was Alabama. It was Nick Saban fired him like before the bowl game. And
earlier this year, Mike Brown from the Sacramento Kings got fired right when he was on his way to the airport. He was getting set to go to the airport, and they said, "Hey, don't come."
Wow.
I'll still tell you the one time I got fired was a Monday.
Just once?
I've only been fired once. Yeah.
Moser, you ever been fired?
One time, yeah.
But it was a Monday, and I was doing a morning show. And I remember I got done with the show, and then I walked out, and my program director was there, and I was like,
That's
this
the
is
best
weird.
show I've ever done.
It's weird that you're right outside the door when I was walking out. Good to see you. And then turned out I was getting let go. And I still remember my walk back to the car.
What'd they say?
Oh, the old, you guys didn't do anything wrong, just going in a different direction, that sort of, whatever that thing is.
Would you rather be told honestly?
Well, it's kind of true. They had, basically, long story short, they had another big name personality in town that randomly got fired from his job.
In Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Who's a big name in Grand Rapids?
You guys are going to laugh. It's the most radio show name, but it was more like a Howard Stern kind of show. It's called Free Beer and Hot Wings. That's the guys' names. Yeah. One of them is Free Beer. The other one is Hot Wings. Anyway, one of these guys got fired from the show, and they were working for, I guess, months behind my back on replacing me in the morning. Anyway, I still remember my walk to the car, and I was pissed. And I go, so they knew they were going to fire me. They knew it. And they made me come in on a Monday at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you couldn't just tell me over the weekend, hey, this is over?
Just wait till you walk out today.
Well, just don't fire me on a Monday. Just
make it a Tuesday.
Tell me over the weekend that you're done, and then that's fine. I won't come in. No big deal. Anyway, yeah. I actually think it'd be funnier. It'd be funnier, Moj, if I just got a random email from Delta that said, by the way, you got a flight back to Omaha today. And I'm like, wait, I do? It's pretty tough. Now, Dollander, he got the nice one. He got the nice surprise. That you're staying with the big league club. You're getting called up. Your dream's coming true. Why are you looking like that?
Because I'm looking up this show.
This show? What do you mean?
This show that he described.
Greg Free Beer Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
Free Beer is known for many verbal screw-ups, a vast sports knowledge, and occasionally laughing from like Ricky Ricardo from an old episode of I Love Lucy. Sounds really...
I don't know what to tell you. It was a big show there. I
didn't
listen to it. Yeah. We were on at the same time.
Apparently it's nationally syndicated or
All right,
something.
shut up. Do you know what Joker's numbers for the last 6 games? You want me to give you his numbers, what he's averaging? So you always want to be playing...
I gave you the last 3, all losses.
I'm going to give you the last 6. They've lost 4 of the 6. 6 games, Nikola Jokic, down the stretch of the season, where you aspire to play your best basketball, where you really want to get that final kick to the finish line. The man is averaging 41 points, 13 rebounds, and 10 assists.
That's insane.
I repeat. Should I repeat myself?
That's like the only guy on a really bad team. If the record is what it is, and we know what it is,
it's 2-4,
and the best player on planet Earth is averaging that over the span of those games, that means the rest of the team is really bad.
Tell me what those numbers are.
What do you mean beyond Hall of Fame numbers?
What I told you.
41, 12, and 10. What do you mean?
They're stupid.
They're
Is that what you
stupid
want?
good.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's no. There's you can't even record how great that is.
By the way, did you guys hear Draymond Green on his podcast vouch for Joker, saying it's ridiculous if he doesn't win the MVP?
Yeah, I did see that. Well, I saw KD and Paul Pierce going.
They did
at
the
it.
same thing.
They're like, this is
There's
dumb.
a late push.
They said, what are we? Basically, KD. No, not KD. Sorry,
Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce, and they're like, man, what are we? Kevin Garnett's like, what are we doing? And Paul Pierce is like, this has never been done before in the history of the game.
He's going to average a triple-double this season.
This has never been done before,
it's done.
and he's not going to win.
The
it's
question,
just ridiculous.
Vic, the question is he going to average a 30-point triple-double? Because right now he's at 30.0.
Yeah.
Is he going to average a 30-point triple-double on 58% from the floor and 42% from three?
No player in the history of the game has been top 10 in points, assists, rebounds, and steals. Ever. He has a chance to be top 3.
It's just so stupid.
Hang on.
Oh, it's infuriating.
Let me just ask another basic question from us who have watched Jokic. He has played in a 742 career games as of today, regular season. In any of the 742 career games that you have watched Nikola Jokic, did you ever think that it'd be possible for him to average 30 points a game for a season?
No.
I didn't think he would want, here's the fear. I knew that every time I know the Nuggets are in trouble, every time I know that he knows the Nuggets are in trouble, when he starts shooting a bunch of threes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it shows me that, oh, God, we need something. He attempted 11 threes yesterday. Third quarter, Golden State, when things were getting off the rails a little bit, started jacking up threes. Now, it's not a bad thing because he's making threes, right? But it shows you.
It's a mentality.
It shows you he knows.
Yeah.
Brett, I could never imagine him averaging 30 unless he was sacrificing assists. That part of his game would dip because
he's got a career high in assists, though, too.
I know that, and that's my point. That's what I'm getting at. Is that what he's doing is above and beyond even me trying to comprehend how great he can be.
No,
so Vic, it just tells you you have the best player in the world on, if you take all those stats into account, on a bad basketball team. That's what it is.
I'm going to say it. Should the Nuggets make a run at Kevin Durant?
Oh, God, no. I don't think so. That guy, how much does he have left? That's the question. Because he didn't do jack for Phoenix.
Phoenix sucks.
He would fit in pretty nicely.
Yeah, he would. How much?
What do you mean, how much? He's a max contract. That's how much. You pay him the max. You'd have to get rid of a max. Are you kidding me? He's a walking bucket at his age still. He would relieve a lot of pressure.
They don't
need
need
a
scoring.
bucket.
You need defense.
That's the thing. They don't need a
you
bucket.
need some dogs.
I think you guys are foolish.
Look, Vic, are you asking me would I take him? Of course I would, but I'm not. So they can score 135 a night as opposed to 122?
Might be the only way they could play. When they won an NBA championship, they rode their offense as well. Their defense was better, but it wasn't great.
The championship year?
Yeah, it wasn't great defense. It was better.
Bro, they were pretty damn good.
Yeah, they were good, but they were winning
games. They won multiple, like 4, I think, playoff games by hitting 3 or less threes.
It wasn't a top 3 defense. It wasn't a top 5 defense. It wasn't. I'm just telling you, they rode offense still.
Yeah, but when they needed stops, they got stops.
That is true.
I know, but I'm just telling you what their makeup is. There are teams that ride defense, and there are teams that ride offense. This is an offensive team. And I think it will remain that way as long as Joker's here. Do you think it's ever going to be a defensive team? What do you expect to see here? The Pistons?
They were 8th in points per game.
How about a little bit better? How about a little bit better than 3rd worst in the entire West? How about that? Is that all right?
They were 8th in points per game allowed. They were 3rd in 3-point percentage allowed.
They were
pretty good.
Therein lies the biggest difference. Is the ability to defend the three. And it all works hand in hand because they give up a lot of paint points and they give up a lot of open threes, like a rotation. Where does it all start? It all starts on the perimeter.
Well, a lot more we can
Moj,
discuss
if I get
with
by
this.
you, I'm either going to
Everything's
score
screwed
at
up.
the
Yeah,
paint
everything's
or I'm
screwed
going to
up.
get an open three.
A lot more we can discuss with this tomorrow. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
They say to consider your source, and maybe this isn't a good source to use, but earlier you were talking about the losing streak for the Nuggets, and I cannot confirm the last time that they lost 4 games in a row, but what I can confirm is the last time that they lost 15 home games in a single season was 2016-2017. My source for that, Vittorio Lombardi.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So what are you adding to the show right now besides just echoing what I said?
I mean, it's been a rough day. It's been a rough day, man. I don't know.
Go home and take care of your
Nelly,
dog.
Nelly has probably been
Don't let
on
the
the
dog
phone
out.
with a multitude of people
Nelly,
tonight.
you've had a rough day, I know, back there. We've had some issues.
Hey, Brett.
So thank you for your service.
If only I had Mike from Computers on the show, I could have gotten everything fixed earlier, brother. But he's picking the gelato card.
I do like your hat. What is that hat?
It's the Isotopes.
Albuquerque Isotopes.
Oh, is it really? Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
Go Topes.
Who let the dogs out? Vic.
Yeah, Vic, good
Who
luck with
let
that.
the dogs out? Vic.
I
Vic,
hope you have
Vic.
a pee stain on your carpet somewhere,
Oh,
Travis.
I guarantee there'll be one there. That's a guarantee.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you.
Get
Bye.
it.
There's the horn. Denver, for the first time this year, loses 4 games in a row. Final tonight from Denver. Indiana 125 to 120.
No, it was my fault. I wanted to get out of his way. Wanted to either get to the corner or push me through. That's what I was thinking in my head. But he wanted to play DHO, and he was telling me that. So I was too late, and then when I went to step up, I just got in his way. So that's my turnover, and I just got to be better in that spot. And like I said, I was thinking get out of his way, let him go score 2. I know he's an automatic 2, especially because they haven't been doubling him, the last couple of plays. So I was just thinking get out of his way. I put him in a bad spot, and that's my fault.
Well, that's not the way that you want to end the weekend, Coach. So much to get into. Avs fall to the Blues over the weekend, but it ends up not really mattering. Alexander Ovechkin sets a record. We saw on Friday the CU Buffs Pro Showcase. We'll get into all of that, but we got to start here with the Nuggets and what is a 4-game free fall at the absolute worst time of the season. And remember all the way back. This really wasn't that far back. I think you can remember that back on March 18th, the Nuggets were in the 2 seed in the West. And a full 6.5 games separated the Nuggets from what seemed like not even in the rearview mirror was the 8-seeded Los Angeles Clippers. And as we stand right now on April 7th,
we're neighbors.
The Nuggets are a half game out of not only falling into the play-in, but being the 8 seed in the play-in.
At some point, we as fans, we as people that discuss this team and break it down and analyze this team, we've got to come to a realization that you have to trust what the games are telling you. And the games are telling you that this team is just off. It's off. It's weird because it's not the type of basketball team right now that I think has one particular glaring thing wrong with it. I mean, everybody's just going to continue to point to the defense. Some good basketball teams that know how to outscore their problems. Right now, this team doesn't know how to outscore its defensive problems. And it wouldn't take a monumental effort to score greater than 120 points to beat the Indiana Pacers of Indianapolis. Kind of like the
it's so easy to do that with them. It's
the
so
Athletics
easy.
of Las Vegas, formerly of Sacramento and also Oakland. The problem that I have right now.
There's a few good teams that can outscore their problems. I don't know if that's true, but we'll get into that later.
I don't think this team is on its way towards anything other than a disappointing finish in the postseason. And we got to understand and admit that right now, if the only thing that you can point to is the fact that you're out Jamal Murray. How many of our fans and texters and Twitchers complain about Jamal Murray himself all the time on the same airways?
I mean, we do.
And he's a defensive liability, is he not? At least in his current state. But I do agree. Like that game last night could have been won by the 2-man game of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. I don't have that. Now you see Nikola Jokic and Christian Brown fumbling around. Like, you gonna win this thing? Are you gonna win this one, or am I? You? No? Huh? Turnover.
Sure. At the end of the game, Christian brings it on himself, and you heard that in the show intro. He says, "My fault. I got to get out of his way." Christian Brown ain't the reason why he lost that basketball game.
No, gosh, no.
He put up 30 points. He goes 12 of 16 from the field. He's perfect from beyond the arc. Joker goes off for a 41-point triple-double. No one else was hitting threes other than Christian, so he jacks up 11 of them. He wasn't great from beyond the arc, but he jacks up 11 threes, and you waste another triple-double, and it's because at the end of the game, you can't control the basketball. They can't do it. Another missed Russell Westbrook layup, and what happens right afterward? This is a 1-point game when it happens. A missed reverse layup. He goes down onto the floor, hustles back to find his man, but blows by him. The old Olay. Wing 3. And that's basically the game right there. Sure, there's another 20 points that Indiana has to score throughout the rest of the game. And that was at the 9-minute mark. At that point, I went, they're not winning this thing.
Raj, I haven't been very high on Russell Westbrook much over the last couple months, have I?
No, I tried to talk you off that ledge, and I'll be pretty honest, Coach. I'm not planting my flag on that side anymore.
Right, because after the game, I think that was the most upset I was about 35 minutes afterwards when DMac, our very own hardworking journalist, was in the locker room, and Russell Westbrook had NBA forced him to...
Must be made available to the media.
Must be made available to the media, and with a nice smug look on Russell Westbrook's face, this is what he had to say.
You guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're
I don't know. I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't.
What's frustrating you the most right now?
Probably just losing.
Where's the confidence that this group can figure something out in the next 3 games and, be on the right path heading into the postseason?
I hope it's high. I can't speak for everybody in the locker room, but, my head stays high. Get ready for Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That had the feeling of they're the problem, not me. And when you watch the video of this interview, you see there's a kind of a poop-eating grin on the face of Russell Westbrook throughout the course of this. And I feel like this team's had a bit of a chemistry issue throughout the course of this season. And as the season's progressed, it becomes abundantly clear to me that there is a chemistry, locker room, cultural issue. And I don't know that Russell Westbrook is a part of the solution. I'm not saying that he is the sole problem, but I don't think he's any way, shape, or form a part of the solution as it relates to the chemistry of this team, which looks off.
You can't close games. Sure. You can't close games with him. And that was as close to I'm just here so I don't get fined as you can possibly get.
I don't know, man. I think a lot of people are saying that. I've heard a lot of people on social media, because I said this ain't it. Somebody said, well, that's just Russ throughout his career. Well, it's also the same Russ that's been banished from quite a few locker rooms over the course of the last 7 years of his career. I think that there's more to it than just I don't know statements. I think there's a little bit of those guys. That Nugget team has got a big issue right now. Them, and not me.
I will admit, I feel as though that the Wolves kind of been pulled over my eyes with the Russ experience this year, because they don't win. What are they? They have 47 wins right now. They don't win 47 games without him. There's a lot of games that Russ was a part of this year that they win because of him. And it was when everything was going well and he wasn't turning the ball over nearly as much in dire situations. Okay? They don't have as many wins right now, but you're not on a 4-game losing streak. It feels like it starts and ends with how Russ was 3 games ago. If Michael Malone wants to save his job going into next year, he can't keep going back to this well. And I don't think the issues with the Nuggets right now are Michael Malone's fault at the beginning. I think it falls in the front office and what they did this offseason in hamstringing the moldability of the roster as to what you can do during the season on trades, extending players that were here for championship runs and are all-time great Nuggets and will always be remembered for that. I think there was a move to extend Jamal Murray that, again, Jamal's not on the floor right now, so I can't blame Jamal.
Yeah.
And what's going on with that, the scariest thing that happens over the weekend is that Coach Malone goes, thought this was day-to-day. This is now turned into much longer than day-to-day. And not only, we'll get him back at the postseason. The operative word was we hope we'll get him back by the
I heard
playoffs.
a hope in there.
That scares the living crap out of me. But the decision to extend Jamal in the offseason now looks questionable. The decision to maybe not move on and maximize the value of Michael Porter Jr. in the offseason looks questionable because the rest of the roster is garbage. And it is. And Malone almost doesn't have the choice. He almost doesn't have the choice to play anyone other than Russell Westbrook at the end of these games. That's where I can give him a little bit of leniency. But now you've seen Jalen Pickett play well. I play him over Russ at the end of the games. I have to.
Michael
so
Malone
that's my
did.
thing. Michael,
he did
you
it
have to do
yesterday. He did it, and then in his post-game presser, Michael Malone talked about, without blatantly throwing the young buck under the bus, he basically said, I left him out there, wanted to see if he could do some good things, and sure enough, he didn't say Pickett led to some turnovers. He said there were some turnovers. Right. He was throwing it in the direction of his second-year player.
So that's where I go. If he's trying the other option, he doesn't have any other arrows.
He was
to throw.
begrudgingly trying another option. We all know that Michael Malone will default to a veteran.
He will,
even if it is a guy
unless
like
it's
Russell
Christian
Westbrook.
Brown, and because he played Christian when he was a rookie in the postseason, he did.
Yeah, I wouldn't say to close out many games unless it was from a defensive perspective and playing really good defense, which Christian Brown continues to do so. You know what? I don't think that this team in its current construction is personally, I don't think that it's too bad of a roster to not make noise in the postseason. Okay? I don't. I'll tell you what I can very clearly see that's been missing from this Nuggets franchise. I'd call it since midseason in last year's defense of the title. Raj, there's no joy. They don't play the game of basketball with any version of enjoyment. It looks like sheer drudgery.
It does look like a graveyard.
And it has for a long time. You watch the OKC Thunder, and I know I talked about that they're very beatable. How many times do you see after their wins where they're going through the exercise of putting towels on the interviewer and building essentially a towel teepee mess around the person that's interviewing? They're having fun together. This Nuggets team doesn't look like it's had fun since the dang parade. It feels pressure. It feels like the weight or burden. And I think everybody around Nikola Jokic feels the burden of the championship window, and can I deliver? Am I good enough? And do I have what it takes at the end of the game? And we saw that last night again with Christian Brown essentially turning down the opportunity to get a DHO, to dribble handoff with Nikola Jokic.
I think it brings up the big question. What type of finish to this season guarantees that both Calvin Booth and Michael Malone are back with the Nuggets this year? That is my question of the day to you guys out there in the text line. 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. No games tonight, no Nuggets, no Avs, no Rockies. They've got a day off, but hey, win number 2 on the season. Chase Dollander comes in and makes his MLB debut. I wouldn't say he dazzled, but
I was there,
win.
Raj. I was there inside. I was at Coors Field, and there's only one Colorado-based sports team that's on a win streak right now. And it's your Colorado Rockies, baby.
The Rapids didn't have a great showing this weekend. The Avs lose 5-4 to the Blues. Obviously been talking about the Nuggets and their 4-game losing streak. We posed the question to you guys. What type of finish to the season? And I extend this into the postseason as well. What type of finish guarantees that both head coach and GM are back next season? Because when we looked at the beginning of this season, what was your goalpost? What was your end line for a successful year?
Championship.
Okay, you were championship. I looked at going into this year, if you are a Western Conference Finals team and you make it a 6 or 7 game series and it's really good, I could look at the season and go, that's a success to me.
And I agree with that because it would be an improvement over last year's result. But for it to be a bona fide, undisputed success story with Nikola Jokic playing the way he's playing, I think the answer is to win another Larry O'Brien. But that doesn't necessarily, it's a different conversation regarding everybody's jobs being safe. And I've had those I've been a part of those same conversations in my career.
How quickly does that creep into the mind of a head coach when you go through a losing streak like this?
I just don't see any personally, from my perspective, I don't think that Michael Malone is thinking about his job security. I don't think that an NBA championship head coach that's just potentially 2 calendar years removed from a parade. I don't see Michael Malone getting relieved of his duties unless some type of bombshell comes out about locker room culture and major issues that exist, which it looks like there's major issues. I just can't put my finger on what it is from a chemistry and culture
Right, that's
standpoint.
true, but what you said before we went into the break was it has looked for quite a while now that there's no energy in the room, that it looks like basketball is something that they are almost forced to do while other teams are enjoying it. It actually is an enjoyable product to watch those guys play ball, and it kind of feels like the Nuggets have been slogging for the entire season. And I know it sounds like I'm negative right now, and the 5-7-5 is, you both never had confidence or trust in this team all season. If they go far, I don't want to hear you guys celebrating anything. I'm just trying to tell you what my eyes see. Right? That's all I'm trying to do is tell you what my eyes see. I told that to you when the Avs were a nightmare at the beginning of the season with the goaltending. I said there's no chance that they can win in the West with that type of goaltending. And now my tune's changed with the Avs because, well, they were able to go out and fix their holes. The Nuggets, as a result of the current NBA CBA and what the front office did in the offseason, tied their hands behind their back. And you have to play your way through that. You said there's an energy problem. There's a joy problem. There's 2 ways to fix that. You can only fix that with new personnel, which has to wait for the offseason, or what the easier way to do that is moving on from your staff. And I don't think it's the right move, but if this current slide continues and they go out with a whimper in the first round or in the second round, Michael Malone's seat will be hotter than any other head coach in the NBA. And
going into
next year. Going into next year.
I'd agree with that.
If they're a first round bounce in like 4 or 5 games in the first round, then all bets are off.
We have to look
have
to look at the current quality of what we're seeing. And I would say that right now, you are a first round bounce. Are you seeing anything different than that?
No, Jamal Murray's everything. No, Jamal is everything. when the starting five is healthy and playing together, they win a lot of basketball games.
Yeah.
So you could look at this at this slide, and then you get into the postseason, the starting five is healthy, and they play every single game, and the Nuggets are a Western Conference final opponent with Oklahoma City. Who knows how the rest of the playoff matchups are gonna flow. There's a half game separating like 6 teams right now in the standings. Who knows how it's going to finish out. But if they're all healthy, it could get to the West Final. And then this conversation is moot. But they haven't been healthy all season, and I can't bank on that.
You remember when you felt like the Kansas City Chiefs were playing with their food during the regular season and
the whole year?
And you just felt like there was an inevitability it was going to catch up to them at some point. There's a sense to me where, for example, like the Chiefs, they have the greatest quarterback by far in the modern National Football League. But it's the surrounding cast, it's the overall feel, it's the vibes. It just didn't seem right during the regular season, even though they just kept winning. I do feel like there's almost a little bit of that same feeling surrounding the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic being that guy, right? Where he's going to continue to do he's going to continue to show up in the biggest of moments, but it's just everything around him just doesn't look quite right.
It's so funny because this is a vibes conversation, right? We're having a vibes conversation.
Vibes and I would say surrounding production.
Who's the vibiest dude in the NBA? The dude with the chillest, coolest vibes in the league is
Aaron Gordon?
It's Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
He's the coolest dude on the planet. Name another guy outside of Alexander Ovechkin that you want to go have a beer with.
Yeah, you're right.
It's Ovi and Joker. Those dudes. And this team has a vibes issue?
Well, is that the vibe problem? Is that you just said chill, laid back, cool to hang around? Do you need a dang assassin?
Well, Jamal Murray's supposed to be the assassin. Jamal Murray is supposed to be that. He's supposed to be the dog, right? He is supposed to be the Nathan McKinnon. And again, this is just from a vibe standpoint, not the same type of player skill set or anything like that. He is the Nathan McKinnon to Cale Makar or Gabriel Landeskog. Coolest, chillest dude in the locker room. But on the ice, Cale more so than Landeskog. Very even-keeled. Nathan McKinnon will throw a helmet at your face. That's who Jamal Murray is supposed to be as a foil to Nikola Jokic. But he's not on the court.
Problem right now is that if Jamal Murray abruptly grabbed the helmet to throw at your face, he might pull his hamstring. So he can't.
Yeah, the season hinges on his health. The postseason hinges on his health.
Without question. It's so abundantly clear. And when he's healthy and you have the option of a big scoring night from either Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray, or in the case at times of both, you win basketball games. That's how this team's won consistently, is that one of those two dudes or both shows up and scores. When it's just Michael Porter Jr.
or it's just Christian Brown.
Yep, it's not enough for whatever reason.
You need two of them.
And this basketball team doesn't play great basketball when Nikola Jokic is scoring all the points.
When he's the dude jacking up 11 threes.
It's just not, it's the way it's gone. If you look at these last 3 games, remarkable to me. How does this even happen? Nikola Jokic's last 3 games, 61 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists versus Minnesota. 33 points, 12 rebounds, 9 assists versus the Warriors. 41 points, 15 rebounds, 13 assists versus the Pacers.
So what is that? It's
and
like
you're
100
freaking 3.
It's like 135 points, 40-something rebounds.
How are you 0-3 in those games?
Assists.
How?
3. It's insane. It's nuts, and that's why it is confounding. And yeah, I understand. I feel like I sound negative, and I don't like sounding like this. Those of you who have listened to this show for a while, I don't enjoy feeling negative. I am an overwhelming positive thought process when it goes to my teams. Every single year, I think, is the year.
You got to listen to the reality, though. We have to listen to the reality.
You have to, because guess what? Guess what happens if I don't? I get called a shill. I get called a corporate cheerleader. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you what my eyes see. And what my eyes see is that this team just doesn't have it. They don't have it this year for one reason or another. It is either personnel or staff. And something.
Did you feel like they had it last year?
Unless they make a run, something will change in the offseason.
Raj, at this point in time last year, did you think they had it last year?
Yeah, I did.
I was uncertain.
It's still, and I know it's bled into this year, losing a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter of Game 7 at home. I know it bled into this year. It is still an anomaly. If that changes, they're in the West Final. If that changes, they likely get through Dallas, and they're in an NBA Final. Do they beat Boston? Who the hell knows? But yeah, I felt like they had it last year. That fourth quarter is an anomaly. If you play that game 100 times, you win it 97 times. You do. That's just the way that those things go. It largely never happened before.
Correct me if I'm wrong. From my vantage point, this conversation of when this team, and frankly even this fan base, has really had joy playing the game, most importantly, and supporting your team watching the game. I feel like it was the beginning of the 2023 season was the last time the Who's Your Daddy game, you open the season with the Lakers in your building and hoist a banner. It felt fun. And since then, I just haven't felt any form of joy and fun with this basketball team. It's just been...
The joy got tamped down. The joy was taken away from you. We weren't allowed to say that anymore.
Yeah, I was told not to never speak those words again.
You just did, Coach. Watch out.
Well, I'm going to keep saying
it's a red dot on
you know why?
Red dot on your chest.
You know why?
Right now.
Because I like fun. I like fun.
You know
in
who
sports.
else likes fun? You know what? Hey, we'll get back to the Nuggets. I could do this for 6 hours today. We'll get back to Nuggets. You know who loves fun? The coolest thing that happened this weekend on Friday and on Sunday morning. Alexander Ovechkin, again, the coolest dude in sports. That was a delight to watch.
Well, you know what? As a famous Chechnyan philosopher, Juicy J once said, bands that make her dance.
Friday night, this dude goes off at home for 2 power play goals. His head coach goes over to him with 8 minutes to go in the third period. And he has a conversation. And credit to ESPN or TNT, whoever had the broadcast that day, for grabbing Spencer Carberry, the Caps head coach, as they're going to break. He taps Ovi on the shoulder. And they have the conversation. And everyone knew what the conversation was. If they pull the goalie, if they pull Spencer Knight, you want to go out there? And Ovi, being the consummate professional that he is, says no. I want there to be a goalie in the net when I do this thing. I said on Friday there was one thing that could make it okay for me, that the record breaker was an empty netter. And that's if it was a hat trick. And there was a chance there, and Ovi was there at home, and Gretzky's in the building. I was a little disappointed that it happened, but they score the empty netter. Ryan Leonard gets his first NHL career goal, and then they put Spencer Knight back in. The Blackhawks do. Ovi gets like 4 other scoring opportunities in the last 60 seconds of the game, nearly ends it with a hat trick with a goalie in net. Then we have to wait 2 days. He goes to the island. And lo and behold, the first power play of the game, 20 seconds into it, he gets a pass in his office. Wasn't a one-timer, but it was a laser short side wrist shot. And he dives for the celebration. It was everything you could have imagined and more. Wayne Gretzky was willing. He was ready to give up that history.
Yep.
Just like Gordie Howe was when he broke it 31 years earlier.
Wayne Gretzky's Botox makes him look younger than Alexander Ovechkin.
Oh, yeah.
Ovi looks
Ovi
so
does
old.
look like he's old. I didn't think about that. Ovi looks like he's older than Gretz.
It's insane when you look at him next to each other. I'm like, which guy's the contemporary? Which guy's the the 80s superstar? I don't know.
He and Janet Jones, like they're 25 years younger than they actually are.
Alexander Ovechkin, and every aspect of his game is exactly the model that somehow, some way, these Denver Nuggets need to channel. Like, how you've got to find a way to have that joy in the game, but also it's shared joy. with your teammates. And Alexander Ovechkin, who's what, 39?
39.
39 years old.
41 goals at 39, a season where he broke his leg and missed 17 games.
How many different teammates has he had over his career? And yet he's still pouring into the relationships.
Yeah, with a bunch of
off the ice,
19-year-old
with a bunch of
dudes.
kids. It really is remarkable. It deserves to be celebrated. I will ask you this question, Raj. I saw a couple of the locker room shots of Ovechkin with his kind of form-fitting Under Armour stuff. It made me feel a little bit better about my midsection.
Yeah, a bag of milk.
He got a little bit of that Chuck Liddell deal where you're like, is that just his really strong big core, or is he just kind of has a beer belly?
Oh no, I think he's built like a brick you-know-what house.
So it's got the Chuck Liddell, where
the
engine is inside of what we might call a gut, but really
might need a paint job.
Yeah, he's got an engine.
It's been hit by a couple of pucks in the driveway. He's got some dents in there. Got left
all over the place.
Got left outside in the hail. But yeah, the engine's still a twin turbo V8. It's pumping. He's amazing. And I do think that eventually someone's going to break that record. Austin Matthews is a 400 goal scorer and has a higher goals per game pace than Ovi does, and he's still pretty young. Matthews is one of those guys who could possibly do it. I think Ovi's going to stay for one more year and try and like space that record out. I think he very much wants to be the first to 900. If he stayed for another 2 years and played until he was 41, there's a chance he could hit 1,000 if he really wanted to.
Caps legitimately have a shot to win it this year.
Yeah, because I don't think the East is really that scary. There's
Yeah.
two teams in the East that should scare the crap out of the Capitals, and that is Tampa Bay, who's playing well, and Florida, who's going to get healthy, because they're in the East. If they were in the West, I'd say no chance. The West is brutal. The conversation with the Avalanche is so completely different than the Nuggets too, because I could see the Avs, like they're gonna match up against Dallas. They lose to St. Louis, and they've now won 12 straight, but there's just not enough games remaining. Like the Avs have a game against Anaheim, and basically if you win on Tuesday against Vegas, it's already confirming what feels like is locked up to a 3-2 matchup, and St. Louis won't be able to catch you.
Are the Avs in Vegas this coming
No,
week?
they're home against Vegas on Tuesday.
Not on Thursday or Friday?
No, home Vegas Tuesday, home Thursday for the final. I can't remember who they play Thursday at home, but it's the final home game of the season on Thursday. And then you go to Southern California at LA, at Anaheim on the 12th and the 13th. And then the regular season is over for the Avs. They have 6 days off until the 13th, until the first day that you could possibly play in the postseason on April 19th. So they've got a long time, man.
Do you feel like the issue with the Avs is more just how quickly
the 318 goes 1,000? He's got 115 to go. Be realistic. Well, it's 105 to go. The guy is 39 and has 41 goals in a season where he missed 16 hockey games. If he played another 2 years, probably 3 to get up to 42, there's a possibility. He's not going to do it. But 1,000, I've counted Ovi out the whole year, and all he does is score. He's got a 5-game goal streak. No player 39 years or older has ever done that. Ever. He just keeps doing it. Some guys are superhuman. Some guys are mutants. Alex Ovechkin's a mutant. The Canucks are on Thursday.
he's a mutant with an admirable midsection. Gives us, all of us 40-somethings, a lot to look forward to in life, man. If he can do it, so can I.
We'll get back into the Avs and the Stars, see a bunch of questions about who they're going to be playing in the first round. More Avs, more Nuggets, CU's Pro Day, but on the other side, Rapids head coach Chris Armas.
What is good, Colorado? It's Coach Mike Sanford talking to you about Loveland Ski Area. Spring skiing is upon us, and it is the best time of the year. Even though you just did get 4 fresh inches of straight powder over the course of this weekend, then you got that Friday, Saturday snow. You got to make sure that you get your 2025, 2026 season pass at the lowest price, but you get to use it for the rest of this season for free. Passes include bonus days at over 30 partner mountains next season. Closing day's coming up, not too far away. It's May 11th, so the sooner that you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. You have over a month to get that done. Visit skiloveland.com and get yours today.
You are listening to the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. It's Monday at 10:45, and that means it's time for our weekly chat with Rapids head coach Chris Armas, who joins us courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. You can find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, how are you this morning? It's good to see you.
I'm doing all right, Raj. Good, nice jersey. I like it.
Right? It's nice. It's messed up last name, but hey, the European last names end up looking good on the back of a soccer kit. Am I right?
Oh yeah, looks great.
There's not many Finnish players that you have to write home about. But, over the weekend, tough loss against the top team in the West in Vancouver. On your post-game presser, you called it a missed opportunity. Why?
Well, listen, for us, we're on this quest this year to just be the best that we can be and keep getting better and keep taking steps forward, which means we love this idea of consistency. And we're coming off the Charlotte game previously. We thought was one of our best in a really long time. And a couple of plays let us down. So we felt like as we're a couple of points away from first place, that was a missed opportunity to gain some points, jump in the standings, at the same time just show ourselves that we can be on a nice way to a consistent team.
Coach, you guys go from playing one of the, if not one of the best teams in the MLS on the road in Vancouver, and turn around and host a newcomer to the MLS who's also second currently in the table with 14 points in San Diego FC. How good will it be to be back home, and what are the challenges that San Diego FC does pose?
Yeah, to be back home, there's a certain comfort in playing in front of our fans. The energy that's in that building, the way that we respond to that and feed off the energy of our crowd, it's something special. So yeah, that we're looking forward to in a big way against a really good team. They're hot. They've scoring goals. They have dynamic attackers. So yeah, it's going to be another big test for us. But we're going to have a good training sessions this week. We're going to have a good plan for that game, and we're gonna attack. We're gonna go after them.
It'll be nice to train in decent weather this week, and it'll be actually really awesome weather to play out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park over the weekend. It's not like you guys are playing in a snowpocalypse like basically the last time that we saw you guys here in Colorado. When you go up against these super high-powered offenses, how do you approach the first 30 minutes of the game? Because that's what ended up biting you guys over the weekend against, again, high-powered offenses. They run. How do you make sure that doesn't happen this weekend?
Well, we said before the game, and it's our DNA, that the single most important thing today, guys, is that we are proactive, which means, so then how does that look in all the phases of the game? When you have the ball, we're playing forward, we're playing fast, and we're attacking space behind. When we are defending, we are proactive by being close, take time and space away. We're jumping and pressing. All of that feels energetic type of football. So with the ball, we're coming at you. Without the ball, we're coming at you. That's the most important thing. Our best defense is to attack always, but it's aggressiveness and proactiveness. And that's how it has to be about with San Diego. We oftentimes will say, let's put them in a faster game than they want to be in, right? That's whoever that is, especially in our building at altitude.
Coach, you've been a head coach over 5 years at different levels, New York Red Bulls, Toronto FC, and then the Rapids here going into year 2, right, Coach?
Yep.
How about that?
Yep.
You look across to what the Denver Nuggets are going through. And going through a slide, and you've been playing with the same core. It just feels like something's just a little off. What are the challenges as a head coach, you yourself having been a head coach at the professional level, of when the message just doesn't seem to be getting through, and you don't see any particular change? Any advice coming across for say the Nuggets and Michael Malone?
Well, listen, those guys can offer advice to us. They've been at the pinnacle. They've been at the top. They're playing in games that are close. Listen, I think Coach knows how to, I think you want to always be pushing buttons on players. I think he'll know which buttons to push. He knows his team. He knows who to rely on, his reliables. I think it's always, again, you got to stay the course, stick to who you are, one quarter at a time. But sometimes for us, it's we look a little internal, not external, when things get a little bit tough. Mm-hmm. And that, I think you talk less and do more. You get back to the basics and you just work. But ultimately, sometimes in little moments for us when things are tough, less is more, right? Let's just compete. Let's get the cognitive loads lower, less information, more competition. Let's get the energies high. Let's just play. Let's get back to play, but never vary from who you are. That's what we say about ourselves. Like, let's stick to who we are, guys, and stick together.
To an untrained eye, give me a player that hasn't necessarily showed up on the score sheet, on the stat sheet, that has been impressing you and your staff that we should look out for this weekend.
I'd say that that's Cole Bassett. He's a guy that's hungry for goals, hungry for assists. Is getting close in a lot of moments, but yeah, he's someone that I think is someone to keep a close eye on.
All right.
How has it been with his brother, playing with his brother so far, and what can we look for out of younger Bassett?
Yeah, Sam Bassett, he's in so many ways he's just like Cole. In so many ways he's different. He's a bigger kid, strong, robust. He's covers ground in a very explosive way. Cole covers a lot of ground in one way, but Sam is even like just a bigger kid, muscles. Like it's just so they got some interesting physical profiles that are a little bit different. But he's a young guy with a really mature mindset. He has big self-belief. He can help finish our attacks. He's powerful, and I think one of his superpowers, maybe like his brother, I think it comes from the Bassett family and that parents is big self-belief, confident, put me in, coach type of thing. So he trains well. He's a wonderful character. We look for guys with talent, passion, and character. He's got all three. So yeah, I think we just, with our roster, we just got to give these guys chances, and his time's going to come, even though he got his debut this past weekend.
Rapids and San Diego, 7:30 p.m. out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park on the 12th. Coach, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you on Monday. Get back in the win column before we see you.
Thanks, guys. We're going to get right back to it. Thank you.
Chris Armas, head coach of your Colorado Rapids. All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, last time I saw you, Friday, before you headed in to go watch some chilly baseball with the Rockies and the A's, CU had their pro day, their showcase. And we finally saw Travis Hunter. We saw him run some routes. We saw Shador throw a little bit. Your thoughts on what you saw coming out of Boulder?
I was able to talk to several people that were in attendance, one being our very own Tyler Polumbus, and some of the opinions that I had, that it was a bit of a slow start to the pro day, throwing the football, Shador, Travis Hunter, and it certainly picked up. I think that the word coming out on Travis Hunter is everything's leaning more towards wide receiver as being the home position, meaning that's your bread and butter, and then auxiliary, third down, nickel, corner.
That's a change, though. From what we heard of Travis last year and the year prior, the thought was you are locked down, best corner in your class, maybe a chance to be the best corner in the game of football when you move up to the NFL. And then you'll be a little bit of a gadget wide receiver. How does that change that quickly?
Well, because you just look at the average contracts and of a wide receiver, and you even look at
but it might not be up to him. It's up to him.
His film. All right, everybody that I've talked to in the NFL say that wide receiver film solely evaluating the class. It's Travis Hunter, massive gap, and then Tet McMillan. Why in God's green earth would you not play that guy at wide receiver? A position that is so hard to get your hands on in terms of a real bona fide superstar with otherworldly ball skills. That's Travis Hunter. And then utilize him on the defensive side of the ball. If you want to lock down a certain guy, or if you want to play third down coverages or sub package, he's the perfect guy to do it. He's a wide receiver, man. And a corner. But he's a wide receiver.
The whole league 3 months ago was saying, yeah, we'll use him in
I
some
wasn't.
packages as a wideout. That's
I
fine.
didn't say
He's
that.
the best corner on. He's the best corner in the game. And because he's running routes against air, that changes?
No, because of what he did in the season is what changed. And I saw that, Raj, on our very show after the North Dakota State game. And watching some of the catches that he made that are degree of difficulty is off the charts. And he made them look so simple. I said, that guy's a wide receiver. Why? Because he's got something that only one other person, I believe, in the National Football League has, and that is insane levels of ball skills. And that's what I think that's where he separates. His film did it, and then him going out and doing absolutely zero backpedaling at his pro day. How many reps of backpedaling did he do? 0.
Who's the other wideout that you think has the same amount of ball skills that's currently in the league?
Justin Jefferson. They remind me so much of each other. And I coached against Justin Jefferson in college. It was a scary team to coach against. 2019 LSU.
Yes, it's not a team that you want to go.
Tell you what.
How'd you guys fare, Coach?
Well, the Utah State Aggies went in there with a lot of hope, and our dreams were shattered very quickly.
Made some money, though, in that game, I'm sure.
Hey, you know what? Jamar Chase is pretty good opposite Justin Jefferson. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, pretty good running back. Oh, Joe Burrow, solid thrower of the football. Yeah, that was good.
The greatest season a quarterback has ever had in college.
Grant Delpit playing on the second in the secondary. I mean, the amount of NFL starters and you're talking over $600 million of contracts that we played against that day. What are we doing?
Not fun, Coach.
Not good.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Our special thanks to Rapids head coach Chris Armas for joining us as he does every Monday morning at 10:45. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Watch us on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today so you guys don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, the very best from Denver's #1 in sports talk. That's right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. National championship game tonight, Coach. Duke crumbles at the end of a game. They show their youth. Houston, it felt like they shoved a kid in a locker and just bullied him at the end of that game.
How does a 7-0 run happen over the course of 15 seconds? Like, both teams have the opportunity to possess the basketball. 7-0 run.
I thought the game was over when Flab put him up 9.
I'm in with one of my new places of employment. I'm in a bracket challenge. I was second out of 130 bracket entries before Houston ruined my dreams.
The whole way?
I had Duke in Florida in the Natty. I had all the Final Four.
The old meme of that guy in the White Lotus.
Mm-hmm. What the heck? That makes me feel uncomfortable. Have you watched White Lotus?
Yeah, I finished the season finale last night.
What is it?
You haven't watched any of it? White Lotus is a great show, Coach.
What's it about?
It's a murder mystery that takes place over the course of 7 days. Like, every episode is odd day.
I like that.
And there's 3 seasons, and there's very minimal.
So it's a new murder every season?
Yes, and there's very, very minimal plot lines that flow from season to season.
Okay.
So you could watch season 3 and still be entertained and not be completely lost. There's a few things that you wouldn't quite get, but you wouldn't be lost.
Okay.
Yeah, new murder mystery every season. It's a great show to watch on Sunday nights with the wife.
Yeah.
Season 3 ended last night.
Florida Gators.
It was good. It wasn't great.
Florida Gators are pretty fun basketball team to watch. Just because, I'll be honest, both these teams, these are two teams that find a way to win at the end of games. Whether they don't hit their stride in the course of the regular flow of the game until the remaining several minutes, and both these teams have found ways to win. And as a result, I do think that the final 4 games were so good and so tightly contested, and it really was the best. It was the best that was out there.
So did it make up for a boring round 2 through the Elite 8? Because round 1 was fine.
I thought round 1 was the biggest disappointment this year.
I thought round 1 was okay.
Just didn't have nearly as many. There felt like there were barely any upsets. I mean, CSU was one of the few lower seeds that won a basketball game, yet they were.
You had the good Arkansas Calipari story.
Yeah, but that's freaking John Calipari. That roster was a $10 million roster. That's not a great upset story. I think that the NCAA tournament for me is it's the first 2 rounds for me that really differentiate between an awesome tournament and a subpar tournament.
So a really solid Saturday slate of games didn't
was fun.
Didn't overshadow that for you.
I felt slighted. I feel like I got robbed of a great first couple rounds of basketball in the NCAA tournament.
You know what's funny is that Duke loses, and this was, for me, it was the least hateable Duke team that I've watched in my life.
Cooper Flagg, man.
I don't hate him. I don't
He's
hate
a
him.
good player.
I enjoy watching that guy
a
play
good player.
basketball, dude. I don't hate him. For some reason, I don't hate Kneppel or Knuppel, however you pronounce his last name. That is a Duke player that just with his face, I should hate.
Yeah.
And I don't. I don't hate John Shire for some reason, as much as I did Coach K. And I still found myself, even though it was a likable Duke team for me, going up against Houston, I went, I can't wait to watch
Did
you
you
guys
like
lose.
Did you like Coach K during his run?
No.
Just because you're a Syracuse guy? And it's just the superpowers of college basketball.
Krzyzewski even before I went to Syracuse. But I also grew up a Connecticut fan. So there was still that Calhoun and Krzyzewski, not like a big rivalry head-to-head because obviously Duke not in the Big East. But I didn't like Krzyzewski from the time I was a kid.
I've always loved Coach K. Strangely, my dad coached football at West Point when Coach K was coaching basketball at West Point, and he knew him fairly well.
Cool overlap.
And just said he was one of the coolest, best people to talk to just his leadership and coaching, and just a great dude. So I've always been a Coach K guy.
6:50 tonight is tip on CBS between Florida and Houston. The Gators 1.5-point favorites in that game. No Nuggets, no Avs tonight, no Rockies. All three of those teams have the day off. Avs will be back on the ice tomorrow night as they host Vegas 7:30 on 92.5. You basically win that game, Coach, and you're guaranteed the 3 seed. It feels like you're already guaranteed as of right now that you're going to Dallas. There's a few things that could happen. The Stars could catch Winnipeg, although I don't see that happening. Big game tonight. Winnipeg and St. Louis play against each other. St. Louis has now won after beating the Avs over the weekend, 12 straight hockey games. They only have a 2-point lead as it stands right now on Minnesota. No games in hand for either one of those teams. So it's not like the 7 and the 8 seed are locked in
What's
in
happening
hockey.
between the 1 and 2?
There's
the Peg and Dallas.
3-point lead for Winnipeg on Dallas as the 1 to the 2. It could still happen. It likely won't. There's only 4 games remaining. It likely won't.
What do these remaining 4 games for the Avs mean, and what do you want to get accomplished?
They mean nothing. The only thing I want accomplished is stay healthy. And in games, like I'd like to see them play against, because Vegas still has something to play for. Vegas has a 5-point lead on LA. If they win on Tuesday, you basically lock up the 1 seed in the Pacific, which guarantees that you're going up against wild card number 1. As it stands right now, it's St. Louis. You don't really want to play those guys, but home ice throughout the rest of the Pacific bracket is nice. I'd like to see them come out early against Vegas, get out to a lead. Beat Vegas is the only thing I want. Everything else doesn't matter.
In the remaining games,
nothing matters.
Will
man.
any of these next 4 games determine home ice in terms of records versus other teams that aren't
sure
Dallas and Winnipeg?
The only teams that you have to worry about right now on the Pacific side of the bracket, Vegas and LA. Vegas has 102 points, so you trail them by 4. There's a chance that you could find a way to have more points than them at the end of the regular season. You probably have to win out to guarantee that, but you wouldn't see Vegas until a Western Conference final anyway. LA, you have a 1-point lead on. LA does have a game in hand. You see the LA Kings on April 12. It's one of the back-to-backs with Anaheim and LA. So there's a chance that it could matter. But no, you're locked into the 3. Your main thing is stay completely healthy, play competitive hockey when you want to. They showed up and were sleeping against St. Louis. And then they went, all right, time to play some hockey. And they came back and they made that thing a 1-goal game with 90 seconds to go. They had a chance to tie it late, and it just didn't happen.
With the 4 games remaining, the thing I would love to see, Raj, is the lines and the pairings and the chemistry, because there has been a lot of turnover on the roster. I want to see some synergy created, and just that it looks and feels like these are the established lines going into the postseason.
You're not going to see it.
Explain.
Natchez and Drouin won't be completely healthy. You're going to be sitting players. There's a chance that McCarr and McKinnon won't even go on the trip to Southern California. You're not going to see it.
In any of the remaining 4 games?
I don't think so, no. Drouin's not coming back. You're going to get them. You're going to get those guys at the postseason. There's no reason to rush those players back. I don't think the Avs.
What does Natchez have?
I don't know what his injury is. No, I do know. He slid in the. Was it the St. Louis game? He slid into the back of some player and his neck kind of hyperextended backwards.
So not an LBI.
It's a UBI, coach.
Oh, UBI.
I think you're searching for things. I think you are turning over stones that don't need to be turned over. Oh, what we have to make sure that the last 4 games of the regular season matter. No, they don't. They don't. They don't matter. They're fine.
But
they're sitting there just waiting for the postseason to start. They don't matter.
Raj, but I'm a coach.
They don't matter.
Everything matters.
They don't matter.
Every little detail, man.
It doesn't.
I think
that would be a great thing for coaches to realize at one point, especially over the course of an 82-game season. Games matter, and more games matter than most. Some games matter than most, rather.
Kind of like when the Chiefs came to play the Broncos in
the
17th game of the season.
I dare you to tell Andy Reid that mattered.
It didn't matter.
If you were to ask Andy Reid if that mattered, what's his question? Or what's his answer to the question?
He'll probably find something that he'll coach speak to say.
I'm going to dance around it.
Yes.
It matters to who's the backup. Carson Wentz was the back. It matters to Carson Wentz.
Yeah, he didn't do great.
You know the game against Anaheim on the 12th and 13th matters to? It matters to the 6 Colorado Eagles that are going to be playing in that hockey game. Speaking of the Eagles, Gabe Landeskog, he got okayed to play a 3-game conditioning loan with the Eagles. It still remains to be seen whether or not they're going to take advantage of that.
Ooh.
But it has been legalized by the league. That loan is okay if they want to use it.
So how about this? We're our family on Saturdays up in Loveland at Shields. Doing the Shields kind of.
I didn't know there was a Shields in Colorado.
Oh, there's 2. There's one down. There's a Shields down in Colorado Springs too. So we're at the one.
Shields just doesn't come to a metro area.
Yeah, it just got you surrounded. It's got you nice and surrounded. But it's up there in Loveland, so we're up there doing a little shopping, getting some things. My 8-year-old son wanted a rifle, which I did not get him, of course. But when you're in Shields, you go to the outdoor sports area, and that's what they ask for. So we're there, and all of a sudden, you are within 2 miles of the Colorado Eagles arena, which is now called Blue Arena. And I see a tweet, knowing that Gabe Landeskog is skating practice-wise in Loveland with the Eagles as the Avs are out of town. The Eagles release a tweet that just has the eye emojis, like, oh.
People were thinking that's about Gabe. It wasn't about Gabe.
Well, okay, so our family, I'm sitting there like, oh, I'm getting tickets, and we're just going to stay here.
Did you?
And go to the game. Well, I looked at tickets, and first of all, they're like, very expensive for a minor league hockey game. I was like, okay. Luckily, I looked it up. Within about 20 minutes, they'd cleared it up. It was because Taylor McCarr was making his debut as a member of the Colorado Eagles. Younger brother, bigger brother.
He's
of
Taylor
McCarr.
McCarr's like 6'4" or something
He's
like
a
that.
big joker.
He's a tuna.
So yeah, it wasn't about Landy, but I was ready.
Those tickets this weekend, though, I think Saturday is the game that I saw circulating on Twitter. It's like getting up to $70, $80, $90 tickets.
For minor league hockey.
So those tickets tell you Gabe could play this weekend for them.
Yep. And it was 70, 80 times 5. Like, I don't know if I'm that committed.
I think I was looking at the presale for the Avs. You could get into a game 3 of the first round for $70 a pop.
Thinking.
Coaches, I'll see Gabe when he's playing in the postseason, not when he's playing with the Eagles. Masters week, we've got the Masters starting on Thursday and on Friday. No, obviously no Tiger this week, but Scheffler's back looking to defend his title. Rory's been playing great golf. It's like my favorite week of the year, dude. That Thursday and Friday of Masters week is the most worthless outside of the first round of March Madness. It's the most worthless Thursday and Friday at work that you can possibly have.
I think the NCAA tournament's way worse, is it not?
I mean, I'm a golf guy, like I'm a golf junkie, so maybe I'm speaking just from that type of bias, but yeah, get out of town. This music? You kidding?
Don't start.
You kidding?
This makes you want to cry.
Jim Nance.
Tradition.
Birds chirping in the background. Yeah, Tiger's not there. He ruptured his Achilles, but Rory's looking to complete the career Grand Slam. The guys from the liver back. Can Bryson DeChambeau overpower Augusta, a course that he once said was a par 67 to him? Then he proceeded to miss the cut 2 days later. The Masters.
Tradition like no other. An annual view is Paige Spiranak in her green jacket.
Think Jim Nance is giving a Paige Spiranak shout out on the broadcast? I'm not sure he's doing that. We're not talking. It's not Brenton Musburger giving the call on the Masters on CBS.
Who was that? That was AJ McCarron's girlfriend. Who was like a Miss Alabama.
It's the greatest thing ever. He goes, and 40,000 red-blooded American teenagers have just submitted their request and their application
to the University of Alabama.
To the University of Alabama. Musburger just foaming at the mouth.
Creepy dude.
Then he leaves for Vegas. Yes! What a guy. All right, NFL notes are next. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League every day with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
The Denver Broncos hosted a top 30 visit with Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden III last week. His 2023 season was 86 receptions, 1,212 receiving yards, and 9 touchdowns. In 2024, he took a little bit of a step back, 61 receptions for 676 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns. He did run a 4.41 40 at the NFL Combine, and one NFL scout also said his playing style is like Jerry Jeudy, but with Amon-Ra St. Brown's hands and toughness. Could potentially drafting Luther Burden solve the Broncos' issues at wide receiver?
I like Luther Burden. I do. He's a physical wide receiver that you believe when you watch the game tape that he's 6'3 plus, and he's really not. He's fairly compact, but I actually like that comp to Amon-Ra St. Brown in terms of just that dog mentality and playing bigger than your actual listed measurables are. I've also seen the comp for Luther Burden that he's got a little Deebo Samuel in his game in his prime when Deebo was used as a bit of a joker in terms of using him out of the backfield, handing the football off to him at times because of the overall contact courage and just physical nature of Luther Burden. This is a dude he's got quads. He's got big, broad shoulders for a dude that's just came in slightly under 6'1".
Compare him to another guy that is soaring up draft boards thanks to a super speedy 40 at 4.29 with like a 1.5 split at 10 yards. Matthew Golden out of Texas.
Yeah, I think either one of them would be a good pick. I just think that the Luther Burden, I think he fits what Sean Payton would want a bit of a modified joker to be. I know the joker thing has been used at the tight end position, the running back position, but also just multifaceted wide receivers, whereas Golden reminds me a bit more of...
Is he Mimsy?
Yeah, just really good time, really good speed. Mims is not as physical, like through the. I think he would be used more if he was a more physical runner with the ball in his hands. I think Luther Burden has that capacity to be that, and also physical with the ball in the air. So I think there's a little bit of redundancy there with the Mims and a Golden.
Is it too early to select Burden at 20?
Just depends on how in love with him the Broncos are, Sean Payton is. Because if you feel like you could really utilize him, this is how I would see it playing out in my eyes as I see football. I think your starting X is clearly Cortland Sutton, your big, physical, isolated wide receiver. I think if you draft a Luther Burden, he's used as your zebra or your slot. Some people call it an F. Because then you can utilize him in the backfield for what you started to kind of use Marvin Mims for. And then I think your starting Z receiver, which is your route running speed guy, is Marvin Mims Jr. And then he's a big slot or a backup X. And then you have your backup to Marvin Mims would be Troy Franklin. That'd be a good receiver.
That's a pretty good room.
I like that receiver.
I'd be cool with it. I don't know if I love the pick at 20. I love the pick at the top of the second round, or I love the pick at the back half, not even the back half, the last 3 or 4 picks of the first round to get that 5th year.
If a Luther Burden goes at pick 20, it would give me the same feeling that I had last year about Bo Nix, where you're like, maybe it's a little bit of a reach, but that means that Sean Payton loves this player and will see to it that the proper protocols will be put in place for success for that player in their rookie year.
Better question. Have Peyton and Peyton done enough in their recent drafts to basically give them a pass on anything they do this year from you? Anything that they decide to do in the draft, you go, you got to trust the organization. Have they done enough?
Yes.
I think that answer is yes as well.
Until there is the returns on what your investment are, say, 6 months after the draft, when we have a chance to see what we see in training camp through preseason games and then the first, say, 5 weeks of the season.
The Knicks pick, I think, gives them immunity for the whole draft. They could reach on, so they could, and I've said this, I think the fan base would kind of riot if they take like a defensive tackle at 20, or if they take the offensive lineman of the future at 20. I think the fan base would go, what the hell are we doing? Like, why? After what they did with Knicks and getting him in what felt like a crazy reach, you have a free pass the whole time. This whole draft is a free pass. I'll stick to that. I will stick to that on draft.
The 2 wide receivers that I could see picked at 20, and I don't think it'd be worthy of rioting, would be Tet McMillan of Arizona and Luther Burden. I think those two picks would tell you a lot about what Sean Payton saw in his evaluation process of those 2 players.
KJ, what's next?
You're going to see diamonds, overly, too many of them.
One of the things that I think has been a huge topic for the NFL draft is, where is Shedeur going and what is his comp fit? Well, ESPN analyst Dan Orlovsky predicts where would be the best team/culture fit for Shedeur. And he also has a QB comparison that may make people a little cautious depending on how you feel about the guy he's being compared to.
Yeah, I'd say it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Even though they gave Geno Smith his new recent 2-year, $75 million extension now, I think the Giants are still in play. I don't believe the Browns are. I never have. But I do believe that the Giants are still in play. If you were going to say where or what type of offense does Shedeur need to be in to play to his very best, because he's not one of those 5 guys on the planet that you can kind of put him in any offense and his physical skills are just absolutely absurd, that he'll overcome any deficiency of it. I tell you, he needed to be in an offense similar to what Tua is like in Miami, or what Brock Purdy's like in San Francisco, or a little bit what Joe Burrow is like in Cincinnati, point guard. And Tua is my comp in many ways for Shedeur Sanders. Great ball placement, rhythm and timing, super smart, anticipatory thrower. And so I like the fact that Las Vegas has Chip Kelly. He's been around a ton of different places, a ton of different offenses schematically. If I had to pick one outside of those 2 and 3rd picks, it would be the Raiders for me.
I agree with Dan Orlovsky in the sense that we've been talking about forever. Best fit for Shedeur Sanders is the Las Vegas franchise. I don't fully agree with the Tua Tagovailoa comp. I think there's some aspects of the anticipatory thrower, this, that, or the other. I would say that a lot of Tua Tagovailoa's overall production came with him being a bit of a middle infielder. Think shortstop, second baseman, quick release, change up the arm slot. Think turn 2 double play action. He was a big RPO thrower. Where I think Shedeur Sanders is a bit more of a power thrower, coming off of 5-7 step drops, creating the second play and doing that consistently. I think that Shedeur has more arm talent than Tua Tagovailoa.
You've said that Vegas is the spot you want to see him go. This is the first national guy that I've heard throw in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
First national guy, and you've said this for
2 months.
No,
it's been weeks.
I think it's been like 2 or 3 weeks where you've gone. The Niners are a team that, because they haven't gotten Purdy, I know they've moved a lot of money out, or they haven't re-signed, and much of that money came here to Denver. That tells you that they're not re-signing those guys to make room for Brock Purdy. If it doesn't happen, watch out for San Francisco in round 1.
You bet.
Watch out, dude. If that guy gets past 5, gets past New England and Jacksonville, if San Francisco's in love with him, you could see them moving up into that top 5 to try and get him.
Yep.
If he gets past the Giants at 3, you could see him maybe going at 4 or 5 in a trade down scenario with New England or Jacksonville. I could see that thing happening for him. Also, Orlovsky's the guy that says that. Did you see 5 days ago on Autism Awareness Day when they had his son Madden come on NFL Live? If you want your heartstrings tugged, go find that on Twitter. Dan Orlovsky's son Madden, heavily autistic. They used all of it. He's very good at drawing. That's one of his focuses. And the whole show. Madden's on there making drawings of all the ESPN personalities. It is, if you don't cry during that, I don't know if you've got an emotional bone in your body. It was one of the best things ESPN's done in a long time.
Can't wait to show that to my son.
It's amazing.
My 10-year-old son, one of the proudest moments that I've had as a father is his best friend. And my son's, does not have autism, but his best friend is a kid with autism, and happens to be also a teacher's son at our school. And I've just loved watching that relationship.
It was so cool. You have to go find it if you guys haven't seen it yet. KJ?
You're going to see diamonds. Overly. Too many of them.
During the CU showcase on Friday, Deion Sanders was asked about the chances of his kids, Shedeur and Travis, going number 1 and number 2 overall in the draft. Deion has been waiting all offseason to answer the question just like this.
I think we have the most qualified guys in the draft. They're not a risk. Like, Shedeur's been doing it year after year after year after year. Shedeur has led college football in this. Travis ain't nobody like Travis. So the surest bets in this draft, I'm not a betting man. I'm a godly man. But the surest bets in this draft are those 2 young men. And I didn't stutter or stammer when I said that. Did I?
Oh, you did.
All right. Mic drop. Let's go.
Proud Papa right there. Proud Papa, his unofficial kid, Travis Hunter, as we know, and then Shedeur as well. I mean, I agree. And I think the way in which I agree with that the value of these 2 players needs to be higher than maybe is being reported right now in mock drafts and whatnot. That program, the CU program, of which I was a part of, a 1-11 season, it turned on its head largely, and I'm not going to say solely, but about as close as it can be because of those 2 players in Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. From going from a team that won 1 game to going to a team that won 9 games, that is because of those 2 players. Very, very largely.
Is Shedeur can't miss. I think Travis's can't miss. Is Shedeur can't miss.
I mean, Shedeur to Cleveland scares the heck out of me for some reason. I don't know why. I just think it'd be all the drama, just a bad franchise, bad situation.
A lot of holding on to the football, and we know that doesn't do well in the NFL.
No, especially in that division.
And honestly, I look back at that Kansas game, like that dude should have had his knee blown out with that hit at the end of that game. That torpedo hit with I can't remember who went at him with the crown of his helmet after he had held onto the ball, scrambled to his left side, launched one down the field, should have gotten his legs chopped off halfway through. Almost did. I wonder what's going to happen in the NFL. I think he's going to be successful, but can't miss. I can't put that on Shedeur's head. I can do that with Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is a can't miss prospect.
What quarterbacks are can't miss? Because like you would say that
Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be can't miss.
I
don't know. He just got his contract, dude. They just paid him like he's can't.
Like
he
you
hasn't
still
missed.
think he's can't miss?
No, I
Andrew Luck, my
Luck
buddy,
was can't miss.
My old pal was can't miss. I mean, he retired. It felt like after 4 years.
I mean, when he was playing though, he was sensational.
But at the end of the day, like the Indianapolis Colts as a franchise have suffered greatly as a result of what should have been the future of their franchise being in his hands wasn't in his hands.
Lacerated spleen and knowing that his brain needed to be protected for the rest of his life was the decision. You can't figure that out when the kid's 20 years old. You can't blame the Colts for that.
The Colts agree.
The Colts played that perfectly,
but like
man.
Can't miss means can't miss. Like you were not going to miss, and it is a surefire thing for the future of your franchise.
I think Luck checks that box. I know it didn't come out to be a full career, but when he was playing, he was awesome. I think the Colts played it perfectly. Peyton goes out the injury, he has the surgery, you tank, you get that pick, and they were successful with him. They didn't get it done, but they were very successful. Lawrence was supposed to be can't miss, and the book is still being written on him, and it's looking like It's more of a miss than a true hit. But they gave him the contract, and for a lot of people, that's the marker. Whether or not you have figured out and successfully made your first round pick. Does he get to a second contract? Lawrence got his extension.
He did.
KJ, keep it going.
You're going to see diamonds. Overly. Too many of them.
Rich Cimini of ESPN.com reports that not only are the New York Jets running a 3 running back system starting in 2025, if Ashton Jeanty is there at number 7 overall, the Jets are seriously considering drafting him. That could then leave their current starting running back, Breece Hall, as a potential trade chip if teams desire to find another running back outside of the draft. Breece Hall has 1,880 yards rushing in the last 2 seasons combined. Where would be a potential good fit for Breece if the Jets do plan for the Jets comes to fruition?
Come on down, Breece. We'll take you. Take you down here at Empower Field.
The Broncos!
Breece Hall would be a great fit. And he had to deal with all the shenanigans of Aaron Rodgers. Actually, as a result of that, man, there's some tread on those tires that is remaining. And that's a good thing. He hasn't been ridden super hard and hung up wet to dry, man. This is a dude that I think has got some good football ahead of him.
The question is, what does it cost to go get Breece Hall? You probably don't have to part with the first round pick, right? Right?
No.
You wouldn't have to part with 20.
I don't.
Maybe
I
a
don't
future
think
first.
so.
Like a couple of years down the road, would you part with let's call it a 2027 first round pick? Would you part with that for Breece Hall?
No.
If you get where you're
first round pick.
If you get where you are expected to go.
Yeah, it's a 27 or 20.
27 to 32,
Yep.
2 years down the road, right? Bo is going into his fourth full season in the league. You still have all of your defensive studs under contract. Marvin Mims has hopefully taken the next step. Evan Ingram has been healthy, although he would be a free agent at that time. And in order to get to that point, you would have to have the number 1 running back. And they know that they hated the free agency period for running backs. Sean Payton was not a fan of the free agent veterans that were available this year. And there's a chance that you might be selecting the 3rd running back in this draft at number 20. If Hampton goes at 12 to the Dallas Cowboys and Genty's gone by the time that the top 6 get out of there.
How about Breece Hall is going to be going into his 4th NFL season? He's only 23 years old.
Dude, I would trade for him in a heartbeat. 2027 first for that guy, and that's it. The trade's 1 for 1. Be my guest. They'd be selecting between 26 and 32. I'd do it. That fills that hole like that.
2023, Breece Hall averaged 4.5 yards per carry. 2024, 4.2. Like, this is a very, very good running back. And he's got a lot ahead of him. There's no doubt in that.
That is NFL Notes. It's brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance stores. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, Coach, you had a really, really cool run-in with a star NFL player on Friday. We'll let you know what that was on the other side.
Spring is here and the temperatures outside are glorious. And as that weather heats up, the sports action's heating up even more. It's Circus Sports Colorado. From baseball to basketball to hockey, Circus Sports has you covered. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. With high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Whether you're looking for playoff futures or props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports has got your back. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circussports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrapping up the morning sprint on a Monday morning. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson behind the glass as PhD is gathering in the green room. They'll take you from 12 to 3 today. No games, no Avs, no Nuggets this evening. Avs will take on Vegas at home tomorrow night, 7 p.m. pregame show with yours truly.
College basketball, Natty will be crowned tonight, though.
I'll be popping a top to that tonight.
So it is not a full night off of
Thank you.
watching sports television. I'll be watching the heck out of that one tonight.
Well, there's no such thing as like a night off of
How about UConn, Gino Auriemma?
12
Paige Beckers.
titles, man. What a great year it would have
Paigey
been
Buckets.
to be. She is a stud.
She was awesome.
What a year it would have been to be on the wagering side of UConn in the middle of the season this year. It's like the only time that you can actually make money on UConn women's basketball is if you were betting them during the middle of the year. They looked unstoppable. It helps when, USC loses their number one player halfway through the tournament. Coach, before we get back into the Breece Hall trade scenario thing, because that's intriguing to me, and there's a tie-in to what I'm about to ask you with Breece Hall, and we'll get there. You had a very cool interaction and encounter with a current NFL star on Friday.
Yeah, Colorado, arguably the best athlete, high school athlete, maybe in the history of the state of Colorado, up there with Dave Logan. I'd say the two
Missy
of them.
Franklin's there.
Yeah. So Christian McCaffrey had his jersey retired at Valor Christian. Ended up being the very first jersey that's been retired at the school in its 18-year history. Was able to be there with a bunch of his teammates. We had 3 state championship head coaches in the building. It was unbelievable. With Ed himself was there, obviously. Lisa, who is the real state championship coach in my eyes in that household. And then Rod Sherman. But it was just a great. It was so neat to see just how impactful high school sports can be, even for somebody that's a mega superstar in professional sports. It was almost an overwhelming experience for Christian to be back, and the assembly was in front of the entire student body. And for the student body to be completely surprised, had no idea what the assembly was about. It was just a really, really fun day. And I'll say this about Christian McCaffrey. I'm excited to see his return to the field. He looked fantastic. And I forgot how thick his lower half is. My goodness.
He's the perfect Sean Payton running back.
Yes.
It's such a shame, man. He is the perfect fit for the Broncos. If he were to stay healthy and you could somehow get your hands on that guy, imagine what he would do in a Sean Payton offense.
Well, as the person that was running this ceremony and a part of emceeing the event, if you will.
I didn't even get to have a soda with you. I didn't even get to have a gin and tonic with you before the game. I probably wouldn't have had a G&T when it was 28 degrees out on Friday, but you just leave me high and dry? Sure, Christian McCaffrey and Olivia Culpo show up in
Speaking of which,
chopped liver.
I took it on myself to make this the best possible sales pitch for the future.
Oh, tampering?
The future McCaffrey.
We tampered.
No, I want Olivia Culpo to feel very at home here in Colorado.
Oh, this is a Valor pitch?
No, it's a Denver Broncos pitch.
Oh, sure. By way of the Valor Eagles.
Well, you get Christian McCaffrey back home. He's the running back for the next 3 to 4 years, retires. You live in Colorado, beautiful mountain views. And oh, by the way, your future children, who Olivia is pregnant with, we don't know if it's male or female, would be a great player for a 79-year-old Mike Sanford someday.
I don't know if you're going to be that old at that point. That's selfish. That's what that was. That was selfish on Friday. I was hoping for a ride home from you, but nope.
I just got out of there, man.
You did motor out of the Denver Chop House on Friday. It was awesome to see him come back home. But the comp here is we were talking about Breece Hall and the Jets. Is there a possibility that they would take Ashton Genty? And would you move on from Breece? Obviously, at that point, you wouldn't have room for both of those guys there. Would he be a fit for the Broncos and Breece Hall? I think the answer is yes. I floated the question a couple of minutes ago. Would you trade a future first-round pick for Breece Hall? Not this year, not next year, maybe a 2028 or a 2027 at the earliest first-round pick. The last big deal that we had for a running back currently in his prime, and Breece Hall is in his prime. Christian McCaffrey was that trade. A second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth for Christian McCaffrey. And what you said to me was,
just give up what?
It's a whole draft.
5/7 of your draft.
It's an entire draft. And you said to me, well, Christian McCaffrey is an entire offense in and of himself. Is Brees that guy?
No.
So Brees isn't that guy. In a first round would compare to, if you're just looking at draft pick valuation, a 2, 3, 4, and 5 mushed together essentially gets you to the back end of round 1. So if you do trade that type of haul for a guy like Brees, it has to guarantee that you are either in AFC championship games come 2027 or you're in a Super Bowl come 2027 or 2028.
I think that Brees Hall would be somebody that would be viable if a team like the Jets had to unload his money. Not if they are playing best possible deal for a player like that. Because if you draft Ashton Genty, what does that say about the value of Brees Hall to the rest of the National Football League and as it relates to the Jets and how they valued that player?
How much do you value the opinion of the New York Jets front office?
Well, in the sense
it's not like it's Bill Belichick saying, hey, I've used this guy for all he's worth. Now you can have him. I'm going to draft someone else.
Is this Woody
it's
Johnson's?
Not the same thing.
It's Woody Johnson's grandson. It's comparing Madden. Is it the Madden grades?
He's buzzing around in Madden 25.
Just wanted to see. I kind of like this Genty kid. He's really good on NCAA football. 24. Yeah, let's take him. Brees Hall's he's a 93 overall. Not my guy.
I would not trade your second, third, fourth. The Broncos don't have a fifth this year, if I'm correct. They have multiple sixths, but not a fifth. I wouldn't trade your second, third, fourth, and 2 6th-round picks this year for Brees Hall, but I would entertain the idea of a future first-rounder.
I mean, Brees Hall's overall Madden rating, it's just an 83.
all right.
His 2025 Madden rating is a 23 or an 83, and you're willing to part ways with a first-round draft pick? Jeez, man.
I want to fill the hole that they have. It's a massive, gaping hole that the Broncos have. Brees fills that. You give them Brees Hall, man, they get scary real quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, if this is your 2024 version of Madden, Brees Hall was an 87. Raj, you'd probably be worth your 29th overall pick trade as an 87 overall. I just don't think his current iteration, man, as Woody Johnson, he just doesn't value him because of his grandson. Doesn't like his Madden rating.
Let's talk about projections. Let's talk about expectations from a few years. If you're not selecting between 28 and 32 in 2028, what's happened? What's happened?
Well, Javonte Williams.
Are you looking up Madden ratings?
Yeah, Javonte Williams' Madden rating was 79
I'm gonna
overall.
over there and I'm going to shatter your iPad. 79
overall. So what are you improving to an 83? That's really going to move the needle and make you a playoff, a Super Bowl contender.
You give the coach a squirrel. He chases it up the tree and then he jumps to the next
one.
Then he gets electrocuted on the line.
No, I was making sure that I wanted to follow the logic of the New York Jets front office. That's what you asked me. They look at Madden ratings.
You know what? I did ask you that. This is my fault.
Hey, I'm just applying the proper exercise.
You what? Can't go anywhere with you.
Yep.
Top athletes in the history of Colorado, like Colorado born and raised athletes. Michaela Schifrin's got to be up there.
Yeah, she's being inducted into the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame on Wednesday night. I'll be there. Just going to all kinds of events.
Just becoming a local hero. Mallory Swanson's got to be one of those, solid women's soccer player. I wouldn't call her like Mount Rushmore of Colorado athletes.
Dansby Swanson, let's go.
Goose Gossage.
Al Pugh. Ooh, Goose Gossage, good one.
That's a good one. Jack Dempsey, Amy Van Dyken.
Jack Dempsey, the boxer.
Jack Dempsey, the boxer.
Didn't know that.
Colorado guy.
Is it Coloradoan?
Coloradan?
Coloradan?
I think it's Coloradan.
Coloradoan?
I would say that.
Is it a Coloradoan?
The 217. You guys are going to be a great listen this coming NFL season when the Broncos miss the playoffs. You have to be fun at parties.
It's over.
Wow.
You think they're going to take a step back this year, Coach?
Broncos?
Yeah.
No. I worry a little bit about the state of the Chargers franchise. And that's been my biggest question about the Broncos is, in your division, are you lobbying and jockeying to be the next one up when the Chiefs' wizardry and kingdom is completely falling apart? I thought it was going to be all Chargers, and right now I have a pretty good feeling that the Broncos are going to take that spot.
Great week ahead of us. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Thank you for listening to the Morning Sprint. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere because PhD is coming up next.
There's the horn. Jordan Berg on the motherboard back in the NBA Tonight studios. Mark Bertinoli producing and hosting tonight from the NBA Tonight studios. Diesel was our spotter tonight. Denver, for the first time this year, loses 4 games in a row. Final tonight from Denver, Indiana 125-120.
You guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're coming?
I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't. No.
What's frustrating you the most right now?
Probably just losing.
Where's the confidence that this group can figure something out in the next 3 games and, be on the right path heading into the postseason?
I hope it's high. I can't speak for everybody in the locker room, but, my head stays high and get ready for Wednesday.
Thank you, Russ. How we feeling today, folks?
Freaking awesome.
Nice. Feel good?
Yeah, I feel great. How you feeling?
Feel all right. Got a nice little ride in. Did a little extra, not much extra.
Oh, you're stinky in tonight?
Yeah, I'm not that stinky. I showered earlier today, though.
Well, listen, before the work. Yeah, it's before the work.
Right.
Yeah.
Congrats. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I could mop off a little bit, I suppose.
Well, if they just had a shower here.
Oh boy.
That's a ridiculous thought. So we're in the Malone Speaks, and then it's like
I didn't even see you, and when I turned after Malone to see
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, because Nick came in and said, "Hey,
what'd he say?
Russ is here. He's talking because somebody told on you to the somebody told on him to the league office."
Something like that, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's what we were told.
Yeah.
Who's the somebody?
I don't know, but about all the muggles got up and left. If I were Christian Brown or Joker, I'd have gotten right back in there real fast. So I said, okay, nobody. Okay, good.
No, we scrambled in, and we were told that. Scott's right. There was,
Oh, it was like turning on the light in your college dorm and the cockroaches scattering to the corners, man. It was little tiny feet. Yeah, I've never seen a wave of 5-foot people running so fast since Lord of the Rings.
So we get in there, and I look towards Russ's locker, which if you're looking at go in the locker room, it's
to the
left corner. Yeah. Oh, where is he? And he's dead center in the locker room, kind of near the big TVs or whatever. That's where they put the champagne. Like right where he was standing.
Back in the day?
Back in the day when they were winning championships. That was the exact spot that there were so many bottles of champagne. Muggles were just taken. People were just grabbing champagne bottles. He was standing right there. And, oh boy, it was I'm here so I won't get fined moment. No doubt about it.
So not super forthcoming?
Well, we just played it. It was just, I don't know. I'm not sure.
It was grumpy. It was grumpy, but
they have lost 4 in a row.
To me, I don't know what you expected out of the dude. It's been rough. It's who he is. It's been his MO his entire career.
I think more than really what he said and how he said it was the fact we have downward spiral to this moment where, from what I can tell, it wasn't even local Denver Muggles that put in the complaint to the NBA, from what I understand. It was actually more of a national sort of guy that most likely put in the complaint with the NBA. How about that one?
And that probably stemmed from either the Houston or San Francisco. Well, yeah, no, they won at Houston, so probably stemmed from San Francisco, and because there's tons of ESPN and national guys there.
So it wasn't. I really do not believe it was anybody local that protested or had a problem with it. Seriously, I think it was from somebody outside of Denver that. But, hey, their complaints, if they've got evidence for it, and from what I was told...
Do you have to be available after every single game?
Here's what I was told.
that if there is a reasonable reason why you're a significant person as part of the game, then it's yes is the answer. Like, you have to be reasonably available to the press.
That actually seems stupid to me from a player point of view. You got to be every game? That is a lot, actually.
If you are a significant person towards the game.
Well, now we're getting into semantics here. Because, who defines what significant is?
And the Muggles are good at, like, if Joker's talked 5 straight games in a row and he just played for 37 minutes, he goes, okay, if Joker doesn't, and everybody goes, yeah, that's cool.
Or
because he always speaks.
It's like, hey, if you need Jokic for a second, he's in the locker room, go ahead, that sort of thing. But it's not the most important thing in the world. But, I mean, how many nights is Jokic not the most important player for the Nuggets? So, it just goes with the territory.
Well, it could have stemmed back from the ESPN. There was a handful of, national guys in for that Minnesota game.
Yeah, we'll get to the whole, did Minnesota game break the Nuggets? That's an interesting concept that's floating out there. But that was Russ.
He definitely gave a vibe of, well, I guess I'll be ready, but I don't know if the rest of my team's going to be ready.
So just to like a heat check on Russ, like what Russell Westbrook is all about. Post that little 1 minute thing, right? Over 500,000 views on that. 500,000 views.
See, he didn't care what was said, really.
No, he's like, my video got 500,000.
That's just me.
That's $50.
No, it's actually zero. It's all on Twitter. There's $0 on that.
Twitter pays out.
Well, not for me, but a little bit. That's not the point. The point is, if you look at the comments about Russ, we are getting a lot of, I'm glad I'm not part of that anymore. I told you so's, and up yours. Russ is the man. He doesn't, like pro Russ.
Yeah.
Russ has a very
hardcore
fan base.
I thought he was fine last night, though. I didn't think there was anything. I thought he played well last night.
It was interesting. Fine. He didn't start. He was not chosen to close except for the last 40 seconds. Okay. And, he's obviously, not thrilled with everything that's going on, obviously. By the way, we find out before the game, Jamal's way more injured than we thought. More than I thought. I don't know about you.
Yeah, that was kind of news.
So, I mean, when you hear, hopefully he'll be ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, that was a cross your fingers.
I was like, Scooby? What? Hopefully he'll be ready for the playoffs? And then I've heard, some people like, oh, why is he laughing? You guys caught that on TV. Very end of the game. Him and Trey and a couple of the guys laughing about something. It's not a great look. Even it might be kind of innocent. I'm not telling guys to be all depressed and anything, but, just doesn't look great. That's all.
Not a good look. You're right.
It's not a great look. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not a great look.
Not talking about Minnesota, whatever it is, what it is, but it's not a great look.
But we're also at the point that anybody that can find anything is going to point a finger at anything. And that's a thing, I guess. Jamal was laughing, or the Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon interaction.
Not a great look.
I thought it was nothing. My opinion of that looked like a whole heap of nothing. It didn't look overly argumentative. It didn't look like it was two dudes that was like extremely angry at one another. To me, it looked like a vet that was trying to coach up a younger guy. But you think it's a bad look, and
I didn't see that.
And that's where I'm like, we're just at the point where everything's going wrong, and now anybody that can find a finger to point anything at anything, that finger's going to get pointed. I honestly thought it was a whole hot mess of nothing for Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. But I'd be curious Scott's opinion.
I just don't know
I'd like
what
to see it because I did not see
that.
No,
here's my take.
Dan's going to put it up.
Aaron Gordon was frustrated. He was frustrated with something Peyton Watson did, probably on the defensive end, is my best guess on it. And there's no doubt about it that they were having a conversation that probably got heated a tiny bit. DeAndre Jordan got involved to some degree, and they separated. But it didn't look – it was not like – I've been in toxic conversations on a bench. This did not seem toxic to me.
All right, so there's AG. He's got his warm-ups on. He's standing in front of Peyton Watson, who's sitting.
He's doing a lot of pointing his fingers, like where I expect you to be on the floor. Peyton's maybe not responding.
Peyton Watson's got his head down. AG keeps yelling at him. Peyton doesn't look at him until right there. And then he says something, and AG says something. Now they're going back and forth, and you'll see Christian put his hand around Peyton like, okay, let's go, pal. There he goes. Let's go. Let's get on the court. And then you follow Jokic has words for Peyton Watson that sort of look like, all right, come on, blah, 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 blah. This is in the first quarter.
Well, it almost looked like he said, are you okay? It almost looked like he said, you okay?
Right, but it didn't look to me like Nikola was ticked off at Peyton Watson.
By the way, this is when the Nuggets are playing pretty well. They're up by 8, 2:20 left in the first quarter. They're doing fine. Jokic had 20 points, 21 points, something like that in the first quarter. Like, we're rolling here tonight. We're good. So
I don't know, Scott. What are your thoughts?
I don't think it's bad so far.
I mean, that's it. You've seen it all.
And I'm okay for young guys, once you start feeling yourself, to be able to say, go. I'm okay.
Hey, it might have been.
Go back.
Watch it. Looks like he says, you okay? You okay right there?
Hey, go back at the very end and watch Aaron Gordon at the end when he's pointing his finger. He's actually being relatively friendly. He's like, let's go.
Look at Jalen Pickett. Let Jalen Pickett's trying to stand in front of him.
Yeah, I think whatever beef they had at the end, AG was saying, all right, let's go. Let's
exactly.
go. Let's go.
It just looked like a vet that was trying to tell a younger dude where he expected him to be.
And the game.
Well, I will tell you this, and you get this question, you get these situations when guess what? You've lost 4 in a row. You were sitting in second just a month ago, then you're holding on to third for about 3 or 4 weeks. And now and I said this in the Golden State game when they played the way they played in the fourth quarter. Listen, you're in threat of the play-in, and I think that is still a viable threat right now.
Yeah,
because you got Sacramento still trying to stay in the play-in. You got Memphis still trying to stay in there. Houston, they may be one. It might be a Kansas City Chiefs game because it'll be second place. And they don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
Other than it's their last home game.
That could be good for the Nuggets.
Yeah. So you would think by then Houston's going to go, okay, let's shut her down. Let's whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
But who knows? You don't know.
You certainly can't take it easy.
No, but listen, man, the playing game is viable right now for a team that after you beat Oklahoma City that second game. That's the team that can win a championship. And you know what? You have not been close to that team since that Oklahoma City game.
The standings are wild. I don't know if I've ever seen anything quite like this, where there are 4 teams a half game behind the Nuggets with the same exact record. Wow. That's weird.
And the key is you got to watch the loss column because you can't change that once you put a number up. As long as you got games to play, you can add to the positive
all right, fine.
side.
They're all tied in the loss column.
Yeah, and that's what's scary.
So, right, all these 4 teams all have played 1 less game than the Nuggets, and they're tied in the loss column. So you already may be in the play-in right now because they got to play a game that you don't play. So this 4th is kind of dependent on how do these Clippers, Golden State, Minnesota, and Memphis, how do they all do in their next game? So you might not really be in 4th right now. You may be in 8th.
You hold the tiebreaker on Golden State.
Oh, okay. You do? All right. So you know this? All right.
Yeah. I believe you hold it on Sacramento because haven't you beat them twice already?
Yeah, but Sacramento's not in the mix here, so it doesn't matter.
Memphis, this game next Saturday or Friday or whenever
that'll
it is.
Be huge.
We'll decide who has the tiebreaker in that game. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Listen, it couldn't be worse. And it's a debacle. But I think I don't know what it is. I've been sitting around since last night, actually for the last week or two, because you can feel it going. It just feels there's not that kumbaya that you felt over the last couple of years.
That's for sure.
So I don't know what they're going to do and where they're going to go. I thought Russ was fine last night. Russ is the new kid on the block, so he's the easiest guy to point fingers to. But I don't think it's Russ. I keep track of defensive breakdowns, and Malone's, harping on defense for all season, really.
Milk carton defense.
Milk carton defense. And I can show you my sheet. I'll bring it in next time. Sure, a lot of veterans. I just do the initials. Sure, a lot of veterans on there that we can blame Russ, and Russ has 1 or 2, but I mean he ain't the only one. Whole lot of other guys' initials on there that ain't Russ.
The big question, I saw our pal Ryan Blackburn threw this out there, and it's a good one. And we'll answer it on the other side. Is the season over and we just don't know it yet?
That's a good question.
PhD here on 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. The condition causes stress, anxiety, and depression. Well, let's get you going down the right path with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. The initial visit is only $99, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, the test does. Hey, if that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, so get it together. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
quarter is 2 and 3. We guarded nobody. You give up 37 and 37. That's problematic. And obviously, we go 8 of 31 from 3. They make 15. The three-point line was a big part of tonight as well. But I'll start with me. We've lost 4 games in a row, and I'm never going to this guy, that guy. How about me as a head coach? Not doing my job to the best of my ability, and that's what I challenge over our guys. We haven't lost 4 in a row in a long time, and it's really easy, to be together and say family when you win. But when you're losing games, can you stay together? And do you have the balls? Do you have the courage to go home and look in the mirror and say, what can I be doing better to help this team? And Sacramento, Memphis, Houston, no one's going to feel sorry for us. And so we put ourselves in this hole, and we only have ourselves to pull ourselves out of it. And I look forward to seeing how we respond.
Is the season over? But we just don't know it. Credit to my guy Ryan Blackburn for throwing that out there. He wrote about it today, so I thought that was kind of cool. And I'll tell you how Jokic was in a little bit after the game. But how about that question?
Who, by the way, had another monster game and a loss.
I was just looking at it. It's insane. 41, 15, 13. Only +1, though. It was rough sledding out there. Yeah, you lost by 5. We can get into it, but is the season over and we just don't know it?
Yeah. What are we defining as a season? Any chance of winning a championship? Yeah, it feels like that's over. Especially if there's long-term concerns about Jamal Murray's health. Yeah, it's toast, man. It's over. Look, these guys, you got a lot of individuals right now that are all doing their deal, and you see the fractures dividing all over the place. I guess the only hesitation that maybe Scotty's having here, you got Nikola Jokic. You get lucky. Jamal Murray comes back. It's a hell of a starting 5. They don't have a ton of on-court time together this year, but do they really need all that time? Probably not. So you still cross your fingers, you hope and pray. But, come on. Yeah, it feels like it's over.
Well, you've got and plus minus is plus minus. Once again, your entire bench was all in the minus, and a lot of them big. You had 4 of your 5 starters in a losing game. You lost by 5. 4 of your 5 starters were plus. So
true.
You have Joker with 41, 15, and 13. If AG or Porter, Porter was 1 of 9 again from the 3-point line. I know he got aggressive and got a couple layups and a tip dunk. That's great. But he got paid to do not go 1 of 9. Guess what? He goes 3 of 9, which is still below his season average. Guess what you do? You win the game. AG, I think, had 5 points.
Yep.
So with Murray out, and listen, Christian was phenomenal, although I thought he, late in the game when he's supposed to have a dribble handoff, he tries to go under the screen and, confuse a big turnover. Why are you going under? It's a DHO, over the top. But
DHO stands for what?
Dribble handoff.
Dribble handoff.
Yeah.
Where you go
DHO,
around.
yeah.
So Jokic has the ball there. He's trapped. He makes a bad pass to Russ, but you're not putting that on Jokic?
No, that was a bad pass.
Everything got messed up.
But if you know the play, to dribble handoff, the guy's supposed to come over the top. He's supposed to get it. The offside wing is supposed to come up high also. So Joker threw it to where he thought Russ was going to be. Russ curled a little tighter.
Gotcha.
It's still his decision. It's still Joker's turnover.
It's muscle memory for Jokic.
Yeah,
this is where this goes.
But it's still 2 guys that kind of, Russ curled it a little bit, and for some reason, maybe, the only thing I can think of is Christian didn't see that he picked up his dribble and thought he was going to give him pick and roll because there was no reason for him to be low, and that busted up the original play. So, and then Joker turned and threw it, and all of a sudden Russ had gone more inside instead of outside.
So
wait, is the season over?
Yeah.
No, you still got 3 games left in the playoffs.
Okay.
Well,
what does that mean?
Is it over? Is the expectations of success as high as they once were for me? No, absolutely not. I'm a realist, and I know, and I feel they got issues.
Their inability to close games at home is disturbing. And this ain't what they used to be. They used to always finish guys out, especially scoring 120 points at home. Are you kidding me? There was always a way they would figure this out. And now they're always coming up just a little bit short.
Yeah. The last 6 games of Joker, pretty good numbers right there on the screen behind us. How many of them games did they lose and weren't able to close out?
We can go through it.
Five,
I mean, there's
5 of the last 7, right?
We just go 4. We know they lost the last 4.
All right.
Or 5 of the last 6.
All right, we'll just go to the last 4. Last night, Golden State, the one before that, the 61-point game.
Minnesota.
Was that?
Oh, it was Spurs and then
Spurs
Minnesota.
and the 27-14. Also, Minnesota didn't close it out. So we'll go the last 4 games. How many minutes did Murray play in those games?
Well, 0. He hasn't been around.
Well, there's your closeout. So when you say, hey, in fact, Dougie Strauss sent me a thing. He goes, I think the Nuggets, like the Rockies, both team needs a closer. And that's probably true.
We have literally said for weeks this team will go as far as Jamal Murray goes because we've said Jokic is 28, 12, and 10 no matter what. And frankly, even better of late, but okay. Well, if you don't have Jamal, the season is over. I mean, I think it's really actually kind of that simple. Look what was going on yesterday. Jalen Pickett starting. Jalen Pickett was closing. They took Russ Westbrook out with about 6.5 to go, and it was Jalen Pickett. Westbrook didn't go back into that game until there was less than a minute to go in that game. He closed with Jalen Pickett. You thought they would never, that was ridiculous and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but that just happened yesterday. And I don't think it was Russ's fault. And Jalen Pickett was fine, but he had a costly turnover late in the game, too. It all fell apart.
But to me, it goes back to what I said. My biggest fear and concern at the beginning of the year when we first started talking Nuggets basketball is what is the bench going to be? What are they going to do? And
well, your best guy off the bench was Russell Westbrook, but he was minus 14 and plus minus. So where is he defensively when he is the season over? It probably is, unless you get Jamal Murray back, and I don't know if they're going to get Jamal Murray back.
Why can't they just play a hint of defense? Like seriously,
nobody knows.
I mean, I thought Michael Malone.
An easy question.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, I know Michael Porter Jr. can't play defense. He's on the court a lot, so I know that hurts.
Is even when Jamal here, is he a great one-on-one defender?
Nope.
AG with that, and I'll say this about AG: he look healthy last night.
Nah, he ain't been healthy the whole year.
So has he been able to stay in front of people, lateral movements?
Is that why he's shooting so much?
I
mean, rather than attacking, like
I think that injury is significant, and I think he lost a lot of explosiveness, and I think he can sit out there and kind of do that little jumper set shot.
Where's my
it's
AG
easier.
in the paint? Where's that dude?
Well, and I think that's injury related. To be honest with you, I really. But anyway, he doesn't have that lateral movement. Listen, you had to take Christian Brown off of whoever he was guarding. Their big star, Halliburton.
Well, they shut him down.
To put him on McConnell. Because McConnell's killing you. Because you didn't have anybody coming on that could guard McConnell. Right? I mean, so all of a sudden I look up and McConnell hits like 3 or 4 baskets in a row. All of a sudden, next time down, guess who's on him? Christian Brown.
Well, there you go. Well, the Halliburton, they did shut down Halliburton.
Yeah. But I think Christian's fine. Joker's great on hedging, but guess what? If it gets to the rim, now it's either if he's back there, he's not a rim protector. It's not what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's out hedging and they get the ball moved and on the roll of the basket, weak side stands and watches. So it to me it's easy. Now I'll say this: I don't think you have the individuals this year to play great defense. You couldn't have afforded KCP, but if he had you, I think he'd probably get you 4 more wins than you got right now just by his presence defensively. But you didn't replace that guy. You didn't replace anybody that can play defense like that. And timely threes. Now, I thought Christian last night stepped up and hit some big threes and big moments.
And all 3 of them.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But you didn't replace Bruce Brown defensively. You didn't replace KCP defensively. You got Christian and AG, but AG ain't the same guy with the leg hurt. So you went from 4 defenders, perimeter defenders, when you won a championship to really just 1 right now. and you're supposed to be 8 defensively?
How did this fall apart so quickly here at the end? I mean, you were in second place 3 weeks ago. What happened?
I think you've had this is a cuss word for me when you describe sports. I think you've had a soft mindset too much of the year anyway. I think you gave away too many games already. It was too easy to give games away already all year. Let's just go back to Washington on a 15-game losing streak. You've had a soft mindset. They're not a soft team, but they had a soft mindset. And it's too easy. And listen, Tyler will tell you this too. Losing's a habit also. Losing characteristics are habits also. And once you get into that realm, it's sometimes tough to break them out, just like it is to try to change a team to be a winning team. Is the season over? No. Are they in trouble? Yes. But maybe that's good for them. Maybe they get to playing game and have to host a one-game win to get in playoff, and then they're going to play Oklahoma City first round. All right, I'm okay with that. Let's go. Or Houston.
You're okay with that?
If that teaches them a lesson and wakes them up, yeah.
Wakes them up. It could end the season.
Teaches them a lesson. They teach a lesson, and it's all over.
Yeah, we're 4 games from being done.
Well, then that's what's supposed to happen. But what if all of a sudden you go and you do that and it kind of wakes some dudes up? Are you super afraid of Houston or Oklahoma City?
I could see that from one aspect of like, hey, let's just get the toughest matchup we possibly can right out the gates. Let's go. I really could.
Well, the worst they could be is, God, I cannot even believe I'm having this conversation. The worst they could be in the play-in is 8th. So that's the 7 versus the 8, correct?
Which means you're going on the road. You're going on the road for that play.
If you're 8, if you're the 7, you'll be at home.
Right.
So that's a gotta win it game, right? That's it, right?
No, if you lose.
Well, hold on.
If you lose,
maybe I don't understand the play-in.
Here's the play-in.
Help me out with the play-in.
7 plays 8, 9 plays 10.
Yeah.
The loser of 9-10 is out. The loser of 7-8, 7's in the playoff. 8 plays the winner of 9-10.
Okay, so you're if you're 7 or 8, you've got at least 2 games left.
If you're 8, you'll have at least 2 games.
Yeah. So they can't do worse than 8th. You can't fall lower than 8th. So at the worst, they would have 2 games left.
Good news.
What a conversation from 3 weeks. What happened to being the danger and everything? Where'd that go? What about the guy who knocks and everything? Where's all that? Disappeared.
I am not in danger. I am the danger.
I think we're in big danger. What happened, Waltz?
I am the one who knocks.
Phew. Meanwhile, there's Jokic.
Did you see what Draymond said? So you're going to tell me in 10 years from now somebody looks at his stats for this year and say, that guy won the MVP? Come on, you're stupid.
Yep, but he's got to fight against a team that might have 68 wins. They're 64-14 right now.
It would be pretty tough to win MVP on this Nuggets team right now.
Yeah, I mean, wins.
Why?
Because wins do matter.
They do.
Well, the year.
If you're an MVP, then in theory, you're the tide that raises all the boats. That leads towards wins.
Well, I mean, he was.
I'm not trying to knock him.
They were the number 1 team in the West when he didn't win it. Why didn't he win it with that same evaluation?
Fine, but you're gonna. First of all, did you have to do something extraordinary? Yes. Did he do it? Yes. But your team got to win too when the guy that's running next to you is leading his team to the best record in the NBA. So if they win these next 3, hey, he ain't going to win it, but that's going to be weird because he's going to average a triple-double for the season, and it's going to be a 30-point triple-double. And my guess is that's never been done before. I don't know that off the top of my head, but that's a guess, that has never happened before. A 30-point triple-double for the season? I mean, I get you, Wilt's averaged 44 and 50 and all that sort of stuff, but it wasn't a triple-double. And a 30-point triple-double? Come on, man. But
Shea Gil's is going to win it, so I'm not arguing about that.
All right.
I'm just saying don't use it there to win this team. Listen, take him off this team. Okay, what are their record right now? 47-32. Joker didn't play this year. What's their record?
We're hanging out with the Spurs, Pelicans, and Jazz without Jokic. We're not. The season's way over.
So take Oklahoma City without Shai Gilgeous. Where are they sitting?
They're probably third, second maybe. They're probably 55 wins. They got depth, man. They got a lot of shooting. They got a great bench.
But that matters to getting an MVP because you have great depth.
What can I tell you, homeboy? Life ain't fair.
Look, I understand your point on the record. I understand that they were the one. I get that. But when things are spiraling on your basketball team, that's tough to look at it like there's an MVP on the team. Spiraling is different to me than being a 3
MVP
seed.
doesn't have anything to do with the individual. It's a team thing.
I think it's both. I do. I mean, I don't know what the ratio is. I don't know what the exact formula is, but I think that people look at it kind of common sense like, and they're like, that's spiraling. That's tough.
Yoke was Yoke, though, after the game. He was dressed up like a college. He's got great fashion, man. Every day is a different. See that look? It's kind of like a deep V-neck sweater. Like it looks like he was about to take a tour on campus in the fall or something.
Right. Or he's getting ready for his pictures in front of his 55 Chevy out in front of the student union.
Yeah, it was very like he's an extra in Back to the Future if they had a basketball team.
Yeah. Two pom-pom girls in their poodle skirts are right there beside her, right? Their bobby socks. And
you realize he's got more in his closet than in our entire homes.
Oh, it's unbelievable. So Katie's like sitting there and goes, has anybody asked him about the tights? He's not wearing the tights anymore. When is the right time to ask him about the tights?
After they win a couple.
Well,
so not this year.
I don't know.
Not this year.
I don't blame her because I asked the question: Did he almost made another shot from 3 quarters? So this was the shot, and then I almost made it. He thought he had it, and then he ran into the locker room. And for a second, I thought, did he think it was halftime?
I think he had to pee.
Yeah, I think it was along those lines. Then Katie asked about the tights, and then Joker's Joker, man.
What do you say about the tights?
Well, here we go. Let's hear it.
I have a random one. I'm sorry, but you haven't been wearing tights lately. Was it just what went into that? Just like different decisions. Some of the fans have noticed. That's why I'm asking.
Just too much stuff to put on. It's just easier. It's easier to put the clothes on and put it out.
So after all this time, it was enough?
Yeah, it was just waste of time.
Hey, can I say something? He's serious.
Dude, how many years has he been wearing those tights?
Last 2 or 3 anyway,
right?
So,
but it's finally hit its breaking point. Like after all this time.
Man, it takes too long to take them off.
What am I doing? What am I doing with these tights? It's a classic. This is taking too much time.
Oh, man,
I know I've been doing the same thing for like 3 straight years, but
sometimes it hurts your shoulder when you're pulling those things off a little bit.
Can you imagine he just reached the breaking point of putting his tights on and off after 3 years? Like, forget it.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Hey, those 361 shoes he's got, the next ones are going to be slip-ons. Right.
No laces.
I don't have no laces on these things.
Oh, my God. I don't mean to be laughing in the face of misery, but he's the best.
Dude, and again, that
he's
first
the
half,
best.
Did he have a couple passes that you're like going, oh, my gosh.
It's incredible. And that's why.
Here's a bigger question, or almost a bigger question.
Yeah.
And maybe something. In fact, this question by Ryan, is the season over? We just don't know it. Maybe one to be addressed after it is over and say, well, let's go back to April 6th. If the answer turns into yes, then the follow-up question is, have they wasted another Joker season?
Well, that's why, yes, of course, Of course. And that's going to be the tough.
That's when changes, big changes happen.
Yeah, have to.
Big.
Yep. Last year, it felt like, no, okay, not great, but, all right. This year, it feels like, wow, we really blew it. If this is really it. But, hey, man, you got 3 games left. I don't know. Jamal, hopefully something. But we talked about this, too. We said, like, when is this team going to get cooking? And the question really was, will we ever know? Because the starting lineup, the real starting lineup, has barely played together all year. So what made any of us really think they were going to be healthy at any point this season? We were fooling ourselves if we thought that was going to be the case.
And I think if Jamal comes back, let's see, can he ramp up? He's been gone now 15 days.
It's going to be tough. Not easy.
But you're still going to have the question, where is AG? I mean, I understand you got days in between, and the reason you really don't want to get in that play-in because you want to be able to get, you want to get off the week off.
You know what this team reminds me a little bit of right now, and I cannot believe this is the case. The year that they played the Warriors in the first round when Jokic won the MVP, this is when Jamal was hurt and MPJ was out. Remember that? It was exhausting. And the fact that they won one game in that series seemed like a freaking miracle. But when that series ended, everybody was ready for that year to be done. This is feeling a lot like that right now, unfortunately. And I wish that wasn't the case. And it wasn't the case 3 weeks ago, but sometimes things change. Meanwhile, we have a very interesting development on the other side of Ball Arena. I think you're going to like this news. Details next. Oh, man. All right, we'll get back to the Nuggets here, the post-mortem in a little bit. Tons of comments we see on Twitch and on the Shot Mazda text line. As we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. We see on YouTube as well, so we appreciate it. Adrian Dater, our guy, put out there that you get 3 rehab starts basically for Gabe with the Eagles there. You skate 3 times. I don't know what all the rules are, but he's putting it out there that Gabe can get 3 rehab stints with the Eagles.
And they're in the postseason, and they got 2 games coming up.
Yeah, I'm Dan. What's the Eagles' schedule?
Yeah, but we figured it out. Unless he's planning on going on the road with the Eagles, there's really only one game. It's this Friday.
Yeah. Well, Dan, look it up. I don't know.
I mean, if he's going on the road, he can get more in.
Yeah, if he doesn't travel. Well, but he didn't recently travel with the Avs. And he did stay back to just work out with them.
No. I mean, if he's going to go on the road with the Eagles.
I thought they had 2 home, 1 road. Is that not right?
I don't know.
Well, I know Friday, maybe. I thought
there's something about Friday that's kind of perfect.
Yeah.
Friday kind of is like you wouldn't be dumb to get yourself tickets for Friday. But there may be action before that. And again, we'd have to sort of look at the schedule. But that's pretty cool, man, that you can – I didn't even know that was a thing, that you can use the minor league team. And it doesn't impact your salary cap or whatever. It's, cool to do. So I think we're about to see Gabe Landeskog, fellas. In fact, I'll be shocked if it doesn't happen at this point. So what we got, Dan?
You have Friday and Saturday are home games up in Loveland for the Eagles.
Okay.
And I doubt he's going to play in back-to-back for him.
Yeah.
Right. And then you're at Ontario. Right. That doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, does it?
The final 3 games are all on the road.
Look at that. I mean, is Gabe going to travel?
So it comes down to either Friday or Saturday night.
Well, the Tucson one isn't crazy. At Tucson, I mean, that's not insane. It feels weird that he would travel to Ontario, but I mean, a plane ride's a plane ride, I guess. Back-to-back doesn't seem likely either, unless maybe it's a minutes thing, right? That it's not so bad playing back-to-back that he's,
Can I just say this? Playing those, I wouldn't play 3 games. I wouldn't do that. Those games kind of scare me because those players down there, guess what that is? That's the biggest opportunity of their life going up against Gabe Landeskog. And they're going to be running and gunning. I'm not saying they're going to have it out for him or they're going to do anything cheap, but it's like playing a practice squad on a Thursday in Week 15 in the NFL.
I would say that Friday game is like hey now. The Saturday game to me is maybe. Is he going to go to Ontario? I mean, I don't know. But is it crazy that he would get on a plane to go to Tucson? I don't think that's crazy. So we'll keep our eyes on it. But the Avs are in such a different place right now than the Nuggets, even though they took a weird loss. Not weird, but they lost to St. Louis over the weekend. St. Louis is a good team, man. St. Louis has won 12 in a row. That game wasn't really all that close either. They were St. Louis was up 4-0. Avs kind of battled back.
They kind of just came in and half skated for a little bit, and then all of a sudden you see when they turn it on, they go boom, boom, boom. Then it's 4-3.
But I am so not worried about the Avalanche.
No,
I mean they're just like we pointed out. They're in standings purgatory. They're 7 games back of Dallas, so they only have what do they got?
3 or 4.
You only got 4 games left. So you only have 8 points and you're 7 back. You ain't catching them. You are, St. Louis is rolling. You're 5 ahead of St. Louis. So you do control your destiny, though. I mean, you win you win your next 2 games and then, whatever. You're playing Vegas, though, but Vegas has nothing to play for. Not really. They don't want to get caught by the Kings. They have 5 games left. They're 5 points ahead. But it's hockey. They, kill each other. They play exhibition games in the middle of the season trying to behead each other. 4 nations, so hockey's just different.
It is different.
They'll just try to kill each other no matter what. Doesn't matter. So I'm not worried about the Avalanche whatsoever. I'm not. It's going to be a first-round matchup with Dallas, and here we go. I don't think they're even going to start till the 20th. You're not going to really need to play your big guys at all. You don't even have to take, Makar, McKinnon, Taves. You don't even have to bring those guys on the final road trip. I'd give them a break and just let them forget it, boys. Just stay home. Seriously. Well, we'll handle the Kings.
Go work out with Gabe out of Family Sports.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, hang out. You don't even need to go on the trip. How nice would that be, right? As a hockey guy, like just you get a weekend off. You don't have to travel. You just kind of chill out. They're not going to play until at least the 20th anyways, so what's the difference?
18th, right? 18th or 20th.
I don't think the first game would even possibly be to the 20th.
I thought Moser said the 18th today, but I don't know about.
I think the regular season goes to like this. Well, hold on a second. We'll go with scores here. How long does the season go for? We go for a minute here. The Avs finish up early. Yeah, Thursday the 17th is the final game. So there's no way the playoffs are going to start the day after. That's not possible. Can that happen? I thought I heard that it couldn't start until like Saturday or Sunday. But hey, I trust Moj. He would know better than me. He's Mark Moser.
Well, let's look it up right here. We have
Saturday, April 19th.
Would be the first possible day of the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Yep, 19th.
Okay. All right.
So you'd have 4 or 5 days off.
But your last game is on the 13th. So you're getting a week off no matter what. Pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not worried about the Avalanche whatsoever. I think they're going to cruise past Dallas. Sort of cruise.
Ooh, wow.
Like 4-2?
6 games.
That's good.
That's cruising, more or less.
That's cruising when they've got the home ice.
I don't think home ice matters at all. I don't think home court, the whole home stuff. Really? Does it really matter?
Not if you're a championship team. If you're a championship team, then home ice, home court's probably not going to matter.
I don't think it's worth getting worked up for. I think the hard part for the Avalanche is just sort of, paying attention and hanging in there. Kind of a weird spot, right?
Right. They cannot pay attention for good reasons. The Nuggets are not paying attention, and it's bad reasons.
Correct.
I think that's a challenge when you got 7 or 8 games left. Once you get down to 3 or 4 games, though, you can feel it, man. I don't think there's going to be any challenge in keeping them dialed in. They're ramping it up. They can feel it. It's right there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them at all. Just stay healthy. We're good. They're racking up numbers left and right. It stings to lose to St. Louis, but hey, man, St. Louis is playing well. But the games they're all right there. Everything's just right there. We'll see who really wants it. It's a big question. Like, if everything's equal and games are close, what is the difference between winning and losing? Because these Nuggets games, and that begs the bigger question. Maybe you're going to address it on the other side. Did the Minnesota game just break this team? Was that it? I mean, did the...
I think the Minnesota game and the following San Antonio game, who's trying to get the first pick in the draft, if it didn't break it, it highlighted what your deficiencies are.
All right, we'll get to that and your comments as well. It's PhD here on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you started to notice that you're starting to lose your hair, it's starting to get a little bit thin on you, I know that's a bad day. It's a bad feeling. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online and you're looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Guys, just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best at what they do. And guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, be comforted knowing they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. So call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
We'll get to the takeaways from Pro Day or Showcase Day. Tyler was out there on Friday. The Rockies, okay, and also good stuff with the Avalanche. So we'll get to all of it.
1-game win streak.
We'll get to it. Yeah, chasing away those Blues.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Mike Sanford, good luck charm with Steve Nelson out there celebrating his birthday. My wife and I had tickets, and
did you go Saturday or Sunday?
We meant to go on Saturday.
Oh.
It was cold.
It was a cold day.
It was
wondered
cold.
about
It was
that.
better on Sunday. I'll tell you the story coming up here in a little bit.
It was stinking windy.
It was all sorts of things. I was surprised by something. I'll give you the story in a little bit. We had the best of intentions. And very grateful.
Then you both sat down?
Kind of. Yeah. Tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Oh, well. Sometimes they're good reasons.
Anyways, did the Minnesota game break the Nuggets? Man. I'll tell you who Coach Malone loves. Doesn't like, loves, is Mark Kisla. I don't know why they are so close or what their relationship is based on, but Coacher, he is a fan of Mark Kisla. So I think we're done. It's done. Last question asked, whatever. Coach Malone is what after that.
Kids, yeah.
What do you got, kids?
Yeah.
So that's cool. That's cool that they've got such a good relationship based on, I'm not sure what, but it exists. So Kiz comes out with the question about the Minnesota game.
Do you think there's a hangover effect from that loss to Minnesota? Have you guys been able to hit the reset button since then?
Good question. Obviously the next night, it was a devastating loss. Obviously, you play that hard, you play that well. Nikola puts on a historical performance. And, just to have it not go your way at the very end of that double overtime game. And then you rest a bunch of your guys the next night. Guys fought, tough loss against San Antonio. And then I felt like that first quarter in Golden State might have been one of our best quarters of the year. We put up 44 points against a defense that was ranked number 1 since the trade deadline. And then I felt in that fourth quarter we faded. So I don't know if I would say there's been a hangover. We were up tonight. We got up by as many as 13. Weren't able to hold on. We were up in Golden State. Weren't able to hold on. So I don't know if it's a hangover necessarily, but whatever it is, we got to find a way to get this out of our system.
Hey, they were down by 20 to the Spurs and had the lead in the fourth quarter. It's one thing after another. They easily could have won all 4 of these last games. I mean, they were in it. They were in it to the degree they could have won, theoretically. They had leads. They were playing all right, and during all 4 of them.
It's like maybe the Nuggets have ADHD. They're really focused for a while, and then all of a sudden, whoa,
I gotcha. So were they broken by Minnesota?
Nope. They were already broken.
They already were broken.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a symptom of the disease. That's it. There's a disease going on that team right now, and it's manifested in different ways at different times. And we are now at the point where frustration is as high as it's ever been. I don't think the deal between Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson was a big deal. I don't. But some people do, including yourself. I think it was a small thing, but I think it's a sign. I think all these things add up to something. What are those somethings? The something is that there's a disease on that basketball team right now, and when you hear Russell Westbrook talk about it at the end of the game, or after the game, and he says, "Well, I hope so. I hope they're going to be motivated," and he's talking about they almost like almost separating himself from the team. They are already broken.
Well, if you ever seen a person who looks in the mirror and goes, "Oh my God, that does not look right. I need to get some more light in here."
Took me a while, but I got there.
Yeah, I need to get some light in here. And so then they buy one of those mirrors that's got the little lights all around them. And then they turn it on and they go, "Oh, God." It's the same thing. It's been illuminated more. That game may have illuminated it more.
Do you remember that Seinfeld episode where she looks okay in one light and not so okay in the other light? Whoa.
Well, it might be Denver right now.
What's going on there?
I don't know, man. Listen, I don't think
Two-Face. Yeah.
I don't think there's a togetherness or where. Listen, I've said it before. I said it in that you mentioned that Golden State series that they play without Jamal, and I'd said it that year. Your best player on the team is Nikola Jokic. It's proven night in, night out. Dan just put up the what he's done the last 6 games is just. I mean, take any one of those 6 games, and 95% of the guys that's ever played in the NBA would say, "I'll take one as my best," right? And he's got 6 of those in a week. But Jamal Murray is your heart and soul, and it's been that way since he was hurt in that one game, and I think it's still this way or not. And when he's on the sideline, being able to laugh and keep guys loose or whatever he's doing over there, but not playing for 6 in a row during the as Marlo always says, in crunch time. This is crunch time in the season. Forget free throws with 2 minutes to go. This is the crunch time of the season. And, Jamal's been in sweats, but they've been the ones he's purchased. And that kills his team. Your heart and soul is beaten over on the other side. And again, I'll say this. Let's just break it down easily one game. Aaron Gordon is not healthy. Aaron Gordon, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of saying that. He's not healthy. You played a big game last night. What do you have? 5?
5 points.
Come on now. He averages 14. Just be average last night. What is you win the game?
He looked pretty emotional in the locker room too afterwards.
Because
I think he wears it.
I think he wears it too, and I don't think he's right. And Tyler can maybe talk on this or that. Like, when you know what you're capable of, and your body just ain't letting you do it, but you're still going out there to try to do it, it's an emotional thing, man.
Absolutely.
It's an emotional thing. And I listen, I know Jamal's hurt, but I think Gordon's hurt too. And he's not the same guy right now. And like I said, if he just plays average last night, you win that game. And now we're breathing a little easier today, and we're okay. And okay, we still got the space. Win one more, and you're going to be fine. He ain't right, and he's not been right really most of this season. I mean, he's missed 31 games.
Is Kevin Durant a superstar?
Yeah.
First ballot Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Why are the Suns 35 and 43?
Good question.
My point is, be careful here, Nuggets. Be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like, what happened to Suns and 4 guy? Remember all that? Suns? Remember the Suns playing the Nuggets in championships, year? Remember all that? What happened to them? Just a couple years ago. Now they're circling to drain 29 games behind Oklahoma City.
Well, you got Chris Paul out there for some reason and brought in a guy from
Hey, man,
Washington.
I'm just saying.
Chemistry. They don't
Shizzle can happen.
They don't have good chemistry.
Shizzle can happen. Remember when the 76ers were good?
No.
Yeah, they were.
Really?
Uh-huh. They're 23 and 55 now. You don't remember MVP?
But they don't even have Joel Embiid, though.
No, I got you. But so you can win without, you can lose with still having a superstar first ballot Hall of Famer on your team if you're not careful. You can have low moments with Jokic.
Would it be better for the Nuggets in the offseason if this thing continues to implode the rest of the year to look at possibly trading Joker this year?
Are you nuts?
No, I'm just throwing it out there. Why not throw that scenario out there?
I'm sorry. Don't stop.
No, I would not either.
No.
But, I talked to a guy who's in the front office the other day. He said, here's
what my God. I cannot even. That is.
That's fine. But I'm going to let you go on past history. And I say no either. I let him walk off the thing like, what's my guy in Dallas that could hardly play anymore? And you're done. Okay, fine. And meanwhile, the team suffers because you've earned this, right? You've earned that. So I am that guy. But I did talk to a front office guy over this past week who said to me, he said, here's what happens to teams. One or two things happens to teams that are good teams. One, they pay too many people, and now you can't fill the roster up with any kind of depth, or you let it get too old. Those are the two killers of teams that are good teams. And I don't know if that's the same way in football. You got 4 pretty big contracts on this team.
To Scott's point here, and listen, nobody's going to trade him. And of course it's not going to happen. But hold on.
Bless you.
Excuse me. You're not going to trade him. But You talk about blowing up the team at the end of the year, right? Well, what does that look like? Okay, maybe you're looking at changes up top. What else? Well, you got to trade Michael Porter Jr., you got to trade Jamal Murray. How? For what? How? For what? How easy that's going to be, right? So the only way to blow the team up, at least from the player point of view, is to get rid of Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. What you getting for that? How are you getting rid of that?
Well, that's where you have to be a pretty sharp general manager and team the whole thing. It is interesting watching Celtic City to see the massive moves they made in the middle of the middle of their run. I mean, you just think of the Celtics as Bird, McHale, and Parrish, rightfully so.
Well, look at the Avalanche.
Great point. I mean, really, what's the core of the Avalanche? And I'd say right now it's McKinnon, Makar, 1, 2, and probably Taves, number 3, frankly. And after that, and around those guys, you've made, and actually kind of Val, when you really think about it. I mean, he is kind of the core guy. They gave him the big contract. They've bent over backwards to keep this guy on the team. It's probably those 4 dudes, and they've moved everything else around them. So what is really the core of the Nuggets? Well, right now, you could say the core of the Nuggets is Nikola Jokic. That's it. There's not Bird, McHale, and Parrish. It is funny watching that documentary and like, oh my God, yeah. They did got rid of Gerald Henderson. They did get rid of Cedric Maxwell.
Who won you a playoff series
that they won with.
That you're going to lose, yeah.
They did move on from guys who they won championships with because it wasn't good enough the next year.
Now, I know this, not everybody's seen Celtic City or whatever, but does this not, after they won the championship in 81?
That was their first one.
And then they lost a couple years in a row.
Yes.
And remember they talked about that 84 season, how they had the talent. It just never seemed like it ever gelled and was never good.
Hated the coach too.
But does this not feel like as far as the team going through stuff?
They literally
Celtics
that
84?
Celtics team in that documentary literally quit, according to Robert Parrish, because they were sick of everything that was going on. So
Except
we'll
Bird,
see.
Bird
All right. Hey, are you looking at the Nuggets quitting? Do you see them quitting?
No.
I don't either. Tyler, do you see him quitting?
I don't know. I think it's an interesting question. Have they already? I mean, what is quitting? What is quitting? What is quitting? Not focusing on yourself. Is focusing on yourself quitting?
That's a good question.
Is a fracture on the team that you have decided, we don't like that dude anymore. We're not going to work on that relationship. Is that quitting? I think there's a lot of different ways to quit. And I'm not saying they're going to go out there and not try hard. I'm not saying that they're not going to try to win basketball games, but I think there's signs that there's quitting already going on this team.
Yeah, I don't think there's quitting, but
that's a bad word. It's a really, really bad word.
I had a coach tell me years and years and years ago, and we were having some issues in Atlanta, and he goes, Bob Reinhardt was the guy. He goes, Scott, you ain't got to like your teammates.
Got to respect them.
You ain't got to go out to dinner with them or go over to their house for their kid's birthday. You ain't got to do none of that. But you have to respect them.
Yeah.
And when teams lose their respect for each other, that's the problem. Not whether you like guys. I mean, we're all made up of different things. It's all our political spectrum that's going on right now. It's not that we don't like some people over there or over there. We've lost all respect for each other. And that's what's killing, I think, the political realm. I think it's the same way with teams. If you lose respect for one another, and I don't want to make too much of AG and Peyton because I love it. Was that a sign?
I don't know, because I'd have to know more about what it's all about, and, who knows?
I didn't think it was.
I mean, teammates do quibble amongst each other all the time in every sport.
It
so.
sure seemed to end very respectfully to me.
Yeah. It seemed to end like, well, go out there. Go. Do it. Whatever, whatever it is. That's what it felt like. I'm not going to make too big of a deal of that. And I can't tell you, looking at like AG and Peyton Watson, I don't see any issue there.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, so, whatever. Heat of the moment.
But I love I don't know if I love it, but I liked what you said a while ago. AJ was hurting in the locker room. Emotional.
He was, yeah. Well, Russell Westbrook was like, I don't know if he showered. I mean, he was. And I do not know where he got that Avalanche jacket, but people liked it. So I'm looking at Russell Westbrook and whatever that is, right? And AG's sitting there like he hasn't even changed out of his basically his uniform.
Yeah.
He took his jersey top off and he wears the
white
shirt,
tight thing.
yeah, underneath. And he was just like, he hadn't moved. And Russell Westbrook's suited and booted and out the door. I mean, Russell Westbrook got changed in a hurry. That locker room was filled. Usually you go in there, if you go in there at all, and like there's nobody in there, or there's one or two guys. Whole team was there.
Still sitting in there.
Everybody was there. But Westbrook had that jacket on. He was looking at the door. He gave us a minute, and then boom. To your point,
Is that an
they're not
issue?
quitting. They're not quitting, but it's a little bit of like,
Are they together?
yeah, like, 18 caps for 18 players. You know what I'm saying? Like, I did my part.
Metallica.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the rumor of Metallica? They'd come in to visit. They said, we want four different limos for each guy.
Limos. They had, the Rolling Stones had different planes. They would. That's what the Stones would do. They would fly in on individual private planes. And the thing's over. They're to the airport. 5 different planes go to 5 different locations. It was just like, okay.
Why? Because they could.
Because they could, and the rest of the band would travel on buses. So if you're playing saxophone with the Rolling Stones, get on the bus.
Yeah.
But Mick Jagger's getting on a plane to go back to New York that night or wherever he was going.
If you're a honky-tonk girl dancing in the back, you're getting on the bus.
Get on the bus. You may get on the secondary bus.
Yeah.
You don't want that,
Hey,
man.
those cans of black paint, get on the bus.
You don't want that. You want to all be on the same bus.
Right.
And they ain't right now. But, yeah, you got 3 games. The Jamal thing to me was shocking. Like, he's that hurt? Really? Maybe he'll be okay for the playoffs? All right. We'll get back to...
Well, hold on. Is it that simple that maybe this injury is there's your whole answer for what's gone on the last week?
You can't win this thing without Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic together.
Nope.
You don't have a shot at it. And even with Jamal, you got to have good Jamal, not mediocre Jamal. But you can't have no Jamal. I mean, that ain't going to work. All right, let's get into CU a little bit, Tyler, and what we saw up there. And the vibe now. Shedeur is apparently not going somewhere. We'll give you details coming up next.
I think we have the most qualified guys in the draft. They're not a risk. Like, Shedor's been doing it year after year after year after year. Shedor has led college football in this. Travis ain't nobody like Travis. So the surest bets in this draft, I'm not a betting man. I'm a godly man. But the surest bets in this draft are those two young men. And I didn't stutter or stammer when I said that. Did I?
No, you didn't.
All right. Mic drop. Let's go.
Who gave him the no you didn't?
I don't know. Some,
Listen, we got Boulder Muggles. We got Avalanche Muggles.
The Boulder Muggles are... Muggles
Can
not
I
even
just tell you,
not the right
being
word.
there in person, it comes out crystal clear because he's got the microphone. You couldn't hear anything that he was saying. It was so hard to hear him. He was speaking so soft. You're in this giant indoor field house with a million different chaotic things going on. You could barely hear the press conference.
Yeah, the acoustics in a place like that, it gets lost pretty quick.
Well, they probably put the speaker to the microphone way back in the corner, and he's over on the 20-yard line.
Speaker's on the
side.
total other side.
Yeah.
So the Titans canceled their visit with Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
Mutual. I agree. Why not?
Is this it? Is it because we're drafting Cam Ward and that's a wrap?
Yep.
Unless it's a giant smoke show. I mean, I would, if I had to bet on it, I'd bet that that's the side that it probably is. But,
Right.
there's always the chance that it's a smoke show.
That's one hell of a smoke show.
Well, there's always the chance that, hey, we want everybody to think that we're taking Cam Ward.
Mm-hmm.
So come on up, steal this spot from us, and we'll move down a spot or two, and we'll take Shedeur Sanders at 2 or 3.
Okay.
Right? I don't think that's what it is. I think they're just dialed in and they're being respectful. Hey, we're not going to waste your time. Now, Travis Hunter is also the same thing, right? Because Travis Hunter's not even in play for them. That's not even an option. So why waste their time?
Yeah. I mean, it could be a smoke show. You never know.
Tell you what, though, the Browns one is fascinating because Jimmy Haslam was there. I don't know if you guys know that. The owner of the Browns was at the pro day. And I was looking at this
showcase.
That's a showcase. That's right. I'm looking at this white-haired guy. I'm like, gosh, how do I know this guy? And finally, I put it together. I just wasn't expecting it. You don't see owners at these things very often, right?
No.
He took Shedeur out to eat on Thursday night. I don't know if he took Travis Hunter out to eat or not. Maybe he was at the same dinner.
Do you know where they went?
I do not know. But I know that they went out to eat.
I was going to ask, did they go to Pasta
I did. Jay was there. I talked to him for a long time.
Oh, that's awesome.
I
Pasta J's or Pizza Joe's, right?
I told him that we play the Dan Hawkins bite all the time.
Yeah, oh yeah. Pasta J. He's the best. He is the best.
Here's what the current vibe is. Cam Ward's going number 1. Travis Hunter's going number 2 to the Browns.
Okay. Shedeur going to the Giants? It feels like a coin flip,
Did you see the betting favorite? There's a betting favorite for Shedeur Sanders. Do you guys know who it is?
I do not.
Take a guess.
I will guess the Giants.
I think Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
You know what? You're thinking right. Not like DMac. It's not the Colts. Try one more time.
Oh, Indy's at 14.
Well, somebody between
Dallas is at 12. New Orleans is at 9.
You're gonna get it. You're thinking right.
Pittsburgh's at 21.
New Orleans.
At 9?
New Orleans Saints are the betting favorites to land Shedeur.
At 9. Well, that will be some drama on draft night if that's the case, for sure.
You guys see that Jalen Milroe is going to the draft?
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I have no clue. Why would you go to the draft to sit there the entire time?
They do bring guys up on day 2 occasionally. If you're
I think
there.
he's going to day 1.
Well, is it on his dime or the league's dime? Because
It's always on. I think.
Wait, hold on. Do you think Jalen Milroe knows something?
What could he possibly know?
I have no idea.
The Pittsburgh Steelers told him, "Hey, if you're there at 21, we'll take you." I mean,
why else would you go?
I wouldn't risk that.
No, it'd be embarrassing.
Even sitting there till 21 is a long time.
That seems a bit.
Dude, I sent one of those drafts for 29. It was horrible.
How many teams are in the league then?
23.
Oh. But at least it was the same day, right?
I will tell you, going back to the showcase, though, Brian Daboll was like locked in during Shedeur Sanders' throwing session. I mean, he's moving back and forth. He's got his hands on his knees. He's doing the whole thing. I mean, he was dialed freaking into that thing.
Let's get to Jimmy Haslam, though.
Oh, by the way, remember when I did my call in and I was like, I don't know if this is a big deal or not, but it was weird to me. Travis Hunter didn't wear gloves. He was wide receiver. I've never seen that in my entire life. You'll see defensive ends not wearing gloves, wide receivers with the stickum that's on those gloves. Nobody does that. And so during the call-in, I'm like, I think he was making a statement. I really do.
Trying to show he's really got hands.
So he was, and he confirmed it. He confirmed it to Brian Baldinger of the of NFL Network, and he said that he wanted teams to be able to hear the pop on the ball when he caught that thing. So it absolutely was a statement.
What a stud!
And I mean that ball didn't move 2 inches in his hands the entire day.
I think he just likes to play ball.
I mean, on a normal draft, right? Is he not the number one pick in the draft?
Quarterbacks are always quarterbacks, but the dude is such a dude. I mean, he's 101, man. He's awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, he likes to play ball to the degree that as of Thursday night, he wasn't supposed to do anything at the pro day.
Right.
He wasn't going to run the 40. He wasn't going to participate in any of the positional drills. And then word got out, and I got this from an NFL guy, but that the Giants told him, hey, we're flying into town specifically because we want to see you run routes.
All right.
And then even as the pro day, as the showcase started, the word was he wasn't going to do anything. So something changed in the middle of the showcase. He's like, screw it, I'll go run routes.
Right, because what does he care? Dude's in great shape. He's a baller. He's great at what he does. This is easy. I mean, this stuff was easy, right? There's nothing hard with what he was doing.
No.
I mean, you want to avoid some sort of goofy injury, I guess, but I'm rolling my eyes at that. I mean,
now here's the question, though. Was Travis Hunter making a statement by only doing wide receiver drills, not defensive back drills?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think there's probably a little bit of a statement in there.
You want to be...
Everybody's telling me I'm a defensive back. Nah.
Yeah, well, he knows what paychecks are all about these days. Not that far off between DBs and wide receivers, but it's enough. That's got to be it. He's going to want to be a wide receiver who's playing defensive back, not the other way around if he cares about money. Who knows what he's going to do, bro? I mean, it'll be fun. I am rooting for Travis Hunter's success so much wherever he goes, man. Wherever he goes, I'm going to be a fan of, period.
Not very many teams have just come out and said what their viewpoint of Travis Hunter is. The Browns did, and this was like a month or so ago. They did say that they view him as primarily a wide receiver.
Okay.
So he's going to go number 2. What, they got a quarterback?
They got nothing.
So that's from Adam Schefter, by the way. I think that was this morning. Adam Schefter saying that the current vibe is that the Cleveland Browns are going to take Travis Hunter.
Who's signed up right now behind Deshaun? Because he ain't
Deshaun.
Yeah, he ain't going to be ready at the beginning of the season.
It's what's his name? Not Nick Mullins. One of those Pittsburgh guys. Is it Nick Mullins?
Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph.
It's Mason Rudolph,
I think.
Hey, listen, man. Cleveland may just sort of suck it up, get Travis, be okay. The season.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, Kenny Pickett?
It was the third Pittsburgh guy.
I don't know. They may be. Hey, listen, it's not what I would do, but they got a weird contract there with Deshaun Watson. Maybe they didn't need another year to get out of it in a better way. You pick up Travis Hunter, that's your guy, theoretically, who's going to, have his number retired. You got Jerry Jeudy. I mean, everybody can roll their eyes about Jerry Jeudy, but, he's had his moments, obviously, that we saw.
He had a 1,000-yard year.
And, yeah, you're going to have another lousy year, but maybe you're taking a quarterback next year. Maybe it's a better class, and you're in the running for Arch Manning. If you're Cleveland, if you're thinking about it.
Well, if Kenny Pickett starts, you might be in the running.
Maybe.
Yeah, but then if you're Cleveland, you'll accidentally win 6 games and not get a QB.
I mean, Myles Garrett did agree to go back there. He did. They backed up the Brinks truck. Here is Prime talking about Jimmy Haslam. Go ahead there, Dan.
It was charming. It was engaging. And it was cool. It was all right. He's a good guy, and I like it.
Coach,
I think one of those guys is going to be there.
Listen, if I'm clear, I'm going to stick to my philosophy. I think Shedeur has just as good of a chance to be successful in the NFL as anybody. So if I'm Cleveland, I'm taking Shedeur because it just matters more. However, that being said, you're not going to go wrong taking Travis Hunter either. You're just sort of accepting we're just going to stink for the next year because we're in a weird situation because of our swing and miss quarterback, as Haslam said about Deshaun Watson.
So if you're the Giants, then say they go ahead and they do take Hunter.
The Giants take.
I mean Cleveland takes Hunter.
Yeah.
The Giants going to go, listen, we paid some guys to be quarterback here, and we'll just stick with this year. Let's go get the next best wide receiver.
It'd be Abdul Carter, theoretically, if you're just going next best player.
It's not an accident that the New Orleans Saints are the betting favorites for Shedeur right now.
And what number are they, 9?
11.
11.
No,
right?
the Saints are at 9.
9.
Yeah. Well, that's how it would work, because here's how you go. Like you said, the Giants are like, we're paying Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
So we're taking Abdul Carter.
We'll take Abdul Carter.
Then next on the clock
Patriots.
is the Raiders. The Raiders.
Oh, for quarterback, yeah.
Then the Raiders say, no, we like Geno Smith. He's our guy.
We just paid him a lot of money.
We're taking Ashton Genty.
Well, now you're at 7 with the Jets, and do we like Russell or Justin Fields or not?
Nope.
Well, then you may lose Shedeur to the Jets then, theoretically. I mean, they didn't invest that much money into Justin Fields. I think it was 1 year, $15 million. I mean, you could certainly justify that. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, Darren Muji meant what he said, and they're
why'd they only give him a 1 year deal?
Listen, I get it. I said for the sake of argument, right. But for the sake of argument, I don't even know who's at 8. I'm forgetting who's at 8. But then you got the Saints at 9, and they
Jacksonville's in there somewhere, aren't they?
Jacksonville's like at 5, and they like Trevor Lawrence. 8. Oh, I should know who's it. Carolina, who's committed to Bryce Young. So, yeah, that's how it happens. That's how Shedeur gets down to 9.
Difference between Carolina and Cleveland, though, Carolina is still playing Bryce Young on a rookie deal.
My thoughts. I know I'm not doubting Adam Schefter. I guess I kind of am. His word's usually gold, so he's probably right. They're probably taking Travis Hunter. My opinion, they're taking Shedeur Sanders.
The Browns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it makes the most sense.
Logic just keeps coming back to
it makes
Deshaun Watson literally can't play football this year.
Right.
You only have 2 quarterbacks on your team. The other one's Kenny Pickett. You can't. Don't give me this March for Arch thing. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. You can't go an entire season.
Well, there was a report last week that Arch may come back for another year after next year.
Well, Cooper Flagg might come back from. We heard. This is what we heard, dude. We heard that there might be a $30 to $35 million opportunity for Cooper Flagg to come back.
I call
to Duke.
BS on that. I call serious BS. $35 million. Give me a freaking break.
Who was ruminating that in the
me?
Oh.
I'm calling BS on Scott.
All right, so where'd you hear that from?
A real credible NBA source.
Yeah.
Because I told him the story that Billy Donovan said that he was offered 11, and this guy, wasn't egging him on. Goes, listen, I've heard they got 2 boosters there that they said they've gathered as much as 30 and could go to 35 for him.
Jeez.
What would you do then?
Well, that changes things.
Because now that's more than your first 2 years in the NFL.
That changes things.
NBA?
NBA. Yeah, NBA. That covers your first 2.5 years.
Well, if they're going to pay him for 1 year for $30 million, why not just pay him 3 more years for $90 million?
Take 60, guarantee you'll come back for 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, why not just stick around? It is funny watching some of this NCAA stuff. Here's a 6-year, 24-year-old. Like some of those guys who are never going to go to the NBA, they're just hope that you got your your doctorate in whatever.
Right.
Your doctorate in basketball.
He's got 2 masters in business ed and engineering.
Were you guys bummed that Duke didn't get to the final?
That foul on Cooper on the rebound, that was some BS.
That was terrible.
That was some legit
BS. That
BS.
was over-officious jerk reffing right there.
What are you doing, referee?
That sucked. You got to inbound the ball, though.
Then again, they blew it. They just flat out blew it.
So blew it. I was bummed and hey, man.
I was rooting for Houston.
Were you really?
Yeah, for sure.
I just don't know anything about Houston.
Good defensive team.
I know, and that's boring to watch. But I just like the story of Cooper Flagg, and it just was more exciting to watch him.
Came up a little short on that last play.
Came up a little short. Oh, man.
Literally and figuratively.
So as great as of a life and career and as rich as he's going to be, he has to live with that moment for the rest of his life. And he was having a great game. But you came up a couple of inches short. You left it short on a shot that probably would have won the game.
He shot a knuckleball. Did you notice it? It was an absolute knuckleball. No spin at all.
He's in the lane, man. I mean, what are we talking about? 10 feet away? Maybe?
Here's my answer. I absolutely love Kelvin Sampson.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Houston.
Why?
Well, they were an old Southwest Conference.
Oh, you just traditionally hate Houston.
So it's just for us Arkansas guys.
Gotcha.
So I was cheering for Duke actually, which that's a hard cheer too. You know, it's Duke and all the things you say about Dukies, but I love Calvin Sampson, and I'll probably pull for him in the finals now, but it's just hard for me to ever cheer for Houston.
Well, the committee, they got it right. The best teams are there.
Yeah.
And arguably the two best teams are in the championship. So, for whatever that's worth. We'll see. You going to watch tonight?
I forgot it was tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, I'll get there after soccer practice, go down and maybe watch a little bit.
Sorry, you're going to pay attention to it tonight?
Oh, I'll definitely watch.
Yeah, Ed Prather, my guy, is having some, if you guys want to, View House, Centennial. No. See you there.
So, hey, why don't you invite all the fans? They're having to be listening
sure.
in right now.
Anybody can, if they want to. It's a very unofficial, just chill sort of hangout thing. He was just putting a little thing together, so. Be at the View House tonight.
Did you get that call?
Mm-mm.
I didn't even.
I'm inviting you right now.
It's not your party.
Please come.
It's not your party.
Okay. No dumb questions. 303
Can you go to a party that's not your party?
Sure. It's at a bar. Just go.
Just show up. Hey, is this the free food section?
Just show up.
Yeah, I was invited.
Oh, I got a story for you about opening day. Oh, I might have to tell you this one off the air. But maybe it's about being at a party that you're not invited to.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, let go.
Okay. All right. No dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can often mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. All right, so here's what you need to do. You need to contact my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, it's bad radio form to tease something, and I'll tell you the story on the air here in just a second. Not really that big of a deal, but it was just funny. Every now and then, Tyler, you have moments that you feel like you're in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. You're like, really?
Yeah.
So I'll get to it here in a second. No dumb question. Is there a scenario where the Broncos trade back in the first round for more picks? It's Ernie, who's near DU. Trade back for more picks.
Probably. I mean, you know George Payton would love to do that. Okay, let's say they decided we don't want to take running back in the first round. And there's about 3 wide receivers left that have all got first-round grades. So we'll bump back from 20 to 24 because we like any of these 3. We'll take any of those 3. Something along those lines.
I'd be fine with it. I don't. That's fine. I don't think the Broncos can lose. If they can get extra value somehow, whatever. If they lost out on Omari and Hampton because of that, would you be bothered?
Yes and no, because I like Hampton, so it's from a selfish reason. No, because I don't think Sean Payton, no matter who he drafts, is going to rush the guy 14 times, 15 times a game.
Because no matter what, they're going to get a tight end and a running back in the first 3 rounds. Whether they get a wide receiver, I'm not quite sure. I've seen some mocks where they're actually going like D-line or something like that.
In the first?
No. Like in the second or third round. Like it's not necessarily going to be a wide receiver, running back. It's running back and tight end kind of no matter what in the first 3 rounds. But that other position has kind of been floating all over the place.
I would think it's running back, wide receiver, no matter what in the first 3 rounds. I don't know about tight end. I think tight end is a luxury pick now, not an absolute necessity. Probably somewhere in between a necessity and luxury, but I don't think it's a necessity to go in the first 3.
Well, I saw, it's kind of funny. I saw one mock that, well, like 3rd round, Terrence Ferguson, who went to Oregon and was out there at Littleton there, high school. Help me.
Chatfield.
Heritage.
Oh, he's a
But
Heritage.
if it's not him, then it could be Helm, who went to Texas and Cherry Creek. And it's like, okay, like, all right, I could see that. Like 3rd round, something along those lines. But if not, if you want to go Arroyo from Miami earlier, I mean, okay. Hampton seems to be the hot favorite for the Broncos right now. But, I mean, are you going to be destroyed if they don't get him and they get Judkins, for example, in the 2nd round? I mean, that might be all right.
And they get Scadaboo in the 4th?
I don't think they're going to draft 2 guys that high.
No, they don't get Hampton in the 1st. They get Scadaboo in the 4th.
I don't think they're going to wait around that long.
Sure.
There's other really good guys to be got. Tyler, am I reading that wrong? Or
I'd be shocked if they don't go running back in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah,
shocked.
Me too. I'll give you my little story. It's not that even big of a deal. We're at opening day, and this is where
Did you go over to the game?
I did not go over the game because we had some technical issues.
Oh, that's right.
If you remember. And Tyler, you got out at the right time, my friend. We got a little, the hamster wheel, got broken. And so I had to, back to the studio, which we're down near Park Meadows Mall. So I wasn't going to go back. I was thinking about going. But as I'm getting back to my car to drive back here, and it's sideways wind and snow, it was quickly like, it's
good
okay.
decision.
Yeah. I'll go tomorrow, which was the plan. That didn't quite get there. Anyway, the Chop House could not have been more gracious. They were incredible. But I'm sitting at a table next to the table, and the Sklar brothers, who were on every show except for ours here on Altitude, they're sitting there next to, the Raj and the Sanford and the whole thing. And I'm just like at a table next. I'm next. And I was told, in no uncertain terms, somebody has paid a generous amount of money for this space. You understand what I'm saying? I'm sitting next to them at an empty table for 5 minutes. And I was like, oh, so you want me to, so I just sit here? And I point to a chair 3 inches away, and they're, yeah, that'd be better. It was just a weird moment. That's all.
No, that was
not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Now, where was this at?
At the Chop House, which was amazing.
After you went on or before?
Before. So I was at a place that I shouldn't have been, and somebody had paid for the right to be there.
Did they end up showing up?
Well, not for about 2 hours, but it was
so you got booted.
The funniest part was like where I got booted to. It was like
You
literally
moved 4 inches.
about 4 inches.
And I know you had to be snarky when you moved.
It was like a Larry David moment of like, so this is bad, but that's okay. And yeah, that's
like one chair over.
Yeah.
Well,
but they were right.
You
They were right.
You should have reserved that seat.
Yeah, exactly. If I want, I didn't make a stink of it. I just moved. It was just kind of funny. That's all.
Now, how close was that to where you were going to sit for the next couple hours to do a radio
Another
show?
4 inches.
Oh.
It was like the seat right behind Raj. Because I had to move because the Sklar brothers were there, or I would have just sat at the table in the first place, but we had Sklars coming in.
Who are the Sklars?
Really?
I know the name, but I can't.
What are you going to say?
Well, answer the question.
How do I know that name?
The Sklar brothers?
Yeah.
They're comedians.
Oh.
I didn't know that either.
They were on multiple shows here on the radio station. Yeah. They were funny. They were really funny. They were good.
Okay.
They're identical twins. Really? You don't know the Sklar brothers?
No, I've heard the name, but
they're really. You should go back on the YouTube page where they were with Nate and Andy, and they were with Raj, and they talk sports. They're identical twins that finish each other's thoughts. I'm actually a little surprised you don't know them.
I know the name. I haven't seen them.
They're really funny, and they were at Comedy Works, and they killed it from everything I understand.
I did something this weekend that was a first for me. First time in my entire life. What's the weirdest theme party you've ever been to?
Say the weirdest theme?
Yeah.
The weirdest theme park?
Theme party.
Theme party.
Yeah.
Oh man, I
Other than
would have
Halloween,
to have
I could say I've never been to a theme party.
Yeah, I'm not good on this.
I went to a conspiracy party this weekend.
What does that look like?
You sit down with about 20 to 25 people.
Is everybody dressed up like Alex Jones?
In a mansion that was like amazing.
Okay.
And you talk about conspiracies. And it was that I hit up Scott. I'm like, dude, you got to get here. Like this is right up your alley. You would absolutely love this. We talked about MK Ultra. We talked about the pyramids, of course. You know, I learned a lot about the pyramids. You know, they're an energy source. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Okay.
We talked about
moon.
No,
moon didn't come up.
No moon landing.
All right.
Did Hitler make it to Argentina?
Okay. That's a big thing that's come out recently.
Yep, that's a big one. You know, a little JFK stuff in there, a couple CIA ones, you know. It was fascinating.
Aliens?
It was controlled. Like it was chaos also, you know. But anytime it turned into chaos, we had a little moderator that brought it right on back to conspiracy.
Was this a dinner party?
But there were brilliant human beings.
Well, that's a conspiracy. Someone was supposed to bring food.
No, there was lots of food. It doesn't work unless you've got brilliant human beings in the room. Okay. And there were 3 or 4 brilliant human beings, including a special ops dude that I don't want to sell him out, but I mean, he has been there, done that across the world. And hearing this guy speak on all the 5th gen warfare and TikTok and all the and how these social media platforms, oh my gosh, it was a blast. And I would absolutely go back to conspiracy party any day.
Was it
Did you have to dress up?
No.
Was it small groups or was it one conversation?
It was just one conversation, about 20 people, 25 people.
How was everybody seated?
Lord's Supper table.
So like a long. So was it hard to hear the conversations?
No, not hard at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you
they
sitting?
They had the cone of silence down over the top.
I was seated.
You got to have the good middle seat.
I was seated in a high chair that was one row behind the table because I was overwhelmed. Like I joke about this.
You're in the JV conspiracy conversation.
But we've got scientists that are talking about this and that, and you know why science has changed and science isn't science anymore. Blah blah blah. And I mean, it was a blast, man. And Scott is definitely coming to the next one.
Okay,
that'd be awesome. How does it go from one conspiracy to another?
Moderator.
He decides. We're done with that. Let's go on to the next.
Oh, no. I mean, a lot of times it's interweaving, you know, so somebody brings up something else that's tied into that one, and then it leads into something else.
Where did you jump in?
When it came to simulations,
Simulations.
And the deep thought on the simulations is if you are in a simulation, my thought on it was, well, what layer of the simulation are you? Because everybody just assumes that you're one layer beneath the reality, right? But how do you know that you're not 150 layers or 1.5 million layers deep in that simulation of the layer in front of you that made a simulation of them?
What simulation do you perhaps consider you may be in?
I think, if I'm being honest,
sure.
Even in a traditional viewpoint of Christianity, you could view that as some form of simulation.
What they have for dessert?
They had
you should have seen the limos.
Nothing but cupcakes.
You should have seen the limos that lined up afterwards. Big white trucks with dudes in white uniforms.
Like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Like, is that what you're?
Hey, time to come back now.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We got people chiming in on MK Ultra now.
All right.
You guys know about that one?
Medication.
Dude, we got Twitch.
By the way, it's
text
still
line.
live. I don't know if you guys do that. It's still running.
The forms of communication with us are open for the simulation line anytime you want. That's good stuff, man. How do you know when the night's over?
I just left eventually. It was like 10:30. I was like, it's time to go.
Did your head start hurting?
Oh yeah. I mean, I thought I was going to be involved in this thing, but then when I realized how smart these human beings were,
That's
I was
enough.
like, I can't talk here.
All right, we'll get to the Nuggets and where they're at. What's the conspiracy with them? It's PhD on 92.5.
There's the horn. Jordan Berg on the motherboard back in the NBA Tonight studios. Mark Bertinoli producing and hosting tonight from the NBA Tonight studios. Diesel was our spotter tonight. Denver, for the first time this year, loses 4 games in a row. Final tonight from Denver, Indiana 125-120.
You guys need to clean up right now and get right before the end of the regular season.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Your coach just mentioned the urgency of the situation, trying to avoid the play-in right now. Do you feel like in this locker room there's a sense of urgency?
I don't know, man. Not sure.
Michael Morris called this team one of the most resilient in the league this season. You obviously are able to draw from so many experiences. What can you kind of try to draw from to help this team in a situation like this where you're coming?
I don't know. I don't have the answer for you, man. I wish I did, but unfortunately, I don't. No.
What's frustrating you the most right now?
Probably just losing.
Where's the confidence that this group can figure something out in the next 3 games and, be on the right path heading into the postseason?
I hope it's high. I can't speak for everybody in the locker room, but, my head stays high. Get ready for Wednesday.
I'm here so I don't get fined. And we're at that moment with Russell Westbrook. Okay, guys, big question. What is the realistic goals now, today, for this Denver Nuggets team? What's realistic?
Realistic 4 is still realistic.
Okay.
Is it probable? Until they prove that they can play better for 48 minutes, don't you have to just go on past history?
You tell me.
John Elway, we talked about when he won his first Super Bowl, saying that his mom said, "Oh, John, do you really have to go to another Super Bowl?" Was the reality of the Broncos able to win a Super Bowl until they finally won a Super Bowl? So they've lost 4 in a row until they can show that they have the capability of pulling it out and playing against another team that's in a dangerous position in the postseason on the road. Who are you?
Avoiding the play-in, I guess. That's about as realistic as it gets right now.
It is crazy looking at the standings, isn't it? 4 teams are a half game behind the Nuggets. All 4 have played 1 less game, which means
they're all tied, basically.
Well, right, and you're going to lose some tiebreakers, and I don't know what the tiebreakers are. Boy, Dan, I don't know if you know. Do we know what the Clippers, Warriors, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies tiebreakers against the Nuggets are? If we just were to assume all 4 of those teams were to win their next game, where exactly would that put the Nuggets? Now, I don't know if the Clippers, Warriors, Minnesota, and Memphis play each other in their next game. I suppose we should just start there, right? Is that... Well, let's just look at the schedule, right? And we'll see what's what. So tomorrow or tonight, we've got Sacramento at Detroit and Philadelphia at Miami. Okay, nothing there.
Nuggets have a head-to-head tiebreaker. That's where you started with the Warriors and Clippers.
They do.
They
win that.
I think bottom line is if you don't go at least 2-2, you're looking at the play-in game.
Okay, so Memphis plays. Right? Yeah, let's break it down a little bit.
Or 6.
Memphis. Well, Memphis plays at Charlotte. Okay, so that's an independent game. Minnesota plays at Milwaukee, so that's
and Milwaukee's still fighting for something.
Golden State plays at Phoenix.
That's a win.
LA plays at Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City just got beat last night by somebody.
So in theory, all 4 teams that are a half game behind the Nuggets could win, meaning you would have 5 teams with the exact same record. Okay, and you say they have the tiebreaker over who?
Clippers and Golden State.
Clippers and Golden State.
Which is 2 of the 4 teams.
And they don't have the tiebreaker against the Lakers or Minnesota?
The Grizzlies,
definitely
it's
not Minnesota.
1-1. You don't have the tiebreaker with Minnesota. Lakers, I think you're now 1-3 against, aren't you?
So
Or
if
1-2.
all 4 of those teams win tomorrow, you're in 6th place.
There you go.
But you're also tied with everybody. And you'd have 5 teams tied, and you would lose the tiebreaker. So the best you could hope for, theoretically, then, if everybody's winning, is to finish in 6th place if all 5 teams win out.
Well,
but that can't happen because you're playing Memphis, and these other teams will play each other.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a little something.
If you win out, which no one says you can or can,
You guarantee home court.
I think you'll be top 4.
If you win out.
If you win out. And it may be a
All right.
tiebreaker with 4 or 5. It may be you and the Clippers, first round.
How did the Nuggets get to this point from where we were 3 weeks ago? In 2nd place?
Long, dragged out, emotional series, and absolute key people with injuries.
I feel like they were just waiting on the cavalry to arrive for so long.
Right.
And you got a piece, you lost a piece, you got a piece, you lost a piece. It just never happened. And at some point, that's a defeating feeling for a team that knows they're on the brink of destruction, and then it just never happens. And now, listen, we just learned the severity of Jamal Murray's injury. We just learned that Michael Malone's saying we hope he's good for the playoffs. Those guys aren't learning it. They're not learning whatever's going on behind the scenes. They know wherever that stands.
So now what?
Well, you know what it's boiled down to be honest with you? When I don't even know what today is, Monday. Win Wednesday. And then let's talk about it again Thursday.
Michael Malone's scheduled to be with us tomorrow, by the way. He didn't seem all that upset. There wasn't like anger. It's all more like just sadness. It's just kind of like, I wouldn't say they're burned out either. I don't feel like they're burned out.
Yeah, well,
I don't feel like they're angry. It's just kind of disappointing.
Well, because Malone doesn't have the option to be angry anymore. That ship has sailed. You might have had that option 2 weeks ago. You might even have had that option a week ago. But now, as a coach, you are into psychologist mode. How do I get these guys to believe? And how do I get this locker room to not fracture? If there is any fracture, I'm not saying there is. If there is one, how do we overcome that?
Mm-hmm.
I am now full-time sports psychologist getting these guys to believe in one another and make sure this locker room doesn't divide.
That's the biggest thing because you're at a tipping point where you might have a crack in your windshield and you're trying to prevent it from spreading. I mean, the crack, you lost 4 in a row. There's a crack in the windshield. There's a rock chip in your window, in your windshield.
Do you guys have any beefs with the attitude of Russell Westbrook after the game in his, I'm here so I don't get fined interview?
Well, obviously the league did reach out to him.
Obviously.
Well, I don't know, man.
If you got no beefs, you got no beefs.
I think this. I think when you win the title of chef, there's heat in your kitchen, and you got to stand up to it. And he's a chef, and he's been a chef a long time. He's going to be a chef when he goes into the Hall of Fame someday. You got to be able to stand in the kitchen sometimes, and especially when there's not as many voices. I'll guarantee you. You think LeBron has talked as much as Nikola Jokic this year?
I don't know how LeBron works. You got to tell me on that.
See, I don't know.
Every interview I see with LeBron, he's just sitting in his locker.
Right.
So I don't know. It looks like the Nuggets are one of the few teams that kind of do the COVID thing still to this day. So I really don't know how it operates with all the other teams. I know how the Nuggets operate. And in general, the locker room's open. Go talk to the guys if you want. But we're going to bring 2 of the stars up, to the podium, and that's that. And in general, you're welcome to do that. Now, the issue with Russ is he hadn't been available, and he had turned down requests inside of the locker room that were pretty reasonable. So he was made available. Now, hey, snooze, you lose. He could have stood there for 30 seconds when nobody was there. Hey, I was available. Nobody was here. But Nuggets PR told us, hey, he's available. if you can scurry in there, which they did.
And it was a scurry.
It was a scurry.
It was a scurry.
We were all
I turned around and say something to you, and you were gone.
I understood the moment.
I'm probably in the minority here, and that's fine. I guess I don't have any beef with Russell Westbrook. I don't. I got beef with the way he's been playing. I got beef with the way the team is spiraling right now, and he's a huge part of that. Look, man, sports is emotional, and I don't know what you expect from a dude. When you put him in that moment, and I know there are some guys that handle it with total grace and total class, but not everybody's built the same way. And I guess at the very least, I should just put it this way. I'm not surprised by it. We've seen feisty Russell Westbrook his entire career, especially when things are tough, especially when he feels like fingers are getting pointed at him. So I don't have any surprise by it, and I guess that's why I don't have any beef with it.
I really don't have that big of an issue with it either, believe it or not. I just think it's a sign of things are just kind of tense behind the scenes, and it's just everything isn't cool. That's all. You know?
Here's my only beef. If you're a leader on the team, speak. You had to be, before they made the Miko trade, that guys weren't saying anything. They were hiding out, and they weren't doing stuff. You said that was a funky locker room.
It felt funky. It's changed significantly since.
Yeah, and so I think if you're considered a leader on the team, you speak, period.
Yeah, I was honest about how I felt about Nate. You realize that's changed completely.
Yeah.
And I've said that too. Hey, it's different now. It's not that big of a deal. They're cool. Everything's cool. And in general, I can't tell you many Nuggets players that just don't, aren't willing to stand up and chat. Here's the tough part for the Nuggets and anybody on that team. Nikola Jokic talks no matter what. Good times, bad times, mistakes, non-mistakes, whatever. And he's always, even though he takes a long time to come out and chat,
he'll talk to you.
You've been around him 10 million times.
You know who else used to take a long time was Michael Jordan.
Is that right?
Because Michael Jordan had a rule. He was not going to do an interview until he was dressed, and he always wore suits. He wasn't going to talk to you until he's gotten his treatment, got dressed, showered, dressed, and got his suit on. Then he would talk. So he used to take a long time, too.
Yeah, and you realize...
And they would dress him off in his own little private area.
As stupid as Jokic may think some of the questions are that are asked to him, you realize he doesn't, short arm the answers. He'll give you... He
doesn't belittle guys.
No. I mean, he might give you my friend every now and then.
Yeah.
But in general, he's
being a kind belittle. My friend, listen.
Yes. He's not hanging out with anybody. Jamal, he's been up and down with that stuff. He's been up and down with it. I mean, don't forget last year, Jamal gave an entire press conference while he watched a UFC fight, and that wasn't good. Not a good moment of leadership. And then you have the question of, are these guys just too individually splintered right now? It's not really a team right now.
Or are they too familiar right now? I mean, listen, everybody's excited at Christmas time when grandma and the aunts and uncles and the cousins come over to visit, and then about 5 days in the visit, you're like, when are they leaving?
Yeah. Is that where they're at? When we leaving?
Are we there?
I don't know. That'll be asked.
When's this over, man?
That question from all the think tankers in the group, the decision makers, if this does not end well, if this does not turn around, that discussion has to be made. If I were invited to be in that discussion, it has to be made.
There was a subtle moment. I don't know if you caught it at the end of the game, but there's less than 10 seconds to go. Jokic misses a 3. They're down by 4. That's it. And the NBA is not like college basketball. The NBA guys know when a game's over, and that's it. They don't do the whole drag it out with fouls thing. If you notice, once Jokic missed that shot, they got the rebound. Somebody fouled somebody. I forget who it was. If you watch it, Jokic was already reaching down to take his ring off his shoe or whatever, and he looks up when there's a foul you got to be kidding me. And then the guy from the Pacers goes up, hits one free throw. Jokic gets the ball. Look at his body language when he gets the ball. What are we even doing? It definitely was a sense of what's going on here, guys. What are we doing? So even at the end of the game, it was a little bit
Yeah, he didn't do a heave. He had a chance to heave.
Exactly. Why don't you? Did you notice what he did?
Yeah, he threw the ball to the official.
Correct. It was just another moment of guys, really. What do you think Jokic is really thinking these days?
I gotta make sure the paddocks are all cleaned out. I gotta find a place. How soon can I take my son?
I think he's tired. Emotionally.
Yeah, I think it's more emotional than physical.
Well, remember, he played in the Olympics too.
You know, it's funny. Christian Brown said afterwards, we got to do more to help Nikola.
Well, he did his part.
Nikola said of Christian Brown, he makes mistakes, but he's a winner. I know he tries. Like he likes Christian. But I do wonder if he's saying that.
He's the second best player on this team right now.
Well, hey, I'm not going to argue with you on that. He's consistent.
He's the second most consistent.
No doubt about it. He is a legit starter, and I think they miss KCP, but I'm glad Christian Brown's a starter. I mean, you could make a lot of arguments who else KCP could, start in front of, but you'd be starting Christian Brown too. All right, Scotty. Well, here we go.
Here we go. 3 games.
You're off to What time are you off to Sacramento tomorrow? That should be interesting.
I'll probably leave here at 12:45.
Okay, so it's a little bit later of a little journey.
1:30. We board at 1:30. So I'll leave here after the 40 break probably.
All right. Are we getting depressed here? Is this too depressing?
Well, no, it is.
Because it feels like a big downer right now.
Well, listen, all you got to do is win. If you can win in Sacramento, and it ain't going to be easy. They're playing pretty good, too. They just beat Cleveland last night in Cleveland. So that's a monster win if you can get. And then you got to come home and you got Memphis. They're going to be balling out. You haven't played them with John Moran. I don't think played in those first 2 games.
Well, I think we've hashed this out 2 ways till Sunday. So unless there's something else that we haven't thought of, we'll look at the text line and whatever. But let's get into some football stuff. Let's football go next. Do you feel there's a sense of urgency? I don't know. Okay, see ya. All right, cool. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. And Buds, Quince Tanner, let's football go.
All right, let's go through Mike Kliss of 9 News has his own mock draft out. Let's just say Mike thinks that the Broncos are going to select multiple running backs in the 2025 NFL draft.
Really?
So in round 1,
yeah,
he does have the Broncos selecting North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton at number 20 overall. In round 2, he has the Broncos taking Alfred Collins, a big defensive tackle out of Texas. Now, he does have other options here. Travion Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State, and Quinshon Judkins, the running back out of Ohio State, as potential picks in round 2 for the Broncos. Round 3, he has Terrence Ferguson, the tight end from Oregon. Round 4, fellas, Kliss has the Broncos selecting Tez Johnson, Bo Nix's brother.
That's fun.
The wide receiver out of Oregon. He says Johnson is going to be a quality slot receiver in the NFL. Size is a concern, but the tape doesn't lie. Tez can play, says Mike Kliss. Now for the they have 3 selections in round 6. The first round 6 selection, Jake Majors, the center out of Texas. The second of their 6th round picks, LaQuint Allen, running back out of Syracuse, DMac.
Okay.
So he has them selecting 2 running backs in the draft. What would you guys think about the Broncos selecting 2 running backs in the NFL draft?
Listen, if you draft Omarion Hampton in the first round, you're done. Simple as that. I don't get that, I guess. You just drafted your workhorse. And I know Scotty's afraid that they're not going to hand the ball to anybody more than 10 or 11 times anyways. You draft Omarion Hampton in the first round, you better. And I think they actually will. I do. I think you draft a toy that high, you're going to be tempted to try to use it. And then you pick up an undrafted free agent running back. I think it seems like a bit of a wasted pick to me.
It makes no sense. If I agree, like
it's a 6th round.
There'll just be too many.
If he's your best guy you got on your board,
there'll be plenty of running backs that'll have the same
free agent thing.
Yeah, man, like that'll have equivalent value to a guy you'd pick up in the 6th round. It wouldn't make any sense. The guy in the 6th round is going to be that much better than a guy who's undrafted. Nah, come on. I don't know how now.
I think the Broncos
then they go for every position.
I think the Broncos are going to select Will Shepherd in the 6th round.
Great.
I honestly believe that that's what their intention is. They want Will Shepherd. And I'm telling you, up there at the Pro Day, there is nobody that improved their stock more than Will Shepherd. He's a legit 6'3", jumped 40.5 inches, 4.5 something. I forget what it was. Plenty fast. Not lightning fast, but plenty fast for a 6'3" dude that jumps 40.5 inches. And keep in mind, the Broncos sent a huge contingency up to this pro day, like unnecessarily large contingency. The entire defensive staff was there. Sean was there. George was there. Just about every single scout was there. And afterwards, Sean spent a significant amount of time with Will Shepherd. So I think they would love to pick him up.
What was the vibe on Shiloh when you were there?
Let me see if I can pull up his exact times here. I wrote it down. But Shiloh, to me, first off, he did not lift. He didn't do anything in the weight room. So if you don't lift, you got to step up and you got to say, hey, Shiloh Sanders, I'm passing on the 225. Some guys just stepped up and said, I'm so-and-so, I'm passing.
Okay.
He steps up, he says, passing, got a right shoulder injury.
Oh.
So he's got some lingering injury in his right shoulder. Passed on that. I thought he needed every opportunity he could to participate in every single drill he possibly could. But I will say this. His goal was to run in the 4.4s. He did not do that. And these are unofficial times, keep in mind, okay? There's a huge variance in stopwatch times from scout to scout, whatever. But the unofficial times that they put up for Shiloh is that he ran a 4.52 and then a 4.59. That 4.52, I think he's got to feel really, really good about.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky on where would be the best fit for Shedeur Sanders to end up. And he has an interesting comp that I haven't heard anybody say who Shedeur Sanders reminds him of.
Yeah, I'd say it's the Las Vegas Raiders. Even though they gave Geno Smith his new recent 2-year, $75 million extension now, I think the Giants are still in play. I don't believe the Browns are. I never have. But I do believe that the Giants are still in play. If you were going to say where or what type of offense does Shedeur need to be in to play to his very best, because he's not one of those 5 guys on the planet that you can kind of put him in any offense and his physical skills are just absolutely absurd that he'll overcome any deficiency of it. I tell you, he needed to be in an offense similar to what Tua is like in Miami or what Brock Purdy's like in San Francisco or a little bit what Joe Burrow is like in Cincinnati, point guard. And Tua is my comp in many ways for Shedeur Sanders.
What do you guys think about his Tua comp, and do you think that the Raiders are the best fit for Shedeur? Not necessarily will be drafted there, but would that be the best fit?
Schematically, yes. I think it would be an incredible fit. It's different than the teams that Dan Orlovsky just chose. Different offense for sure. But Chip Kelly, man, he's the offensive coordinator out there at the Raiders. That's a guy that's going to know how to utilize Shedeur Sanders' skill sets. He's going to be able to design a friendly offense that is going to feel similar to what he's done at the college level. It's quick tempo. They stay on the ball. It's all about how many reps you can get in per game. I think it'd be an incredible fit. Look, I've heard so many different comps on Shedeur Sanders right now that when you hear Tua, some people might hear that as a knock. I hear that as an incredibly efficient quarterback.
Yeah, that's fine. And now you start, how do you compare them? Just efficiency, arm strength, sackability. Where is the comparisons at?
I don't know, man. Shadeur's going to be a good NFL quarterback, man. And I think a team is stupid to pass on him if they need a good quarterback. That's at the end. I think, but the Browns are such a dumb organization. Who knows? The logical thing is just to not think about it. You like Cam Ward for Tennessee, fine. If you're Cleveland, you take Shedeur next. And then if you're the Giants, you take Travis Hunter. I mean, there's really nothing to think about here, but teams always screw things up, and they make things more interesting than they need to be. Maybe it's because you have so much time to think about this. You could really just do yourself in by overanalyzing everything.
Well, wasn't there a big question coming out of college on Joe Burrows? Oh, he only did it 1 year. I mean, he's not going to do. And everybody was saying, "Well, that's awful high." He had one great year.
The fact that anybody, after what he put on film in his last year, had anything but thoughts that he was going to be a success is mind-blowing to me.
It's mind-blowing.
What else?
But there was the greatest single season in college football history.
Right? Like, what else was there to think about?
That he only did
nothing.
I heard, seriously, I read all sorts of stuff. He only did it 1 year. How's he going? He's going to be able to go there. He's going to be able to do this in the pros.
I think that's just time. There's just too much. There's all this time between the end of the college season and the draft. It's just you make stuff up where it doesn't exist. Shedeur Sanders is a great quarterback. He's more than worthy of being selected as high as you want. If you just prefer one dude over him, that's your choice. But Shedeur has as good of a chance to be as successful in the NFL as any other quarterback that's ever come out based on what he's done. The end. And anybody that's got second thoughts about it, I think just has too much time on their hands. Next story, Dan.
All right, lastly, fellas, many NFL teams believe Travis Hunter's performance at Colorado's Pro Day on Friday indicated that he prefers to be a wide receiver at the next level. One scout said he didn't do one backpedal yesterday as a cornerback, despite a lot of teams seeing him as a cornerback above receiver. Now, here is Travis Hunter on what he wants to be called when Roger Goodell announces his name when he gets drafted.
What position do you want to hear the commissioner say when he says Travis Hunter?
He better say wide receiver and DB. You got to.
So just wide receiver, DB, not athlete?
Nah, I need him to say wide receiver and DB.
So, Commissioner, you heard that. So let's get that going.
Where do you guys think Travis would be drafted if he went into the draft as just a wide receiver versus just a corner?
Do you think
it would change at all?
No.
It doesn't matter. I mean, one of these teams is going to have a preference on which side of the ball he plays on, and he's going to get drafted in the same spot.
He's the best corner and the best receiver. It's crazy.
Here's the thing. The story originated with NFL teams thinks he was making a statement about which side he prefers. I disagree with that. I don't think he was making a statement about which side he prefers, but I do think he's heard the noise that he's best at DB. So he made a choice to go remind them how good I am at wide receiver as well. To me, that isn't making a choice which side he wants to play. I think it's just a statement, hey, I'm just as good over here as I am over there.
Yeah, I think he's a savvy young man, too, and he understands where the money's going as well. So if he wants to paint himself as a wide receiver first, smart. I'll never forget Julius Thomas. Hey, what are you, a tight end or a wide receiver? I'll never forget his expression.
Did you see he's in a national commercial with Tom Brady?
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Like was it Dick's Sporting Goods or
Yeah,
something like
it's
that?
Dick's Sporting Goods, and there's two of them.
Come on now.
He's a big time dude, man.
He's a
Travis
star.
Hunter is a big time guy. He's a guy other athletes want to be around or talk about, and he's that dude.
How many dudes play at the college level that you see pros wearing their the T-shirt
It's
during
crazy.
pregame?
He's one of one, man. He's freaking one of one. And I hope at some point CU builds that statue where it's him facing him, like they did in that promotional shoot. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
A little bit, but going on what Tyler
I actually
said.
haven't seen this.
Oh, it's him lining up against him, and then they sync it so they
Who
both,
wins?
Well, they both turn their head at the same point. It's really cool how
that
they
would
did
be kind
it.
of cool. But you just mentioned how other pros want to, are wearing his stuff like that. Katie did a report last night. Did you see this? The women's national championship, Connecticut wins it, and I guess
Congratulations
they
to them.
got a stud freshman guard.
Okay.
And Sue Bird and Tarasi were doing one of those side views, kind of like a Manning cast, and they were calling it, man, her game, she's like Nikola Jokic. Now she's a guard. And they told her about it after. She goes, yeah, I watch him all the time. I take things from his game all the time. This is a freshman women's basketball player in Connecticut watching Nikola Jokic games to take stuff that he does.
Is she 6'9"?
No, I think she's a freshman point guard.
She's a point guard? She's taking things from Jokic as a point guard?
She had like 26 and whatever.
Okay.
Look and see if I can find her. But I thought that was kind of cool, talking about emulating. I mean, there's crossover. Ballers no ball, right? And pro guys seeing Hunter play, okay, they get to, they know they can play. But you're not thinking about somebody in Connecticut who plays women's basketball following a center in Colorado, are you?
Tyler, I know it's hard to project this. I know it's difficult. Do you think Travis Hunter projects to be the most successful NFL player out of CU ever?
I think that's tough. What kind of career does Shedeur Sanders have? He's a quarterback.
Fair question. What do you think?
I mean, if Shedeur Sanders even has a mediocre quarterback career of 12 years, that could arguably be better than whatever Travis Hunter does.
You could, yeah. Who do you think has that mantle right now? Best buff as a pro ever.
Man. Either
modern. Let's keep it modern era too. Let's.
I mean, modern era
since 1970.
If you want to give modern, well, to me, okay.
Oh, you want to go?
Well, let's just say most modern era. Okay, I got two guys at the top of the list.
Okay,
I got Nate Solder and Mason Crosby.
Okay, so that's the past 25 years.
Yeah,
past 25, those two. Well, I would say that's going to be. He would project to be better than both those guys.
I would think. What was the one wide receiver who played in Washington? Played a decade.
Paul Richardson, or Michael Westbrook.
Westbrook, or Slash
Cordell.
Or what about our guy that played linebacker for 17 years?
Let me ask a stupid question. Are there any buffs that are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Cliff Branch.
Cliff Branch? Yep. Wow. So we are going back.
Well, you said Pro Football.
No, I got you. But Cliff Branch was basically 70s, early 80s.
Isn't what's the guy that was a judge too? Wasn't he in the Hall of Fame?
Was
Byron Wizard White? Yeah, but that's we're going 40s, 30s.
You just asked Hall of Fame.
I got you.
I think Wizard White's in there.
I think Travis has a chance to top Wizard White. I don't know about the judiciary.
What about Chad Brown?
Chad Brown, that's who I was thinking.
Is Chad the top pro of all time?
Oh, 17 years.
15. Well,
numerous Pro Bowls, 15 years.
Yeah. That's a hell of a compliment to Chad.
You want to go back? Dick Anderson had a hell of a career.
Oh yeah. He won a championship too, right? With Miami.
He was on the undefeated team, right? That's their only one, so.
No, he won a Super Bowl with Miami. I don't know if he was on. I think he's before that. He's way before that.
Do you think Chad had a better career than Alfred?
Oh, I didn't even think about Alfred.
As a pro?
Yeah.
I do.
You think so?
I do. Yeah. Chad Brown was Von Miller before Von Miller.
Yeah. He just happened to go to Seattle when, before cable, and he just kind of got lost there.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have any rings, though. Alfred's got a couple.
Yeah, if you weigh that.
Alfred, when Alfred came out, when you think about it, man, oh man, because the Broncos took Mike Kroll instead of Alfred and then broke Alfred's heart. Poor guy. Literally cried about getting drafted to the Bengals. Can you imagine being a first-round draft pick and crying?
What are they doing taking Kroll, though?
Deion
Figures, yeah.
This was Lindahl just called in, wanted me to mention Deion Figures.
Yeah, don't forget Deion Figures.
Well, based on this, it looks like Shedeur and Travis will have a really good shot at being the most successful NFL guys.
How do you deem successful? Years played? Because Deion Figures.
Hall of Fame.
Is Deion in the Hall of Fame?
God, I'm not putting a Hall of Fame on either one of these dudes.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right.
I don't do that.
What do you think all right. You know what? When we come back, what do you think the basement level is for both those guys? What do you think? I mean, no matter what, I see these guys doing this. That's next on PhD.
Hey, unless you're living in a cave, you've realized that rates are rising up on a lot of things right now, including vehicles. That's why you want to go check out Phil Long Ford, because they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before those rates started rising up. That means that you, the customer, you get to save big time money when you go shopping at Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shop, and you don't have to drive all over Colorado with over 1,000 vehicles. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams over at Phil Long. I've been a customer for life since my rookie year. I keep going back because they treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out. They're going to do the same thing to you. They have an award-winning service department, so keep in mind once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very, very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
All right, the question is the lowest level you could imagine in terms of the minimum amount of success Shedeur and Travis will have in the NFL. By the way, let me back this up too. No dumb question, I suppose. What are the highest Buffs ever drafted, Tyler? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't. I have no clue, actually.
Dan, maybe a little research on that one. Like, who are the highest drafted Buffs in any round, well, in the first round ever? I mean, how many top 3 picks have come out of CU? And the fact you very well could have 2 is staggering. That's why that pro day was so. I'm really glad that you went there because when exactly is that happening again?
Bo Matthews was drafted in 1974 by the San Diego Chargers. Was number 2.
Wow, nice little research there, Scotty.
How about that?
Gold pin for you.
A fullback.
What was his name?
Bo Matthews.
Bo Matthews, fullback in 72.
Bring the fullbacks back, baby. Let's
wow.
go. Glory days.
What team?
Chargers drafted him.
That might have been a questionable pick.
Byron White was a top 10 pick. J.V. Callaway, both in 1938.
Going back a little bit.
Mark Haynes, 1980.
What pick?
Oh, it didn't say.
You just looking at top 10 guys?
Yeah, it just had the list of top 10 after that.
All right, so one way or the other, it's theoretically going to be historic seeing how they go. It certainly will be for Travis, right? There's no doubt he'll go before number 4. I mean, at the worst, Travis Hunter will go 4.
Mm-hmm.
And where Shedeur sort of falls could be 2, could be 9. It just seems ridiculous that he'll fall out of the top 10. But okay, whatever. What do you think the lowest level that they'll achieve?
I do hate these games. It is so hard to profile these things. I just know the draft, right? If we just want to talk about the draft, how big of it you are spinning the roulette wheel, and the hits on these things are not good. So even with the word generational prospects, like I don't know, Trevor Lawrence, I guess he just got a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Travis Hunter is now a generational prospect. We always assume generational players can't miss. Well, they missed too.
Yeah.
You know. I'm not foreshadowing that. I'm not predicting that. I think Travis Hunter's going to have a great career, but I will say this. If you want to talk about like all-time greatest Colorado Buffalo careers, he probably should hope he only plays on one side. Because the longer he plays on both sides, the fewer years he's probably going to play.
In 2011, he had Solder and Jimmy Smith taking 17 and 27. So that's 2 first-rounders in 1 year. But
Good year.
It was 17 and 27.
Both.
They also had Jaleel Brown in the 4th. That's the only ones I can see so far that were 2 first-round picks.
Well, Alfred's year was ridiculous. They had Mike Pritchard. They had Alfred Williams. They had Eric Bieniemy. They had Kanavis McGee.
Yeah.
Who else was on that?
That is unbelievable.
I remember that year they literally had like 10 dudes drafted.
That's crazy. That's what it takes to win a national championship,
what
right?
Was that, 91, 92?
Yeah. 91 draft.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That was a crazy team.
Yeah, they had Alfred was 18 to Cincinnati, right?
Oh, yeah. He was crying about it.
So they had somebody picked the 13th pick, number 1. Then they had 2 second-round picks, 39 and 55, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, a 6th, an 8th, and a 10th. Remember when that draft used to go like 17 rounds or something like that?
Yes.
I might have got drafted.
I remember the NBA when I
17. I remember when I don't remember that. I remember when the NFL draft went 10 rounds for sure. I do not remember. Did it really go 17 rounds?
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like it.
I remember 10.
I think I'm just looking at it. Oh, there was a 17. The last year of that was in 75, but they went 17 rounds.
Wow. Yeah, I don't remember that.
The NBA used to go at 8. I remember when I got drafted, I think it was 8 rounds.
Yeah. 8 rounds in the NBA.
Yeah. You only had 23 teams.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. 7 less teams. So.
All right. Well,
how do you describe a floor? I mean, what do you describe that as?
Well, to me, I just think Travis will be a top 10 receiver, period. Like, I think that's the floor for him. He'll be that good. Shedeur, I'm not sure. But I would guess Shedeur.
I think he'll be a top half quarterback.
Yeah, give me a comparable.
I think he'll be Well, who's the guy that just signed
I think Shedeur will be.
Gino.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gino's a great comp for him.
I think he'll be better than Gino.
Well, if he's better than Gino, that's a hell of a career.
I was going to put Shedeur like with Dak Prescott. Something like that.
You know, I know you bust on Dak Prescott, but his numbers seems pretty good.
I just think Shadeur's essentially a pocket guy who can run around a little bit if he has to. That's going to have a lot of success and give his team a chance every single year.
So you're saying you can't wait to see Shedeur on the field doing the little hip swivels.
We'll see all of it.
Get the hip swivels going?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to put Shedeur right off the top like a Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson. I mean, who knows? These guys are the best of the best. But it's hard to imagine him not being on that level, sort of at least below that. I think you're right. I think he's a top 15, 16 quarterback, like minimum. Like he's going to be one of those guys.
Feels about right.
That means he'll get, double-digit years depending on how long he wants to play.
That's what I think. I think he'll be one. I think he'll be. If you're a top 15 guy, you're a $50 to $60 million guy at some point in your career.
Yep.
Well, that's pretty good.
That's damn good. That's what I think he is.
So what's the floor on him?
I think that is the floor on him.
Oh, you think that's a floor?
I think the ceiling on Shedeur could be way higher than that. I think the ceiling for Shedeur could be a top 5 guy, multiple Super Bowl champion. I mean, why not? But it's hard to predict that right now. I mean, who are those guys right now? I mean, you can think of them. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson. That's hard to say he's going to be like
that.
that.
He's got a Super Bowl win.
Well, that's right. It's hard to do it.
Did he hold the ball at times too long? Yeah. God dang, he was good.
God dang, is he tough.
He's tough, and if he didn't hold the ball in, you probably take a half dozen wins off the total for 2 years. I mean, he made plays probably holding on too long. Now, is that a changeable thing in the NFL? They can get it out so he doesn't get killed? We'll see. But he's got a lot of confidence, and I don't think there's going to be an issue with his arm strength. I haven't seen any of that. Have you?
No. And being there at the pro day, dude, I'm watching it live, so I don't know what the accurate numbers are. I'm telling you, it looked to me like there was 5 or 6 balls that were between 65 and 75 yards. Like,
no problem.
What are we doing here?
Easy.
Now, what he gets critiqued for is that he puts too much hang time on it. Russell Wilson put a hell of a lot of hang time on that ball.
And I think
the other thing that he really got knocked for, and this is stupid, but it's what everybody's going for on Twitter right now, is patting the ball. Patting the ball.
That's so stupid.
They're like, oh, look at that. He's going to get roasted. DBs are going to pick him off. They're going to see what they're going to know when it's happening. And all of a sudden you're seeing people come out to the defense and they're highlighting all the best of the best and then patting the ball. Tom Brady patting the ball.
Yeah, you see Kyle Brandt do that?
Josh Allen patting the ball.
Yeah. Kyle Brandt did like a 3-minute highlight film of every great quarterback doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Patting the ball.
Montana used to.
Everybody did. It's silly. But did you see who was critical of patting the ball? It was Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons.
I did not see that.
Yeah, he was like critical. What's up, Andy? Just here to spread sunshine?
Hi.
You got something to say?
Oh, I don't want to leave my stuff in there.
Oh, is that it?
I'm sore.
You're
and I
sore?
don't have to pick the bag up again.
Wait, why are you sore?
I thought you had something to say.
Yeah, what I do in my free time ain't none of your business.
Oh, all right. Okay.
It's not.
Congratulations.
He's not. By the way, did you mention Jimmy Smith?
I did not mention Jimmy. That was another good one.
Another multi-Super Bowl. Well, maybe not multi, but at least one.
That was another great player.
Andre Gerard.
Yeah.
Daniel Graham.
Back with the Buffs. DG.
Dude, they've had a lot of guys. You forget.
But those are all good careers. Those aren't like all-time best.
Okay, but I had to get out of the car. What did we come away with as the standard?
Nate Solder. What do you mean standard? Standard what?
For your guys, for Travis and because here's what I want to talk about tonight: is Travis Shohei Ohtani, and we're just not getting enough pub about it.
Wow, is Travis Shohei Ohtani? Well, Shohei Ohtani is a slam dunk Hall of Famer.
If allowed, could he do as much to affect the game the way Shohei does? If allowed, which again, Leggy's told every show. If you're going to get, and I think Dion you talked about the going after narratives and stuff. Dion went after it in his interview. If you'll let him play both ways, he'll be fine. He's played 200 or whatever, 100 plays a game because he's playing both ways. I don't think anybody's going to let him. But if you were to let him.
Well, Shohei is historic, will be a slam dunk first ballot Hall of Famer. maybe if you do it at multiple positions for what he did, although he hasn't pitched as long, but look what he's done when he has, and is a world champion at least once, if not more, to come.
All right, I'll ask you. You're the former athletes. How many plays? If he goes all DB, which I still think a lot of people want him to do, what's max number of plays offensively? 30?
Well, that's about, I mean, you're looking at
a lot of plays.
You're looking at 80 to 90 snaps if you do that.
So a third?
Yeah, I think the easiest way to handle it is full-time wide receiver. You're my nickel defensive back, and I could sub
Or
you
dime
out.
even.
And I could sub you out on defense a little bit easier.
See, I don't see it that way. That dude takes away half the field. Man, I'm telling you, I remember 3 plays where that cat got to a place I thought he had no, and with my own eyes, I don't know how he got from A to B, but he did, and just got out there and grabbed the ball. It's unreal. But I've also watched him go right up the hallway down the sideline.
I saw
with speed.
a stat somewhere where they said the quarterback's throwing to his side of the field, like the QBR was like 23 or something like that, some like stupid number, right? So they didn't complete passes over.
I got to give it to, if you want to talk about haters, the amount of haters on Shedeur Sanders has been kind of ridiculous and stupid.
I'm with you, but we go through this. Did we go through this?
Yeah. How's the Loud House this weekend? Oh, really?
Yeah, it was fantastic. Did you see the score?
I did
the
not.
Score did not go our way.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we had a goalie.
Was it a little bit like the
We had a
Nuggets
goalie
game?
goal. We had a goalie goal.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't our goal.
How did that happen?
Because you pull a guy from the net to get an extra player like you do in hockey.
And their big robot guy scored a goal somehow?
Their guy, Matt Vince. And what was funny was like a golf shot because I'm watching it. It looks like it's going wide, and it took the weirdest hop and went right back in, one more hop and in the goal.
Well, Nate and Andy continued the conversation. Coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I swear to God we're here. We were having an animated Chase Dolander conversation.
I liked Dollander better. Don't you get a little disappointed when you thought it was one and then you find out it was another?
Yeah. Did Corrigan change his name? Dolander.
I watched it at home.
You didn't get to hear that? No.
I did not pop it on.
He was good. He gave up a couple of bombs, but what are you going to do? It's your first time ever pitching at Coors Field, but man, the stuff. Oh, the stuff, Andy. I mean, touching 99 on the gun, the fastball averaging 98. I like that cutter slider thing that he throws. Curveball effective. 6 strikeouts. 1 walk. Nice first game out of Chase Dolander over there at Coors Field. Rockies actually did win a game, and they snapped a 6-game losing streak yesterday. And Chase Dolander was fun, and now they're going to call up Zach Veen. Why right now? I don't know. But they're going to do it, and thus concludes all of the good news in Denver sports. Cool weekend, huh,
Yeah,
Andy?
hold on. So I was trying to do the math.
Do the math.
Wait a minute. We're a week early, right? They're calling them up and saying the heck with the service time thing.
They are.
Okay.
Yes, they've decided they sent him down to start the year, even though he had a phenomenal spring. And
then
so
he had a phenomenal weekend.
And then so they send him to Albuquerque. He hits really well. Jordan Beck struggled to start the year, so they flip-flop the two of them. Beck's going to go down. Veen is going to come up, which, like, cool, but also, why did you send him down in the first place?
You know why. Well, now it makes no sense.
Now,
you
but
were
that's
trying
just
to
it.
control the service time.
Exactly. They were trying to manipulate his service time, and then he hit so well, and Beck hit so poorly, and they started 2-7, including losing a series against the West Sacramento Athletics that, on the whims, I'm assuming, of the owner, they called him back up, thus starting his service clock right away to begin the year so he can accrue a year of service time. And what was the point of even doing it in the first place? And this is the other question. This is what I was saying to DMac. Like, okay, so Jordan Beck, who is another one of the young guys on your club who, like, needs to play, right? So you, after a week, you decided, well, Zach Veen is major league ready, but now Jordan Beck is not after a week. And so my question is, Andy, when we check back in 9-10 days from now, and if Zach Veen has a slow start to his big league offensive career, which many do, and if Jordan Beck goes back to Albuquerque and, I don't know, just starts hitting the ball over the fence, which many do, well, then what are you going to do? I don't know. I'm not totally clear, and I know this will stun everybody. I'm not totally clear on the Rockies' plan.
No, we don't get it either. I'm trying to figure out, did you hear any numbers? Because didn't Woody they did not have a fantastic opening weekend attendance, right? I know now the weather played into it. I'm not going to act like it didn't, but even yesterday, I don't think they got quite the pop off of Dolander making it to the big leagues is what they expected.
The problem
was a better
is
day than
they do the tickets distributed thing instead of actually telling us how many butts are in seats. And so when I tuned in yesterday, I was like, wow, plenty of good seats available. But Chase Dolander pitched, and I think they announced 26.
Right.
Was not.
There was not. My point being, you asked why bring up Zach Veen. You got to get butts and seats. And they didn't. So
just take the okay.
It's going to cost you years. Yeah, I don't understand why you're not waiting another week now that we played this game. I'm with you.
We've already gone this far.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
Right. Plus, he's not there. There's a program, Andy, in Major League Baseball. I was talking to a buddy that knows about this stuff. There's a program called the Prospect Promotion Incentive.
Okay.
The PPI.
Gotcha.
Okay, that they put in the new CBA that was put into effect, I believe, for the last couple of years, but as a part of the new CBA. All right, and it incentivizes clubs to start prospects at the big league level rather than manipulate their service time. And it incentivizes them that if you have a prospect start the year with the big club and he has a great year and either finishes by winning your league's rookie of the year or top 3 in MVP or in Cy Young, then you could add a supplemental draft pick. In that supplemental spot between the first and the second round, which is a good draft pick. You can get good big league players out of that spot right there. And so I was like, oh, well, maybe the Rockies are trying to take advantage of this program by pulling him up right now. Now, he would have had to have won the National League Rookie of the Year award in order for them to be able to get that draft pick. However, what I found out was Zach Veen isn't actually an eligible prospect for this program because you have to be listed in the top 100 of prospects in Major League Baseball. I believe it's by MLB Pipeline, ESPN, and Baseball America.
I was going to say Baseball America's got to be in there.
And it's you have to be top 100, I believe, in 2 of the 3, and I think he dropped out because he was so injured last year.
All right.
So he's not even a part of the program. Thus, the Rockies can't use that to possibly get a supplemental draft pick and call up Zach Veen.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all going well.
Cool, Carl. So either way, the Rockies shot themselves in the foot. They were trying to manipulate the service time, and then they decided, we don't want to do that anymore, and they just called up Zach Veen. The good news is we get to watch Zach Veen make his Major League debut this week against the Milwaukee Brewers, and that's another little piece of hope with a club that's going nowhere fast, at least for now. Chase Dollander, I thought pitched well, gave up a couple of bombs, but pitched well yesterday. We'll start to see Zach Veen in the big leagues. The biggest thing here is, and we can mock the Rockies' seeming lack of either understanding or utilization of all the machinations that are available to them in order to be able to help the club long term. And we can also, on the flip side, say, you know what, you need to be younger right now. Now, the purpose of sending Jordan Beck back down, I'm not sure. Other than they just decided he was lost at the plate.
Well, you got yourself a martini and who's the other one? Mickey Moniak.
You got Moniak.
You got Moni Martini rolling around. So let's do that.
Thank God Martini is on the club. Chris Bryant had a couple of hits yesterday. By the
good
way.
for him.
Good for him.
Good to see the bat come alive.
This was all I'd like to think just a clever ruse. Both us starting the show late and then starting with talking about the Rockies.
I'm proud of you.
Then we don't really have to talk about what happened to the Nuggets last night. And I say what happened to the Nuggets. Really, it's what they did last night.
Last night, the whole week.
Next question. The whole week.
That was just a big pile of suck the whole week, man.
Weekend.
Friday night, last night.
They've lost 4 in a row now.
You realize that's a second team in a row that I believe wasn't it Golden State and Indiana had 8-game losing streaks against them, and they both have snapped it now?
Golden State boat raced them on Friday night and just embarrassed the Nuggets.
Yeah, Steph Curry went all-star game.
Yeah.
Playing to the crowd, making faces.
Draymond just making plays all over the place. That game was horrific. And then last night, oh man, last night.
Let's talk a little bit about last night. Let's get into how you can't. The guy driving me the most nuts was the small little guard that kept hitting mid-range jumpers that you had no answer. For him defensively. You kidding me?
Well,
you can't stop that,
Andy. They have no answers for anything defensively.
No, I figured that out when they couldn't. You know, he got a rebound at one point, don't you? He got a rebound. Now he just stood there, and the ball bounced off the backboard and went right to him because there were no Nuggets in the immediate zip code to even try to contest for the rebound. But when that dude is hooping all over you, and then he goes to the bench and doesn't even finish the game, I'm like, that just sums up where we are with this right now.
The Nuggets defense at the moment, and Malone said pregame that what defense, it's been on a milk carton. And then what you saw last night, that was truly one of the worst efforts of defensive basketball that I've ever seen in my life. And Andy, again, I just want to reiterate for everybody, okay? I also feel the emotion of what is happening to this team, but also the way my brain works is I need to process it, and then I need to go back and I need to look at it and go, what the hell is happening? Because by the time I get to the radio show on a Monday at 3 o'clock, I'd like to be able to try and put my spin on what is happening right now that just is something beyond, oh, this all sucks. Why is it happening the way that it is happening right now at the moment? And watching, and I really just focused on the defensive end of the floor. And offensively, that's not to say that there's problems. There's huge problems. In fact, there's a massive problem with this team that I was talking about last offseason that I think is very much coming to fruition, that I want to talk more in depth about at 320. But I want to spend a couple of minutes on the defense right now. This is where we need to start. What are they doing? What are they doing?
The system seems broken.
The communication is non-existent.
The rotations are not good.
They're awful. The try hard level is not there.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I'm not saying this team's not playing hard. I think that there are elements of they are playing hard, but they have quit on transition defense, and I don't know why. And that's just a matter of turning around and running your ass back down the floor. Okay? It's called spot your man, turn, run, come back, get set, find your man. All right? They're trying to backpedal back in defensive transition. Why? MPJ had a play where he shot a 3 from the top of the key that barely grazed iron and then starts to do the backpedal thing. After, by the way, he just held his follow-through up and watched his shot, which wasn't even close. And Obi Toppin was just like, cool, thanks, and just scooted down the floor. And, hey, they pull down a rebound and just whip it up to Toppin, and he catches it and dunks it. All right? Like, what the hell was that? But that stuff's happening all over the place.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon
right
had
now.
one where he shot a 3, didn't follow.
Uh-huh.
And like he did the exact same effort you described where he just watched them go down the floor and he never gets to his man. Another time, Russ doesn't rotate over at all. And Russ isn't the 3. Russ missed layup, jumps himself out of bounds. And then frankly, I can't even call it lazy. He just doesn't have enough time to get back and defend anyone because he missed a layup and was furthest deep in the court and last to get back on D.
There's a couple of There are some parties on this team, Andy, that are more guilty than others right now in the defensive issues, but really, it's across the board. It really is an everybody problem with this team right now. The fourth quarter was Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers, and Rick Carlisle is no dummy. It's just, okay, they're switching. All right, get Porter onto Halliburton, and now we'll kill them.
And Miles Turner hitting a lot of threes, and he didn't. But
and now let's talk. And why was Miles Turner making those threes? Why was Obi Toppin hitting corner threes? And this will all tie together into what I want to talk about coming up at 3:20, which is the offensive issue on this team. Nikola Jokic's defense is horrific right now. It's horrific what he's giving this team on the defensive end of the floor. And I'm going to defend him for some of that. But also, there's another part of it that I have to look at that guy and I have to say, heavy is the head that wears the crown, my dude. You've got it. You've got to have more. There has to be something more right there. Otherwise, like this thing, you're going to lose a play-in game, which they might anyway.
Well, yeah, nothing feels good. You had your vibes tweet the other night.
Uh-huh.
There are no vibes on this
No
team.
vibes. No vibes whatsoever. They had some mid-second quarter yesterday. They briefly had a touch of decent vibe.
Felt like they were going to go ahead and handle business.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they were normal third quarter shenanigans again.
Yeah. Let's talk about Nikola Jokic and his role in all of the dumpster fire that is happening with this team right now, because he's simultaneously the only good thing that's happening on this team, and I would also say he is indicative of major problems with this team. I'll dive into some of that when we come back here on the other side. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, and we got to talk about what's going on with those Nuggets next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? Do you want to maybe find the right treatment? Do you know that there is a difference in treatments? Because there is, and finding the right treatment for your specific medical situation makes all the difference in the kind of experience you get back when you go through treatment for this issue. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you find that right treatment. You don't need to suffer with erectile dysfunction. You don't need to be embarrassed. You don't need to pull away from your partner. You don't need to deal with undue hardships or anxiety in your emotions. Just simply go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them find the best path for recovery for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99. Does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. So you have nothing to lose except hopefully your erectile dysfunction. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Pickett has it, throws it off over to Jokic. Got to score, got to win, you got to win. Jokic at the dotted line, leans in on Turner. Left-handed layup is up and in. Just do that every single time. Denver's down by 3. They're going to miss eventually. Just feed Jokic.
Oh, we know. Thank you, Fred Durst. Let's see. Jokic last night, 41, 15, and 13. Andy, he was 18 of 33 from the field. He took 33 shots, 3 of 11 from 3. A lot of frustration threes out of Jokic last night. You can tell.
Oh, he is between what they caught on the bench last night and just the 1,000-mile stare with his furrowed brow.
Yeah.
I don't think that dude's thrilled with anybody right now. And how about the other thing that was frustrating, where I really felt bad for him, and Christian Braun, I give him credit. He took responsibility for it. And I know Christian had a good offensive game, and I think tied or set a new career high. But, bro, at the end of the game, if he's setting up and the dribble's picked up, one of you better come get the ball and not hang out like you did and not be afraid to arc around the top because you don't want it. They had no idea what Russ was doing, and that thing, weird pass goes wide. It just was beyond frustrating to watch so many guys, and I don't know how he got here. I don't think Aaron Gordon's right, quite honestly. Here's another reason why I don't have just a lot of optimism for the playoffs, that there's going to be some magical switch flipped, because I don't think Aaron Gordon's right. Frankly, I don't think Joker's right. I think those dudes are just playing, and I don't know what's going on with Murray. As Michael Malone said in the post-game presser last night, we went from day to day to day to day to now he's out. So I hope, when he says, I hope he's back for the playoffs, boy, we can't go into the playoffs the way this thing's looked.
Yeah, it's not good.
Can't even do a play-in game the way this thing's looked.
So, Aaron Gordon, by the way, I want to make sure I got this right. Aaron Gordon took 5 shots last night.
Yeah, and did you see the part where it felt like Joker demanded he get in the paint with me? Get down here on the block.
5 shots.
Quit standing out by the 3-point line.
Yeah.
But again, if he doesn't feel right, then he's not going to want to go to the paint.
Okay, so last night, Christian Braun, 30 points last night out of CB. He was 12 of 16. He made all 3 of his threes. He was, you mentioned that awful turnover at the end of the game, and that is really bad. But for the balance of the 39 minutes that he was on the floor,
he came along with Joker.
Christian Braun was great last night.
And Joker even said in the post game, he's a winner. I'm not mad at him. People make mistakes.
Mm-hmm. He was great last night, and it shouldn't probably have come down to that at the very end of that game. CB played wonderfully last night. Aaron Gordon took 5 shots. I remember they ran a side pick and roll with Pickett and AG that got Gordon a dunk. That was cool. That was really good to see. And again, like, Christian Braun was excellent offensively last night. He sparked a personal 7-0 run. But Jokic, 41, 15, and 13. Let's really focus this conversation on Nikola Jokic, all right? His last 3 games, 61, 10, and 10 against Minnesota, right? 33, 12, and 9 against Golden State on Friday night. 41, 15, 13 last night. These are, let's not lose sight of it for 1 second, okay? These are otherworldly performances that this guy is putting up. He truly is the best basketball player on the planet. And, not to paraphrase Jay Williams here or anything, but like if 10 years ago anybody had put up those performances in 3 consecutive games, it would be stop the internet. Holy crap, do you see what's happening right now? But this is just commonplace for Nikola Jokic, and we're almost desensitized to his brilliance. I don't want to be for 1 second, all right? Those performances are otherworldly. But they're leading to something else that's going on with this team, all right? Like, if you look at this team's, offensive rating, they're fine, right? I think that there's major problems, though, inside the numbers. And this goes back to something that I talked about. I talked about it in the offseason, out of what I needed to see out of Jamal Murray this year. I talked about it with the rumors going up to the trade deadline of, hey, wouldn't it be cool? All right. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not here to do a victory lap and say that Zach LaVine was going to answer all of the Nuggets' problems. But what does Zach LaVine do? He gets his own shot sometimes. He allows other players like that allow other players to not have to just ball dominate and do everything. The Nuggets' offense is as good as it is because Nikola Jokic is singularly the best basketball player any of us have ever seen basically in our lifetimes. He's that special, and he's keeping this entire thing afloat. But also, the Bills do now, Andy. Like what is happening is he is so single-handedly responsible for any bit of offensive success that this team can have, and they can have a ton of it basically on a night-to-night basis, but it comes with a cost. And the cost of it is number one, if the ball is in anyone else's hands, they're basically lost on an offensive possession. That's one cost. And the other cost of it is that Jokic has no energy for the defensive end of the floor. And last night, he was freaking invisible on defense. He was awful on the defensive end of the floor. And I want everybody to hear me when I'm saying this. I'm not pointing the finger at him. He's the only thing keeping this team afloat. But also, the result of all of that is that you have a black hole in the middle of your defense. And last night, they were just – the Nuggets, for whatever reason, Malone wants to – they want to play the hedge and they want to play the level, and they don't want Jokic playing drop coverage and pick and roll. And I get that. He's not a great rim protector, so I understand why you're doing what you're doing. But it also means is that the teams are just blowing right past him. And they're having no problem doing it whatsoever, and they're hunting him on the defensive end of the floor. And his closeouts on outside shots are terrible, and they're half-hearted at best. And again, why are they half-hearted? Because he knows, if I don't do everything on the other end of the floor, both in terms of my own scoring and setting up all of my teammates, then we're going to have a bad possession. And it's all resulting in this thing being so completely out of whack. And it's exacerbated when Jamal is not out there. It's exacerbated when Porter has performances like he did last night where he shoots 1 of 9 from 3. But it's all happening directly in front of us, is that he is both lifting everybody up and getting anchored down by everything that is happening around him. And as a result, this team can't play winning basketball. They can't.
Well, and it's not. And again, I'm also trying to figure out, how do we get such a tough read on this thing? How have they stayed number 2, number 3 in the standings for so long?
His brilliance.
When you get a long look at this. Well, but I also want to bring this up because let's talk about something else that you had mentioned as we got post All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets were sitting pretty when we hit the All-Star break, which by my looking back at the season, I believe was about February 12th. They closed out beating the Portland Trailblazers. They got a chance to play them on, twice in a couple of days, both in Denver. They beat them 146-117 and 132-121.
Yeah.
They came back from the All-Star break on Sunday and beat the Hornets. Mm-hmm. And from that point forward, everything else has got a little nutty. And what was in there that you warned where we would get a true read on this team? Playoff competitors.
Yep.
When you go back to the teams that they were rope up on, the Pelicans, the Magic, the Pelicans again, the Hornets. The Knicks are pretty good. The 76ers aren't. The Bulls weren't good. Now they've been on a bit of a heater. But again, the Kings, the 76ers, the Magic. These are a lot of teams that weren't in the playoff conversation. A lot of the whooping up you did on your way to the All-Star break. Then post-All-Star break, you had to go and deal with the actual teams that were battling for playoff positioning. Now, the score wasn't too bad against the Celtics, but that wasn't a game that you won. The Bucks took it to you pretty good. You were able to beat the Pistons in the middle of a hot streak, fine. But the Thunder gave you one that was really good. Yeah, and a weird, insane game with not a very good Suns team where you beat them 149-141. How did the Suns score 141? I mean, this again speaks to the defensive problems that you talked about.
That was the 30-20-20 game.
Yeah. And then you've got them beating the Thunder. They still gave up 127 to the Thunder.
Yeah.
Then the Wolves whoop you by 20. The Lakers were able to get you in a stretch there, 120-108. You beat the Warriors. The Warriors that weird 114-105 small ball game. But that's like the lowest. 105 is the lowest total you've held anybody to for a while. I didn't even realize this. Do you realize in the Thunder's back-to-back games against the Nuggets, they scored 127 both nights?
Yeah.
Both nights.
Oh,
now it's been nothing but playoff teams this last couple parts of and you're not playing well.
No, and it's what's weird about it is in the midst of all that, like you did win a game, like you mentioned, in OKC. You did win a game against Houston in Houston without Nikola Jokic, and Jamal Murray was otherworldly that night. He scored 39 points, and now he's got the hamstring thing, and he has been out. Like there is such a crazy imbalance with what this team is right now. There's so many issues, and again, like I get it. Everybody wants to point a finger, and everyone wants to say, "Oh, Calvin Booth, and this is his fault, and he needs to be fired." And Michael Malone, this is his fault, and he needs to be fired. And MPJ, this is his fault, and Jamal Murray, this is his fault, and firing the blame around everywhere. And I'm here to tell you, everybody's hands are dirty.
Oh,
right
you don't
now.
get to this point without it all being a mess.
Yeah, everybody's hands are dirty in what has happened with this team right now. There's problems all over the place, and huge issues. But I think ultimately, one thing that I think has really come home to roost is that Jokic has no help.
And AG used to be the guy that would handle the most physical matchup defensively, so Jokic could move off to something. That doesn't even feel like it's happening.
Not really, no. AG, to your point, is not himself.
And look, everybody loves shooting threes against this team. There is not a single guy in the league that is uncomfortable shooting threes against this team.
Last night, the Pacers were creating like wide open, easy corner three looks, just like off transition, just a little bit of ball movement, and you'll get them behind, and they'll be slow on a closeout, and boom, you got yourself a wide open three, And NBA players mostly make wide open corner threes. Now, not everybody on the Nuggets necessarily does. Porter,
nobody could make one last night.
1 of 9 from 3. Dude, you got
can't have it. With Jamal gone, you really can't have it.
You are here to make those shots.
Yeah.
That's why you have the contract that you have, is because you are that kind of shooter. And he hasn't been since the All-Star break. And the injury has to be a part of it. The fact that he is banged up, the time that he missed prior to the All-Star break, around the All-Star break, I know is going to be a part of it. There is no, and again, you watch the second half of that game last night when it's late into the game and guys are worn out and they hunt Porter on every possession. And I have no doubt that's exhausting, okay? And I do think that guy he's trying to battle his way through it. But it's creating problems on the defensive. His bad defense creates problems for his offense, creates problems for his shooting, which then makes him like you. The weird thing about it is you have to play him.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice. Like, you need his floor spacing.
And you need his size.
If anything else, you need his floor spacing, because no matter what, opponents do have to respect that he is Michael Porter and he does make those shots. It's just he's not doing it frequently enough lately.
But he can't keep the thing that's been the theme the last couple of games. He's getting the ball knocked out of his hand way too often.
Very often.
You've told me all along, this is not a guy that's going to dribble for himself and create a shot.
He can't.
And he's been trying to do a little bit more of that because I don't think the ball movement has been so fluid. What has happened to the backside cut? Looking at the box score again, and you've talked about it. You already mentioned 5 shots for Gordon. He was 2 of 5. He had 5 points. He only hit one of his 2 free throws, missed his only 3-point attempt.
Yeah.
What happened to him being the cutter, though? What happened to that cutter-dunker role? That feels like that's not there anymore. I don't know if the spacing, because you talk about the spacing being off, maybe the pass isn't there anymore.
It does close some of those things up a little bit. The floor spacing has been a little bit of a mess when Porter's not in the game, or when Porter's in the shooting funk the way that he is. Teams just like, there's multiple players on this team, and again, I'm not here to pick on anybody. Nobody cares if Jalen Pickett shoots an outside shot. Nobody really cares if Christian Brown shoots an outside shot.
No, they're letting him have it.
He made him last night, but good job. Nobody cares if Peyton Watson shoots an outside shot. Everybody, they throw a quinceañera if Russell Westbrook shoots an outside shot. They're pumped for that. Hell yeah. God, even the 3 made last night.
Yeah.
It like clanged off every part of the rim, and it was like loud. It was a loud make.
It was not a shooter's shot.
No.
But again, look, I don't know what to do about this because I look at the stats and Westbrook, 1 of 2 from 3. Guess who was 0 of 3 from 3? Julian Strother, a guy that you drafted to make some threes.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, dudes I've never heard of on the other team are just raining threes all day,
Honestly,
no matter who you're playing.
That That wasn't that bad of a Westbrook game last night.
Not really. No.
He's been a big problem lately, but last night was not on Russell
He's
Westbrook.
probably what you were looking for. Now, 24 minutes, you probably in a perfect world get that down to about 18.
And God bless Jalen Pickett. This is a tall ask for a virtual rookie. And, the Nuggets trying to operate two-man game with Jalen Pickett and Nikola Jokic, like, God bless him, but, like, they know, okay? They know, are you going to give the ball back to Jokic? They know it.
Are you kidding me? Everybody's doing that. And the problem with Jalen is Jalen's, like, forcing it. He's like, what's the famous line? I know, who's the Minnesota receiver that's the best in the league? I know he's down there somewhere. I'm just going to throw it. Justin Jefferson's down there somewhere.
Yeah.
I feel like Jalen Pickett's taking that approach with, Jokic is in the middle somewhere. Let me just throw it. No. They're getting to the ball before. He had 3 dangerous passes. He had one where it gets knocked around and it doesn't even get there. They spent another, whether it was Friday night or last night, 3 or 4 times where Chris Marlowe screamed at one point, the most even-handed play-by-play person we have here. He is the most unemotional dude of the bunch. And at one point screams, what is going on? Because passes have ended up in God knows where. And I don't blame him.
Did you hear Marlowe last night? By the way, just a quick appreciation of the great Chris Marlowe. Did you hear his moment last night when Strother got knocked to the ground? And Marlowe's watching him and just goes, get up!
You got to get up. You can't lay there. You can't lay there.
And
it's crunch time.
Results in a layup, and Marlowe just get up.
Yes. What are we doing? This thing, like, I don't understand. We always know the Nuggets bench has been a bit of an up and down, like an amusement park ride. Some of it scares you. Some of it's a lot of fun the last few years. I don't know what is going on this last stretch of these last 2 weeks. I don't know if it's because too many starters are out and too many bench guys are playing more minutes than they're not used to. Did you see? They also caught on camera there was clearly an animated conversation between Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson about something in one of the final huddles where Jokic just finally had to grab Watson and go, let's go, we got a play to run.
Was that Aaron Gordon asking Peyton Watson, do you have a left hand? Does it exist and does it work?
See,
because again, this guy, again, P-Watt, another dude that is being asked to play big minutes in this moment early on in his NBA career. He should still be playing in the NCAA tournament right now, quite frankly, and just watch the way that he gets defended. Any time that he catches the ball, they're all just like, I wonder if he's going to go right. They all know exactly what he's going to do. This whole thing right now, the Nuggets are just like, they're so scripted, and teams have decided just like, okay, well, Jokic is a murderer. Okay, he's going to do his thing, and just as long as nobody else beats us, we'll beat these guys. No problem. Playing the Denver Nuggets is just a casual afternoon these days.
No, it doesn't feel like people are stressed about anything. It really doesn't. Because, and you know why? Because one of the things that's existed forever, they can't defend the three-point line, and they don't get rebounds.
Nope.
Because even if you miss the three, you're probably going to get a second chance at the possession.
Yeah.
It's time, though, Bob. It's having a lot of fun.
All real hideous right now, and we don't even know what's going to happen with Jamal Murray. Plus, they got a game on Sacramento on Wednesday night, and we don't even know what that thing's going to look like. It's not good. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. NFL draft conversation. That'll be a little bit more fun. There's always optimism around the NFL.
I got a question for you.
You do?
I do.
Do you want
regarding Travis Hunter. Let me be more specific.
Regarding Travis Hunter.
In regards to.
In relations. Okay, let's talk about Travis Hunter.
Relations.
When we come back. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
What position do you want to hear the commissioner say when he says Travis Hunter?
He better say wide receiver and DB. He got to.
So just wide receiver, DB, not athlete?
Nah, I need him to say wide receiver and DB.
So, Commissioner, you heard that. So let's get that going.
Yeah, the athlete thing. Isn't that like a recruiting and draft designation? It's a recruiting designation, really, more than anything else. Yeah, by the time you get to the NFL, you have a position. They print that on your football card. That's Travis Hunter, who is going to go in the top 5 of the NFL draft. What position is he going to play? Not totally sure. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, outstanding college football reporter, put together his mock draft for today. He's got Travis going 4th to the Patriots. But I love the way that he does this mock draft because he talks to coaches that coached against these players. One defensive coordinator said, I think he's a better DB than he is a receiver, but he's a really good receiver, understands space, such a smart player, period. People don't give him enough credit for that. Savvy, instinctual, knows where to sit down, how to create space, elite change of direction. Yeah, he's all of those things. He's unbelievable. A Big 12 defensive coordinator talked about him, saying that his team didn't have a single answer for Travis Hunter as a wide receiver. Tried to play him soft and keep him from beating everybody over the top, but CU just merely adjusted and said, okay, we'll throw short balls to him. No problem. And he was so dynamic that he gets the slightest bit of space and he just breaks and he's gone, which this goes back to the wide receiver / DB conversation about Travis Hunter of could you imagine a world where you don't take advantage of that entire skill set with him in the NFL? I'm not saying that he can play, 60 snaps a game on both sides of the ball. I don't think that's humanly possible for him. But how do you not take advantage of what this guy is as a player? Another Big 12 DC quote, I think he's damn good. He's got that it factor. He's going to find a way to make a big play, and he's got that competitive speed where he's going to run away from whoever is chasing him. And when the ball's in the air, whether he's playing offense or defense, he's going to outjump whoever is up against him. Another Big 12 secondary coach saying his upside is scary. He made this one pick, and I was like, holy bleep, it was crazy how he went up to get it. The guy has crazy ball skills. He does. He has all of that, and it's insane to see what he's capable of being able to do on both sides of the ball. He wants to be a receiver. He wants to be a DB. Who is the NFL team that is going to be wise enough to draft him and actually take advantage of the entire skill set of what he can do? Andy, hit me with your T. Hunter question.
Got stuck in an office. I apologize.
Oh, the doors aren't that wide here.
Well,
you got Winnie the Pooh.
Tried to go sideways. And, can he be the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL if allowed? If allowed. When it comes to impact on the game, plays played, could he be the Shohei? And if he can, then why should he not be the number 1 pick?
I don't think he can.
Do you think he can because are you saying that because of skill or because of an NFL the coach's management of him?
No, simply I think the physical toll wouldn't allow him to be able to do that. Because this is the thing about Shohei, right? Only pitches once every 5 days,
But he hits every day.
He does, but he only pitches once every 5 days. If you're Hunter, you have to pitch and hit every game. Every single game that you play, you have to pitch and hit.
And
that's, I don't think...
Here would be my plan for him.
I don't think a body can hold up to 120-plus snaps a game in the NFL.
Here would be my plan for him. Now, it would be interesting, but I would hope to watch him. I would have him be a corner because, again, I've just seen too many just otherworldly, how did you do that? And I've said it before, I'll repeat myself. The way he gets from point A to point B sometimes, your mind can't fathom because, again, I've seen it where it's like he's made up 7 yards. It's felt like 7 yards. Maybe it wasn't. But when you're standing there watching him field level, they're just, you've been field level for games.
It's unbelievable.
There's certain times where you think that guy can't get there. And when you realize, how did he go from there to there? I cannot believe I just watched that.
Yeah.
That's why I would keep him out on defense. Now, if he can prove to be, and he still has to prove it, although I think he is, but if he can prove to be a Surtain, a Bailey, a Deion Sand, pick your, Revis Island, the guy you just don't throw at because you don't want to risk it, that would cut down a little of the wear and tear in the game because he's probably not doing as much tackling if the ball's not going to his side of the field
Yeah,
as much.
but you still, if you're going to be that guy, the demands on your coverage are so great.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. But then what would you say? How about this? A third of the plays? Let's say they get 90 plays a game. Would you give him 30?
Yeah.
Would you give him 25?
Yeah, no, and as I said before he got in here, corner every down. He's an every down corner. And yeah, about a third probably sounds.
Because I'm not putting him in there for run plays. You're not blocking for me. I'm not saying you can't, but you're not blocking for me, period. Now, I could put you in there for screen plays, try to draw coverage another way, but your classic first down, and I don't know, how many teams even do this sometimes, where you just know we're going to run. Now, it may become the Broncos if you get the right back. Seahawks could look like that if they were to draft Ashton and Genty, right? So I'm not putting you in there for that play. I don't need you in there for that play.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about taking this guy is you do need him to last.
You do.
You do need him.
And I don't know that he could do this but I bet you he could probably give you 4 years. How about the first contract? Could he survive the first contract trying to do this? Let's just look at it that way.
Okay, when you say do this, define that.
What I just told you. Full-time quarterback, a third of the plays offensively.
I think he could do it. Yeah, that would be my plan for him. That would be what you do. When you say Shohei, that's I take that to mean that he's doing what he did at CU. I don't think he can do that in the NFL.
I'd like to see him try just to see.
I didn't think
why not?
I say that. I didn't think he'd be able to do it in college, and he went out and did it.
But here's the problem. I am with you. It's a very physical game. There are men out there. And again, he's busted up his shoulder a couple times or whatever he did do it, trying to extend out to make catches and things.
The physicality is incredible, and also there's a level of precision. And, we've talked about it with the route running before. There's a level of precision that you have to be able to play with to be elite at that level that, he could fudge with a little bit in college because he was just so much better than everybody.
Right.
I think he's still going to be probably the best athlete on the field in the NFL, but the gap shrinks considerably.
Oh, I'm with you.
When you get to that
guys
level.
that are just as fast as you.
Right.
There were dudes that had no shot. There were guys that you were at least a second slower than him in the 40 time.
Yeah.
You're not running him down. You're just not.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so, again,
but in the NFL, there's not as many of those guys on the field, especially in the secondary.
To play with that level of attention to detail that you would have to be able to play with to be successful down in and down out. I don't think he's a 120 snap guy. I'd say, 85, 90. And that's a tall ask. You don't see NFL players do that. And you could say, well, Travis is just built differently. These guys are NFL players. They're all friggin' built differently. They're amazing. Okay? They're amazing. And we don't see any of them do this, basically. So I think you have to tread a little bit lightly and try not to overextend what he is. And I think some of that is to his benefit, too.
No, I'm with you. You don't want him burned out and not getting the career he could have had. But again, I think at least the first 3 years.
Have some fun with it.
Have some fun.
Hell yeah.
Let him try it. We all know you can't do it your whole career.
Well,
you're not,
Not even just let him try it. Your football team will be better because you have him out there. And I agree with you, Andy. If he wants to be a full-time wide receiver, I think he would have a chance to be the NFL's first $50 million a year wideout.
Sure.
He could very well, because we've got $40 million a year right now in Jamar Chase. He could be the guy that ends up making 50 with the way that the cap is going to go up. He would be that dude. But also, if you want to use him on both sides, it has to be mostly DB, and the receiver thing has to be less. I don't think he can part-time as a corner.
No, and I just don't think he's as effective that way.
Yeah.
To me, That would be weird, right? Wait, in the nickel corner all of a sudden or something, you know what I mean?
And then you're like, okay, but go play nickel corner, but also cover guys in the slot and deal with all the traffic in the middle of the field, even though you're not out here all the time necessarily, and deal with being comfortable out there. But
isn't this more
just a weird role?
Isn't this role that we just talked about not more valuable? You need a quarterback, but if you're not sure that Cam Ward's the dude, and a lot of people they like plenty about it, but he's not much taller than Shedeur.
Right.
There's a part of me that just wonders, with everybody talking about, and I've watched a lot of the post-draft reaction to Colorado's Pro Day, the showcase, and they're just like, man, this guy is the guy. He's one of one. Well, then why are you taking him first? Because Cam Ward has not been described as one of one. There'll be a Cam Ward next year. By the way, Dan Orlovsky said there's 2 teams that love Jackson Dart. I think we're getting a third.
Yeah.
I think we're getting a third QB drafted in this terrible class first round.
Can't wait. Seriously, if you're Tennessee, you can't go wrong. But also, you can't have Will Levis be your quarterback anymore. I get it. That said, I would take Travis Hunter over Abdul Carter. I would.
Well, look, they're saying if you like Jackson Dart, how different is Jackson Dart and Cam Ward, then I would ask? Because the discussion today was the reason why the Giants and a lot of these teams are now looking at Dart is because they've got high picks in the second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not a bad
and that's
thought
a high
right there.
pick you could use to jump back up.
Yeah, no, Cleveland's they've got some options right there that they could use. So they could theoretically take Abdul Carter at 2 or Travis Hunter at 2, and then you're absolutely right about that. There's also a world where Shedeur could just totally slide because nobody has fallen in love with him, and then you might be able to get him later on.
Completely fair.
Yep. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Andy, regarding the Denver Nuggets and their week ahead, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news regarding their ability to stay out of the play-in. We'll talk about that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Get to roller.bid right now and check out their April 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Pickups, SUVs, sedans, police interceptors, plow trucks, so much more. Utility trucks available to you right now at roller.bid. Lawn maintenance equipment. God, they got some great stuff in there. This Red Max backpack blower, gas powered. Imagine what you could move with one of those things right now. Get some great deals on this equipment. Go to roller.bid. For almost 50 years. Roller Auction has been the industry standard here on the Front Range when it comes to city and county government auctions. Well-maintained vehicles and equipment that you can get some great deals on right now, and we all need great deals at this moment. Go to roller.bid to check it all out. That is roller.bid to see the latest. Closing in just a couple of days, so you got to get on this quickly for their April government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Roller Auction, roller.bid. Yes, it is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the Nuggets and Avalanche. Not a good weekend, really, for anybody.
That one has to be on par with everybody getting eliminated a year ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, not good.
I mean, the Avs loss wasn't crushing, obviously.
They're fine, yeah.
Yeah, but still, it'd be cool if you quit losing to the Blues. That's now 3 in a row.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, I am hoping with what you did and getting 4 up that you hopefully broke Bennington and forced him back into pre-Four Nations Bennington, not post-Four Nations Jordan Bennington, but we'll see.
I'm looking at these NBA standings. It's not pretty, all right? Nuggets are the 4 seed as we sit here today. However, 47 and 32, they've lost 4 in a row. They are tied in the loss column with the Clippers, who are at 5. The Warriors, who are at 6, who just beat you the other night. Minnesota, who is at 7, who also beat you last week in double overtime on a night when Jokic scored 61, lest we forget. By the way, people seem to have forgiven Russell Westbrook last night. They were enjoying him jumping over and knocking into the kid and going into the seats last night. So that was good to see. Momentary good vibes, Andy. Momentary. Take what you can get. No?
No.
It was good effort. Kid was fine. Spilled beer all over the place.
Was it a beer or a cocktail?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Good question.
I think Kaz speculated cocktail.
Oh, okay.
Because he was talking about the prices of everything.
Gin and tonic?
And then, because when you go up to a cocktail.
It gets a little pricier.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, apparently, Kaz was on it. Because at this point, Kaz was kind of hyper-focused on it. He's like, there's the wait staff ready with the new drink already. Everything's fine. It's all replenished.
Well, you got to do the play-by-play.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's the action on the floor, and sometimes that's what's happening.
Had to clean it up, right?
With service. Uh-huh. So Minnesota 46 and 32, Memphis is 46 and 32. So right now there are 5 Western Conference teams with 32 losses. Exactly as we sit here right now. The Nuggets have 47 wins, which places them a half game up on the other 4 teams. Again, that being the Clippers, the Warriors, Minnesota, and Memphis. All right. Do you want the bad news or the good news first?
You got good news? Hit me with it.
I do have a little bit of good news.
You got good news? Let's take some on a Monday.
Okay. All right. I tell you, well.
What? Wait, what'd you offer me?
You're right. I gave you an option.
Go ahead. Bad news it. You want the bad news to set up the good news? Is that your conundrum?
Yeah.
Go ahead, then. Why not? It's a Monday.
So they play on Wednesday, right?
Sure.
In Sacramento, the Nuggets.
Who doesn't love going to Sacktown?
Did you realize when they tip off this Wednesday against the Kings, they could be in 7th place?
Oh, I'm aware. Yeah.
By then.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
That very well could happen because here's what's going on. So the other 4 teams are all going to be in action, and check this out. Memphis plays Charlotte. Ooh. The Clippers.
Yeah, but Memphis is in a bit of a free fall.
They've got their own problems.
At least we hope they are.
Still Charlotte. The Clippers play San Antonio.
Ew.
Yeah, they're tanking. Beat you the other night, but tanking nonetheless. The Warriors play Phoenix, and the Timberwolves play Milwaukee. If all 4 of those teams win, it sets up a 5-way tie, and according to the numerous tiebreakers outlined by the NBA, Denver would be 4th of those 5 teams, or 7th ahead of only Memphis. So they could be as low as 7th by the time we get to Wednesday night, which would put them into play-in territory, which essentially means what? That the last 3 games of the year are must-win. You must win every single one of them. All right, but I got a little bit of good news here for you, okay? It's not all terrible.
Jamal Murray's healthy, you just saw? What?
That I
you do not have.
That I cannot guarantee.
Go ahead.
But this is what's so weird about it, Andy, with the weird injury designation. I don't know. You could play Wednesday. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Malone says, I hope he's back for the playoffs. I'm not feeling like you got a lot of Jamal in your life this week, but we'll see.
The Nuggets, they play Sacramento on Wednesday. All right? Well, here's the good news. The Nuggets should be a better team than the Kings and should win that game. I'm going with the Nuggets should be a better team than the Kings, and they should win that game. That's the best I can give you. Again, I'm kind of reaching to find some good news right here. Then you play Memphis after that.
At home.
You catch the Grizzlies on the second night of a back-to-back. Memphis is playing Minnesota on Thursday, and then you'll catch them on the second night of a back-to-back on Friday in your building. So that's a little bit of good news right there. Plus, who knows, maybe if, Memphis, they're playing lands, Ja goes straight to the Glendale Ballet. You never know if that guy won't be suspended by Friday night.
You know where I had a fun night in Denver? Let's go back there.
And by Sunday, Houston should have the 2 seed locked up and probably won't want to play anybody. So
Maybe,
that's a little bit of good news for you right there. So they could sit their regulars and it could set up a little bit better for you. I'm not saying that any of this guarantees any results for the Denver Nuggets, who I think have shown us that they are not worthy of us guaranteeing any of their results right now. But their last 3 games set up well enough. Again, I'll go with the Nuggets are better than the Kings. They should win it. You get Memphis on the second night of a back-to-back. You should win that after they play Minnesota. And Houston could have the 2 seed locked up and might not play their starters, and you should win that game. So if they finish out and they win out, I don't think they're going to the play-in. So there's a little bit of good news for you.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of good news.
Sure.
See, it's all great.
No, it isn't. Do you believe this? Let's. No. I mean, how much does Jamal returning even solidify this team? What throws me so off is it'll help.
I don't know,
at least a second option.
I don't know if anything's solidified, but it'll help.
But again, Jamal. How long before Jamal feels like Jamal again?
Right.
You know,
it's a fair question. Yeah, it's a fair question.
I don't know. I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, because what happens to his conditioning is going to go to crap with him not being able to really work out on a bum hammy, That's going to screw your conditioning, so then what is he going to be? You know what sucks too, man?
The last 3 weeks.
Well, that too.
Of these games. By the way, still not having fun.
He was so good.
Yeah.
For 3 months.
He really was.
He was magnificent. December, January, February, a good, kind of into March. He was terrific. He was transcendent at times. And now that we're in this space, it's just like, what the hell is it merely that the Nuggets' number 2 option in the Nikola Jokic era is a guy that the one time you got him to the finish line healthy, you were able to win an NBA championship, and that was just it.
Yeah.
It's fair to wonder that.
Listen, the bench is a mess. And I know the bench has never been I don't know who Michael Malone trusts and who he doesn't anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Some nights we see DJ, other nights we don't. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what to make. Now we're back to the what are you doing with Zeke Naji? Zeke Naji has gone in the last couple of weeks, and we're back to, can you even play the guy? Can I trust your hands at all?
He didn't play last night,
No,
did
he did not.
Yeah.
You know why? You can't trust the hands. You can't trust some of the decision-making.
Yeah.
Zeke Naji gets in there. Get me some rebounds. Give me some tough play. They need one person willing to get in the paint and actually bang bodies a little bit. Get a rebound. Just all I'm asking is just somebody. They said it last night. Nikola takes a shot, and there's nobody in there. They're watching him take a shot. If you're going to watch him take the shot, then at least run and try to gather the rebound. It's not. There were 3 or 4 times in key moments where it's nothing but Pacer jerseys down there. What is going on?
There was a quote from Malone last night that really struck me when he was talking about Jamal. And he said, if Jamal is unable to go, we need other guys to step up and play hard and play desperate and play urgent, because I don't know if we're getting that from everybody right now. I'd say Jokic is playing with full urgency to the best of his ability.
But there's only so much he can
I think he's worn down.
take.
His defense is really bad right now.
And he appears to be really frustrated.
And he certainly appears to be frustrated. I think Christian Brown's giving you everything that he's got.
Sure. But he's lost confidence in his shot in the key moment. Last night notwithstanding, Christian Brown has shown that I'm not going to take the shot here.
Not
Let me get
everybody-
it back to you.
Right.
Who else we got open?
Right. Not everybody has that part of their game.
Then there's Russ, who's never seen a shot. He's afraid to take.
Right. And you know what? Honestly, that's not the worst thing in the world right now, because when you don't have Jamal Murray out there, it gets really.
But see, is it? Because
I
half
know,
these
I
shots,
know.
it's like, what the
No,
hell was that?
There's no perfect option.
Like, if you're going to miss a shot, can you miss it to the direction of one of our guys? How does it get so...
I mean, the only perfect option is a healthy Jamal Murray, but you don't have him out there, and so
Who do you think's healthy right now? Honestly.
Who's healthy?
Because I don't think Jamal's the only one dealing with this.
Oh, no, I don't.
Porter's shot is so off, I can't help but wonder if he's got more going on than we know.
Yeah,
Aaron Gordon is not
more
showing
than we
the
know.
same.
He's a guy that's had what has he had 3 dozen back
Sure,
surgeries in his life.
How bad's the hammy? Is the hammy, because the hammy can affect your lift, and then if you're not lifting the same, that'll throw off your jump
It
shot.
affects your back. Like, that was just it. They said it was back injury, and then he's sitting in front of the media going, nah, it's a hamstring. Yeah, but the hamstring bone's connected to the backbone.
And then you got, again, Aaron Gordon. I love AG. AG.
Sure.
But I feel like where AG was the paint warrior with Jokic so many times, you could count on those two being down there. I feel like there's more and more where I see him out by the three-point line. Is that because you don't trust the calf? Is that because you can't maybe handle the same physical play that you once did? I don't know. And then, again, Peyton Watson, we talked about this. Is he going to trust Peyton Watson to play in the playoffs? Doesn't feel like that right now. Peyton Watson was made available against Golden State, got in for the last 45 seconds.
Can you still sign Justin Holiday? He's still out there. I think he's still a free agent. They did play him last year in the playoffs.
Got to do something. Chanchar, you haven't seen Chanchar at all?
I've seen him.
Sure, on the bench. That's who Jokic was expressing frustration to.
Yeah.
And then Thomas Bryant shows up last night. There was a big guy, apparently not good enough to play for you, but he's out there causing problems for you now.
I noticed that too.
How many times have you, this is what's got to stop. You can't keep signing guys that you just decide by the end of the year are unusable. And this year, it's been a unique deal. You've decided Sarge is pretty much unusable the entire year. What are we doing?
I mean, they're not wrong, but also...
Okay, that's fine, but then why did you sign this guy?
Don't know. No,
you
fair
cannot
question.
afford wasted spots.
Yeah,
and
don't
we
know.
keep wasting them every year.
Don't know. It's a problem. It really is. Like, it's almost why I look back on the trade deadline this year and I'm going, well, you might as well not have done anything. You weren't going to play him anyway.
And by the way, in the break, I've noticed we're getting the usual chorus of calm down, everybody. They're playing chess. Guys, the plan is not to fall into the playing game. And with a couple of wins, they're in the playing game.
That is...
I'd be cool with they're playing chess if they still were 3 with 2 games to go and with 2-game lead and 3 games to go. They're not anymore.
Right.
By loss total and tiebreakers, they're about to find themselves in the 7th as you just laid out.
Yeah, if they're playing chess, I mean, they're like Austin
Ain't
Powers
Bobby Fischer.
level chess player, basically.
I also like to live dangerously.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We do have to talk about the NFL draft because the Broncos, hey, we're getting ever closer. We're 3 weeks away. Our pal Jeff Legwold stops by for Draft Convo next. Yeah, we're going to talk to Jeff Legwold coming up here momentarily. He's going to join us for draft chatter, draft yakking. Oh, we're only a few weeks away from getting this thing going finally, Andy. It's all absurd. It's all ridiculous. Man, that CU Pro Day was cool, and it gave us a nice reprieve. Put us in a good little spot there to be able to talk about it, and now we're just back to everybody lying about everything.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch. Okay, well, was there some lying right after the pro day? Because did you see Jim Wyatt, who writes, matter of fact, he's one of Leggy's buddies. He writes for, follows the Titans, all that.
Yeah.
They claimed after the pro day they'd seen all they needed to see. They had the tape, blah, blah, blah. We're canceling our interview. We don't need to meet with you. We know what we need to know. Isn't that really, that's some lying too. You just know you're going to take Cam Ward, right?
Right. Yeah, we're well aware of that, and reportedly they love Cam Ward, and according to other sources, the Giants love Cam Ward, and people have convinced themselves that this guy's got stardom written all over him, which maybe he does. A pretty damn good college quarterback, right?
Well, we can ask Mr. Legwold. My question is, don't you usually get, and Jeff, if you want to chime in, hello, Jeff. We see you on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law.
Keep going.
He's a doctor and a lawyer.
Yeah.
I don't know the rest. RamosLaw.com.
You got it. You nailed it.
There it is.
Well done.
I would like to be a doctor and a lawyer. Mr. Ramos, if you'd like to, or is it Mr. Ramos Esquire? Is that what that is?
Dr. Ramos.
Doctor, yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on. Now, that's what I'd like. Jeff, don't we always get at least one good quarterback out of every draft? Maybe not great, maybe not franchise, but doesn't history show there is at least one good quarterback every draft? At starter caliber?
I would think so, but that's not really good odds when you really think about it.
Well, yeah. Would you? All right, I'm going to put you on the spot after what you saw the other day. Would you take Cam Ward or Travis Hunter?
If you say like one good first-round quarterback every year, some years that's difficult. But no, I understand what you're saying because it is such a red alert position these days that I've never said the supply may never have been lower with the demand any higher than it is right now.
Who would you take? Would you take the QB or would you go either Hunter or Carter?
At the top of the board?
Yeah. Jeff Legwold, GM.
Yeah, Andy, I would do the cliche thing and stick with my grades, and I don't have a quarterback graded up there this year. Joe Burrow, I had graded up there. I had Peyton Manning graded up there.
You had Stroud pretty high.
I had Stroud graded up there. It's one of those things where, yes, you need a quarterback, and if you get lucky and you pick a guy above his grade and it works out, then no one's ever going to know you picked him above his grade. So some of this is some behind the scenes. What can you live with, in your current state of affairs? I think the Giants are a tough team to figure out because you've got a coaching staff and a GM that are kind of in trouble. So, do they pick to, leave somebody else a really good situation, or do they pick to try and win games and save their jobs and all of that?
You know what he's doing here, Nate? He's not letting me know who's number one on the top 100. We got to wait for a couple more weeks for it to come out.
I've been
I know
clear,
what you're up to, Legwold. I know.
No, Travis Hunter, I don't know how you could be the number one player at two positions and not be a number one player on the board, but that's just me. Travis will be my number one player.
You know what, though? This conversation has me I'm curious about this, Jeff, and I don't know how much you've ever talked to GMs about this because, you know this, you're not naive. Like a top 100 is not the same as draft value, is not the same as
exactly.
what a team is going to do when they're actually right there in that spot. Has any team ever let you in on, is it almost like, can you put it inside like an algorithm or something like that of value versus prospect ranking? Because if there's, say for example, all right, if Dermontti Dawson was coming into the draft right now, and you're like, this is the greatest center that has ever lived, nobody is taking him number 1 overall. Like, we know that for a fact. And obviously, like, quarterbacks are always going to have a heavier weight to them. But has any organization ever gotten down like so granular to be like, okay, there's actually an equation that we could put to be able to put the weight along with our prospect ranking?
Teams try, Nate. They, the analytics world, your goal is to
get those answers
it as much as possible to one number.
Yeah.
That's, that even in baseball, that was the Moneyball principle. Distill all of the information to one number. Football, I just think it's so much more difficult because of the job descriptions at every position vary so much. It's, in baseball, a good fielder, is something that, is of value for whatever value you put on it for everyone on the field.
Right.
Do you hit good with 2 strikes? Is everyone in the batting order? They don't have that. There isn't that much unison in a lot of football analytics. And I think that's the struggle. And, I don't think you'll ever get to a point where you'll be able to just simply say, a guard isn't worth this pick. It's always going to have a little personal assessment to it of who's in charge of that personnel department. What do they think? What's their data show over the years and all of that. But, I generally, you can sort of work back from the quarterback, people who help the quarterback, people who affect the quarterback, and the quarterback. That's kind of your value in today's NFL. I think this draft is cool to look at because one of the best positions is supposedly devalued now in running back. But look what happened in the NFL this past season. And, now even that little section of analytics that people were ready to lean on is suddenly being challenged by a really good class of running backs and some really good offenses in the NFL that found a place for it.
Yeah, we've had years where we haven't had running backs go in the first round. We could have 2 in the top 20 very easily. That could happen in this year's draft. Going back to Travis Hunter and where he kind of fits in this sort of analytical draft discussion here of you're not going to play him full time at both positions. I think that's humanly impossible. But like he is kind of like one. So he's not 2 players in one, but he's kind of like 1.3, 1.4 players in one is what you would get with a player of that level. And again, an organization like Tennessee has to sit there and wonder to themselves, okay, but is quarterback still more important than a guy that is greater than just a single individual football player?
Right. And, the other element of that is there a quarterback available that's still greater than the 1.3?
You got to talk yourself into Cam Ward or Shedeur, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta say, is a quarterback on this board better than that? Not just in general. We're not looking at a class of quarterbacks that people would have been as excited about in other years. It's just, it doesn't flow that way. I just find him, one of the most intriguing players I've ever looked at in all the years of doing this. And, again, standing with Champ Bailey during Pro Day, it's just interesting to, what would you do with them? And that's going to be key so he gets as good as he can possibly be as an NFL player. Will take some effort on the people who coach him.
All right, Jeff, as you start to, I think we've wrapped up all the evaluation days, as you talked about. The pro days are done, and then, the Buffs waited for the final one and all that kind of stuff. Did we just lose Jeff? I think Jeff is gone. Hopefully, Jeff, can you still hear us?
I'm in there.
All right. There you go. Wow. Don't you disappear on me. Don't you get clever.
I move around.
Yeah, I know. You're not going to let anybody hold you down or pin you down. All right. What would be the one position you'd be most surprised if the Broncos dipped into that pool during the draft?
I guess not surprised, but it would be like people would be like, well, they don't really need that right now. But if like one of the top 3 tackles fell to them, you'd be like, you're getting older at tackle. You'd have to at least think about that.
All right. I like that. Tackle was kind of where I was going too. Now here's my other question with like the Jackson Dart and maybe Milroe and guys like that. I wonder, are the Broncos going to be in prime territory to trade back for maybe one of the, because again, you talked about the Giants' desire. If they don't jump up and get Cam Ward, I heard Orlovsky talking this morning, there's 2 teams that love Jackson Dart. Do they decide to take that first, they got the 2nd overall pick, I think, in the 2nd round?
Yep.
That could they use that? Would the Broncos be in prime trade back for the very start of the round picks, do you think, if some of these quarterbacks don't get anybody in love with them necessarily?
Certainly. And that's if you're the Broncos, that's what you're hoping for. You want somebody to want somebody else enough where you get really good value for it. To me, you don't move back unless you get the value and you're pretty certain you're still going to get the player you want too. I think trading back on this board carries a little more risk because there are gaps on this draft board, and that creates a situation where if you trade back, you don't get enough value for making the move and you don't get the player you were hoping for. So I think that's the risk. But quarterbacks, if you're in the right spot as the team that doesn't need the quarterback, you can always benefit from the teams who really want one, because that forces them to give up a little more than maybe they would have.
Yeah, they get a little bit thirsty. Jeff Legwold, read his stuff at ESPN. He is assembling the top 100. Spoiler alert, Travis Hunter's going to be at the very top. Leggy, good stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you coming up on Friday.
Take care, fellas.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. Yeah, the top 100 is in the works right now. It is Legwold's yearly War and Peace that he puts together on the NFL draft, but he's already basically spoiled it for us. Travis Hunter's going to be number 1.
Well, but we kind of knew that, right? And the Abdul Carter, he's got the injury. That doesn't help the cause there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just think it's wild that the quarterback class is, you know what's hard for me to reconcile with? I feel like Shedeur is going to be a good quarterback. Now, again, is he going to be top 5? Is he going to be challenging and staring down Joe Burrow? No, I don't think so, but I think he's as good as some of the starters you probably could have got last year. But boy, it doesn't feel like. How about have you been clued into the pat the ball controversy that's been going on all weekend?
All right,
probably have.
What's going on here?
Well, we've got a lot of defenders that watch that workout because again, it feels like NFL players are fascinated with Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why a lot of people tuned in, right? Well, I don't remember who the original was. One of the Jets defensive backs put out a tweet that basically said, keep patting that ball, bud. I'm going to break on you and get that pick every time.
Yeah.
To which Darius Slay came back and was seeing some of these tweets, and basically, I guess we should have the Beef Tweets music going, but we don't need to. Darius Slay basically, paraphrasing, was like, no, it's fine. That's not that big a deal. And then Micah Parsons basically came at Darius Slay and said, yeah, it is. I hope he keeps patting. Matter of fact, pat it too much, I might get a sack, not just an And then it led to this big conversation on ESPN and all this stuff. So, what is this? Holy cow. Hold on. Go ahead, KJ. Put that up. Mark Springer's off to watch some of Limp Bizkit's cousins, right, as he laid out the lineup tonight.
This is the fill-in beef tweet song.
Somebody just made a track about roast beef?
They sure did.
This is sort of like, this is the deli meat version of the peanut butter jelly song.
It really is, but it's totally throwing me off. Like, it was good. It was tough enough to keep the focus on our beef tweet conversation when it was just jazz flute. But now roast beef guy coming out of nowhere when I didn't know the song existed. Yeah.
Roast beef.
Someone bought studio time to put this together?
I hope they did it just in Pro Tools on their laptop. I hope nobody paid for this.
I hope Homeboy's in a sound booth. I hope he's got the headphones on. I hope it's a $2,000 mic.
Like,
I hope Eminem's back there playing the little keyboard to get that thing going. Come on, give us a little more. Let's let us hear it. It's all right.
Is this produced by Nigel Godrich? He just got done working with U2 and REM, and he's just like, hey, you know what?
No, it's Bruce Dickinson.
Roast beef guys gotta get together for this one.
Fellas, I gotta have a song about roast beef. Okay, what's the?
Are we still patting the ball right now?
Yeah.
All right.
Matter of fact, that's perfect. I think he gave it a little 1, 2, 3, throw, 1, 2, 3, throw. Now Orlovsky did point out.
Also, aren't you allowed to pat the ball so long as the ball still gets out on time? Who gives a crap if he passes the ball?
That is basically what Orlovsky said because he cited Marino did it, Elway did it, Kelly did it. You know, I know Elway did it.
Are we this bored that we're counting like pats on the football?
You know what this is? Dude, he is. Shador continues to be a lightning rod because he's just so. I guess it was it Orlando? I think it was Orlando. I don't know. They were having the discussion. No, you know what? Of all people, is Kyle Brandt. Kyle Brandt said, when our corners and receivers do it, we love it, but you don't want a brash quarterback. I don't get it. So
listen to this quote. This is from a Big 12 defensive coordinator. Bruce Feldman had this in his mock draft today. This is great stuff. Talking about Shador, a Big 12 defensive coordinator. I think he has good arm talent and really good poise. I think he's almost too cocky, at least at the college level, where he would take some really bad sacks. Decision-making wise, I think he gets better than everybody else, and that does help him elevate his game, but it also gets him into some bad situations, and if he doesn't shake that, he's going to take way too many sacks in the NFL. I think that's a fair criticism
absolutely
of him, you know, in terms of, like, did he hang onto the ball because of arrogance?
I think there were some occasions of it. You can't dismiss it all. I think there were other times where, and I saw with my own eyes, there were 3 or 4 plays I distinctly remember where he had Travis beat in coverage, but not enough time to set to get it to him.
Yeah.
And then Travis would get frustrated. And it wasn't always Travis. You know, look, LeJontay Wester, I think he's a sneaky good receiver. Now, is he big enough to play in the league? I don't know. Kid was really slight when I saw him. But I know this, he's got speed, he's got some wiggle, he gets open. But sometimes knowing, and maybe that's some of what they got to coach out of him to be fair, but I think Shador knew, I've got the deeper set beat, but I got to shake the first rusher or two to be able to get it to him, and it wouldn't happen.
One former NFL coach who watched a lot of Sanders was reminded of when Mac Jones came out of college, wondering whether he has any elite traits. Quote, yeah, he's smooth and he operates well, but if he operates so well, why does he take so many sacks? I know his O-line is awful, and I get that to an extent, but I'm watching him, and like 40% of the sacks are on him. Dude, just throw the ball. Coach also added he's very accurate. He throws a very catchable ball and knows what kind of ball to throw. His pocket movement is good, and those things do translate, but his clock is way too slow. It might be because he always thinks he has to make a play, but that's not going to go well in the NFL. Close quote. I would agree with all of that, and I would say like that is on an NFL organization to be able to coach that out of him. I also think like Shador Sanders is going to have some awareness of all of that, and he's going to go back and he's going to watch his film. And honestly, if I'm an NFL organization that drafts him, I'm going to go back with him and I'm going to watch some of his college film and quite simply look at it and say, okay, in the league, you don't have this kind of time. Here's the throw you got to make, or here's the escape and throw away that you've got to make on this play, and you live to play another day. And I would say this too, Andy, is after taking a couple of hits from actual NFL edge rushers, he'll get the message.
Yeah, but I will say that last sentence you read by the scout, I think is fair. We're all wondering, will you take coaching and run the offense in time? Look, a couple of people have asked me, do you think Sean Payton wishes he would have waited? No, he's happy with Bo Nix. And I don't think Shador would have profiled as his guy.
I completely agree.
Nix got rid of the ball quickly. He processed quickly.
I would argue that Bo Nix is more programmable than Shador Sanders.
Yes.
And I think that portends very well to being a Sean Payton quarterback. Andy, one of the all-time great records in sports fell yesterday with Alex Ovechkin breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. Something about that record falling, I want to talk about next. A tweet that I saw earlier today. Why are the other sports so much better at embracing current greatness than the NBA? Let's talk about that next.
So Carlson will make his way to the neutral ice, dropping it for Dylan Strome. He and Chikrin will team up and glide through center. Right side to Wilson. Centered up. Ovechkin has it. He scores! He scores! Alex Ovechkin scores 895. There's a new goal-scoring champion, and his name is Alexander Ovechkin.
I didn't think I'd see it. I didn't think we'd ever see it. I didn't think anybody would ever touch one of Gretzky's records. Obviously, no one's going to get close on assists or points, but Ovechkin's got the goal record, 895 yesterday on Long Island. Unbelievable moment. I saw this tweet, and actually, shout out to our old buddy Marty O, who had retweeted this into my timeline earlier today. It was one of the first things I saw this morning. And it's an excellent point. So Wayne Gretzky was there. He was there to see it, the record get broken, and there were quotes from him. When I was breaking Gordie Howe's record, he was there, and I said 2 years ago that if Alex gets close to my record, I'll be there. And he was. And
he was there for the tying one
Yep.
and for the go-ahead.
Yep, and did so graciously, right? Marty O retweeted this. Listen to this. Ohtani does something cool and is celebrated by media and former MLB players. Mahomes or Saquon do something incredible, and pre- and post-game shows highlight their incredible skill. NHL fans and former greats spent the last month praising and honoring Ovechkin. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Jokic has a 60-point triple-double, and Shaq says, yeah, but I'm better, and LeBron is putting up MVP numbers at 40, but the lead story is Stephen A. saying he'd punch him.
Just sounded funny, but yes, that's...
Why is it that way? Why is there in other sports there is generations are able to heap praise? Like you watch Peyton and Eli on the Manning cast talking about what Mahomes or Allen or Lamar Jackson, the great quarterbacks of today, are doing, and they talk about the brilliance, the greatness. It's not to say that they're devoid of any critique. That's a part of what they do on that broadcast, but they're just like, these guys are amazing. What we're watching right now and what their ability is. Like anybody that sees what Shohei Ohtani is doing right now, it's just you're floored by how incredible what this guy is doing. And he's working in bullpens right now to get himself back out there to be able to pitch again, but he wins all the MVPs for a pretty damn good reason. Again, it's not like Gretzky is up there saying, yeah, but back in my day. He's not doing that crap. Why is that? Why is there such a negative coverage of the modern NBA by the guys that used to play the sport?
Because I do feel like I'll take some of the criticisms levied by our own Scott Hastings at time on air.
Yeah.
Okay? They don't like the flopping.
Okay.
Obviously.
I don't disagree with that.
They don't. I just think there's a little bit of, and I don't say this with Scotty because Scotty's not going to act like he would have broke more records had he played in this era of basketball. You and I are the ones that have talked about.
Yeah.
It'd be fascinating to watch Scotty in this era with the way that he could shoot the three ball and that big men are allowed to shoot a three ball finally, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't encouraged. He would have got yanked out of the game pulling some of that back in his time. But I do think there's some guys that wish the game was the way it was now when they were playing. And it wasn't maybe I'm going to get my head taken off or, you know, I just think there's honestly, when you listen to guys, there just was because what's the common course of discussion? Well, and I just saw this on ESPN the other day. Well, we would have taken their heads off if they would have. If Steph Curry wanted to come in the lane and he would have been doing some of the stuff that he did. Let's just take the other night. He's got his mouth guard out and he's throwing his. Well, we would have clobbered him next time he came across the lane again. That's what we would have done, and it would have been as tough. And I just feel like I don't know other word, but jealousy, maybe envy. It's the same thing, basically. Maybe one's more extreme than the other.
I mean, the money's extreme
the
right now.
The money is real extreme.
Yeah.
And I do think, but and you know what? I think some of the players react to maybe what we do in the modern media, and I don't care what the sport is. You and I know we're guilty of this. We label something the greatest without letting it have a test of time. Do you know what I mean?
It's a social media age thing.
We are too quick to determine this is the greatest thing I've ever. And I think you get maybe too far a pushback from other people going, hey, wait a minute, you didn't see this, you didn't see that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think all of that comes together for this weird discussion. I also just think some guys are maybe real proud. Like, again, there's that hockey thing where you don't brag. You don't show how proud you are of something. You don't talk about yourself. You talk about the team.
Sure.
And that's fine. It's a good team concept. But it is okay to be proud of things. It's okay for Tom Brady to show up and show the 6 or 7 rings or whatever it is every now and again. Because guess what? You did a lot of hard work to earn it.
It's pretty damn good.
And I think basketball guys don't want to. I don't mind that guys are a little. They aren't afraid to say, yeah, I don't really want you to break my record. I would have had a problem if Wayne was like, nah, I don't want to be at you taking away one of. Now, Wayne has got so many other records. It is what it is, right? People still think he's the greatest hockey player ever.
Yeah.
So maybe it's easier for him to have the humility. But like Oscar Robertson, isn't he notorious for not wanting people to put, or he's talked about the triple doubles he would have had.
The damn 72 Dolphins and Mercury Morris and the popping of the champagne and all that stuff, which just screams sour grapes to me. The NBA thing is so interesting to me because first off, the greats of any era would be great in every other era. Okay. Like Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley and all those dream teamers would have been incredible today. And they would have been different players because the game emphasizes certain skill sets. Like Michael Jordan would have taken 9 threes a game if he was in the NBA today. If Jordan was in the league right now and every possession was an ISO fadeaway mid-range jumper, his coaches would go, we're putting your ass on the bench. Get out of here with that, okay?
Would he have been Air Jordan if he'd have played? Would they have?
Yeah, I mean, still the value of finishing at the rim is obviously still there.
But would it have been so often? Would it have been as much?
He would have taken more threes,
right?
Without a doubt. He would
I
have
don't
taken
need to get hammered by Patrick Ewing because I want to go to the rim.
That's what's so funny about it is like, do you remember the shrug against Portland?
Yeah.
When he hit 6 threes in the first half?
Just gave him the.
How many times has Steph Curry hit 6 threes in a half in his life? Like it, and yet it's like one of the great high. But again, it's like I can recognize different era of the sport. When it comes to like listening to Shaquille O'Neal, and God bless him.
Right, I would have cooked to Jokic.
Right, shut the hell up, dude.
Yeah.
Okay,
he'd have had you running way more than any big man of your era,
without a doubt. And look, I do think Shaq would have scored on Jokic an awful lot.
Yeah, because he's a big beast like Joker is.
But the idea of like, well, the league wasn't as good as when I played, you know? When you guys played, there were playoff games that would end with the final score of like 86 to 82. Who the hell wants to watch that? Oh, but hand checking there was no space on the damn floor. Like now you get to watch the greatest athletes in the world actually operate and do amazing things and create. And the game has never been more aesthetically pleasing. And yet guys want to go back to free throw fests of the 90s. What are we doing here? What the hell are you guys talking about?
No, it is interesting. Now, again, I think, I
mean, complain about the flopping all you want. Sure, it is problematic, but also, like, are we going to pretend for 1 second that Shaq wasn't constantly crying for whistles, that Jordan wasn't constantly crying for whistles? It's all these guys were ever doing.
Well, but all these sports, wide receivers think everything is a pass interference. The quarterbacks flop and want to make it look like every little nudge was something that should be flagged.
Anything that they can do to get roughing the passer right now.
Yeah, and look, we've even had a few. Hockey sells things too. My thing though, I just wonder if when it comes to Jokic in particular, or even Giannis, is there just some disconnect that it's not the old try-hard American underdog story? Because this is some European dude.
God, Jokic though actually both of them are unbelievable underdog stories.
No, you're right.
Jokic more than anybody
else. I know.
Else.
He was a burrito commercial was running while he was drafted. Nobody thought. The bottom line is, you know who I love? I'm starting to love Kevin Durant and Paul Pierce because Durant, just about for the last 3 weeks, every time I get a clip of his podcast, he is going off on how he just went off last week about how are we going to really look back at this season when you don't give Jokic the MVP and go, they gave it to the right guy. He goes, there's no chance. This is Kevin Durant.
Right.
But I think the guys that get into the media sphere and are maybe forced to look at things differently start to understand. I don't know. Maybe old guys just don't get exposed to enough opinions. Maybe they don't want to have a conversation to let it be explained to them why this is so incredible.
It screams insecurity to me.
I think they don't want their records broken.
When you watch the inside the NBA guys, or when you have to listen to guys griping about load management, well, Larry Bird was out of the NBA by the time he was 33. He should have been load managed.
He looked 40.
Jordan telling Magic Johnson, these guys don't play every night. You took a year and a half off in the middle of your damn career. You load managed. What are we doing here? The sour grapes about what is, and it's, yes, and it always takes another level when Jokic doesn't get his flowers because he's one of the greatest players that we have ever seen in our lifetime, and yet the picking and choosing and cherry picking of what he does that's brilliant and what you have to just sit there and be freaking grumpy about, like what are we doing here? What is going on? And why aren't you the media that covers your game? Why aren't you selling your game to people right now and telling them, no, what's happening right now is freaking
in part because all they do is argue about who the damn MVP is 2 weeks out from Christmas. And it's the only conversation they want to have.
Could you imagine if, like, John Michael Lyles, who was a very good NHL defenseman, can you imagine if he just, like, went on TV on a postgame and was just like, Kel McCarr's not that good?
Right.
No, and he doesn't do it because he's very well aware of the brilliance that he is watching directly in front of him, and not just, I would score on that guy every single time that I touch the ball. Cool guy. Yeah. Go do another commercial for the General. Things are going great for you right now, and yet that's what we get out of NBA media. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including the latest on the Broncos and their top 30 visits. We've got all that coming up.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? Do you want to maybe find the right treatment? Do you know that there is a difference in treatments? Because there is, and finding the right treatment for your specific medical situation makes all the difference in the kind of experience you get back when you go through treatment for this issue. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you find that right treatment. You don't need to suffer with erectile dysfunction. You don't need to be embarrassed. You don't need to pull away from your partner. You don't need to deal with undue hardships or anxiety in your emotions. Just simply go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them find the best path for recovery for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99. Does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. So you have nothing to lose except hopefully your erectile dysfunction. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's get after it. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL to kick off hour number 3. Our dude, KJ Granderson, is on the other side of the glass today. His job is to tee us up with football stories today. KJ, go ahead, man.
The high five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 9 News Broncos insider Mike Klis has confirmed 17 of the Broncos' 30 top 30 visits. 2 of those obviously will be converted over to local visits, being Terrence Ferguson and Gunnar Helm. There are several guys that stick out here. Obviously, you have Caleb Johnson, running back out of Iowa, DJ Giddens, running back out of Kansas State, Jaden Blue, running back out of Texas, Quinshawn Judkins, running back out of Ohio State. And then if you go down the list just a little bit, you have Ephraim Chisholm, wide receiver out of Eastern Washington. And then you also have tight end out of Washington, Kiliki Latu. What a name.
Can you do that for me again?
Okay, let's try it again. Kiliki Latu.
Kaleki Latu. That's what you're going for there.
Hey, I tried.
Hey, we landed the plane eventually. We got there. Interesting, by the way, that you get to put Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson as local guys. Helm from Centennial, Ferguson from Littleton. But those are 2 guys, Andy, that the Broncos might realistically be looking at. Like, there's a good chance that by 20, Ty Warren and Colston Loveland are going to be gone and off the board by the time the Broncos are picking right there. However, Denver's got the 51st pick. They've got the 85th pick. Helm out of Texas, went to Cherry Creek. Ferguson out of the University of Oregon, played with Bo Nix. Like, this is the thing you got to remember. The Broncos have 3 picks in the top 100, which is not something that they often have been doing in recent years. They've been devoid of picks because of, trading for things like Russell Wilson and Sean Payton, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a year where they actually have got a slew of picks. Again, we spend a lot of oxygen on the first round of the draft for good reason. Obviously, it's extremely valuable. But guys like Helm and Ferguson are both realistic targets for Denver, either in the 2nd or the 3rd round. So they could really address their tight end. I still think there is a tight end need with this group, and it's something where they could still get a good player in this draft.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you took a couple of them, frankly. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't know. So it's so funny because we had mentioned the other day, I think Jeff brought it up, how Jay Cutler was drafted to the Broncos and Mike Shanahan never once paid a visit to him. Matter of fact, I think Mike did all he could to throw people off the trail. And yet, Sean Payton pretty much told the world last year he would take Bo Nix. Did he not? Mm-hmm. He pretty much told the world, I'm taking Bo Nix, believe it or not, whatever you want to do, but he didn't come right out and say it, but he was not afraid to talk about Bo Nix.
Right.
He liked Bo Nix. All this Bo Nix noise, which I took as, all right, you're old school coach. You're trying to throw us off the scent. Do you have any idea who they might? And now it's harder when you're picking 20 compared to the last few years when they've been much higher. But are they not afraid to just let us know who they like? Like, I look at the 2 guards on the list that KJ printed up, and Nash Jones and Trey Wettig. I don't know why you would draft a guard. You seem fairly set there with Miners and Powers. But I guess anything's possible.
Nobody lasts forever in the NFL. I would say the Miners is the longer-term proposition, but I think looking at guards is not the worst idea in this draft. You brought that question up, and I was trying to think of an answer. And this is all I can come up with. Jay Cutler was drafted in 2006 by the Broncos.
At 13.
Yeah. And 19 years ago, the information overload... Is it just harder to get away with any kind of draft subterfuge these days? Because back then, yes, the draft was a big deal, but, it was covered by the 10 people that cover the team all the time. You had your Mel Kiper, but that was kind of like it back then.
There was just ESPN. Fox Sports would do some things, but
today, every blogger, every Twitter guy, we live in a world today where it becomes national news when the NFL insiders get into a beef at the Starbucks.
Yeah.
These days, there's so many different people that now cover this league, and the draft has become bigger than ever. I wonder if it's just flat out harder to get away with these days, especially the amount of people that are in your building and contacts that they have, and how do you keep a secret anymore in pro sports?
Well, you
I guess the Mavs and the Lakers
keep it to yourself.
Pulled it off on the AD and Doncic
Yeah,
trade.
but that sounded like what even Mark Cuban over the weekend was saying. I think management wishes they would have gone back and redone this.
Right.
And, I don't know, opened it up to a few bidders.
Right.
That was an extreme case. Not that you're wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I just think you don't tell anybody. But look, Sean Payton was not afraid to go up and talk to a couple of the receivers from Colorado the other day, and I don't think he was looking at, Shedeur Sanders, and I'm sure they'd love a shot at Travis Hunter, but that ain't going to happen.
Every little conversation that happens at a pro day is now there's a camera right next to it, and suddenly, hey, this guy's talking to this guy.
Shedeur got caught talking to Daboll and Shane.
Right. So it's harder to do. Quinshon Judkins, by the way, Legwald has talked him up big time. The running back out of Ohio State could be a realistic option for Denver at number 51 in the second round. They're going to have to draft a running back. George Paton has already said they're going to draft a running back. I could see them going in that direction. At number 20 in the first round, I just want them to take the best damn player. I really do. And if that's a defensive lineman, I think that's wonderful because while you did lock up DJ Jones, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, and Malcolm Roach are all in the last year of their contracts. That could be an immediate need, and you can plug and play those guys and play them right away. If there's a receiver there that you love, by all means, do it. But Denver doesn't have to – I don't think they have to be pigeonholed into a position in the first round because I don't think the organization has a single need that is that glaring right now.
Other than maybe a running back, because it just doesn't feel like you got the guy you like.
Right.
That and tight end, I guess, as you had mentioned. But and look, like you said, you don't need it first round. Now that you mentioned you don't. Those are two deep positions.
If there's a back you love right there, by all
Sure.
means, but it better be the player that you
Well,
love.
Are you going to hand him the ball?
Good question. Go ahead, Spring. Or excuse me, KJ. That was just reflexes right there. Sorry, KJ.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What's that name again?
KJ.
Sorry, I didn't know I looked like Spring. Geno Smith spoke to reporters for the first time since being traded from Seattle to Las Vegas.
Different dads, maybe.
It's that beard.
Yeah, just a little
Step
bit.
siblings.
Yeah. Geno highlighted his relationship with Coach Pete Carroll as one of the biggest reasons for wanting to wear this silver and black.
Based on how things ended in Seattle, how much of a desire was there to kind of continue this relationship? And do you believe that there was some unfinished business that you're really looking forward to kind of continuing with Pete Carroll with this decision?
Yes, sir. That's a great way to put it. I think there is unfinished business. And I think, when people think about my story, Coach Carroll was a big part of that. He gave me an opportunity when not many people would have. And he saw, the hard work that I was putting in. He saw the things behind the scenes that I do that allowed me to get this opportunity. But to be able to play for him and, again, to be a part of this organization, it means everything to myself and my family. I was just telling him, man, I'll run through a wall for him. And he knows that. And I'll do the same for my teammates and for this organization. And so I just want that to be, kind of who I am. And I want that to be the statement of who I am as the quarterback of this team.
Yeah, no doubt 2 years and $75 million doesn't hurt anything. But, Andy, there is something to be said. I don't know how tangible that is in terms of wins and losses, but there is something to be said of when your quarterback is that outward about, I will run through a wall for this guy because of what he has meant for me in my life and in my football career. If you're Pete Carroll and you need to reconnoiter the entire culture.
Come again?
I don't even think I used that word correctly. But you have to change the culture of that organization that quickly. Well, why not bring in a guy that automatically has the buy-in that you need to get others to follow?
Yeah, look, the bottom line for me is he is Geno Smith is to Pete Carroll what Bo Nix is to Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Those are your guys.
Well put.
That's how I want it run, and we go.
Well
That's why
put.
I don't think they'll draft a quarterback at 6. I don't think they'd take Shedeur anymore.
I don't think they would do that either. I think they're going to get Geno a weapon. Go ahead.
High five.
Earlier today, Shedeur Sanders, unbeknownst to him, had the media brethren of NFL Network and ESPN at odds over whether patting the ball before a throw for a quarterback leads to success or not. I guess Kyle Brandt versus Dan Orlovsky. Let's go.
I thought this pro day was revelatory. I think my huge takeaway is I don't think you can draft Shedeur Sanders because he pats the football. I think he'll be undrafted all through 7 rounds. There's no possible way you could draft him. Go ahead and go to the social media component. We had high visible players. Andre Sisco, not with the Jets, boy, better stop patting the ball. We're breaking on that early, okay? And then Darius Slayton on the Giants is trying to defend him, but Micah Parsons comes in. You realize that pat on the ball could be different between a sack or throwaway completion. Again, I don't think you draft Shedeur Sanders because I did the research, guys. There has never been an NFL quarterback who pats the ball who's had any success in the league.
Patting the football has been around for a long time. Some of the great quarterbacks in the NFL have patted the football. Dan Marino, John Elway, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford. It matters for some, and it doesn't matter for others. So the ones that it doesn't matter for, they have a couple traits. One, elite arm strength or a lightning-quick release. That's a player like Aaron Rodgers. Elite arm strength, Josh Allen. Or they play with remarkable anticipation and ball placement.
Kyle Brandt, tongue planted firmly in cheek with that analysis that he provided right there. I thought that was very good. Are we really doing this? Is ball pat gate? Is this now happening?
Well,
do we have to have a pro pat and an anti pat?
You know why we have to. They don't have any. There's no mystery what's going on up at number 1, it seems. It's going to be Cam Ward. And let's be honest, you and I think a lot of people in this zip code are excited to see what happens with Travis Hunter, but corner/receiver apparently doesn't move the needle the same way as talking about 9 quarterbacks going in the first round.
Talking about Pats.
Which one do you like and who's going to be generational. And look, even Cam Ward's not a surefire prospect. And so they know the Sanders name is proving yet again like dead. This is why Sanders was linked to the Cowboys for 2 months of our lives for no good reason. ESPN knows it'll get some activity.
If Shedeur Sanders and his ball patting proclivity should ever win a Super Bowl, will he get on the mic after the game and say, "This one's for Pat"?
He should. Or maybe pat someone's head.
Should get into a pat draft.
Can I tell you, though, watching Elway do it as a kid, I started doing it.
Right.
I'd go throw in the street and I'd pat the ball because Elway did it.
Exactly. Yes.
I thought that's what you did.
Right.
Can't throw until you've burped the baby.
How many kids stuck their tongue out of their mouth because Jordan did it, right?
We've all done it a couple times.
Exactly.
It's the same thing as mimicking a batting stance.
Exactly.
A submariner's throwing motion.
I'll never, like in Little League, I tried to do like the Andre Dawson stance, and my dad just being like, "Knock it off. What are you doing? Just hold the bat up and swing it,
Hey,
you
just
dummy."
get a damn hit, all right? Make that bat I bought worth all that money. Oh, I feel you.
Pro Pat, anti Pat. Where do you come down on the Pat beef? One's for Pat. Anyway, that's the 5 big stories of the day from around the NFL. I think we got through 3 of them today here on the show. A lot of good Terrence Ferguson and Gunnar Helm talk in there. I'm glad we were able to mix that in. Yes, we will continue to bang our heads on the wall about the Nuggets a little bit, but we're also going to have some fun when we come back. Ovechkin breaks Gretzky's all-time goal record with 895 yesterday. All right, Andy, what is now the next most unbreakable record in sports? We're talking about it next.
here on Long Island. His teammates mob him. There is but one. Alexander the Great, the greatest to ever do it in National Hockey League history.
Yesterday, Ovechkin breaks Gretzky's all-time goals record. Now, Andy, he nor anybody else is going to sniff the assists record.
Which maybe is why Gretzky is totally at peace with it.
1,963 career assists for Gretzky. The active leader is Sidney Crosby. He's a mere 903 short.
No big deal.
Yeah, he's going to go out on a limb and say he might not get there. Okay?
Did you see he's like 200 hits away from the hit lead?
Really?
Body checks or something, 200 and some change.
That's cool.
I don't think he's getting. Well, he might get to that.
That's also one of those where it's like, how well did we really track this one?
The older you get, I don't think you want to throw the. Although he's still a beast of a dude.
39 years of age, and he is able to break the all-time goals scored record. I didn't think we would see that one, but here the guy is in his age 39 season, putting up a 42-goal season. I mean, unbelievable. Unreal what he has been able to do. His last 4 seasons, 50, 42, 31, and 42 goals scored. And he was able to get the record. So I ask you this, because I spent most of my life as a sports fan, sports observer, thinking no one's ever going to touch Gretzky's records. Those are just untouchable. And some of them are, but the goals scored record has fallen, and it has fallen to the great Alex Ovechkin. Andy, if you had to circle a record that you really don't think is going to get broken, what would it be?
Okay, now I'm going to go with the cool factor. Okay. And I'm also, I pulled up the top 10 records in sports, all right, which, of course, Gretzky's is still on here.
Mm-hmm.
You have to eliminate some of these, like some of the pitching ones. So tough. How is anyone going to get to the strikeout record, right? You get pulled from games so quickly.
So, I don't even, strikeouts is one. How about this one? All right. Cy Young, 511 career wins.
Right.
All right. Your active leader is Justin Verlander with 262.
And he played when he still was allowed to go 7, maybe 8 innings.
Right.
Which you just aren't allowed to do anymore.
You don't get to. Here's an even more unbreakable of them all. Cy Young had 749 complete games. I believe last year in the majors, there was only 25 or something like that. Your active leader is Justin Verlander with 26. 749 complete games. That one it's almost null.
Yeah.
We'll never see it. Nobody throws complete games. Basically, and somebody pointed this out. I was listening to a conversation on a game recently. Oh, Jim DeShays was talking about this. And it was just pretty much the only guys that throw complete games anymore, you have to have a shutout to do it. To have the manager want to actually have you finish the game, so you can get the shutout. You don't see guys he threw a complete game. He threw 118 pitches and gave up 3 runs. That just doesn't happen. You will get pulled out of the game. It has to be a shutout, and you have to be right around the 100 pitch mark. Some of the pitching stuff is, I agree. It's just the era. We've changed everything too much. They're null.
Now I'll give you my record. Because I don't want to. I'd have some comments on yours, but I'm not going to spoil your reveal. Wilt Chamberlain, 100 points in a game, I think is still mind blowing to me. 100 points in a game, and what did Kobe get to? Kobe
81.
got pretty close in that last attempt.
Kobe
right?
had 81
with a 3-point line. Will wasn't shooting threes, man.
No.
And look, I know. I'm sure he physically was dominant over everybody else and yada, yada. I don't care. You score. We've seen teams struggle to score 100 points in a game.
How about this? 61-62, still the NBA record. Wilt averaged 50.4 points per game.
That's nuts,
That was his scoring average. I believe the closest we've had since then, or at least an active player, Harden averaged 36 6 or 7 years ago. The difference between 36 and 50 is quite large.
If you had to guess, if there was a player, could SGA go off for 100? See, again, I felt like Kobe went after it. Like almost seemed mindful that night.
Sure.
And frankly, there weren't a lot of other good shooters. But in this era of everybody just get beyond the arc and hoist some threes.
I was going to say it's Steph Curry.
You
is
know,
the
well,
guy that I would look at and say maybe Steph would be able to do it.
But he's older now.
Right. So
I don't think he'd have the stamina to get through the game to do it.
It
Do
doesn't
you?
feel terribly likely that he would do it. I mean,
Jordan never threatened it.
No, what was MJ's career high? 69, I believe.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. I think that was MJ's career high. Duncan. No, not Duncan. It was David Robinson. David Robinson once scored 71, but do you remember it was like the very end of the season, and I think it was him. It might have been Shaq. It was him and Shaq. It was somebody, one of the other bigs, and they were battling it out for the scoring title. And so the last game of the year was just like Robinson just took 1,000 shots. And he finished up with 71 points in a game.
See, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I just would like to see what it looks like in modern era basketball.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It would have to be somebody makes like 23s or something.
You just went off and went nuts from 3-point land, and then they let you cruise in, or and then I'd also be curious to see how bad would the resistance be to not let you get there. Like you got to be embarrassed at some point.
Unless it's a close game.
What about the home run record?
73, like which one?
It's Bond still.
73?
Listen, they were all doing something. That's the record.
No, I meant the all-timer or the single season.
The single season. Sorry. Just because I remember what I was going to ask you about last week. We never got a chance to really get into it. But I remember just being so gripped. I wanted to watch. Remember, ESPN would cut in. We'd all watch the at-bats just to see if they'd hit the home runs.
Like Aaron Judge breaking the American League record held by Roger Maris last year. Or what was it, 2 years ago?
It was fun.
It was cool, but I didn't care that much.
Yeah.
I lived through the steroid era, man.
Right.
Maybe the torpedo bats. Maybe somebody's going to get there.
They bring that back. But I'd like to see someone score 100 in a game. I think it'd be insane.
Yeah.
And we've had so many great scores, like I said, that can't even come close. I mean, 81 is not really close. That's a lot of points, but that's not like you were just a couple shots off from getting there. You know what I mean? And it felt like he took every shot that game.
Jokic scored 61. It took double overtime, and he was doing it against the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in Rudy Gobert. There are nights where I'm like, Jokic could score every single time that he touches the ball.
But as we've seen the last 4 games, when he leads the league, when he leads that team in scoring, bad things happen.
It's not particularly helpful.
Say something nice about the Rockies. Let's go back to the record. Let's
say something nice about the Nuggets.
We're going to take a break from this.
Okay.
What's yours?
I don't think anybody is going to break Emmitt Smith's career rushing yards record.
Yeah, man. You look at it, and that's, of course, on this list. 18,000 yards. What's the final number?
18,355 for Emmitt Smith.
And remember, people forget, as we often do at the end of guys' careers, he had to go be a Cardinal to pull that off.
The active leader is Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry he's within 7,000 yards. And you look at last year and you're like, well, he rushed for 1,900 last year in Baltimore. Yeah, he's also 30. Do you see, I mean, basically what you're asking Derrick Henry to do is to have 3.5 more of those seasons that he just had. And remember, his last year in Tennessee, 1,100 yards. He had a 900-yard season back in 21 when he only played 8 games. So you're banking on health. You're banking on continuing to play for a team that has that kind of commitment to the run.
Which even Baltimore's run commitment was questionable at times.
That's kind of what you're up against right there. It's hard to see, in an era of fewer and fewer bell cow backs. I mean, one of the other parts of it too with Derrick Henry is, again, if he's 33, 34 years of age and he's on a contending team, what are they going to be thinking to themselves? They're going to be thinking, oh, how do we make sure we're getting the most out of this guy in December, January, and February? We're not going to worry about using too much tread off the tires in September or anything else like that. It feels highly unlikely to me. Now, Derrick Henry, I think, has a realistic shot at it. He maybe would have been able to catch Walter's record, but I don't think he's catching Emmitt.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Emmitt did it without ever having a 2,000-yard season, right? Think about that.
Amazing. LeBron right now over 50,000 career combined points between the regular season and the postseason. His regular season career, 42,115 points scored. I mean, he's in his 40s, and he's still playing absolutely out of his mind. Is anybody going to be able to catch LeBron James' career scoring record?
I don't think they'll play long enough.
I don't think so. And again, like, most guys fade as they get older.
Right. Well, and he was also allowed to come into the league as an 18-year-old, right? Like,
That
he
too.
did not have to do the one-and-done thing.
Right. Yeah, he got to the league a little bit quicker, was obviously dominant right away.
You know what else is crazy when you think about it? It's crazy because he's never missed a season because of injury. Think
Right.
about that.
Right.
Right?
And
Like-
he's played. How many seasons has he played when you tack on how many playoff games that he's
Right.
played? In addition to that, international basketball and everything else that he has done low over the years. Unbelievable. Tough one for anybody to think about them catching. Steph Curry, over 4,000 three-pointers that he has made in his career. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
It is the era of the three ball.
Guys do jack up a lot of threes these days. The thing is you have to be able to shoot at that volume, and then you also have to be like almost as good of a shooter as Curry. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do that. What about Brady's passing records?
Yeah. Man, he's another guy. Can you play as long as he did?
That's
You
just
know?
it. Can you find the longevity?
102,000 career passing yards.
And how many guys are going to want to?
Right. How many guys are going to be willing to forego? Look at Brady. I mean, we're seeing it very publicly. Forego family, forego all that other stuff. Just be a football robot for 20 years.
Purely just regular season, because you gave the regular season and playoff record. Just regular season, 89,000. So he's 9,000, a little less than 9,000 above Drew Brees at number 2. Aaron Rodgers, the active leader, almost 63,000. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to play long enough to get that record. Yeah.
They're not even sure he's going to play this year.
Exactly.
The 7 Super Bowls isn't going to be matched.
Right.
I don't think.
No, that feels highly unlikely. Highly, highly unlikely.
What does Mahomes have, 3?
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe Mahomes catches his Super Bowl. Where's Mahomes at in yardage?
Oh, he's way down. Yeah, let's see. Of the active leaders in yardage right now, Mahomes is 48th all time, 32,352. So he's only got well over 60,000 until he catches Brady. Yeah.
Mahomes is the only guy you think would have a shot, but I don't think this is feeling very Gretzky-ish. I don't think you and I in our lifetimes are going to see any of this snapped.
Right.
It may happen.
Feels highly unlikely.
I mean,
Some of these
what he
records.
played at 44 years old? I mean, you think Mahomes is going to – and on top of it, you got the money. You got all – now maybe like Brady was just so obsessed with winning, so obsessed with – and I'm not sure every guy that comes out feels the same way, frankly. I mean, Peyton probably could have tried to kick around a little bit longer.
His body was breaking down.
But his body was breaking and he was done. And,
Yeah.
And look, these guys, you brought up the social media thing in the last segment when it comes to secrecy with the draft.
Yeah.
These guys are just, do you really want to put up with whatever, fool with a non-existent profile pic telling you suck for another 15 years if you're Mahomes to try to break these records,
The Boston Celtics won 8 consecutive NBA titles.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
No one's
again.
catching that one.
No.
The NBA has had a unique champion for 6 years in a row now, I think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, because they've got kind of like the NFL, everybody moves around now. You don't keep teams together.
And the
Salary
CBA
cap
has
doesn't allow this.
made it tough. Ripken's 2,632 consecutive games played.
Never touched.
Never going to get touched. Yeah.
I don't think a guy's going to want to touch it. Do you?
No, because, and again, like modern sports science says, you shouldn't really do that. That's not really good for you. Matt Olson is the active leader, 629.
Okay, let me ask you a tough question that's kind of on the negative side, and I thought of this with regards to Ripken, if you're wondering.
By the way, real quickly, Ricky Henderson over 1,400 career stolen bases.
Yeah, I saw that too.
No one's touching.
That ain't happening. You don't even steal hardly anymore, right?
Not not nearly as much.
Or if you steal, you get to do it once. Just get into scoring position.
Does anybody have a greater speech, though, than when Ricky stood up there after getting his stolen base to break Lou Brock's record and say, "Today I am the greatest of all time"?
Period.
God bless you, Ricky Henderson.
How many records, if we look back on them? And this is what's been amazing about Ovi, because I kind of wondered this about Ovi last year, but now the Capitals are good this year.
Okay.
How many records are actually detrimental to the team while the athlete tries to chase them? How many times did Ripken play when he probably should have given the dude a night off and got him out of the line? And I know that's sacrilege to suggest.
Moved him over to third base
Yeah, look, bud, we want you to break the record, but you can't be it short anymore.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah. I don't think it happens as often anymore. And a big part of it is just in the analytical age, every general manager, like, they are tasked by ownership. You have to maximize everything. Everything, here is your salary cap versus whatever production you're getting out of your roster, and everything has to be absolutely maximized. And in the midst of all of that, you're like, yeah, but I got this 42-year-old that can't beat anybody off the dribble. But I got to get him out there because, man, this guy's going after, a scoring record or something like that. Nobody goes for that crap anymore.
What about, and I'm sorry,
and I don't know, and honestly, like, and is sports, is that ultimately harmful to sports? Maybe a little bit, but the pressure is too great on everybody to win right now.
Well, I'm just trying to help me think. Like a guy, did Helton chase anything when we knew the back was bad and he just was trying to go out there and just, trying to remember how the last few days of that went.
I mean, Dick Monfort just kept throwing him money to go out there.
Right.
Every single
just
day.
Like, cool, bro.
Bad back and all. He could still, bloop a single in there every now and then, send one to the gap. But, like, he was a corner infielder. He was a first baseman. He was playing a premium position and not really putting any power into the lineup. That's Rockies baseball, everybody.
There was a time this weekend where I thought, you want to move Charlie out of his front office job and get him back in the lineup? Because you can't hit squat. Oh, my buddy that likes hockey says Gretzky, 215 points in a season? Oh. What's Nate at right now? What's Nate's point total?
Is he over 100 for this? I think he's at, like, right around 100 for the season right now.
215, baby.
Yeah.
That's like you're a part of every goal somehow. If I didn't score it, I passed it.
I mean, the thing about it, too, was like back, and I'm not trying to diminish, Gretzky's an all-timer, but like the goalie pads, they were like 2x4s back then.
They were. Now I'm wondering, what is the longest winning streak in sports history of any sport?
Of any, like, let's see, the NBA, is it still the Lakers at 33?
Okay.
I think the 72 win Bulls approached it, but I think 33 is the longest there.
UCLA Bruins in men's college basketball
won
88 consecutive games from 71 to 74.
Right.
33 for the Lakers. You were right there.
71 to 74. That's the Kareem Bill Walton era, right?
I think so.
For UCLA.
UConn women's basketball 111 games from 2014 to 2017.
111, and that's another one of those records where, again, the median level of competition in women's college basketball is so much better. Although UConn beat the crap out of South Carolina yesterday.
How about this? What do you got for New York Giants baseball? How many games?
18.
26 consecutive.
No kidding.
The Colts of 08-09 won 23 regular season games consecutive. You know what the greatest record it says? I have no idea what this is.
Let's have it.
Antony Bow, B-O-U, won 34 consecutive FIM Trial World Championship titles, 18 outdoor, 18 indoor, 2007 to 2024.
Excuse my ignorance. What sport is that?
I think it's racing.
Okay.
I'm guessing. The FIM trial, because it's indoor and outdoor, it's got to be track.
I'm sure that's super impressive.
How about Jahangir Khan? 555 consecutive squash matches from 81 to 86.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty good. 555 in a row.
Esther Vergeer in wheelchair tennis had a 10-year winning streak of 470 matches.
Man, she really rolled.
250 consecutive. How dare you?
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends at Apple Air. You know your furnace is still working even when it's not heating? Even when you're in AC mode, your furnace still has to circulate the air in your home. It's working year-round. Well, right now, Apple Air wants to give your furnace a full checkup, and they'll do so for just $29.99. No strings attached. Normally, this is a $188 service, but Apple Air, they want you to be their customer. They want your loyalty. And at Apple Air, they're offering this new customer offer as a way to introduce themselves and to show you the level of care and expertise that they bring to every home. And I can attest, Apple Air does wonderful work. They installed a new heating system in our house this year, and we're absolutely thrilled with the thing. Got a great price. They came over for a furnace safety checkup. They said, this thing's dangerous. Well, we couldn't possibly be happier with what we got. At Apple Air, they're not checking a box. They are looking to earn your trust. Book your $29.99 furnace checkup right now at appleair.com or call 303-733-2813. Hey, if you feel like a taste of the ocean, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. No baseball tonight. Rockies open up a 3-game series with the Brewers tomorrow. No hockey tonight. The Avalanche in action against Vegas tomorrow night. No Nuggets this evening, as they'll be back at it against the Kings in Sacramento, Sacktown, if you will, on a Wednesday night. Clearly now that town belongs to the Oakland Athletics, but
oh, it's fantastic.
Maybe the Kings can get a little bit of love. Got a good look at the Oakland Athletics, the West Sacramento Athletics over the weekend. They took 2 of 3 against the Rocks, although Chase Dollander made his MLB debut yesterday, and I thought, showed the stuff, man. I wouldn't say that he was dominant or anything like that. He gave up a couple of home runs.
But he looks like he belongs. Looks like he's got an MLB arm.
79 pitches, 49 strikes, 5 innings of work, gave up 7 hits, 4 earned, 1 walk, did strike out 6. His best moment came in the 4th with 2 on, struck out Pareda on the curveball, and then got Muncy on the high heat that was just untouchable. It was on display kind of what he is capable of being able to do. We got a chance to see him at the big league level. Andy, he touched 99. He averaged 98 on the fastball, threw his slider at 89, 27% of his pitches were that slider. He kind of talked about it before the season. It's a hard, short slider. He's kind of going for the tunnel effect on the fastball a little bit, and it sort of works instead of being a big kind of sweeper or anything else like that. But it was effective. You saw that on display. Threw his curveball on 19% of his pitches and his straight change on 11%. So he's a 4-pitch guy through and through. It was really cool to see. It was, in all seriousness, it was an interesting Rockies game yesterday. I don't think there's going to be many of them this season, but I'm excited to watch Chase Dollander pitch every time that he goes to the mound.
Yeah, the next real kind of test, now we'll see, a team sees him the second time around in your division, all that other kind of stuff. And again, yesterday was a bit of a cool day, right? So good to have that there. It wasn't exactly a launch pad that Coors Field can become in late June and July.
I think he learned on a couple of pitches there's mistakes he can't make at Coors Field.
Sure, but look, I always go back to the Eddie Butler, John Gray, Tyler Matzik group that they brought up. And man, Butler and Matzik right away, you were kind of like, I don't know. These are really the 3 guys you're going to be building this thing on. There was none of those moments for me yesterday. Now, again, you were facing the A's, and the A's were struggling until they showed up at Coors Field, but everybody now gets a chance to see the Wiener, Zach Veen, tomorrow.
He will. We'll see if he's going to be in the lineup. I would assume he is. They're calling him up.
You're calling him up and blowing a service time by a week.
Sending Jordan Beck back to the minors. So in 1 week, they decided Zach Veen is a big leaguer, but Jordan Beck isn't a big leaguer. What are they going to decide next week?
Yeah, I don't know. Here's what I hope. You know what I'd love best for Dollander? A, change your name to Dollander, because when I thought that's what it was cool.
Yep.
B, this guy can be an exciting guy every time he starts, and you now have the freedom to trade Kyle Freeland or Herman Marquez. Because you're not going anywhere. Get some more prospects.
Please.
Find some guys for this guy actually to play with as he matures.
By the way, will they do any of that? Probably not. But we'd like to think.
All
maybe.
right, when spring gets back tomorrow, because I wasn't around for the edifice of this. I wasn't around for the origination of, but is he an ace? Can we put Dollander in the John Gray space and ask if he's an ace? Because I missed the bit.
No.
Hey, no, you don't get a vote. What are you speaking for spring for there, KJ?
We'll have to see.
What do you mean you'll have to see? I don't like any of these answers.
Well, the reason why is because the John Gray...
you had so many people talking about it. I get it. I don't care.
The discourse existed for so many years with John Gray.
Look at me. Look at me right now.
John Gray John Gray joined a very different baseball team. Than Chase Dollander currently is joining.
Yeah, he's buying the studio apartment.
The Rockies were still relevant back then, interesting. They weren't whatever they've become these days.
Listen,
we need this, Nate.
We need this.
We got a playoff push ticket Tuesday tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. What's the game for? What game we sending you to?
I was going to say.
There's only one left. I guess I don't know why I'm asking.
Are we going to change this to a play-in push ticket Tuesday?
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
We'll know by Friday when you get to go. Is right? It's a Friday night game?
Jamal Murray has missed 5 consecutive games with his hamstring. Their play-in situation right now, they're tied in the loss column at 32 losses with 4 other teams in the Western Conference are the Denver Nuggets. They're not playing well at all. Like, at all.
No, everything feels broken.
They had an 11-point lead in the second quarter yesterday, and then Marlo talked about it during the telecast. Like, you didn't take advantage of it. Like, when was the last time you saw this team grow out a lead and then, like, put a team away?
Right. Which it felt like you were on your way to doing.
And they flat out don't get enough stops to be able to do it. They can't get enough stops. This is one of the worst defensive basketball teams I've ever seen in my life.
But Nate, here's the new problem. You're not wrong. I'm not denying that. They don't get enough stops. But you know what? They don't stay shot for shot with anybody anymore. I read some of those scores from earlier in the year. You were going off for 140, 127. You beat Oklahoma City with them scoring 127. You beat the Suns scoring 141. You scored 150. You're not doing any of that. You can't. Nobody's hitting shots right now.
Last night, the Pacers made 15 threes. The Nuggets made 8. You were outscored by 21 points from behind the arc. So even though there was a massive free throw disparity, you made 18, they made 12. And massive, not super massive, but a free throw disparity in your favor nonetheless because you do a lot of work down in the paint. It's canceled out by the fact that everybody else just makes too many threes, and you don't defend the three-point line in the slightest bit. The closeouts suck. The rotations suck. The coverage sucks in general. The effort has not been bad. Michael Malone has even called out the effort. Andy, when you watch, and number one, they got to stop switching.
Yeah.
They got to start playing defense straight up because the communication on the switches is so bad. There was a play yesterday where off of an inbound, like a one-pass inbound opened up just a wide-open corner 3 for Indiana, and you watch the confusion and bad communication between Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon, and they didn't talk about who was switching. And I want to say it was Toppin, maybe it was Nemhart, just like snuck over to the corner, and it was like inbounded. Oh, look, we have a wide-open guy. Boom, they threw the ball to him, corner 3. That's off an inbound. Like you have the benefit of a stoppage before that play to look at each other and go, hey, okay, we're talking. You got okay. They don't do it.
No.
And Andy, this coaching staff didn't forget what they were doing, but for whatever reason, the players are not heeding it at all.
Which means you may have to change it up.
Right.
I know it's not ideal, but dude, whatever you're doing has not worked for weeks.
And it's.
But you can't be stubborn.
And every guy's making a mistake.
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the game.
Problem.
Right. And, okay, if every guy is making a mistake at some point in the game and you're playing 8, 9 dudes, everyone makes their mistake. Quick math, that's like 20 points right there.
Yeah.
That you just gave up because of bad mistakes. You're going to get beat sometimes. There were possessions yesterday where they played good enough defense and guys just made buckets, Because guess what? Sometimes Miles Turner and Tyrese Halliburton and even frickin' TJ McConnell are just going to make a bucket, okay? That's the way the NBA goes. Sometimes you do everything right and it doesn't matter anyway, but they're just doing way too many wrong things. They play again on Wednesday. Can't wait. Huge night in the NBA regarding the Nuggets. So we'll be talking about that tomorrow on the show, getting you all set for that. Hey, KJ filled in for Spring, and he did wonderful work, and we greatly appreciated his service today. Spring, horns up, buddy. Go have a good time tonight. For Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Everybody have a lovely evening. Continue to drive safely. Brett Kane tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. No blitz tonight. So I don't know what you'll do with your lives, but maybe just watch a college basketball game. Andy, who you got, Florida or Houston?
Florida,
yeah.
For your sake.
I'm taking the Gators.
Houston shouldn't have been there, really.
Unreal choke job by Duke. Also, hilarious choke job by Duke. Good night, everybody.